When a master of potions known for his venomous tongue and haughty demeanor encounters the sweet-tongued aces, only one outcome is conceivable. It is the spark of love that ignites, and misunderstandings are mere fleeting moments. Chapter 1: The Beginning. In 1978, outside Chadworth Castle in London, England, heavy clouds obscured the sun, accompanied by a tempest of wind and rain, punctuated by flashes of lightning. In stark contrast, the interior of the castle was enveloped in silence, interrupted only by the occasional muffled cries of pain from a particular chamber. The contemporary Duke of Devonshire, William Cavendish, stood silently in the corridor, his gaze fixed intently on the closed door before him. Suddenly, the wail of a newborn pierced the stillness, instantly alleviating the tense atmosphere. Without a second thought for the decorum befitting his noble status, the man pushed open the door and entered. The young and affluent Duke swiftly approached the bedside, his gentle hands wiping the sweat from the brow of the frail woman, his heart filled with compassion as he beheld her weary, pallid visage. "You have endured much, Anna. That I feel well. Our child is quite amiable," Anna replied, gazing down at the infant cradled in her arms, softly patting his back while humming a light-hearted folk tune. The cleansed child remained placidly nestled in his mother's embrace, neither crying nor fussing, his dark, glistening eyes darting about. Unable to resist, the Duke lifted the child into his arms. "Aces von Cavendish, that is your name. My child, inheriting the Cavendish surname and the middle name of the Miller family, is our greatest blessing. May you never bring this name to shame." Little Aces waved his tiny hands in William's embrace, perhaps unaware of the words spoken by his father years past, and the once newborn infant had grown into a 5-year-old boy. Aces did not disappoint his father's expectations at 5. He was exceedingly well behaved, almost too composed for his age. While his peers engaged in playful antics, he had already begun to embrace the various lessons arranged by his parents. When other children resisted learning, he cultivated the habit of reading daily. Even Anna could not help but reflect on how unchallenging parenting had become. Her child was so sensible and obedient, exhibiting a discipline surpassing that of some unreliable adults. At the age of 6, Aces experienced his first surge of magical power in the midst of a dream, witnessing a dazzling white light. This sudden outburst of magic startled William and Anna. Although they had encountered magical surges from children before, the magnitude of this one was unprecedented. Even 2 adult wizards struggled to contain him. The castle sustained damage amounting to 40%, and it was only when Aces finally succumbed to exhaustion and fell asleep that the remaining 60% was spared. From that day forth, William was compelled to carve out time to instruct him in the mastery of his magical abilities. Aces possessed a magical potential far exceeding that of the average young wizard, and if left unchecked, it posed a considerable risk of self-harm, a prospect none of them could accept. However, Ace's progress in controlling his magic was somewhat disheartening. Being still so young, coupled with his unexpectedly potent abilities, managing them was akin to a toddler attempting to rein in a galloping horse, a case of desire far outstripping capability. William could do little more than guide him gradually. Ultimately, it was Anna who devised a solution. She spent a night crafting an alchemical bracelet. The bracelet, though somewhat crude in appearance, was ideally suited for Aces. It not only restricted the output of his magic but also possessed self-repairing properties. Upon receiving the bracelet, Aces began daily practice in control. Gradually, he familiarized himself with his powers, a process that took him a full 2 years. After 2 years of training, Aces had mastered his magical control to a remarkable degree. Magic that was notoriously difficult to manage for other young wizards became surprisingly docile in his hands. Moreover, he discovered that his magical potential continued to grow. By the age of 8, his magical strength rivaled that of 5th and 6th year students. This was confirmed through tests conducted by William and Anna, graduates of Durmstrang, ensuring its accuracy. Upon receiving the results, they found themselves in a bittersweet dilemma. They had long intended to initiate Aces into magic but had postponed their plans until he could adequately control his powers. Now, with Aces fully capable of managing his magic, they resumed discussions regarding his magical education, ultimately deciding on a system of alternating instruction. Naturally, the first day was designated for Anna, with the Duke's objections falling on deaf ears. On that morning, Aces awoke and adeptly declined the dressing services of their house elf, Nina, opting to dress himself. He simply was not accustomed to the intimacy of others. Over the years, aside from his parents, any close contact with others made him uneasy. The act of changing clothes particularly felt far too intimate. "Good morning, Mother," Aces greeted elegantly as he descended into the living room, where Anna awaited. Turning to her well-mannered son, Anna's smile grew ever more tender. "Good morning, my precious son. How did you sleep last night?" "Exceedingly well, though I am quite curious about today's lessons," he replied, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Eager to commence his studies, Anna chuckled, noting that her son only exhibited such a childlike demeanor when it pertained to his interests. "I assure you your expectations will be met, but first you must nourish yourself. Dear, do not neglect your appetite." "Of course, my beautiful mother," Aces replied, maintaining a serious demeanor as he extended his hand to assist Anna toward the dining room. He was not tall enough, and in order to support her, he discreetly rose onto his toes. Anna was taken by surprise at this sight, her lips curving into an uncontainable smile. Her son was simply too adorable. The Duke had business to attend to and left early, leaving the dining room occupied solely by mother and son. They sat upright, leisurely enjoying their breakfast. The morning sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow that coaxed Aces into relaxation, easing the tension he had carried since the previous night. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he was indeed eagerly anticipating the day's lessons. Having barely slept in his excitement after breakfast, Anna took Aces to the expansive basement, lightly waving her wand. A beautiful silent incantation illuminated the entire space, igniting the fireplace in the process. "Here, Aces," she beckoned, moving to the left bookshelf and retrieving a tome to hand to him. "This is the first-year spellbook from Durmstrang. Read through it, and if anything is unclear, be sure to ask me." Aces accepted the book and, with his little legs, settled onto the emerald-patterned sofa, engrossed in his reading. Having commenced lessons at the age of 5, he navigated the textbook with remarkable ease. Anna casually selected an alchemical book for herself, positioning herself at the opposite end of the sofa, equally immersed in her reading. The fireplace crackled with warmth, and the duo, one large, one small, became engrossed in their respective tomes. After finishing the textbook, Aces had gained a preliminary understanding of magic. He lifted his gaze to his mother, who was absorbed in her book, suppressing a smile. She often remarked on his excessive immersion in his passions, yet he perceived them as remarkably alike in their fervor. Aces refrained from interrupting Anna and instead tentatively raised his hand. Though he lacked a wand, he felt confident that he could accomplish it without one. "Lumos," he uttered. A pristine glow ignited in his palm. Thanks to 2 years of magical control training, Aces adeptly regulated his magical output, ensuring the light remained at a level that would not disturb Anna's reading. Nevertheless, Anna, while reading, was attuned to Aces, and the release of his spell immediately captured her attention. "Casting without a wand, and successfully on your first attempt, Aces, I must say, you have both surprised and startled me," she remarked. "Let's try this next," Anna said, waving her wand. "Wingardium Leviosa." As the words fell, Aces's textbook floated steadily into the air. Upon hearing this, Aces mimicked Anna's gesture, waving his right hand. "Wingardium Leviosa." The book in Anna's hands wobbled and ascended under their gaze. "It doesn't seem too difficult," Aces exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he watched the book hover. Anna countered his enthusiasm. "No, while these 2 spells are foundational, they are far from simple for an 80-year-old, especially without a wand." After praising him, Anna furrowed her brow, observing Aces's exuberance. "Aces, as your mother, I am proud of you. However, I must advise you not to lose your reverence for magic due to your innate talent. Magic is far more complex and profound than you currently perceive. Even the greatest white wizard of this century, Dumbledore, would not claim to fully understand magic, let alone you. Aces, promise me to maintain a heart filled with awe regardless of the circumstances." Anna's demeanor was so grave that Aces began to reflect on his attitude, responding earnestly, "All right, mother, I promise I will keep a heart of reverence." Anna reached out and ruffled Aces's hair, laughing joyfully. "Don't imitate your father by pretending to be mature at such a young age. It's not endearing at all. Come now, smile more, just like you did a moment ago." Aces allowed his mother to tousle his hair, the once neatly arranged strands now falling messily around his cheeks. He let out a resigned sigh. In truth, he didn't wish to be so mature, but who could blame him for having a childish mother? Who would have thought that the noble and elegant Duchess would secretly enjoy disrupting her son's composed demeanor, indulging in the mischievous act of ruffling his hair? Thus, the mother and son eagerly nestled in the basement, attempting each spell from the textbook until Aces' magical energy was entirely depleted. Yet he longed for more. Even though Aces was her own son, Anna couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at his talent. In one day, he accomplished what others might achieve in a year, and still had energy to spare. Remembering her own struggles in the 1st grade to learn spells, Anna felt an even greater urge to ruffle her son's hair. No, she couldn't let herself suffer alone. Determined, Anna resolved to ensure that the stern Duke would also receive a dose of her son's unintentional wit that evening. That night, as William stepped through the door, he was intercepted by Anna. "Anna, what's the matter? Change your clothes first, I'll be waiting for you in the study. We need to discuss Aces's progress today." Anna mimicked Aces's serious demeanor as she regarded the Duke, startled by his wife's rare seriousness, and concerned for their son. The Duke hurriedly prepared himself and made his way to the study. Upon entering, he had barely opened his mouth when Anna began to air her grievances about the day's events in the basement. "William, can you believe it? In just 1 short day he has mastered all the spells in the book. Merlin. Thank goodness Aces is not of the same age as us, or we would only be vying for 2nd place, which sounds quite embarrassing." After listening attentively to his wife's lamentations, the Duke finally grasped why Anna was behaving so unusually. Although he marveled at their son's talent, His wife was of greater importance at that moment. Desperately seeking to appease her, the Duke fervently echoed her concerns and grievances until Anna grew weary, at which point he gently encouraged her to rest. Assis remained blissfully unaware of the conversation between his parents, going to bed early as he anticipated the spell training of the following day. Chapter 2. A new understanding of magic. On the following morning, Assis woke up promptly. It marked the second day of his formal magical enlightenment, with his father, William Cavendish, entrusted with his instruction. He felt a surge of anticipation, for William was far more adept in the art of spellcasting than Anna. Descending the staircase, Assis beheld William seated on the sofa, engrossed in the morning newspaper. "Good morning, father," he greeted. William set the newspaper aside, clearly pleased with Assis's punctuality. "Good morning, my child." After breakfast, the two made their way to the basement. As William recalled Anna's boast from the previous night, he inquired Assis, "I heard from your mother that you have already mastered first-year magic?" "Yes, father," Assis replied. The Duke nodded thoughtfully and continued, "What do you believe is the most indispensable element for casting a spell?" Reflecting on his recent experiences with spellcasting, Assis considered William's question. He had not utilized a wand, thus ruling it out. His mother had invoked the Lumos charm without uttering the incantation, so that too could be disregarded. Furthermore, he had not consciously mimicked her gestures, eliminating them as well. Could it be the magical energy itself? Assis glanced at his father with uncertainty. "You are correct in that magical energy plays a crucial role in the casting of spells, and directly influences their potency. However, my question does not possess an absolute answer. For me, the most vital element in casting a spell is belief." Assis murmured, "Belief?" "Indeed, belief." William smiled faintly, elaborating. "Even a wizard of modest skill can unleash a surge of magic in life and death situations that far exceeds their usual capabilities. You have yet to encounter the disapparition spell, but once you begin learning it, you will truly understand the significance of unwavering belief for a wizard." William paused momentarily before adding, "The marvel of magic lies in its ability to manifest one's desires and transform the mundane into the extraordinary." Assis listened intently, his eyes sparkling with evident excitement. The arcane arts were undoubtedly shrouded in mystery, and William's explanation seemed to gently unveil the enigmatic veil of magic, though none could ascertain what lay beyond that veil. It was this exhilarating quest for discovery that captivated him the most. Noticing Assis's rapt expression, the Duke interjected, "Do not rejoice too soon. What I just mentioned about manifesting one's desires is something no wizard has achieved thus far, not even Dumbledore. Magic is not as simple as you might imagine. Furthermore, the magical community has stagnated in its development over the years. If this continues, the realm of magic." William's voice trailed off. "However, these are not concerns for you at this moment. We have arrived. Let us begin with some practical tests." Assis regarded William with a hint of confusion. The Duke turned and retrieved several cages from a corner of the basement, each containing a handful of lively white mice. With a flick of his wand, he anchored 10 of the mice to the ground and turned to Assis, asking, "Do you know the petrification charm?" Assis shook his head, admitting that he had not encountered that spell in his textbook the previous day. "Very well, observe closely how I perform it." The Duke slowed his speech as he waved his wand. "Petrificus totalis." A grayish-white light emanated from the tip of his wand, striking one of the mice with precision. Instantly, the mouse froze in place, its body engulfed by a creeping grayness until it transformed into a small stone sculpture. "Did you remember that? You need not imitate me exactly. Simply follow the same approach as yesterday," the Duke advised Assis. With renewed enthusiasm, Assis's eyes sparkled as he focused on the stone mouse, nodding earnestly to himself. He lifted his hand casually towards the mouse. Petrificus totalis. The mouse was enveloped in the same grayish light, but the process was noticeably slower than that of the Duke. Observing the petrified mouse, William noted that the effect was not entirely successful. The mouse's eyes still darted about. After assessing the situation, the Duke instructed Assis, "Let us move to the next step. This time, silently repeat to yourself 10 times, 'I will petrify the mouse,' before casting the spell." Assis nodded and began to mentally recite the phrase. After the 10th repetition, he raised his hand again towards the mouse. "Petrificus totalis." William acknowledged the improvement in Assis's tone, noting that his voice was markedly more resolute than before. The mouse was swiftly enveloped in the petrifying effect. The Duke approached to inspect the result, and then encouraged Assis to observe the differences between the two mice. Assis scrutinized the 2 petrified mice, realizing that the first one he had attempted to petrify was not entirely stone. Its eyes still moved. In contrast, the second mouse was completely petrified, devoid of any imperfections. "Is this the power of belief?" Acis pondered aloud. Indeed, that is the power of belief. A sufficiently resolute wizard is far more formidable than an ordinary one. William affirmed his son's musings. Next, you may explore the impact of gestures on spellcasting. Do you recall my gestures from earlier? I do, father, Acis replied. Excellent. I must attend to some matters over there. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. The Duke indicated towards a desk on the opposite side of the basement. Thank you, father, Acis responded, lifting his youthful face towards him. Once William departed, Acis continued to practice, recalling his father's gestures and moving his own small hand. Petrificus totalis. He believed the gestures had a significant effect. His control over magical energy felt commendable, for he distinctly sensed that this attempt flowed more smoothly than the previous two. Moreover, it seemed to follow a specific trajectory. Acis keenly recognized this detail. If he could actively control the magical energy to flow along the same path, perhaps he could forego the gestures altogether. Thus he began to experiment repeatedly. Failure ensued. No, that's not it. I'm still missing something. After numerous failed attempts, Acis grew increasingly frustrated. Why was he failing when he was following the same trajectory? What was going wrong? As he contemplated, he dissected each step into several nodes for analysis. Finally, he raised his hand once more and waved Petrificus totalis. Success. The same fluidity he felt while using gestures made him immediately aware of his achievement. So that's it. The gestures had naturally guided the wrist's movement, thus altering the actual trajectory. No wonder I encountered failure. With clarity dawning upon him, Acis resumed his attempts to cast the spell repeatedly. Sensing that the flow of magical energy had yet to reach its limit, he believed there must be an even more fluid trajectory for spellcasting. Chapter 3. Initial attempts at spell modification. This experiment did not proceed smoothly. Acis tried again and again, having exhausted the supply of mice. Yet, he still could not discern a way to achieve a more fluid flow of magical energy during spellcasting. Just as he felt like a headless fly, the Duke, having concluded his tasks, approached to inquire about his son's progress with the spell training. How goes it, Acis? Father, I have discovered that gestures assist us in spellcasting by essentially guiding our magical energy to flow along a designated trajectory before being released. This trajectory is a crucial factor in successfully casting a spell. However, I feel that the flow of magical energy could be even smoother, indicating that there must be a simpler trajectory. Yet, I am unable to find a path that allows for a more fluid flow of magic. Moreover, I have a conviction that a more streamlined flow of magical energy could facilitate a swifter release of spells, while simultaneously amplifying their potency. It is entirely feasible to conjure formidable incantations with a mere fraction of magical essence. Father, what course of action should I pursue? Upon uttering these words, Acis cast a perplexed and bewildered glance at his father. Even though the Duke was somewhat prepared for his son's prodigious talents, he could not suppress his astonishment. To be so acutely attuned to magical energy, to perceive even its flow, was remarkable. This was tantamount to the refinement of spells. It was truly astonishing that his son was venturing into spell enhancement. For a moment, the Duke felt a sense of elation, grateful for his timely arrival. Otherwise, given his son's reckless approach, he might have inadvertently caused an explosion, as the modification of spells was no trivial or safe endeavor. Observing his son still grappling with the issue, the Duke felt compelled to temper his enthusiasm, offering a gentle admonition. Acis, heed my words. Your current reservoir of knowledge is insufficient to support the modification of a spell. Thus I would not recommend you attempt it at this juncture. The Duke, noting the resolute glint in his son's eyes, felt a twinge of concern. He was well aware of the boy's obstinacy. He resolved to keep a closer watch on him henceforth. Should you truly wish to refine spells, I suggest you explore our family's library, where you shall find the answers you seek. Furthermore, any attempts at spell modification must be conducted under our vigilant supervision. Certainly, father. Acis responded thoughtfully to his father's counsel, fully aware of his concerns. Rather than heading directly to the library, he resumed his studies in the basement. He turned to the bookshelf and extracted a tome, one of Anna's textbooks from her schooling days. It contained her class notes and some self-devised spellcasting techniques. Acis believed that textbooks provided the fundamental foundation at all times, and he intended to master the spells within before delving deeper. To alter something, one must first learn and comprehend it. The Duke observed Acis's actions with a nod of approval, fully aware of his child's exceptional nature, unhurried and composed. Noticing that Acis had become engrossed in his studies, the Duke quietly turned to leave, waving his wand to brighten the basement slightly. It seemed that the basement required some embellishment, as Acis would likely be spending considerable time there. As he walked, the Duke mused. Time spent immersed in the world of magic flew by, and before long, Anna descended to summon them for dinner. Coming, mother, Ausace replied. He set aside the textbook he had been engrossed in for the afternoon, rising to stretch his stiff limbs before ascending. In the dining room, the Duke awaited them at the table. Ausace approached the Duke and Anna with measured steps, greeting them before the servants began to lay the table. The family observed a relaxed atmosphere at the dining table, engaging in casual conversation. During their banter, the Duke nonchalantly mentioned Ausace's progress that day, casting a subtle glance at Anna to boast about his rapid advancement under the Duke's guidance, as he had already begun to explore spell enhancement. Upon hearing this, Anna shot the Duke a disgruntled glare. Her previous performance had faltered, all due to Ausace's unexpected display. Tomorrow I shall commence teaching Ausace alchemy, she resolutely decided in her mind. Ausace was her son. He must possess her innate talent for alchemy. The Duke and Anna had both enrolled in Durmstrang in the same year. Since their initial acquaintance at school, they had been engaged in a friendly rivalry for supremacy. From their first year through to their 7th, serving as both the best of companions and each other's most formidable opponents. Due to the absence of alchemy classes at Durmstrang, Anna's expertise had remained unutilized, resulting in her losing more often than not. This time in her son's education, she absolutely could not afford to fail. Observing his two bickering parents, Ausace sighed softly. Throughout his life, from the moment he uttered his first word to his favorite person, they had never ceased their playful rivalry. He had grown accustomed to it. However, he understood that this was merely their way of interacting, an expression of their affection for him. And thus he accepted it with grace. This instance was no different. Ausace initially smiled as he watched his parents quarrel until his father, after enduring several pointed glares from his mother, interjected to defuse the tension. Mother, I wish to learn your alchemy. Anna's eyes lit up, and she swiftly turned to Ausace. Of course, my dear. Your mother is a master alchemist. You too can become a master like me. Anna regarded Ausace with a blend of pride and anticipation. Understanding his mother well, Ausace immediately began to extol her virtues, assuring her that he would diligently study her alchemical arts. Anna then turned to the Duke, her eyes brimming with triumph. See, our son praises me. I am his favorite. The Duke, upon witnessing this, immediately looked at Ausace, saying nothing but simply observing him. Ausace could only respond, of course, father is as well. With that, the two parents ceased their playful bickering, and after dinner, they both set about preparing their lessons. They could not afford to lose. Ausace, having successfully calmed his two somewhat childish parents, turned back to the basement to continue reading the previously unfinished textbook. The basement felt a tad chilly, and the fireplace was not particularly warm, yet Ausace had always been like a furnace, radiating warmth. During winter, Anna adored cuddling with him for warmth, so he did not mind the cold. Rather, he relished the temperature. Time passed gradually, and the flames in the fireplace dwindled. Beneath the dim light, Ausace sensed his mind beginning to slow, stifling a yawn as tears threatened to surface. With a wave of his hand, blue digits materialized in the air. It was 10 o'clock. No wonder he felt drowsy. Ausace noted the page number, closed the textbook, and carefully returned it to the shelf. He ascended to wash up, as per his routine, declining the service of the house elf. After a shower, and changing into his nightclothes, he exchanged goodnights with his parents in their master bedroom. Returning to his own chamber, he lay down and fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 4. Learning Alchemy. Today, Ausace awoke particularly early. The dawn had yet to break when he arose. He refrained from disturbing the Duke and Anna, sipping a glass of milk before returning to the basement to resume his studies. He found himself somewhat entranced by the realm of magic, unable to extricate himself from the gradual unveiling of its mysteries. After finishing the portion he had not completed yesterday, Ausace mentally revisited the spells he had learned, deeming it time to ascend. In the hall, Ausace sat elegantly upon the sofa, waiting for his parents to join him for breakfast. The Duke and Anna were taken aback upon discovering that Ausace was already awaiting their arrival. The small figure of Ausace sat upright on the sofa, seemingly deep in thought. Startled by their entrance, he looked up to greet them. Good day, father and mother. The Duke nodded in acknowledgement, while Anna approached Ausace, affectionately bestowing a morning kiss upon him. Good morning, dear. Following a harmonious breakfast, Anna adopted a serious demeanor, markedly different from her usual gentle disposition. Ausace surmised that this shift in tone was likely due to the day's lesson on alchemy. The classroom for this session was not in the basement, as it was too cold for Anna to effectively produce alchemical products. The two made their way to Anna's studio. Anna's studio was divided into two sections. The inner chamber was dedicated to the creation of advanced alchemical products. According to Anna, That room could itself be considered an alchemical product, as safety was paramount when crafting sophisticated items. However, today's lesson was merely a basic one, so it sufficed to remain in the outer studio, where Anna produced simpler, common alchemical products, perfectly suitable for Asace's learning. They pulled out chairs and took their seats. Anna was the first to inquire of Asace. What do you believe is the essence of alchemy? Asace furrowed his brow, pondering the concept of alchemy that his mother often mentioned, and hesitantly replied, "Is it to imbue an object with powers akin to a spell?" Anna dismissed his assertion. "No, that merely scratches the surface of alchemy's meaning. Asace, remember that the essence of alchemy lies in equivalent exchange. For every gain, there must be a sacrifice. The more you receive, the more you must give. Potentially even your life and soul. In truth, magic and alchemy are akin. Fundamentally, they both represent methods of wielding magical power. The same applies to potions. When you expend magical energy, you can enact a spell. Alchemy operates similarly, albeit through a different methodology, inscribing magical runes onto objects to achieve a desired effect." Anna paused, allowing Asace to absorb the information. Once she sensed his comprehension, she continued her elucidation. The two spent the entire day immersed in the workshop, even having their lunch there. Asace displayed remarkable aptitude, swiftly grasping the alchemical knowledge imparted by Anna. Although young, Anna possessed a high level of talent in alchemy and had dedicated years to her craft, placing her among the elite in the field. Asace, however, exhibited an alchemical talent that surpassed her own. By the end of the day, under Anna's guidance, he had fundamentally grasped the principles of alchemy. He merely lacked practical experience. Yet, Anna was not yet inclined to allow him to practice. For while she was pleased with his progress, she believed one should attain a certain level of theoretical knowledge before attempting to create alchemical products. After all, alchemical creations are far more perilous than potions. A single error in the runes could lead to complete destruction of the product, and potentially even an explosion endangering the alchemist's life. As a concerned mother, she could not permit her child to engage in the crafting of alchemical products at this stage. The two were enveloped in a harmonious teaching atmosphere until the Duke returned and discovered their absence, prompting him to search for them. The Duke, exasperated, mused that having one spouse obsessed with alchemy was one thing, but now his son was equally captivated. He sometimes questioned whether he held any significance in his wife's eyes compared to alchemy. Under the Duke's cold and ruthless admonitions, the two, feeling guilty, immediately assured him that there would be no next time, vowing not to neglect their meals for the sake of their studies. The Duke harbored doubts about the efficacy of their assurances, thus he instructed the house elves to ensure they were called for meals, and to prohibit any food within the workshop. The restricted duo could only acquiesce with murmurs of agreement. After their meal, Asace sought out his father in the study, hoping he could procure a wand for him. "You wish for a wand? Why, provide me with a reason, Asace. You are not yet 11. Father, I require a wand for some experiments related to spell modification." The Duke frowned at Asace. "I recall telling you that your current knowledge base is insufficient for spell modification. Moreover, our family wands are crafted from materials we personally select. Your mother's lineage, on the other hand, engraves unique runes onto the wands to enhance the potency of spells." "I understand, Father. I do not intend to recklessly modify spells. I merely wish to observe the trajectory of normal spellcasting. I am not looking to alter spells at this moment. Furthermore, I only need a wand, not necessarily my own. Any wand will suffice." The Duke appraised his son, confirming that he harbored no foolish notions before acquiescing to his request. "Very well, acquiring a second-hand wand is a trivial matter for me. I shall procure one for you in a couple of days." With a wave of his hand, he dismissed Asace, who respectfully bowed before slowly exiting the study. Once Asace departed, the Duke did not immediately attend to his official duties. Rising, he retrieved a double-sided mirror from a locked cabinet. Upon channeling his magical energy, the mirror illuminated, revealing a disheveled middle-aged man with a casual demeanor. Is that you, Duke of Devonshire? What do you need?" The Duke regarded the slovenly man with disdain. "I require a second-hand wand, and the sooner, the better, and it must be clean." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, teasing, "What grand endeavor requires a second-hand wand, Duke?" The Duke and the man were evidently familiar, and he was not angered by the jest, merely warning him, "There are questions that should remain unasked. I trust you understand this." Seeing the Duke's serious demeanor, the man adopted a more appropriate demeanor. "I'll have it for you by tomorrow." With that, the mirror abruptly dimmed. The Duke slowly lowered the mirror, exhaling a sigh. He was indeed conflicted, uncertain of the right course of action. He was deeply concerned for Asace, for his gifts were extraordinary. He feared his child might stray from the right path, and worried about his own inability to protect him. He recognized his child's fragility, as Acis was exceedingly pure-hearted. He hoped he was making the right choice. The Duke's gaze fell heavily upon the desk before him. Chapter 5. The first successful spell modification. Unbeknownst to Acis, who was eagerly anticipating the arrival of the second-hand wand, his father was troubled by his prodigious talent. After receiving his father's consent, Acis returned to the basement. Newly initiated into the magical world, he absorbed knowledge like a sponge. Time passed as Acis immersed himself in learning. Each day he was enveloped in a sea of knowledge, embracing both magical and Muggle sciences alike. Having attended Muggle classes from a young age, he perceived that Muggle science could rival magic, particularly in the realm of alchemy. They may lack magic, yet they had created hot air balloons and gliders that could soar without any enchantments. Merlin, wizards could not even fly unaided, relying instead on broomsticks. Muggles, with the aid of tools, could achieve flight, often possessing more devices than wizards. Science was indeed a wondrous discipline, Acis mused. Throughout his years of study, Acis contemplated whether magic could be amalgamated with science. He recognized that his ideas might be considered radical in the wizarding community, yet he remained undeterred, for his parents had granted their support. Behind him stood the entire Cavendish family. Regrettably, due to his youth, the Duke and Anna permitted him only theoretical exposure to many concepts, stifling the realization of his ideas. Their stance was one of support, yet they wished to shield him from potential harm, thus forbidding practical experimentation until he turned 11. Consequently, aside from spell modification, all other pursuits remained confined to theoretical research for Acis. However, he was not in a hurry, as he merely needed to wait until he turned 11 to conduct experimental validations, at which point he could refine his ideas. Due to the lack of practical data, his research had reached a standstill, forcing him to concentrate all his energies on spell modification. Under the tutelage of the Duke and Anna, Acis had attained a masterful understanding of spells, even surpassing them in depth of knowledge. What he now lacked was experience or breadth. Acis's modifications to spells encompassed more than mere amplification of power. Enhancing potency was merely the most rudimentary aspect. He sought to rectify flaws, such as the instability and noise associated with apparition. Apparition was a remarkably convenient spell, particularly in combat, yet its loudness and instability rendered it impractical in such scenarios. However, under Acis's enhancements, apparition, now referred to as the combat version of apparition, was rendered silent and stable, devoid of disorientation. The enchantment has just been successfully refined, and both the Duke and Anna have mastered it. In their practical application, it is indisputable that Ace's enhancement has proven successful. During their duel, there were indeed no instances of severance. Mother, father, this spell still possesses certain flaws. Although the auditory component has been eliminated, the side effects have been mitigated and its stability enhanced. It can no longer be utilized at great distances. Observing the astonished and incredulous expressions on the faces of the Duke and Anna after their experiment with apparition, Acis began to elucidate. Currently, I have yet to discover a means to rectify this issue, so it can only be employed in combat. That is already quite remarkable. In this world, perfection is an elusive concept, Anna softly reassured her son. Indeed, Aces, for long-range applications, we can still rely on the original apparition. Your modified version proves immensely practical in battle. It can certainly be considered a trump card, the Duke concurred. By the way, Aces, I advise you to refrain from using your personally modified spells in the presence of others, especially this one, the Duke cautioned Aces, seemingly recalling something. Aces did not inquire as to why but merely asked, "May I teach it to my friends?" "Of course, provided you trust them," the Duke replied, not overly restricting Aces, merely offering a reminder, knowing that his son possessed sound judgment. While the two were engaged in discussion, Anna quietly observed from the side, and once they finished, she promptly urged Aces to take a break. Gazing at her son's haggard face, Anna felt a pang of sympathy. For the past few days, Aces had either been engrossed in books or contemplating the refinement of this spell, especially in recent days, as he reached a critical juncture. He had been sequestered in the basement for several consecutive days. Noticing the concern etched in his mother's eyes, Aces obediently followed Anna to eat. Realizing that he had indeed expended considerable energy over the past few days, and his stomach was now protesting. The combat version of apparition was merely the inception of Ace's spell refinements. After concluding its enhancement, he swiftly immersed himself in the next spell. This time, he did not intend to rectify the shortcomings of a single spell, but aimed to innovate by combining several spells, much like Grindelwald's Fiendfire Shield from years past. Both the Duke and Anna, being students of Durmstrang, had some familiarity with this senior, and the events of that year were not a secret to families like the Cavendishes. Thus, Aces was somewhat aware of those past events and recognized that Grindelwald possessed a formidable magical fiendfire shield. In his speculation, this spell was likely a creation born from the amalgamation of several spells, presumably incorporating the Unbreakable Vow, Fiendfire, and the Patronus Charm. This left him in awe of Grindelwald's brilliance. For the time being, he could only ascertain so much, having never encountered this spell, and with Grindelwald seemingly not disseminating it, he had searched extensively without success. Therefore, even though he was currently curious, he had no means of pursuing it further. The Fiendfire shield was far too advanced. Aces did not intend to attempt this spell just yet. Instead, he aspired to create a life-saving enchantment. Based on his thoughts, he began to list all the spells he had learned on parchment, pondering which could achieve the desired effect. The existing healing spells offered only rudimentary closure for wounds, and were limited in their efficacy against dark magic. Should a wound be too severe, the only recourse would be to send the victim to St. Mungo's, which appeared to be ineffective against certain dark magical afflictions. If he could devise a powerful healing spell specifically targeting dark magic, then Aces contemplated the spells inscribed on the parchment. However, this might require an extensive period, as he lacked experience in spell amalgamation and could not draw upon Grindelwald's expertise, leaving him to navigate the process on his own. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Grindelwald had already demonstrated that this method was feasible. Yet another issue loomed. The existing spells might not fulfill his requirements, and he was uncertain whether the library contained the spells he sought, or if he would need to create one himself. Aces contemplated his forthcoming endeavors. After reviewing everything, he resignedly concluded that he would first need to visit the library to study. Lacking experience in spell creation, he indeed needed to consult texts. Chapter 6. The Turning Gears of Fate. In the days that followed, Aces immersed himself in the library, neglecting sleep and sustenance as he combed through the vast expanse of books in search of methods to create spells. The heritage of a pure-blood family largely hinges on the wealth of their library. For families with a long lineage, wealth pales in comparison to the significance of knowledge contained within those books. The protective enchantments of the library were the most abundant and powerful throughout Devonshire Manor, fortified by successive Dukes of Devonshire. The library was replete with tomes, and fortunately, there existed specialized retrieval charms. Otherwise, locating specific volumes within the expansive repository would not have been an easy task. Even with magic, Aces spent considerable time searching. Once he found the relevant texts, he categorized them, feeling invigorated as he began his arduous work. A month later, in the dimly lit basement within the laboratory established by the Duke for Aces, he repeatedly practiced a particular spell, the Patronus Charm. The tip of his wand emitted a surge of white light, illuminating the laboratory, only to extinguish the next moment. Aces had lost count of how many times he had failed. He sighed and set down his wand. This was the first spell he had encountered that eluded him. After consulting numerous texts, he ultimately discerned that to achieve the effect he desired, he must master the Patronus Charm. Thus, he had been diligently contemplating this spell. And after seeking counsel from the Duke and Anna, he had grasped the essence of the charm. Yet his Patronus remained formless. Even with the Duke and Anna's assistance in summoning a Demento, it proved futile. While his spell was released correctly, the Patronus simply would not take shape. The Duke, at a loss, could only encourage Aces to continue his practice. The Patronus Charm, born of happiness and hope, conjures forth a silvery animal as a protector, typically a non-magical creature. Aces meticulously recalled the spell's introduction. He lacked for joyful memories and possessed ample talent, so why could his Patronus not manifest? The essence of the Patronus Charm lies in emotion, and magic is fundamentally rooted in belief. These two aspects are akin yet distinct. Unable to find an answer, Aces resolved to make one more attempt. If that too failed, he would have to temporarily relinquish his efforts. He set down his wand, closed his eyes, and allowed memories to surface in his mind. The loving figures of his parents, a fulfilling and joyful childhood, and his morning kisses and warm embraces. The Duke's stern yet caring words, the exhilaration of learning his first spell, the thrill of unraveling the mysteries of magic, the joy of studying alchemy, and the excitement of successfully refining a spell for the first time. Armed with joyous emotions and his firmest resolve, Aces waved his right hand. Expecto Patronum. A silver radiance ignited at Ace's fingertips, and in an instant, the dazzling light engulfed the entire laboratory. Magic surged through Aces in a peculiar trajectory, and under the overwhelming influx of power, his consciousness began to blur. In the final second before he collapsed, Aces beheld a colossal silver tiger charging towards him. In Austria. Within the humble confines of a room in the Nuremberg Tower, an elderly man perusing a newspaper suddenly felt something amiss. The hues of his mismatched eyes shimmered, revealing fragmented glimpses of shattered moments. At last, the elder discerned the information he sought amid the fragments. In a daze he murmured, "The gears of fate have begun to turn. Al, this is my hope and your lifeline. I shall give everything for this, even my soul." The once stooped back of the elder straightened resolutely upon confirming the prophecy's content, an indomitable aura emanating from within him. "I need assistance. The once dormant tower has finally begun to stir." In an instant, the long silent forces of the European wizarding community have begun to awaken subtly. At this moment, the unconscious Aces remains oblivious to the impending turmoil within the wizarding world. Unlike a typical state of unconsciousness, upon opening his eyes, Aces finds himself not greeted by the Duke and Anna, but instead surrounded by an endless expanse of white. Before him stands an elderly man with a white beard, leisurely surveying Aces while holding a staff taller than himself. Noticing Aces has awakened, he calls out, "Awake, are you, little one? What is your name?" Although Aces is still bewildered by the situation, he perceives no malice from the elder. "Greetings, sir. I am Atzes von Cavendish. Where is this place? You are unaware of your surroundings? Ah, how could you be at such a level at your age? It appears you've stumbled upon this by chance. You possess remarkable talent." The elder muses, reflecting on the many individuals he has encountered over the years, yet none as young as Aces. What level? Aces keenly seizes upon the elder's words. "You will learn of that in due time, but for now, you must return. Remember, child, destiny is not immutable." As if recalling something significant, the elder gazes intently into Aces' eyes. No sooner has he spoken than Aces finds himself thrust into a black passage, swirling with immense magical energy. Powerless to resist as he is propelled toward a distant point of light. The moment Aces touches the light, an irresistible force draws him in. In that fleeting instant, he inexplicably turns back and witnesses the most unforgettable scene of his life. In the pitch-black corridor, beams of magical energy manifest in a dazzling array of colors, intertwining yet distinct, their radiance flickering like a dance of shadows, graceful, enigmatic, and unfathomable. In the laboratory, Aces awakens, remaining still as he gazes at the ceiling, lost in contemplation of the breathtaking vision he just beheld. After a considerable time, he regains his composure and recalls the events preceding his loss of consciousness. Guardian summon. A silvery radiance, identical to before, flows from his fingertips. However, this time, the luminescence does not fade but transforms into a silver-white tiger. The white tiger affectionately nuzzles Aces, its silvery glow enveloping him until his magical energy wanes, causing it to disappear. Chapter 7. The Meeting with Grindelwald. That evening, the Duke and Anna, having learned that their son has successfully summoned a guardian spirit, gaze at him with anticipation. Aces waves his hand to release the guardian spell, and a silver-white tiger leaps gracefully to Anna's side, regarding her with gentle eyes. Both Anna and the Duke curiously encircle the tiger, intrigued by its presence. As neither of their own guardian spirits resemble the white tiger, the Duke's guardian is a stag, emblematic of the Devonshire family, while Anna's is a raven. They had summoned their guardian spirits long ago during their school days, thus solidifying their forms. After many years of marriage, they could expend their magic in time to transform into each other's guardian spirits, yet such an endeavor seemed unnecessary. They had grown accustomed to their respective companions over the years. Once their curiosity was satisfied, they turned their attention elsewhere, never doubting Ace's ability to summon a guardian spirit. "Congratulations, my child. Your guardian spirit is formidable," Anna declares, enveloping Aces in a warm embrace. The Duke continues her praise, "Well done, Aces." Both parents beam with pride at the sight of their son, the cherished fruit of their love, the child they have watched grow, the future Duke of Devonshire, and the sole heir of the Cavendish family. As the family basks in their happiness, a clandestine meeting unfolds at Nurmengard. In the tower's chamber, several elegantly poised elders engage in heated debate. The elder seated at the head of the table rhythmically taps his fingers upon its surface, allowing the others to quarrel, though his increasingly rapid motions betray his growing impatience. A stoic elderly woman glances at the elder's actions, coldly admonishing, "Before you, gentlemen, you display such insolence. It seems you have become complacent over the years." The bickering elders immediately cease their disputes, collectively offering apologies to the elder at the head of the table. The elder, none other than Grindelwald, surveys his subordinates, his gaze ultimately resting on the woman who had spoken. "Vita, please extend an invitation to the young master of the Cavendish family as my guest. Remember, he is my esteemed guest. Do not treat him lightly." Vita rises respectfully, bowing elegantly. At your service, sir. As the others observe Vita accept the task of inviting the young master, they turn their attention back to Grindelwald. After a moment of contemplation, Grindelwald instructs the others, excluding Abernathy, to gather rare materials. He then directs Abernathy to consolidate his current forces, suggesting a direct approach. Eliminate the majority of the uncertain elements while retaining the loyal core. Once the arrangements are made, Grindelwald dismisses them, lying quietly on the prison bed, gazing at the starry sky outside, lost in thought. At the Cavendish Manor in Devonshire, England, Vita works with remarkable efficiency, having gathered the essential information regarding the young master of the Cavendish family within a mere 2 days. However, being a noble in both the Muggle and Wizarding worlds, the information that has surfaced is likely curated for public consumption. Nevertheless, it suffices for her purpose of merely extending an invitation. She adjusts her attire slightly and then gracefully waves her wand, signaling to the inhabitants of the manor. Soon a house elf appears at the entrance, and the grand doors to the estate swing open. Vita follows the house elf, discreetly surveying her surroundings. Unlike the romantic and picturesque estates of France, the Cavendish Manor exudes a classical elegance, embodying the reserved sophistication of the English. Before entering the castle, Vita meticulously checks her appearance. As a guest of nobility, she is determined not to be disrespectful. Upon entering, she first spots a boy seated on a sofa, clad in a white silk shirt and matching trousers, adorned with a silver cufflink on the shirt sleeves, his hair a noble black reminiscent of the deep night sky. Vita swiftly assesses the young Cavendish before her, and executes a courteous bow. Trousers? He appears to be nearly 9 years old. She muses inwardly. Aces. Already standing in greeting as Vita appraises him, returns her salutation with the same charming smile as the Duke, inviting her to take a seat. Observing the boy's every movement, Vita cannot help but admire his poise, calm, graceful, and dignified, truly a Cavendish. The two sit across from one another, and Vita gets straight to the point. Greetings, Mr. Cavendish. I am Vita Rogier, here on behalf of my master, Mr. Grindelwald, to extend an invitation for you to meet him at Nurmengard. With that, Vita raises her teacup, awaiting the boy's response. Upon hearing the invitation, Aces feels a flicker of confusion. He does not know Grindelwald, so why would he be summoned? Though puzzled, he conceals his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he lifts his gaze to Vita and inquires succinctly, when? Now. I happen to have time. Vita, initially expecting a refusal, had prepared persuasive words for this very moment, but instead finds herself taken aback by his agreement. Though she is uncertain why the boy has acquiesced, she refrains from questioning further, rising to accompany Aces as they prepare to apparate. Just then, Aces snaps his fingers, summoning his house elf Nina, who appears before them, brimming with excitement. Dear Master Cavendish finally needs Nina. How wonderful! Nina can finally be of assistance. The little elf exclaims, bouncing with joy. Very well, Nina. Could you take us to Nurmengard? Aces first halted Nina's motion to collide, and then inquired. Nina promptly replied, Of course, Master Cavendish. No sooner had the house elf's words faded than Aces and Vita found themselves before an ancient castle. Vita guided Aces into a chamber within the tower. Aces regarded the room with curiosity. It resembled a prison cell more than anything else encountered along the way. Noticing Aces's gaze, Vita explained, this was indeed once a prison, where a great individual was confined. With that, she turned and exited the room. Aces surveyed his surroundings before taking a seat on the sofa beside the fireplace. Footsteps echoed, prompting Aces to raise his gaze to the man who had once stirred Europe. Grindelwald was likewise scrutinizing Aces, a child capable of altering prophecies. Their eyes met for a moment before Aces broke the silence. Good day, Mr. Grindelwald. I have a question. Why go to such lengths to meet a child like me? A child? Indeed, you are a child, yet not an ordinary one. Grindelwald had never intended to conceal the truth from him. I possess a gift, prophecy. I have foreseen many events, and in my attempts to alter those prophecies, I inadvertently became the catalyst for their realization. From that moment, I understood that fate is immutable. Grindelwald paused, casting a meaningful glance at Aces before continuing. However, just days ago, I witnessed a shift in the future. It was the first time I realized that even prophecies could change. A change that occurred days ago? Is it related to that incident? Aces mumbled to himself. What does this have to do with you seeking me out? How does the alteration of prophecies concern me? Because I wish to propose a trade. A trade? I do not believe I can be of assistance to you. Not now, but in the future, you will be, Grindelwald asserted with conviction. Aces internally weighed the merits of the proposition. What was the nature of this trade? My prophetic gift in exchange for your saving of Albus Dumbledore's life. Ausace was taken aback, though he maintained a composed exterior. I have 3 questions. First, can a gift be transferred? Grindelwald looked at Ausace with pride. Just because others cannot does not mean I cannot. I acquired a magical array in my youth, and through years of study, I have mastered half of it. That half is sufficient for me to complete the transfer of my gift. Ultimately, my prophetic ability is merely a form of magic, one that only I can wield. Ausace was astonished. He had often been praised for his own talents by his parents and was aware of his abilities. Thus, he had harbored a degree of pride over the years, only to realize upon meeting Grindelwald that there were always greater talents beyond his own. It seemed he needed to broaden his horizons. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, "May I inquire about your relationship with Dumbledore? If it is inappropriate to discuss, I shall not press further." Grindelwald paused. "There is nothing to conceal. We are merely friends with differing ideologies." Ausace studied Grindelwald's sorrowful eyes, sighing inwardly. Were they truly friends? If they were merely acquaintances, why did he appear so forlorn? My final question. Is there a time limit? And Dumbledore is arguably the strongest wizard of our era. I do not believe he requires my protection. I assure you, the time frame will not exceed 10 years. Even the strongest can be defeated. I do not ask you to protect him indefinitely. I simply wish for you to save him once when he is at death's door. Grindelwald concluded, falling silent as he awaited Ausace's response. Ausace grappled with the dilemma. He understood he would not be at a disadvantage in this transaction. Although he currently could not rival the formidable wizards Grindelwald and Dumbledore, he was confident he would surpass them in the future. Thus he harbored no fears regarding his ability to fulfill this request. His only concern was how to explain his intentions to his parents regarding attending Hogwarts. After all, to save Dumbledore he needed to be as close to him as possible. Who knew when disaster might strike? After a moment of contemplation, Ausace agreed to the trade. He extended his small hand, clasping it with Grindelwald's. May our collaboration be fruitful. Chapter 8. The Elder Wand of Lightning Strikes. After agreeing on a time, Ausace returned home. Knowing the gravity of the matter compelled him to share the news with his parents. At Cavendish Manor, Ausace met the serious expressions of his parents and candidly revealed the details of his transaction with Grindelwald. "William, what is your perspective?" Anna asked, her voice laced with concern. William, the Duke, offered reassurance. "It seems Grindelwald harbors no ill intentions toward Ausace. This trade appears beneficial for him. We must trust our son. He possesses discernment. I know our son is exceptional, and I have faith in Ausace, yet every mother instinctively worries for her child. Moreover, that individual is rumored to still be alive. How can I feel at ease sending Ausace to Hogwarts?" With such thoughts, Anna resolutely vowed within herself that if that individual dared to harm her son, she would ensure he regretted ever existing in this world. Observing Anna's worried demeanor, the Duke discreetly cast a glance at Ausace, who understood the unspoken message and approached Anna with a promise of self-protection. Anna, looking at her earnest son, affectionately ruffled Ausace's hair. Ultimately, though reluctantly, she acquiesced to Ausace attending Hogwarts. After discussing, the Duke and Anna decided to begin teaching Ausace how to craft his own wand, aiming to enhance his self-defense capabilities. Although Ausace could perform magic without a wand, a powerful and compatible wand would significantly amplify a wizard's abilities, much like the Elder Wand. Ausace's magical prowess had far exceeded that of his peers since the age of 6, now rivaling even that of adult wizards. With his formidable magic combined with a wand, he should be adequately equipped for self-defense. 2 days later, Nurmengard. As agreed, Ausace arrived at Nurmengard. The once desolate castle now radiated with vitality. A colossal magical array inscribed in the courtyard, with Grindelwald and his subordinates nearby. After politely greeting Grindelwald, Ausace commenced his preparations. Both were men of action. Upon confirming their positions, they stepped onto the magical array. The remaining elderly wizards exchanged glances before encircling the array, channeling their magical energies. A torrent of power surged into the array, causing it to activate instantaneously, illuminating the surroundings with a blinding glow that compelled Ausace to shut his eyes. Amidst the swirling light, a silvery thread shot forth from Grindelwald, merging with Ausace. In an instant, countless fragmented visions flooded Ausace's mind, their overwhelming nature causing a throbbing pain that strained his consciousness. In the chaos, Ausace recalled Grindelwald's earlier admonition to focus on Dumbledore. Gradually, some fragments receded, revealing scenes related to Dumbledore. Ausace extended his hand, manipulating the fragments to play. The fragments displayed a chaotic battlefield, showcasing Dumbledore's demise alongside a shadowy figure amidst pools of blood. For reasons unknown, Ausace felt an inexplicable attachment to that shadowy figure, unwilling to witness its solitary demise. In that moment, his desire to create a unique healing magic intensified. As the light began to fade, revealing the two figures within the array, Grindelwald's pallor was striking. His condition precarious. It appeared that the transfer of talents had inflicted considerable harm upon him. Ausace hurried to support him, and Grindelwald leaned against Ausace without reservation. As the onlookers witnessed the scene, they anxiously approached to investigate. Fortunately, it was merely a depletion of magical energy, and several of them appeared to breathe a sigh of relief. Ausace also felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he had initially assured himself that Grindelwald's life was not in jeopardy, he could not help but feel a twinge of worry. He was reluctant to see an elderly man sacrifice his life to bestow his talents upon him, even if that sacrifice was not made for his sake. Ausace supported Grindelwald back to the tower, engaging in conversation along the way. Suddenly, he remembered to inquire about the fusion spell, and they began discussing the protective fire shield. Before entering the tower, Ausace recalled the necessity of writing to inform his parents that he would be residing temporarily in Newmengard. For several consecutive days thereafter, the two remained secluded within the tower, seemingly oblivious to the outside world. The elderly man and the young boy immersed themselves wholeheartedly in the study of spells, where Grindelwald's extensive knowledge and Ausace's innovative ideas mutually enriched one another. During this time, Ausace also adeptly utilized Grindelwald's expertise to successfully complete a powerful healing spell, one that could nearly bring the dead back to life. It was called the Withered Tree Regains Spring. Under Grindelwald's generous tutelage, Ausace also acquired many of Grindelwald's personal secrets, including the fire shield. It must be said that Grindelwald was an excellent teacher, exhibiting no reluctance to share his knowledge. As the days passed, the bond between the two deepened significantly. When they had nearly exhausted their studies, Ausace reluctantly bid farewell to Grindelwald. "Gellert, I must take my leave." Grindelwald waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. "Indeed you should return. Do visit when you have the chance." Grindelwald did not press him to stay, fully aware that Ausace had his own path to forge. His future was destined to shine far brighter than his own. Upon returning to the Cavendish manor, Ausace found the Duke awaiting him in the basement. The once spacious basement was now filled with the wood the Duke had gathered in recent days. A wand is comprised of a shaft and a core, and Ausace's immediate task was to find suitable wood for the wand's shaft. Eagerly he began to examine the wood, searching for the perfect match for his wand. After an exhaustive examination, however, he found no suitable materials. The Duke and Ausace exchanged glances, perplexed. "Father, what shall we do? It seems there is no wood here that suits me." The Duke furrowed his brow, gazing at his son with a touch of exasperation. "You are far more selective than I. I believe there are some rare woods in the family storeroom that have yet to be used. Let us try those first. And if they prove inadequate, I shall seek out more." The two promptly made their way to the Cavendish family storeroom. The collection housed within the storeroom was among the finest among the nobility, as generations of dukes had delighted in contributing their treasures. Thanks to retrieval magic, Ausace and the Duke quickly uncovered a plethora of exquisite woods. "The Cavendish collection is truly remarkable," Ausace exclaimed, astonished by the precious materials before him. Among them, he even spotted a piece of elderwood. Elderwood? No, something seems amiss, Ausace mused, approaching to examine it closely. The moment he grasped the elderwood, he felt his magical energy begin to flow uncontrollably towards it. "I believe we have found it, father." The Duke regarded Ausace with a complex expression. "I did not expect this." "You were right, this elderwood is indeed peculiar. It is a relic my great-grandfather acquired during his travels, and it may be the last of its kind. You find it strange because it is also lightning-struck wood. Elderwood is rare and powerful, possessing 3 unknown properties: guardianship, exorcism, and disaster mitigation. The lightning-struck wood symbolizes rebirth and protection. My great-grandfather once said that those who choose it would give their all for protection, including their lives and souls." "Ausace, it's not that I doubt you. As a father, I cannot help but worry. You must promise me that you will always prioritize your own life." The Duke's gaze was intense as he fixed his eyes on Ausace. Just as Ausace was about to nod in agreement, a shadowy figure flickered in his mind, causing him to lower his gaze, his lashes concealing the turmoil within. It was peculiar. He seemed reluctant to witness that person perish before him. Perhaps it was because he had come to appreciate the greatness of that individual as a double agent during that fleeting prophecy, rendering him unable to bear the thought of their demise? But this was their choice. His reluctance was an affront to their will, and he ought to respect their death. Ausace silently contemplated this. "Ausace, can you make that promise?" The Duke's voice pulled Ausace from his reverie. Ausace nodded. assuring his father that he would indeed prioritize his own life. Chapter 9. Ace's wand. The Duke, albeit with lingering skepticism, shifted the conversation. Besides the wand shaft, crafting a wand also requires a core. Understanding Ace's discerning taste, the father and son began to systematically test each core in the storeroom. Unfortunately, Ace combed through nearly the entire storeroom without discovering a suitable core. The Duke, too, found himself at a loss for a fitting core for Ace. Just as Ace began to lose hope, he spotted an unusual box, unlike the other treasures in the storeroom. Its design was reminiscent of the style from an Eastern nation. The Duke noticed Ace's pause and followed his gaze, recognizing the box that had captured his son's attention. Suddenly, the Duke became animated. "Ah, I almost forgot about that." Quickly, Ace, open it. Following his father's instruction, Ace picked up the exquisite box and gently opened it, revealing a small tuft of black hair, shimmering faintly with light. Before his fingers even brushed against the hair, Ace inexplicably sensed its significance. This was it. As soon as his fingers made contact, the light that had previously danced upon the hair flowed forth from the point of contact, enveloping Ace in a shimmering aura. In an instant, the storeroom became a kaleidoscope of colors. The Duke marveled at the spectacle before him. This was a scene that could only occur when the compatibility was remarkably high. Only 2 individuals in their family's history had achieved such a feat. The third was his son. The Duke gazed at Ace with pride, reflecting on the fact that Ace's wand would become his most formidable ally. "Father, what is this?" "This is a tail hair from a wondrous creature from the Eastern nation, known as the Zhulong. The specifics elude me, as the magical history of that land is both ancient and shrouded in secrecy. However, I can assure you, it is incredibly powerful," the Duke explained. Ace, too eager to dwell on the identity of the hair, simply yearned to possess his very own wand. With the materials prepared, the next step was to embark on the wand-making process. The first phase of crafting a wand involves preparing the materials, shaping the elderwood into the approximate form of the wand before soaking it in a specially formulated potion. During this time, the core would also be treated. Once the wand shaft had been soaked to a certain degree, the shaft and core would be combined. Following this, an extended soaking period in the potion would ensue. The meticulous preparation of materials is paramount in wand crafting, and thus for 2 solid months, Ace remained focused on his wand materials until they were sufficiently prepared for inscription. This method of wand making, merging the Cavendish family's techniques with alchemy, was devised by the Duke and Anna, with Ace being the first to experiment with it. In the alchemy room, Ace carefully inscribed the magical runes, having successfully combined the wand shaft and core. Only the final step of etching the runes remained. As he completed the last stroke, Ace held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the wand, awaiting its response. Should the wand react, it would signify success. Before Ace's eager eyes, the wand began to glow softly. "I did it!" Ace exclaimed, waving the wand triumphantly as a brilliant white tiger leaped through the window. Remarkably, his magical energy expenditure was nearly 1/3 less than usual, while the spell's potency had increased by 1/3. In the present age, adult wizards, save for the exceptionally powerful, possess an unwavering confidence in their abilities. Ace steadied his elegantly arched tail, silently reminding himself that he had yet to surpass Grindelwald, and must not succumb to hubris. Tidying his belongings, Ace grasped his wand and sought out the Duke and Anna for a thorough inspection, to ascertain if any additional items were required. In the garden, Anna languidly sipped her afternoon tea. Upon noticing Ace's daytime presence, she surmised that his wand's outcome was either a success or a failure, for he would not have ventured up otherwise. The likelihood of failure loomed larger, given their uncertainty about the method's efficacy, one that neither family had previously attempted. Her previous relaxed demeanor swiftly morphed into concern, prompting Anna to hurry forward. Before she could offer solace, her attention was captivated by the wand in Ace's hand. She took the wand and performed several diagnostic spells, her delight swelling as she discovered its extraordinary compatibility. Even she had not anticipated such a perfect harmony. Observing the ease and excitement in his mother's expression, Ace understood the outcome. He gazed lovingly at the wand, recognizing it as his future companion. Meanwhile, Anna pondered another matter. The elderberry within the magical community held a somewhat sensitive connotation. Over the years, the only known elderberry wand belonged to the legendary Elder Wand, wielded by the headmaster of Hogwarts. Ace's possessing an elderberry wand would inevitably attract attention. Dumbledore was no mere benevolent elder. Anna was aware of his formidable nature and suspicion. It would be prudent to keep Ace out of his scrutiny. Thus, Ace required a wand suitable for use at school. After a moment of contemplation, Anna advised Ace, "Before you enroll, We must procure a wand from the wand shop. This lightning-struck elderberry wand will serve as your ultimate safeguard. It should remain concealed unless absolutely necessary. Your headmaster is not to be trifled with. Upon agreeing to this arrangement, Aces sought to learn more about Dumbledore, gaining insights from Grindelwald that provided him with a rudimentary understanding of the headmaster's character. He comprehended his mother's caution and readily concurred. Upon the Duke's return, he echoed the same counsel. Aces could not help but reflect on his parents' vigilance regarding Dumbledore. The wand proved immensely beneficial to Aces. With the wand in hand, his exploration of spells deepened significantly. Previous aspirations that had remained unrealized or uncertain gradually came to fruition through relentless attempts. Chapter 10. The Banquet. Time flew by, and 2 years had passed. This day marked Ace's 11th birthday. The Cavendish family would celebrate the arrival of their youthful heir. According to the traditions of the Cavendish clan, only upon reaching the age of 11 could one qualify as a potential heir. As the sole offspring of William Cavendish, Aces faced no competition. Upon turning 11, he would possess the authority to represent the Cavendish family. To commemorate Ace's birthday and his ascension as heir, the Cavendish family organized a grand banquet. The invitees were illustrious families and formidable wizards of repute. In the study of Malfoy Manor, the current head of the Malfoy family, Lucius Malfoy, meticulously contemplated his tone while responding to the Cavendish invitation. Following Voldemort's downfall, the Malfoy family had evaded accountability through cunning. Yet, despite their exoneration, the family had endured considerable losses and had been in decline for years. For now, he held the reins, but what of the future? Could his son, Draco Malfoy, truly uphold the Malfoy legacy? He had to consider the Malfoys while also contemplating Draco's prospects. Although the Cavendish family did not belong to the 28 pureblood families, it was evident to all that their exclusion was a matter of choice rather than inability. Unlike other pureblood families that obsessively pursued blood purity, the Cavendishes looked beyond. They valued capability and worth above all else. They frequently extended a helping hand to struggling young wizards, nurturing their growth. In return, these wizards would safeguard the Cavendish family. For them, the Cavendish family was home. They never coerced wizards into repayment. Nevertheless, each beneficiary willingly vowed to protect the Cavendish legacy. Lucius had attempted to provide assistance himself but had failed. It was a lengthy and arduous process, and he lacked the time. In his view, the most prudent course of action was to collaborate with the Cavendish family. However, the Cavendishes were discreet and seldom frequented the magical community, making connections elusive. Moreover, the head of the family, William Cavendish, did not attend Hogwarts, meaning their networking opportunities were limited. This banquet invitation undeniably represented a chance. Furthermore, since they had invited the nobility of the British magical community, it suggested that their children were likely to enroll at Hogwarts. This banquet could serve to pave the way for the Cavendish heir, while simultaneously cautioning other families against overreaching. By instilling fear while simultaneously offering a taste of goodwill, it was a calculated strategy. The other families had no choice but to accept this grand overture, for connections are not easily forged. Lucius, contemplating the Cavendish family's considerable efforts to protect their heir, felt compelled to expose Draco to this opportunity. Alas, he hoped that the impetuous boy would seize the moment. On the day of the banquet, distinguished families arrived in succession. The long-dormant Cavendish manor buzzed with rare excitement. The opulent banquet hall, adorned with resplendent crystal chandeliers, cast a gentle glow, imbuing the space with elegance and tranquility. Soft saxophone melodies filled the air, as guests exchanged toasts amidst the enchanting music, patiently awaiting the entrance of the event's honoree. Moments later, the hall fell into a hushed silence, as all present instinctively understood. The heir of the Cavendish family had arrived. The grand, ornate doors swung open, and all eyes turned to the entrance. The child who stepped forth donned a silken silver shirt paired with a black formal robe. The emerald green embroidery of the robe strikingly accentuated against the pristine silver of the shirt, and the family crest pinned at his chest exuded an air of nobility. Despite being merely 11 years of age, he displayed no sign of trepidation under the scrutiny of so many onlookers. Amidst their gazes, Aces maintained his composure. His pace measured as he approached the assembly, executing an elegant and courteous bow to his guests. His demeanor was polished, exuding grace. In that moment, all present envied the Cavendish family, as if every heir they produced was remarkably exceptional. Ace's appearance sent the banquet into a fervent crescendo. The Duke and Duchess had not attended, ostensibly to allow their child to grow independently. The opportunistic nobles could only make their impressions on the Cavendish heir. Guests began to circulate, eagerly engaging with Aces, who navigated the crowd with effortless charm. occasionally stealing glances at the quiet observers. In a corner of the banquet hall, an elderly man with a white beard sampled desserts from the long table, while scrutinizing aces as he mingled among the crowd. After a lengthy pause he inquired, "Severus, what are your impressions of this child?" A low, cold voice responded nearby, laced with irritation, "I think very little of him. If your brain, stuffed with sweets, could function even slightly, you would realize that my time is exceedingly precious. Not only must I oversee those foolish trolls, but I must also brew the cursed dental potion for you, you old bee. And you drag me here to a banquet for a child who has yet to enroll." Dumbledore shook his head adorned with a purple wizarding hat, and addressed the man in black lurking in the corner. "Initially, my intentions were directed towards the Cavendish family, for it is a formidable lineage, and I cannot allow him to garner further support." "Are you certain?" "Indeed, he shall not yield to Tom." "What does that have to do with him?" "Severus, do you not perceive the shadow of Tom that looms over him?" Snape found it difficult to comprehend. "If your eyes were not preoccupied with my potion-making, you would discern that he is merely a well-guarded giant." "Headmaster Dumbledore, I do not have the luxury of time to monitor a giant with you. You may observe at your leisure." Seemingly exasperated with Dumbledore, Snape uttered this retort before turning on his heel, his robe swirling behind him. Left in his wake, Dumbledore sighed, lamenting the lack of understanding shown by the younger generation. As for the exchange concerning him taking place in the corner, Ausace remained blissfully unaware. Though he sensed the gaze of others upon him, it was hardly surprising, as all present at the gathering were surreptitiously appraising him. Lucius observed Ausace navigating the banquet with ease, then cast a disapproving glare at his son, who was engrossed in the dessert section, filled with frustration. 9-year-old Draco gazed at his father in confusion. Lucius rubbed his temples, exasperated by his foolish offspring. He was curious about how others raised their children, for their sons seemed remarkably accomplished. As Lucius noted that Ausace was concluding his conversation, he promptly seized Draco and made his way over. Chapter 11, An Owl's Letter. Lucius had previously instructed Draco, prior to attending the banquet, to befriend Ausace at all costs. After exchanging polite greetings with Ausace, Lucius retreated, giving Draco a gentle nudge as a reminder not to forget his earlier admonition. Draco recalled his father's advice. He stepped forward, grasping Ausace's sleeve, eager to utter something, but his mind went blank, leaving him unable to articulate his thoughts, and he could only look at Ausace with wide eyes. Ausace chuckled softly, fully aware of Lucius' intentions, yet finding it difficult to refuse such an endearing little creature. Draco was indeed a charming little platinum bundle, small and well-behaved. Ausace tousled Draco's hair and inquired, "May I call you Draco?" Draco nodded vigorously, lifting his chin in a haughty imitation of Lucius. "You have called me by my first name, which means you are now my friend." Lucius, observing Draco's behavior from a distance, nearly choked in disbelief. Who taught him such methods of making friends? However, Ausace was unperturbed. After all, the little bundle, lacking in height, mimicked his father's proud demeanor, resembling an adorable, fierce kitten, making it impossible not to want to tease him. "Yes, I am indeed your friend." Upon hearing Ausace's affirmation, the initially timid little bundle immediately blossomed with pride, like a little peacock, casting a triumphant glance toward Lucius. Lucius was rendered speechless, recognizing that his son had inherited none of his emotional intelligence. Ausace followed Draco's gaze, and offered a gentle nod to Lucius in acknowledgement. Though somewhat foolish, it seemed that fools still possessed their own share of good fortune. Lucius found a modicum of solace in observing his son's goofy smile alongside the aristocratic Ausace. Throughout the remainder of the banquet, Draco trailed behind Ausace like a loyal shadow, following him wherever he went. As the festivities drew to a close and guests departed in high spirits, Draco reluctantly tugged at Ausace's sleeve. "You promised to tell me stories about Hogwarts. You must not forget." Ausace reassured him that he would not forget. With a reluctant heart, Draco finally agreed to return home with Lucius. Once the guests had dispersed, Ausace instructed the house elves to tidy up the remnants of the gathering before ascending to his chambers for rest. Upon entering his room, a series of knocks echoed from the window. Ausace opened it to find 2 owls, each bearing a letter. One was an acceptance letter from Hogwarts, while the other was from Durmstrang. Ausace had long since resolved to attend Hogwarts, hence he composed a letter to decline Durmstrang's invitation. After sending off the reply to Durmstrang, he finally opened the Hogwarts letter. The first page bore the admission notice. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. President of the International Confederation of Wizards. Knight of Merlin, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot. Dear Mr. Cavendish, we are pleased to inform you that you have been granted admission to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed you will find a list of required books and supplies. The term is set to commence on September 1st. We will eagerly await your owl bearing your response by July 31st. Sincerely, Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall. The second page contained the list of necessary supplies, which Ausace glanced at before setting it aside to freshen up and rest, before sleep claimed him. A sudden thought crossed Ausace's mind. The textbooks from Durmstrang differed from those of Hogwarts. It appeared a trip to Diagon Alley was in order for the following day. The next morning, Ausace retrieved the admission letters he had received. Anna took a look and remarked, "The textbooks seem somewhat different from Durmstrang's. It seems I shall have a little gentleman to accompany me on my shopping today." She winked playfully at Ausace. "It is my honor, mother," Ausace replied in kind. An hour later, the mother and son arrived at the entrance to Diagon Alley. "Come now, Ausace, remember my movements." Anna produced her wand and tapped the bricks in a specific sequence. The entrance slowly revealed itself, and the two entered Diagon Alley one after the other. Their first stop was Gringotts, not for currency exchange, but so that Ausace could familiarize himself with his personal vault, which Anna was showing him. Ausace's vault had been established by the Duke upon his birth, filled with gifts accumulated over the years from the Duke, Anna, and various relatives. The collection was quite impressive, with heaps of alchemical materials. After taking a small amount, they moved on. Post their visit to the vault, they headed straight for Ollivander's wand shop. The clothing had been custom-made and sent directly to the manor, alleviating them of any concern. As for textbooks and cauldrons, Anna had sent the house elves to procure them, leaving only the wand purchase for them to handle. The exterior of Ollivander's was shabby and small, the sign hanging loosely from the door. Entering with caution. The sound of a tinkling bell greeted them. The bell caught the attention of an elderly gentleman buried amidst towering stacks of boxes. The old man turned, scrutinizing the pair. "Ah, un familiar wizard, un familiar wand. I suspect the lady is not purchasing a wand from me. Indeed, Mr. Ollivander, I am a student of Durmstrang, but I have come to accompany my child, Ausace, in procuring a wand, as he is about to enroll at Hogwarts." "Certainly. You will find the most suitable wand for this young wizard here, but I assume this young wizard must already possess one of his own?" Ollivander replied, somewhat displeased. Seeing Ollivander's disgruntled expression, Ausace felt a bit helpless and produced his elder wand, saying, "Mr. Ollivander, my name is Ausace Cavendish. I do own a wand. However, mine is rather powerful and conspicuous, making it unsuitable for school." Ollivander's attention became fixated on the wand Ausace presented. "Elder, is it? May I see it?" "Of course," Ausace replied, extending the wand. Ollivander took it with utmost caution. No, this is not right. Goodness gracious. By Merlin's beard, this is thunderstruck, Elder." Ollivander began examining it intently, his uncertainty palpable. Its magical core appears to be derived from the fur of a creature native to the great eastern nation. Aces could not help but admire Ollivander's expertise. "Indeed, sir, the core is crafted from the tail hair of the eastern candle dragon. What an astonishing combination. This wand must possess formidable power." Reluctantly, Ollivander returned the wand to Aces, continually marveling at its magnificence. "Yes, it is both powerful and proud. However, I am fortunate that it resonates so well with me." Ollivander understood that this wand was a bespoke creation tailored exclusively for Aces. "Mr. Ollivander, may I purchase this wand now?" "Of course, Mr. Cavendish. As a token of gratitude for the inspiration your unique wand has provided me, I have decided to gift you a wand free of charge." With that, Ollivander retrieved a measuring tape to take Ace's measurements. After completing the measurements, he rummaged through the storeroom in search of a wand suitable for Aces. Chapter 12. The First Encounter with Snape. From acacia wood to cedar, from holly to birch. Ace's discerning taste exceeded Ollivander's expectations. Anna, having long anticipated her son's fastidiousness, had departed for shopping early. After a considerable search, Ollivander emerged from the storeroom, cradling an antiquated box. "Try this one. Walnut wood, spine quill of a WYREM, 13.5 inches. The methods of capturing a WYREM are now lost to time, rendering its spine quills exceedingly rare. The only remnants of this knowledge belong to the wizard who first mastered the art of WYRM capture. This wand only accepts exceptionally gifted young wizards." Aces accepted the wand and gave it a gentle swish, causing the disarrayed boxes in the shop to return to their cabinets, aligning themselves neatly. "It suits you perfectly, Mr. Cavendish. You will undoubtedly become an outstanding wizard. Your future is destined to be remarkable. Thank you for your kind words and generosity." Aces gracefully performed a noble bow to Ollivander. Ollivander presented Aces with numerous wand care supplies, as he could not bear to see the two rare wands in Ace's possession suffer any harm. with the 2 wands that Ollivander had so passionately cherished. Aces departed the quaint shop. Having acquired all he needed, his curiosity piqued about Nocturne Alley. He resolved to explore it, but first he needed to locate Anna. As Aces traversed the streets of Diagon Alley, he searched for his mother. Suddenly, a hurried shadow clad in black crossed his line of sight, the dark robe swirling as he instinctively followed the figure. What met his gaze was a familiar silhouette, one of the 2 individuals he had recognized from the prophecy. It was him. Ace's eyes flickered with understanding. The man being observed was evidently on high alert. Ace's fleeting glances did not escape his notice. When the man turned his gaze toward him, Aces did not shy away, but instead offered a respectful bow, a gesture typically reserved for esteemed elders. The man's actions warranted such respect, and although many details had faded due to the prophecy's peculiar nature, Aces remembered that this man was an undercover agent. Snape was en route to Nocturne Alley to procure new potion ingredients when his keen senses as a spy alerted him to someone watching him. Following the gaze, he beheld the young giant from that day. Snape's expression remained impassive as he scrutinized the little giant who had been staring at him. In the next moment, he raised an eyebrow slowly. Is he bowing to me? And if I am not mistaken, is this gesture directed toward a trusted elder? Trust me? How foolish. To extend trust to a complete stranger. Truly an absurd giant. Snape's mind was rife with derision. Unaware of Snape's thoughts, Aces finished his bow and turned to depart. While Snape continued to watch the direction in which Aces had left, inwardly mocking the old honeyed one for becoming increasingly naive, needing to remain vigilant even against such a simple-minded giant. Eventually, Aces found Anna at Madame Malkin's Robes for all occasions, where she was engaged in conversation with Narcissa. Noticing Ace's presence, she promptly bid farewell to Narcissa. How did it go, my son? What wand did you acquire? The wand measures 13.5 inches. Crafted from walnut wood, with a core of Wyrm spine quill. Quite similar to your father's. His core is a phoenix feather. Aces suddenly interjected, Mother, I wish to visit Nocturne Alley. Anna frowned, her expression one of disapproval. What prompts your desire to go to Nocturne Alley? It is not a place for the faint of heart. I merely wish to take a look. If it is not permissible, I shall forget it. Aces immediately discerned from Anna's countenance that she would not consent. If we cannot go, then so be it. I am merely curious. Recalling the individual he had just encountered, Aces casually remarked, By the way, Mother, I believe I just saw a professor from Hogwarts. Which professor? Dumbledore? No. This professor was dressed entirely in black and appeared quite young. It must be Severus Snape. He is the head of Slytherin House and also the potions master. Severus Snape. Aces silently committed this name to memory. Previously, he had only known him as a Hogwarts professor but had not been aware of his name. Upon mentioning Snape, Anna suddenly sighed in admiration. He is remarkable. He is likely the youngest potion master, with exceptional skills. Most of the potions our family uses are his creations. Since you will be attending Hogwarts, you will have the opportunity to learn potions from him. Potions, you say? I have not yet delved into that subject. There are no family members skilled in potions, while my parents are more adept at alchemy. A sudden anticipation for his school life began to take root within him. In the days that followed, Aces frequented the basement and the library, eventually deciding to relocate a portion of the books to the basement. Beyond reading, Aces also crafted numerous alchemical products and pilfered a fair amount of Anna's resources, as he still lacked sufficient strength. The alchemical products would assist him considerably. He also discovered an alchemical chest in the vault, which housed a sizable space, roughly half the size of the Cavendish estate. With this chest, Aces could prepare even more items. Most of his vault's contents were relocated into the chest, making retrieval convenient when needed without the necessity of visiting Gringotts. Additionally, he gathered alchemical and potion materials at home, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, storing many within the chest. Aces even made some modifications to the interior of the chest, transforming it into an alchemical laboratory and a library. Time slipped by amidst his busy endeavors, and before long, the day of Ace's official enrollment arrived. On that morning, the family made their way to King's Cross Station. In a secluded corner of the station, 3 figures suddenly appeared. They appeared to be a family, all possessing black hair and dark eyes, and their striking features attracted the attention of many within the station. Among them, the boy donned a simple yet fashionable suit, carrying a brown suitcase. They were none other than Aces and his family. Anna embraced Aces tenderly, whispering reminders to take care of himself. The Duke wrapped an arm around his wife, offering no words, merely patting Aces on the shoulder. Everything was conveyed in silence. Chapter 13, Enrollment. Bidding farewell to his parents, Aces made his way toward the Hogwarts Express with his suitcase in tow. Few souls occupied the front of the train. Only a handful of young wizards were still saying their goodbyes to their parents, and the time was still early, resulting in a sparse crowd. Thus, it was quite easy for Aces to find an empty compartment on the train. With a flick of his wand, he cast a confundus charm at the door and magically stowed his suitcase away. After completing these tasks, he retrieved a potions book he had yet to finish reading and began to study quietly. He needed to prepare for his potion lessons. In the days prior, he had attended several gatherings of pureblood aristocrats and had heard whispers of that individual being unpopular at Hogwarts, with many speaking ill of him, for reasons unknown. Perhaps it was due to his position as a respected teacher? In summary, he was not particularly keen on witnessing that individual being treated with indifference. Others were inconsequential to him, but he resolved to take his own matter seriously. Potion making and alchemy, in essence, were two paths converging towards the same destination, and thus, the more Aces observed, the more intriguing he found potions to be. "Excuse me, may I sit here? I can't seem to find a place." A voice disrupted the tranquil atmosphere. Aces looked up to see a girl with disheveled hair, clad in patched clothing, her demeanor awkward. "Of course. Come in and take a seat." "Hello, I am Aces Cavendish." Aces glanced at the doorway, realizing that his confusion charm had worn off. No wonder the girl could enter. Not wanting to exacerbate her discomfort, Aces gently invited her inside. "Hello, I am Iris Lovelace." The girl timidly settled into the seat opposite Aces, speaking no further words after her introduction, her movements careful as if she feared disturbing Aces' reading. Aces, not particularly adept at interacting with girls of his age, resumed his reading, noting her silence. After a spell of silence, the stillness was once again shattered, this time by two red-haired boys. "Hey there. I'm George Weasley." "And I'm Fred Weasley. You can call us George and Fred." Their playful banter elicited laughter from the girl. As she giggled, she introduced herself. "Hello. I am Iris Lovelace." "I am Aces Cavendish," he added nonchalantly, allowing the two jesters to take a seat beside him. With the arrival of these two lively characters, the atmosphere in the carriage noticeably brightened, and the four engaged in spirited conversation. When the topic of Hogwarts houses arose, a disagreement ensued. George was adamant that the sorting ceremony involved battling trolls, while Fred argued it was dragons. Their debate escalated, filling the carriage with their voices. To preserve his sanity, Aces subtly shifted the topic, inquiring about their respective houses. "Gryffindor. Our family has always been Gryffindor," the twins chimed in unison for the first time. Upon hearing this, Iris' expression darkened, and she remained silent. Aces cast a contemplative glance at her, but refrained from speaking. "My parents did not attend school here, so I am uncertain of my house," Aces explained briefly. The twins exchanged curious glances. "Are you a foreigner?" "Not exactly. My parents simply did not remain in the country." Aces offered a slight clarification. "Iris, what troubles you?" Upon hearing this, the twins turned their attention to Iris, whose complexion was pale and her eyes clouded with inscrutable emotions. She managed a weak smile, explaining that she felt a bit nauseous from the journey and added, "I suppose I might also be a Gryffindor. My father was a Gryffindor." Noticing the time and sensing it was nearly time, Aces stood and moved towards the door to allow Iris the space to change into her school robes. The twins followed closely behind. Iris sat alone in the carriage, her demeanor somewhat dazed. After she had changed, the other three boys donned their robes as well. Just as they finished, the train came to a halt, and the young wizards on board began to buzz with excitement. The four descended the train alongside the throng of students. A towering figure stood below, counting the young wizards. Once all were gathered, he called out loudly, "First-year students, follow me. I am Hagrid. All first years, stay close and mind your step." Hagrid, holding a lantern, led the newcomers forward. Almost 100 first years followed the burly man along a dark, winding path. This was the initiation of the first years, allowing them to experience the very path once traversed by the founders. Aces raised his wand and cast a Lumos charm, a brilliant white light illuminating their way, prompting other young wizards who could perform the charm to follow suit. The scattered lights pushed back the darkness. After walking for a while, they arrived at the edge of a pitch-black lake, where the profound darkness could not be dispelled even by their illuminating spells. "4 of you in each boat. Please ensure your safety," Hagrid shouted. The young wizards hurried onto the boats. Aces, the twins, and Iris managed to stay together and boarded the same vessel. As the boat began to cross the lake, the young wizards chattered excitedly. "Duck!" Hagrid suddenly bellowed. Except for Aces, the bewildered young wizards promptly lowered their heads. The boats traversed through one tunnel after another, finally arriving at the opposite shore of the lake. Hagrid led the chattering group to a large door. Pushing it open with a grunt, Inside stood a stern witch clad in robes. Professor McGonagall greeted Hagrid, who then departed, while she proceeded to check the list of new students before guiding them into a small room. Welcome to Hogwarts. Next, you will undergo the sorting ceremony. Hogwarts is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Professor McGonagall provided an overview of the school, emphasizing the sorting and the house cup. Alright. The sorting ceremony will commence shortly. I suggest you tidy your robes. The sorting will be conducted in front of the entire school faculty and students. With that, Professor McGonagall waited a moment before leading the group of young wizards outside. Chapter 14. The Sorting Ceremony. The young wizards followed Professor McGonagall through the entrance hall, and into a brilliantly lit great hall. Hundreds of floating candles adorned the ceiling, resembling tiny stars twinkling above, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The hall was furnished with 4 long tables, each filled with upper-year students, save for the front sections, which remained empty. Each table was adorned with splendid and exquisite plates and goblets, seemingly awaiting the commencement of a grand feast. Beyond the 4 long tables lay the staff table, occupied by Hogwarts professors and staff. Ace's gaze immediately fell upon a dark figure, who was surveying the first years with a chilling glare. His brow furrowed as if the newcomers were trolls. Once the young wizards were assembled, Professor McGonagall lifted an ancient, grimy hat and placed it upon a high stool. The hall fell silent at this sight. The hat began to sway and sing. You may think me unremarkable, yet do not judge by appearances. If you can find a hat more clever than I shall gladly eat myself. Come and wear me. Do not fear. You are safe in my hands, for I am a thinking hat. The lyrics introduced the characteristics of the 4 houses: Gryffindor's bravery, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Slytherin's cunning. As the song concluded, Professor McGonagall picked up the list of new students and began calling names. Fred Weasley. The red-haired twin squeezed through the crowd and took a seat on the stool. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat on his head, and before it could touch his hair, it whispered, "Ah, a Weasley. I see Gryffindor." Thunderous applause erupted from the Gryffindor table as Fred, thrilled, joined his housemates. George Weasley. This time, the sorting hat's decision was even swifter. Before it reached George's head, it declared Gryffindor. Iris Lovelace. Upon hearing her name, Iris's face paled, as if the sorting hat were a terrifying creature. Professor McGonagall, mistaking her anxiety for nervousness, reassured her repeatedly until Iris reluctantly seated herself on the stool. The sorting hat took longer this time, engaging in a dialogue with Iris before finally exclaiming, "Slytherin." Iris cast a cold glance at the sorting hat before making her way to the Slytherin table. The sorting ceremony proceeded with each of the 4 houses reaping its own rewards, as cheers erupted from 3 of the houses while Slytherin remained reserved, offering only sporadic applause, and at times none at all. As Seska Cavendish heard Professor McGonagall call her name, she approached the high stool with a nonchalant grace that convinced the little serpents of Slytherin that she was indeed one of their own. Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon Seska's head, and it murmured in her mind, "Ah, a new surname, Cavendish. A lineage steeped in history, pure-blooded, ambitious and gifted, yearning for knowledge, and possessing the courage to protect what they love. Where shall I place you?" Such a conundrum. The sorting hat continued to ponder, "Little witch. Do you have a preferred house? What do you desire most? Perhaps power? Knowledge?" Faced with the hat's inquiries, Seska found herself in a quandary. To safeguard Dumbledore, Gryffindor would be an excellent choice. However, Slytherin clearly aligned more with her disposition. The prudent and measured serpents appealed to her more than the exuberant lions. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, Seska resolved her indecision, declaring, "Slytherin. I seek that which lies within Slytherin." "As you wish, little witch. May you find what you desire amongst the Slytherins," the hat proclaimed, and with that it shouted, "Slytherin." The applause that followed from the long table of Slytherin was the most fervent since the commencement of the sorting ceremony, welcoming Seska into their fold. Some of the little serpents had been advised by their families to befriend the heir of Cavendish, while others were simply adept at reading the room. As Seska made her way to the long table, the little serpents greeted her warmly, which she reciprocated with a gentle and friendly demeanor. Once seated, she felt the weight of the faculty's gaze upon her, and looked up to meet Severus Snape's eyes. As a Slytherin student, she offered a polite nod, which Snape returned with indifference, averting his gaze. Seska remained unfazed. A few minutes later, the last new student completed their sorting, officially concluding the ceremony. Professor McGonagall collected the list and returned to her seat, wrapping her cup to capture the attention of the satiated students. The clear chime resonated, ding ding. Dumbledore rose from the head table, tapping his throat with his wand, and with a benevolent expression addressed the students below. As your headmaster, I warmly welcome you to Hogwarts. And now let me impart a final word. Nincompoops. Crybabies. Rascals. Twist. No sooner had Dumbledore's words faded than tables laden with a variety of sumptuous foods appeared before the ravenous students, who eagerly began to indulge. The little lions exhibited the most uncouth manners, devouring their meals as if in a contest. The badgers were somewhat more refined, while the eagles engaged in spirited discussions even as they ate. The serpents, however, displayed the utmost elegance, their movements poised and unhurried, a sight to behold. Just as the little witches and wizards relished their feast, a swarm of translucent, ghostly figures emerged unexpectedly from various corners, some from beneath the tables, others from the walls, and even dangling from the ceiling. Many of the new students were startled, shouting in disarray. Among them floated a bloodied ghost, who settled beside Aseska. Yet she remained unperturbed, continuing her meal with grace and poise. Finding no effect on her, the ghost drifted away in disappointment to terrify another newcomer, who paled and recoiled. In the ensuing chaos, the little witches and wizards concluded their meal. The clear ringing of Dumbledore's summons attracted the attention of the satisfied students. With a cheerful demeanor, he stood once more, amplifying his voice. All right, the sorting ceremony is nearly at its end. Before we conclude, let us partake in one final activity, singing the school song. Dumbledore raised his wand, appearing as a conductor, and soon the hall resonated with various melodies of the school song, each student singing to their own preferred tune. Though the harmonies varied, under Dumbledore's magical direction, they resonated with a peculiar beauty rather than chaos. Aseska refrained from joining the chorus. She was not accustomed to such boisterous gatherings and preferred to delve into her studies in solitude. Once the singing ceased, the sorting ceremony officially came to a close, and the heads of each house led their new students to their respective dormitories. The Slytherin common room lay beneath the lake, and as the head of Slytherin guided the little serpents to a stone door, he began to extol the virtues of their house. Welcome to Slytherin, the most esteemed of Hogwarts houses, reigning champions of the House Cup for 4 consecutive years. Remember, it is your duty to uphold the honor of Slytherin. Our winning streak must not falter. We emerge from the mire, filled with ambition, thirsting for power, strong and composed, elegant and unrepentant. We are Slytherin. Upon concluding, the head of Slytherin gestured to the stone door, stating, remember, entry into the common room requires a password, which changes every fortnight and will be posted on the notice board. Moreover, it is strictly forbidden to divulge our password. This week's password is pureblood. Upon uttering the password, the stone door creaked open, and the head led the little serpents inside. Within the common room, the head of Slytherin, the lethargic serpent leader, awaited them. He stood expressionless, surveying the trembling little serpents before darkly proclaiming, according to Slytherin regulations, the new students must elect an invisible prefect to manage you brainless trolls. He paused momentarily upon noticing Aseska, glaring at her as she offered a smile, before continuing, I trust you will not behave like foolish trolls who cannot wield their wands. Now commence. With that, Snape waved his wand, conjuring an area within the common room as a dueling platform. The older students gathered to watch, while the newcomers whispered amongst themselves, none daring to step onto the dueling platform under Snape's formidable presence. Aseska had no intention of participating in such matters, but noting the reluctance of others to step forward, she sensed an impending predicament. Sure enough, Snape's gaze fell upon her. Toot, toot, toot. It is quite unexpected that the fabled heir of the Cavendish family lacks the courage to ascend the dueling platform. It appears your reputation is merely a fabrication of foolish claims, he intoned in a deep, resplendent voice. Aseska realized she could not back down now. She remained indifferent to the challenge. Yet, she wondered why the professor was testing her, and whether she had drawn Dumbledore's attention. Contemplating her recent actions, Aseska, under Snape's oppressive gaze, smiled sweetly and retorted, Professor, I certainly possess the courage to stand upon the dueling platform, but is there anyone brave enough to duel with me? Snape surveyed the surroundings. The other little serpents averted their eyes from the Serpent King's steely gaze. Although they were unaware of Aseska's abilities, they could not remain as composed as she under Snape's pressure, fearing the venomous repercussions of stepping forward. The retreating serpents elicited Snape's displeasure, and he shot a glare at Aseska. Defying a professor, I hope the detention you receive in the upcoming fortnight will serve as a reminder of your transgressions. The atmosphere in the common room grew tense under Snape's biting remarks, yet Aseska appeared unfazed, responding to the detention as if it were a mere inconvenience. She even proposed a solution to her predicament. Professor, may I challenge an upperclassman? Since he wishes to test the waters, let him have his way. It is an opportune moment to showcase a modicum of strength and avert unnecessary troubles. Upon uttering these words, not only did the older students deem him ignorant of his own limitations, but even the first years present regarded him as excessively arrogant. Snape scoffed, casually selecting an older student to serve as Ausace's opponent. This student, known as Marcus Flint, was a second year. The two took their positions on the dueling platform and bowed to one another. The Slytherins, possessing a basic understanding of dueling etiquette, noted that Ausace's bow was impeccably executed. Following the formalities, Flint initiated the attack. He was quickly incapacitated. Ausace remained unmoved, calm and collected. Just as Snape could no longer restrain himself, Ausace waved his wand, casting a flawless shield charm that intercepted Flint's spell, swiftly followed by a disarming charm. The sheer force of his magic not only sent Flint's wand flying, but also propelled him backward. The onlookers erupted in astonished gasps. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's eyes. Such a perfect shield charm was beyond the capabilities of even upperclassmen. Yet here was a first-year effortlessly casting it. Coupled with the rapid follow-up disarming spell that sent Flint sprawling, it seemed prudent to keep a closer eye on him. No wonder the old bee was so wary of him. With 2 years remaining until Potter's enrollment, it was indeed troublesome, all thanks to that old bee. The thought of Harry Potter left Snape's gaze vacant. Ausace caught Flint with a levitation spell before returning his wand, then gently inquired, "I apologize. I did not manage my power well. Are you all right?" Having been defeated by a first year in front of everyone and flung away, Flint's expression was far from pleasant. However, Ausace's demeanor left him at a loss for words, and he could only retrieve his wand and exit the common room. Unfazed by Flint's attitude, Ausace turned to Snape, asking whether they should continue. Snape, in a tone laced with ambiguity, replied, "Continue," stung by the humiliation of being bested by a first year. The other upperclassmen sought to reclaim their dignity, and one older student, subtly encircled by his peers, stood up. He was Aaron Carter, the third-year head of Slytherin. The two exchanged bows. This time, Ausace did not yield. No sooner had they bowed than he unleashed a disarming spell. Carter barely managed to dodge it, but before he could counterattack, he was struck by Ausace's incapacitating spell. Chapter 16, The First Potions Class. This duel concluded even more swiftly than the last. Ausace's decisive actions and formidable magical prowess led the Slytherin students present to silently elevate their assessment and interest in him. Snape, however, regarded Ausace with a scrutinizing gaze. Such mastery of powerful magic control was hardly characteristic of a first-year wizard. Ausace remained indifferent to Snape's scrutiny. He recognized Snape as a respected mentor who would neither deceive him nor offer unsolicited revelations. "Shall we continue, Professor?" Ausace inquired. "No need. From this day forth, the invisible head of the first year will be Mr. Cavendish. I hope our Mr. Cavendish can fulfill his responsibilities and refrain from idling about like those foolish trolls," Snape remarked. His voice rich and velvety, even as it dripped with sarcasm. Meeting Snape's gaze, Ausace spoke each word with a sense of commitment. "As you wish, Professor." Snape found the retort he had nearly uttered caught in his throat, swallowed back upon encountering Ausace's earnest expression and respectful demeanor. He truly could not fathom why this little giant exhibited no fear of him, while the other Slytherins kept their distance as if he were a venomous serpent. This conundrum eluded Snape's understanding. Yet it mattered little. In the end, they would all depart. With a scoff, he swept out of the common room. Ausace watched Snape's retreating figure, pondering what had just transpired. In that fleeting moment, Snape had seemed to isolate himself from the world. What could render such a powerful wizard so profoundly lonely? After Snape's departure, the other Slytherins clustered around Ausace, eager to inquire about how he had achieved such prowess. After casually addressing a few of their questions, Ausace excused himself, leaving the common room. Inside the common room, Eliza observed Ausace's departing silhouette with an inscrutable expression. Back in his dormitory, Ausace felt a sense of satisfaction, though running for the position of invisible head had not been his intention. However, the invisible head enjoyed a private dormitory, free from the need to share space with others, which suited him perfectly. He preferred solitude. Waving his wand, he used the levitation charm to arrange his dormitory, transforming it into a space reminiscent of his bedroom at home, albeit filled with many more books. There was no basement here, so to facilitate his reading, Ausace placed all the books he had brought in his dormitory, those suitable for public viewing, of course, while the more clandestine volumes, such as those on dark magic, were securely stored in his alchemical chest. Once everything was in order, after a long day of travel and 2 duels, Ausace found himself rather fatigued. The weight of sleepiness overtook him, and he lay down on his bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, Ausace rose promptly at 6, adhering to the routine he had maintained at home. With ample time before classes commenced, He completed his morning rituals and dove into his alchemical experiments within his chest. Only when his alarm rang did he set aside his work. Exiting his dormitory, he leisurely donned his school robes and made his way to the Great Hall for breakfast. At this early hour, the Great Hall was still sparsely populated, with few students at the Slytherin table. Eliza was among the few Slytherins present. Upon noticing Ausace's arrival, she hesitated for a few moments before taking a seat beside him and greeting him, her expression betraying a desire to speak yet holding back. Ausace responded politely, recognizing her hesitation. Though it was apparent she had something on her mind, he was aware of her background, having commissioned an inquiry into her family's affairs. Yet he felt no obligation to broach the subject. After their meal, Ausace invited Eliza to accompany him to class, and she readily agreed. The first class for the first-year Slytherins was Potions, taught by their house head, alongside the Hufflepuff Badgers. In the Potions classroom, Ausace and Eliza arrived early, finding themselves the first to enter. Ausace chose a seat near the front, while Eliza sat beside him, her lips pursed in silence. A lengthy quiet ensued. Ausace, known for his patience, perused his textbook with a casual air, paying little heed to Eliza's internal struggle. Gradually, the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students trickled into the classroom. The Badgers were friendly and gentle, engaging with the Slytherins without conflict, enthusiastically sharing the latest gossip, filling the classroom with the chatter of young wizards. Suddenly, the door swung open with a bang, and Snape entered, his black robe swirling like a tempest. His icy gaze silenced the conversing students, who instinctively quieted. Snape approached the front of the classroom, waving his wand to draw the curtains shut, plunging the already dim Potions classroom into deeper shadows. As the darkness enveloped the room, Ausace noted that Snape's expression appeared slightly more relaxed. It struck him that Snape seemed to dwell perpetually in shadows, much like he did now. The Slytherins and Hufflepuffs trembled under the Potions master's imposing presence, too intimidated to utter a sound. Satisfied by their fearful demeanor, Snape began, "You are here to learn potions." His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly within the small classroom. Snape scanned the room, his piercing gaze compelling the young wizards to lower their heads, unwilling to meet his eyes. Seeing their retreat, Snape begrudgingly felt a sense of satisfaction. "There is no need to brandish your wands here, which is why many of you fail to grasp the allure of potion making. My sole request in your study of potions is this. Refrain from clumsily waving your hands with unwarranted arrogance. Before you commence any actions, I implore you to engage your minds, which are currently obstructed by the weeds of ignorance, and ponder whether your actions are appropriate." As he spoke, Snape cast a pointed glance at the Hufflepuff Badgers. "Mr. Cavendish, when should the fluxweed be harvested?" "On the night of the full moon, Professor." "And the purpose of the sneezewort?" "It is used to create a calming draught." "The feather of the shrivel fig?" "It is used in the making of memory potions and truth serums." This exchange of authoritative inquiry and polite response showcased a spirited duel of wits. It appeared that Mr. Cavendish had no intention of dismissing his potion professor. For his answer, Snape awarded Mr. Cavendish 10 points to Slytherin. Ausace let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had reviewed the potion textbook on his way to class, and retained much of the information. Coupled with his keen interest in potions, having perused several foundational texts, he was able to sufficiently respond to Snape's inquiries. Chapter 17. Transfiguration Class. Why didn't you jot down the previous content? Or do you consider yourselves clever enough to forego notes? The venomous hiss of his voice made the young wizard's hands tremble as they took notes. It must be said that Snape exuded an overwhelming presence during class. Not a soul dared to whisper, not even the Slytherins. The tension reached its zenith during the potion-making segment. The young wizards paired off, hastily following the steps to concoct their potions. Yet the unfamiliar materials and processes left them feeling uneasy. Snape, showing no mercy, chastised those who faltered in their attempts. The Slytherins fared comparatively well, managing to complete their potions without being splattered by venom. However, the Hufflepuffs fared poorly. Already intimidated by Snape, their anxiety escalated with his constant presence, leading to numerous failures in their attempts. The Hufflepuffs, already nervous from their earlier mishaps, found themselves trapped in a vicious cycle of anxiety and failure. Ausace, paired with Elise, benefited from his adept experience in material handling, and completed the potion with remarkable ease. His seamless execution earned an additional 5 points from Snape. Observing the Hufflepuff's pitiable state and Snape's scowling countenance, Ausace subtly offered hints to the nearby Badgers. Being at a distance, he could do little more than wish them luck. With Ausace's guidance, the surrounding Badgers gradually succeeded in their endeavors, casting grateful glances in his direction. Where did this good Samaritan come from? Snape cast a glance at Ausace. offering no opposition. Slytherin was awarded 10 points for Mr. Cavendish's kindness. By the end of the class, the Hufflepuffs resembled flowers battered by a storm, their faces reflecting a sense of survival. As assignments were collected, the flawless quality of Osse's work caught Snape's attention. Have you previously encountered potions? No, sir. However, I have studied alchemy, and I sense a certain connection between the two. While crafting potions, I seem to perceive the magical fluctuations within them. You can sense magical fluctuations? For the first time, Snape regarded Osses with genuine interest. Despite having demonstrated formidable dueling abilities earlier, he had merely remained vigilant. However, this was not the moment for further inquiry. Tonight at 7 o'clock curfew. I hope Mr. Cavendish is a punctual individual. Your professor does not favor waiting. With that, Snape departed in a flurry. Osse's next lesson was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. Having exchanged a few words with Snape, he arrived at the Transfiguration classroom just as it was nearing capacity. Osses entered just in time, and several Slytherins waved him over, making space for him. His impressive abilities and the 25 points awarded to Slytherin at the start of the term had garnered their respect. Furthermore, as the invisible prefect, many Slytherins had saved seats for him. Osses chose not to be particular, and sat in the nearest available seat. Just as he settled in, the class began. The next moment, the tabby cat on the podium leaped forward, transforming into Professor McGonagall, clad in a green wizarding robe. After landing, she surveyed the students below. Excellent. No tardy, students. I hope you continue this trend. Let us commence. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous branch of magic you will encounter at Hogwarts. I warn you. Anyone who dares to act foolishly in my class will be asked to leave, and shall never return. Professor McGonagall addressed the young witches and wizards sternly, unwilling to see her students harmed due to negligence or mischief. The young wizards nodded in acknowledgement. Once she was assured they understood, she officially began the lesson. She commenced with the fundamentals of transfiguration, meticulously dissecting the theoretical aspects from the textbook, interspersing her explanation with warnings about the inherent dangers of the practice, fearful that the Navi students might recklessly attempt it. After an extensive discussion, she checked the students' notes to ensure comprehension before allowing them to attempt the task. She waved her wand, placing a matchstick before each student. Now let us see if you can transform the matchstick into a silver needle. Upon hearing Professor McGonagall's words, the previously listless students, invigorated by the prospect of practical work, eagerly retrieved their wands. However, the results of their attempts were disappointing. None succeeded in transforming the matchsticks, not even achieving the slightest alteration. After several unsuccessful attempts, the surrounding Slytherins looked to Osses for guidance. Osses drew forth his wand and gently tapped the matchstick, which began to elongate and reshape itself, ultimately transforming into an exquisitely crafted silver needle with intricate filigree. Gasps of astonishment erupted from his peers, drawing Professor McGonagall's attention as she approached to admire Osses' work. An exceptionally flawless demonstration of transfiguration. Slytherin earns 5 points. The other young wizards, still striving, looked on enviously at Osses, and the nearby Slytherins, seeing that McGonagall had not objected, eagerly sought his advice. Transforming a matchstick into a needle was not inherently difficult. Rather, it was the students' impatience that hindered their performance. Osses offered corrections to the mindset of several Slytherins, and before long, they too managed to transform a matchstick into a rudimentary needle. The remaining challenge lay in further practice, as their control over magic was lacking and their composure unstable. There was little Osses could do to remedy this. After assisting the Slytherins, Osses found himself with little to occupy his time. Noticing that Professor McGonagall was momentarily preoccupied, he began to experiment with transfiguration using the silver needle. From small to large, from a needle to a cup, Osses endeavored to explore each transformation. After validating several of his ideas, he grew dissatisfied with merely altering appearances. He began to experiment with changing the very essence of the matchstick. With a gentle tap of his wand, Osses focused on conjuring the shape of a mouse within his mind, watching as the matchstick twisted and transformed. Unbeknownst to him, Professor McGonagall had approached and was intently observing his actions. After a lengthy transformation, the matchstick successfully morphed into a squeaking mouse. With a mixture of disapproval and appreciation, Professor McGonagall regarded Osses. Mr. Cavendish, you should be aware of the dangers inherent in transfiguration. I have repeatedly emphasized the importance of not attempting to alter the essence of objects without proper guidance. For your actions, Slytherin loses 2 points. Before the Slytherins could even sigh in disappointment, McGonagall continued, however, due to your exceptional skills in transfiguration, Slytherin will gain 5 points. This will be a one-time exception. Ausace was acutely aware of Professor McGonagall's concerns for him, and expressed his apologies, saying, "I'm sorry, Professor McGonagall. It won't happen again." His demeanor prompted a nod from McGonagall. He was neither arrogant nor overly humble, demonstrating a commendable sense of propriety. In the subsequent lesson, the young wizards were diligently attempting to transfigure matches into needles, while Ausace, under Professor McGonagall's watchful eye, completely mastered the art of transfiguring creatures. His exquisite control of magic and formidable power earned him increasing admiration from McGonagall. "Mr. Cavendish, please visit my office after class," she instructed. "Of course, Professor McGonagall." After class, Ausace arrived at McGonagall's office as agreed. She was already waiting for him, her desk cluttered with graded papers and a cup of tea placed opposite her. Ausace approached and seated himself at the desk. "Professor McGonagall, I've arrived. Is there anything you require of me?" What a polite child. McGonagall paused her grading, increasingly regretting that he was not a Gryffindor student. "It's truly a pity. I would like to officially invite you to join the Transfiguration Club. I wonder if you would be willing to accept?" "The Transfiguration Club?" "Yes, there you will delve into more advanced transfiguration techniques. You possess a remarkable talent for transfiguration, and I do not wish for it to go to waste." "Professor McGonagall, I might be a bit busy. My energy is somewhat limited, and I apologize." Ausace viewed transfiguration as merely a type of spell, lacking the passion he held for alchemy and potions. McGonagall was reluctant to let such a promising student slip away. After a moment's contemplation, she inquired again, "The Transfiguration Club will not demand too much of your time. Typically, it meets 3 times a week. You are welcome to attend once a week, as long as you grasp the content covered in those sessions. If you truly find yourself overwhelmed, you may attend once every 2 weeks. McGonagall had great faith in Ausace's learning capabilities, and was unconcerned about his ability to keep up. It became increasingly difficult for Ausace to decline. After all, she was an elder, and with her concession, he felt compelled to acquiesce. Additionally, he harbored a slight curiosity about becoming an animagus. "Very well then. I appreciate your consideration, Professor McGonagall." "Splendid. The Transfiguration Club typically meets on Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday afternoons. You may choose a time that suits you. All right then. Enjoy your meal. I shan't occupy your leisure time any longer." "Thank you, Professor McGonagall. However, I am afraid I have no leisure time today, as I am confined by Dean Snape." Ausace waved his hand in a seemingly helpless manner, though his expression belied any displeasure. During lunch, the young wizards were scattered throughout the Great Hall, chatting and eating. Upon Ausace's arrival, he overheard several first-year Gryffindors and some upperclassmen lamenting Professor Snape. He listened quietly for a while, feeling a twinge of sympathy for the professor. Indeed, the Gryffindors often bore the brunt of his reprimands, yet they rarely reflected on their own misdeeds, blowing up cauldrons and breaking school rules. It was hardly surprising that they faced his ire. Each reprimand they received was not without justification. Ausace had little desire to engage in an argument with them. It seemed futile, for the Gryffindors would hardly listen. However, he entertained the mischievous notion of startling them. He stealthily approached their side, cleared his throat, and announced, "Professor Snape? What are you doing here?" The faces of the Gryffindors went pale in an instant, their bodies rigid as they dared not turn around. Ausace, unable to suppress his amusement at their near panic, chose not to further tease them and quietly slipped away. After a prolonged silence, the Gryffindors finally turned to look back, relief washing over their faces. The afternoon's lesson was flying class. Ausace had already encountered flying broomsticks at home and had excelled at it. But he simply did not enjoy the sport. He preferred the idea of flying unaided, which led him to study flying charms. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ausace arrived promptly at the entrance to the dungeons and gently knocked on the door. The Medusa on the door opened its eyes. "Mr. Cavendish?" "Yes, miss. Come in." The dean instructed that upon your arrival, you should proceed directly to the potions classroom. The dungeon door creaked open. What greeted Ausace was a dungeon even more foreboding than the potions classroom. The walls were lined with cabinets filled with various glass bottles containing materials, within which he could faintly discern various animal limbs. He even spotted several live snakes and lizards flicking their tongues. Apart from these bottles, the dungeon was predominantly filled with books, new, old, thin, thick, occupying more than half of the space. Before Ausace could fully take in the titles of the books, a door swung open, followed by a voice dripping with sarcasm. "I had thought I invited Mr. Cavendish here for detention, not to stand around like a giant oaf." The elongated notes of his deep voice were as melodious as ever, yet the sarcasm was just as sharp. Understanding Snape's character, Aces knew that any rebuttal would only invite further derision, so he promptly apologized. My apologies, Professor. This is my first time in the dungeon, and I was momentarily unsure of what to do. What should I be doing now? Snape felt a twinge of disappointment. The young giant had refrained from speaking back, leaving him without grounds for further chastisement. Come with me. Snape turned and entered the small room from earlier, and Aces quickly followed. Inside the small chamber were several cauldrons, steam rising from the boiling contents. It appeared the professor had been brewing potions just prior to Aces' arrival. Without waiting for a closer inspection, Snape directed Aces to a cauldron. Prepare today's potion. Do it as you did earlier. With that, Snape stood to the side, observing Aces intently. Aces complied, carefully sensing the magical essence of the cauldron before adding the materials based on his instincts. Before long, he had created a potion, which he bottled and presented to Snape. At that moment, Snape's eyes sparkled with excitement as he regarded Aces, an innate potions prodigy much like himself. In potion making, timing was of the essence. One must add the appropriate ingredients at precisely the right moment. Generally, textbooks provided the simplest methods, while seasoned potion masters relied on their observations and experiences to determine when to add materials. However, Aces and Snape were different. They could sense the magical fluctuations within the cauldron, allowing them to perfectly gauge the timing for adding ingredients. Why were they deemed geniuses? Because no two moments were ever the same. Each potion-making session inevitably bore variances. Since potion-making was an exceptionally meticulous endeavor, even the slightest discrepancy could yield significant consequences. Thus, their instincts were of paramount importance. As Snape contemplated this, he suppressed his excitement. Earlier, Professor McGonagall had mentioned a matter regarding Aces joining the Transfiguration Club. Aces' excellence undoubtedly brought him prestige in McGonagall's eyes. Now he discovered that Aces not only possessed remarkable transfiguration talent, but also excelled in potion-making. In addition to the spellcasting prowess he had demonstrated during their duel, a true genius, and one with a formidable background. At present, Aces appeared to remain humble. Yet Snape could not guarantee that he would continue to do so under such circumstances. As a student of Slytherin, perhaps he needed to take action. Snape mused. Regaining his composure and setting down the bottle in his hand, Snape was about to instruct Aces on how to process the materials when he heard Aces' inquiry. Professor, I've heard you are quite adept in defense against the dark arts. May I follow you to learn practical combat? Snape narrowed his eyes, pondering if Aces was beginning to let success go to his head. Had he already become arrogant? If my memory serves me correctly. You have yet to attend your first class on the defense against the dark arts, have you not? You lack even the rudiments of theoretical knowledge. What emboldens our Mr. Cavendish to entrust his potion master with the instruction of such a vital subject? Ace's suggestion was not born of mere whimsy. He had previously recognized his deficiency in practical experience. To safeguard the mightiest of wizards, mere proficiency in spell modification is insufficient. However, the Duke and Anna find themselves pressed for time, and Grindelwald is far too formidable. Previously, he had not even possessed a wand, rendering resistance impossible, and thus he had to abandon the endeavor. Since arriving at Hogwarts, he had been contemplating which professor might impart practical combat skills, ultimately selecting his own head of house. Professor, you may assess my theoretical knowledge at your discretion. Severus Snape, with a scowl, posed several questions, all of which Aces answered with remarkable fluency. Yet Snape remained disinclined to teach. Mr. Cavendish, you are merely a first-year student. This is not what you ought to be learning at present. Furthermore, a young wizard's magical capacity is insufficient for practical training. Without hesitation, Aces extended his hand. Professor, my magical prowess is not inferior to that of a seventh-year student. You may ascertain this for yourself. Snape, however, made no move. Allowing another wizard's magic to enter one's own body is a perilous undertaking. Foreign magic can easily prove fatal. Does this foolish giant possess no sense of caution? Moreover, the magic within one's body tends to reject that which is foreign. If not controlled properly, both parties could be harmed. Seeing Snape's hesitation, Aces proffered his hand once more. Professor? Snape was nearly exasperated. This insufferable giant was truly testing his patience. He seized Ace's hand, allowing his magic to surge into Ace's body. Snape braced himself for injury, ready to save the little giant. However, the outcome was unexpected. His magic flowed seamlessly within Ace's, encountering no obstruction whatsoever. As the magic coursed through Ace's, it confirmed that his magical capacity was indeed on par with that of an average adult wizard. Release my hand, Snape instructed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Did Aces truly place such trust in him? Why such unwavering faith? The ease with which his magic traversed Ace's being spoke volumes of the trust bestowed upon him. This trust weighed far heavier than any superficial display of faith. Aces, oblivious to Snape's inner turmoil, gazed expectantly at him once released. Snape, deliberately avoiding Ace's gaze, found the situation absurd. He, a master of the dark arts, was actively evading eye contact. Very well, if I must teach, it would be prudent to bolster my own defenses. At 7 o'clock on a weekend evening, he resolved to attend to materials, hoping Mr. Cavendish had not forgotten his confinement. Aces, witnessing Snape's acquiescence, could hardly contain his delight. He had anticipated a prolonged negotiation. Yet here he was, successful on the very first attempt. Excellent, Professor, Aces replied, his enthusiasm palpable as he deftly attended to the task of preparing the slugs before him. Handling materials was a simple affair for him. As he worked, his mind wandered. It appeared that the materials for the creatures' lessons were procured by the professors during detentions. Yet their quality remained commendable, presumably checked by the professor afterward. His pace was swift, and soon the slugs were prepared. Aces rose, stretching, and made his way toward the door. Snape had exited moments prior, presumably to grade papers. Seated at his desk, Snape scrutinized the nonsensical essays before him, viciously marking one with his quill. Why must I endure the drudgery of grading these wretched submissions? The audacity of such submissions was nothing short of an affront to his eyesight. A glance at the names confirmed his suspicions. Yet another batch of drivel from Gryffindor. Time and again, he encountered papers that were either gibberish or alarmingly similar. Snape, in his fury, could not help but smile grimly. Very well. They shall not escape my wrath unscathed. As Aces emerged, he inadvertently caught sight of Snape's distorted smile, momentarily unsure whether to approach or retreat. Come here. Snape shot a glance in Ace's direction. Aces, wary of provoking Snape's ire, obediently sat down. Snape placed a handful of essays before him. You will grade these. You are familiar with this potion, I trust? Aces glanced at the papers. Indeed, he was well versed in the potion, but grading essays was an entirely different matter. Faced with the mountainous pile of papers, he silently calculated the time required. If left to his own devices, the professor would be grading until the wee hours. Resigned, he took several of Snape's previously marked essays to ascertain his grading standards. Only then did he grasp a quill and begin to assess the papers according to Snape's criteria. It must be said that Snape's standards were not excessively high. While the grades were low, they reflected the students' failure to meet expectations, with some submissions being so absurd they were difficult to bear. After completing a small portion of the essays, the detention period concluded, yet Aces remained, taking up more papers to continue grading. Was Mr. Cavendish truly willing to contravene school rules in front of his head of house? Or had he grown arrogant enough to disregard the curfew? In response to Snape's scornful remarks, Aces offered a gentle smile. Professor, you may call me Aces. I believe that remaining here to assist you during curfew does not constitute a breach of school regulations, does it? When did I ever claim to require your assistance? Snape raised an eyebrow. It is my desire to aid you. I wonder if you might grant me this opportunity? Aces replied, playing along with Snape's tone. Snape regarded Aces thoughtfully before giving a reluctant nod. Chapter 20, Elise's Secret. With Aces alleviating the burden of grading for the lower years, Snape's mood noticeably improved. After all, he was spared the most abysmal of essays. In the cold, damp dungeon, the two worked in silence, grading papers. Aces had not dawned much upon his arrival, and having removed his robes for convenience while handling materials, he was left with only his shirt. Initially, the chill was tolerable, but as time progressed, it became increasingly uncomfortable. The frigid air of the dungeon induced an involuntary shiver from Aces, yet he persevered, determined to complete his task. Across the table, Snape, catching this moment from the corner of his eye, paused in his writing, raised his wand, and cast a warming charm. Thank you, Professor, Aces exclaimed, feeling a rush of warmth wash over him. He regarded Snape with a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated Snape's attention to such details. After all, it was he who toiled to brew potions for these giants. You poor potion master. Aces chuckled awkwardly, thinking to himself, Merlin, who taught him to speak in such a manner? Let us hope he remains unaware. At a loss for words, Aces hastened his pace. Before long, he completed the final essay. The results were somewhat disheartening. Despite his best efforts, there was little to salvage. Out of 10 essays, 5 were completely off topic, and the remaining submissions were hardly better. He would mourn their fate, hoping that the professor would show leniency. Though, judging by the circumstances, that seemed unlikely. He might as well prepare for the worst. Aces organized the graded papers and placed them on the desk. Professor, may I take my leave? Snape unhurried. marked a paper before finally looking up at Aces. Do I need to remind you, Mr. Cavendish? It is curfew. Are you intending to wander the halls before your head of house? After a night spent immersed in venomous critique, Aces had gradually acclimated to Snape's manner of speaking. His mind automatically translated Snape's words. He could not return alone without violating school rules. Then might I request your assistance in escorting me back? Surely. Accompanying me to the dormitory would not contravene the regulations? Aces suggested with a touch of mischief. Severus Snape evidently shared similar thoughts. He rose to his feet and exited the cellar, with Aces closely trailing behind. The duo, one tall and one short, dashed through the deserted corridor like a gust of wind. The former, cloaked in billowing black robes, exuded an imposing presence, while the latter appeared somewhat disheveled. After all, Snape's long strides and swift pace compelled Aces to scurry in small steps just to keep pace. Moreover, he had to remain vigilant to avoid the swishing of Snape's robes. Merlin knew the reason behind the pain inflicted by Snape's garments. Aces quickened his pace, and just as he felt dizzy from the rapid movement, Snape abruptly halted. Unsurprisingly, Aces, following closely behind, failed to stop in time and collided directly with Snape's waist. Snape let out a muffled grunt of discomfort, suppressing the urge to kick Aces away. He instead thrust him into the lounge, returning to his own affairs. Aces stumbled upon being thrown into the lounge, just managing to steady himself before glancing up to find Snape's figure had vanished. His expression faltered. Did he truly come across as that bothersome? For the first time in his life, someone seemed to detest him so profoundly. Meanwhile, the now absent Snape leaned against the corner, rubbing his waist while muttering curses about the wretched little giant who charged through the halls like a reckless lion, seemingly unaware of how to navigate. In the lounge, Aces composed himself, coldly turning to regard the corner of the room. Have you seen enough, Mr. Carter? I apologize. I merely wished to converse with you. A figure emerged from the dim corner, revealing Aaron Carter, the head of the third-year Slytherins. Aces narrowed his eyes dangerously. The Carter family was known for their extreme pureblood fanaticism, yet their lack of power had spared them from the historical tumult. Carter languidly settled onto the sofa, casually remarking, I do not believe there is much for us to discuss. He gazed at Aces with unshakable confidence. What if I were to say it concerns Miss Lovelace? Elise? I am curious. What do you perceive our relationship to be? Carter answered without hesitation, you are friends. Aces neither confirmed nor denied this but regarded Carter with interest. What is it you wish to convey? Carter cautiously surveyed his surroundings before lowering his voice. You must have taken her under your wing for the secret of the Lovelace family. I can divulge that secret. And what do you desire in return? I wish for the Carter family to become the most powerful pureblood lineage. Aces chuckled, thinking what a fool he was. Mr. Carter, why do you assume that I would be unaware of something you claim to know? A nearly common secret traded for familial glory? You truly are a masterful schemer. His sardonic remarks pierced Carter's heart. He had not anticipated Aces to be aware of the secret. Damn it, who leaked it? Who could it be? Only the pureblood families of England are privy to this secret. You pureblood families are truly arrogant to the core, despite each being more destitute than the last. Aces retorted dismissively, and equally shamelessly greedy, unwilling to spare even a solitary orphan. Were this not Hogwarts, and were Dumbledore not present, I dare say Elise would not survive till dawn. With that, Aces declared, your childish games are at an end. I require rest. Rising from his seat, he strode towards the dormitory. Behind him, Carter, unwilling to relent, called out in anger, what good does that knowledge do you? You cannot save her. You will gain nothing. Aces, refusing to look back, coldly replied, you are mistaken. We are merely classmates. I have no interest in her, nor will I save her. The only one capable of saving her is herself. As he uttered his final words, his gaze lingered on the staircase leading to the girls' dormitory, as though addressing Elise within. Having said that, he disregarded the furious Carter, and hastened back to his dormitory, weary from the day's exertions and in need of rest. Chapter 21. The Ruthless Point Machine of Slytherin. Behind the stairs of the girls' dormitory, Elise sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She had seen the look in Aces's eyes and understood that his words were directed at her. For the first time, someone did not covet the secrets that lay behind her. For the first time, someone believed that she could save herself, even when she herself felt she was merely flailing in desperation. How absurd! After allowing herself to vent for a while, Elise raised her hand to dry her tears. On this seemingly ordinary night, she made a decision that would change the course of her life. She would not give up, for the sake of the Lovelace name, for her parents, for herself. She would shatter the greedy ambitions that sought to consume her, ensuring that those who had destroyed her family would pay dearly. For that, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. The slight figure of the girl merged into the darkness, no longer wavering, no longer hesitating. At breakfast, the young wizards gathered in the great hall, chattering noisily over their morning meal. Assis contemplated Elise's situation while eating, pondering if she had understood his words from the night before. If Elise could prove her worth, the Cavendish family might indeed offer her protection. However, if she could not even manage a Carter, then such protection would be rendered unnecessary. It could provide temporary refuge, but not for eternity, utterly futile. In many ways, Assis embodied the quintessential Slytherin, prioritizing self-interest above all else. Suddenly, the windows of the great hall swung open, and a flurry of owls soared in, delivering parcels and letters to the long tables of the 4 houses. A majestic white owl landed before Assis, depositing a large package. Upon opening it, he found a letter and a box inside. The letter was from Anna, stating that they had gone on an inspection trip, and were likely in the Eastern nation, indicating they might not return for Christmas, leaving Assis to remain at school for the holiday. The letter also inquired about his well-being, whether he had faced any difficulties, and suggested arranging for a board position to prevent him from being bullied. Though they were not physically present, they assured him they would come to his side whenever he needed them. Assis gazed tenderly at the letter in his hand. His parents had given him the most selfless love. He reciprocated that love wholeheartedly. He carefully placed the letter aside and opened the box, which contained some rare and distinctive potion and alchemical materials, likely acquired during their inspection. He decided to set aside the alchemical materials, and intended to give the potion ingredients to the professor, feeling somewhat guilty for taking up his time. Given how busy he was, yet still finding moments to teach him practical skills, Assis contemplated delivering them during detention. He made a cheerful decision. That morning, Slytherin's lesson was Professor Flitwick's Charms class, attended alongside the Little Eagles. The Charms classroom was bright and warm, and the young wizards eagerly anticipated their first lesson on spells. Professor Flitwick was an engaging instructor, humorous and prepared for the students' enthusiasm. Standing atop a book, he began explaining the levitation charm, the first spell they would learn in class. Noticing the students' eagerness, he cheerfully waved his wand, conjuring a feather before them and prompting them to attempt the levitation charm. The classroom buzzed with the voices of young wizards casting their spells with varying degrees of success. The levitation charm was exceedingly simple for Assis. With a light flick of his wand, he levitated the feather without uttering a word, sending it soaring higher and higher. Professor Flitwick clapped his hands in excitement and approached him. "Look at that, you've succeeded, and without a spoken incantation. Remarkable. What is your name, child?" "Professor Flitwick." "I am Aseska Wendington." Professor Flitwick cheerfully addressed Assis. 5 points to Slytherin for your silent levitation charm." The announcement of the points attracted the attention of the young wizards present, who turned their gazes toward Assis. The little serpents looked proudly at the little eagle, while the little eagles regarded Assis with a sense of rivalry. Assis, however, was contemplatively observing Professor Flitwick's jubilant demeanor. With another flourish of his wand, the spellbook on the desk levitated gracefully, coming to a steady rest before Professor Flitwick. The professor appeared quite amiable. Perhaps it would be worth attempting to earn additional points. It was well known that their head of house was quite fond of points. At that moment, Professor Flitwick seemed on the verge of fainting from delight as he gazed at Assis in astonishment. "Could you perhaps levitate the desk and books atop the podium as well?" Assis glanced at the podium, where the desk and books towered over him. It was indeed a formidable challenge, yet not insurmountable. With a wave of his wand, the desk and books floated effortlessly, maintaining their arrangement without a hitch. "Merlin's beard, 10 points to Slytherin." Professor Flitwick's exclamation echoed through the classroom. Satisfied, Assis lowered his wand, pleased with earning 15 points in a single class. Inspired by Assis' remarkable performance, the surrounding young wizards, particularly the Little Eagles, began to diligently practice. The Little Eagles assisted one another, teaching those who struggled, while those who understood sought help from their peers. By the end of the lesson, the majority of the students had successfully mastered levitating feathers, with only a few still lacking proficiency. Witnessing this, Professor Flitwick's happiness only grew. "How splendid! This has certainly ignited a competitive spirit," he mused, his joy evident even as he departed the classroom. In the afternoon, Slytherin had no classes. Assis opted to immerse himself in his alchemical box, utterly absorbed in the art of alchemy. He was currently crafting an alchemical robe, a project that had reached a critical stage. As he diligently worked, his movements abruptly halted. Where was his unicorn hair? How could it be missing? By Merlin's bitter tea. He had no time to send for an owl now. Assis stared in despair at the robe in his hands, upon which he had painstakingly inscribed magical runes. This enchantment was time-sensitive, and should the connection break for too long, it would render the spell ineffective. What to do now? The Forbidden Forest was home to unicorns. Should he dare to venture into the Forbidden Forest? Aces was reluctant to see his robe go to waste. He had prepared for this moment for far too long to fail. Chapter 22. A Journey into the Forbidden Forest. Without hesitation, he decided to act. As dusk was fast approaching, both professors and students would likely be dining in the Great Hall, presenting an opportune moment. Aces prepared a few protective alchemical items, and took with him the Thunderbolt Elder Wand. This wand would significantly reduce magical energy expenditure, while greatly enhancing spell potency, serving as his final safeguard. Once ready, Aces cast an enhanced disillusionment charm upon himself. This modified charm, under Aces' refinement, allowed him to become utterly silent and inconspicuous. Cautiously avoiding the crowd, he traversed the castle and arrived at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Although the sky had not yet succumbed to darkness, the forest appeared particularly deep and foreboding. He refrained from entering immediately, as three-headed dogs tethered to a small cabin nearby were watching him intently. While his disillusionment charm rendered him invisible, it did not mask his scent. Wizards had a milder sense of smell, but magical creatures, particularly canines, did not. They could easily pick up his trail. However, he recalled bringing a scent-dispersing potion. Aces retrieved a small vial from his pocket, an accidental concoction he had created earlier, effective only in obscuring scents. He sprinkled the potion over himself and observed the three-headed dog's reaction, needing their response to confirm his status. The dog's expression shifted from fierce and sharp to confused and then relaxed. It seemed to believe it had misinterpreted a scent. With a sigh of relief, Aces noted that the potion's effects would last approximately 2 to 3 hours, and with half a bottle remaining, it was more than sufficient. Aces turned and stepped into the ominous depths of the Forbidden Forest. Inside, the forest was a tangle of branches, each a potential threat to the unwary. As it was his first foray into this realm, Aces proceeded with utmost caution, slowing his pace to explore step by step. He sought the unicorns, which typically resided in lush meadows or by babbling brooks. Judging by these criteria, Aces struggled to discern his bearings, yet the vastness of the Forbidden Forest made it easy to stray from the right path, even with his guiding alchemical devices. It was only upon seeing a dark figure that he realized he had wandered off course. He must prefer the embrace of nature, Aces mused. His expression appeared considerably more relaxed than in the school. Even in the treacherous confines of the Forbidden Forest, he radiated an air of ease and contentment. Severus Snape traversed the Forbidden Forest, his silhouette weaving through the shadows, the starlight filtering through the leaves casting a gentle glow upon his countenance. He had ventured forth to replenish his stock of potion ingredients, tending to a private herbarium within the forest, where he cultivated various common herbs. Aces dared not draw too close nor fixate on the man for too long, acutely aware of the potion master's heightened vigilance and keen instincts. He stood motionless, biding his time until the master of potions moved on. As he had anticipated, the fleeting glance had prompted Snape to scan his surroundings, ensuring the area was secure. Aces quieted his breathing to nearly inaudible levels, remaining still for a moment. At last, the potion master relaxed his guard and departed. Aces lingered for 10 minutes, marveling at Snape's alertness, and only after confirming that the potion master would not return did he stealthily slip away. After searching for a while, Aces finally spotted a unicorn in the depths of the Forbidden Forest. He concealed himself behind a tree, silently observing. Not far away, 2 large unicorns and a smaller one were blissfully grazing on the lush, verdant grass. A sacred light emanated from the unicorns, casting a shimmering glow that illuminated the forest and dispelled the unsettling darkness. The 2 larger unicorns occasionally surveyed their surroundings, vigilant for any potential intruders. Aces understood that he could not force the issue with such pure creatures. He drew his wand and gently waved it, summoning a diminutive white tiger from its tip. The small tiger landed gracefully and approached the little unicorn, which curiously regarded this unusual feline. The protective charm's inherent joy ensured the unicorns remained calm, and none exhibited any aggressive behavior. The little unicorn approached, gently nudging the small tiger's cheek, to which the tiger responded with a nuzzle of its own, reciprocating the affection. The larger unicorns gazed tenderly at the interaction between their young and the small tiger, before lifting their heads to direct their attention toward Aces' hiding place. A sudden jolt of alarm coursed through Aces. He had been discovered. Unbeknownst to Aces, it was the little tiger that had led the unicorns to him, bound by an instinctual connection. Additionally, he remained unaware that while the protective charm did indeed relax the unicorn's vigilance, it did not compel them to display such affection. His charm was unique, imbued with a gift from that special space of purest white, a detail that Aces had yet to grasp. Faced with discovery, Aces could do little but nervously step forward, truthfully reluctant to engage with such innocent beings. He maintained a respectful distance, careful not to provoke the unicorns. Suppressing the expressions on his face, he endeavored to appear harmless, and softly addressed the unicorns. Greetings, I bear no ill will and pose no threat to you. I merely wish to exchange some of the soft tufts you have shed for something I possess. As Aces spoke, he retrieved his bag and opened it, revealing an assortment of herbs and items that he thought might pique the unicorn's interest. The two unicorns cast a disinterested glance at Ace's bag before snorting in disdain. One of them, however, approached him cautiously. Aces instinctively tightened his grip on his wand, yet he strove to relax. The approaching unicorn did not attack. Instead, it regarded Aces with gentle eyes, and he gradually began to ease his tension. Sensing Aces growing calm, the unicorn leaned in, softly nuzzling his face in a reassuring manner. Ace's anxiety dissipated entirely, and he tentatively wrapped his arms around the unicorn's neck, his height allowing him to embrace it fully. The unicorn did not resist, but rather looked at Aces with a tender indulgence. When Aces finally released it, the unicorn guided him toward the young unicorn. The little one remained blissfully unaware of Ace's presence, frolicking joyfully with a small white tiger. It was only when the white tiger leapt towards Aces that the little unicorn noticed him. Without a hint of apprehension, the young unicorn bounded into Ace's arms, joining the white tiger in playful affection. Surrounded by the two unicorns, Aces reveled in the same adoration lavished upon the little one. His entire being felt relaxed, marking the most tranquil moment since his arrival at Hogwarts. Chapter 23, Unicorns. The uncontrollable nature of the prophecy left him perpetually on edge, driving him to tirelessly strive for strength. He feared that he would not be powerful enough to safeguard Dumbledore should danger arise, thus failing to fulfill his promise. He also worried that Dumbledore might catch wind of his concerns. The old wizard was far too perceptive and suspicious. The prophecy was too enigmatic, and he could not assure himself that he was not like Oedipus, nor could he discern whether Dumbledore might be akin to Laius. He dared not take such risks. Thus, while he appeared relaxed during this time, he in reality walked a precarious tightrope, his mind perpetually alert. Leaning against the unicorn, Aces felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him, the warmth lulling him toward sleep. Yet, it was not yet time to rest. He straightened his posture and gently ruffled the young unicorn's fur, causing a flurry of golden strands to dance through the air, dazzling and resplendent. With a flick of his wand, he collected the fur into the bag he had brought. Turning his gaze to the two larger unicorns, he looked at them with anticipation. The unicorns, being highly intelligent creatures, understood Ace's intent and began to toss their heads playfully. In an instant, a soft silver light ascended into the sky, gently swirling around Aces. Unlike the earlier brilliance of the golden light, the silver glow was more subdued, harmonizing beautifully with the darkened forbidden forest. Aces, filled with delight, waved his wand to gather the unicorn's fur. How splendid! So much of it. Now he could craft yet another item. Once he had secured the fur, Aces sincerely thanked the unicorns. They had been immensely helpful. The three unicorns affectionately surrounded him, and Aces could not resist giving each one a gentle pat, finding the experience profoundly healing. Observing the trio, he was reminded of Anna and the Duke, who also shared a familial bond, and of the love his own parents had for him. Aces suddenly paused, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. How about I bestow names upon you? He proposed, stroking the young unicorn's head. You shall be called Estrella, a symbol of the little star, shining brightly like your golden-hued coat. The two larger unicorns seemed to comprehend his words, nuzzling Ace's cheek as if urging him to quickly name them as well. Aces chuckled, feeling a tickle from their soft fur, and turned his attention to the female unicorn, gazing at her tenderly. The moment I laid eyes on you, it was as if I beheld a garden in full bloom. Hence I name you Chloris, after the goddess of flowers from Greek mythology. Chloris's motherly gentleness provided Aces with a momentary solace, and he found a fondness for her. Chloris bowed her head, leaning against Aces, granting him a warm embrace. Aces reciprocated the gesture. After releasing her, he turned to the final unicorn, a male who was likely Chloris's mate and Estrella's father. He stood protectively by their side, resembling a guardian spirit, strong and dependable. Your name shall be Antonio. You shall embody strength, trustworthiness, and protectiveness. Antonio let out a resounding snort, as if affirming his newfound identity. The three unicorns appeared overjoyed to receive their names, frolicking and calling out in delight, creating a heartwarming scene. Aces beamed at the charming family of three, reluctant to part ways. Yet he had obtained the materials he sought, and knew it was time to leave. He stood, bidding farewell to the trio. Estrella, Chloris, and Tonio, I must take my leave. Thank you for this joyful day. Farewell. The unicorns gazed at Aces with a touch of reluctance. Estrella continued to make soft sounds, as if pleading for him to stay. Aces firmly shook his head at Estrella, then turned to depart. It was only when he was out of their sight that he glanced back toward the unicorns. They truly were magnificent creatures. No wonder so many coveted them and sought their presence. Just moments ago, his prophetic abilities had unexpectedly activated, revealing a vision of a unicorn lying in a pool of blood. He recognized it to be Estrella. Aces was uncertain when this event might transpire or how he could prevent it. All he could do was offer silent blessings. The three names were, in essence, his veiled hopes for them. He wished for the stars to shine eternally, for flowers to bloom without fail, and for them to become strong enough to safeguard themselves. He sincerely hoped they could continue to live joyfully and carefree within the forbidden forest. With myriad thoughts swirling in his mind, Aces knew he must take his leave. He needed to grow stronger. He did not want to remain powerless should his family ever face such dire circumstances. Aces steadied his emotions and turned away from the forbidden forest. Upon returning to his dormitory, he immersed himself once more in the art of alchemy. The soft glow of the lamp illuminating his face as he focused intently, his hands moving swiftly and steadily. The enchantments upon his robe gradually took shape beneath his skilled touch. Time seemed to fly when one was wholly absorbed in a task. Hours later, his magical alchemical robe finally came into existence, standing as his most exquisite creation to date. In terms of practical use, it bore enchantments for automatic cleaning and transformation, allowing it to conform seamlessly to the wearer's physique and adapt to their desires. In terms of protection, it was inscribed with formidable defensive spells, ensuring the safety of its wearer, and included a repair enchantment that would automatically mend it unless completely destroyed. Aces gazed upon his creation with satisfaction before folding it neatly for storage. It was not yet time to utilize it. Aces glanced at the clock, realizing it was nearly 2 o'clock, which explained his sudden fatigue. He stifled a yawn as he stepped out of his box. Wait, had he forgotten something? Aces halted mid-yawn. Oh no, he had completely forgotten about Professor Snape's detention. Merlin's beard, how could he have forgotten about the detention? Aces buried his face in his hands, overwhelmed by the realization of his folly. What should he do now? He resolved to apologize tomorrow, hoping that Professor Snape would be in a somewhat better mood. Otherwise, he might very well become the first student in history to be poisoned by a professor. Aces silently prayed for mercy. He quickly freshened up and retired to bed, for tomorrow promised to be a formidable challenge, necessitating that he conserve his energy. With a wave of his hand, he extinguished the light, surrendering to the encroaching darkness of his dormitory. Moonlight cascaded gently upon Aces, soothing his troubled spirit. Under the soft glow of the moon, he swiftly drifted into slumber, hoping it would be a pleasant dream. Chapter 24, Apology. It was a night fraught with restlessness. In a foggy stupor, Aces found himself repeatedly haunted by dreams of Snape, his countenance dark and menacing, wielding a knife in pursuit of him. Consequently, he had not managed to secure a restful night. The following morning, he rose with pronounced dark circles under his eyes, hastily washing up and dressing. He needed to apologize quickly, otherwise he would be unable to sleep, his conscience too heavy for slumber. It was not that he feared Snape. Rather, he harbored a subtle admiration and respect for him, which rendered him instinctively compliant in Snape's presence. Moreover, he was apprehensive that Snape might withhold practical instruction from him due to this incident. Dismissing any further thoughts, Aces briskly prepared himself, even skipping breakfast as he made his way to the dungeon. The path to the dungeon remained as desolate as ever. Though the early hour justified its emptiness, it was peculiar that few students seemed inclined to approach this area. Was it the overwhelming presence of the Serpent King that deterred them? As Aces found himself lost in thought to ease his anxiety, he hastened towards the dungeon. Upon reaching the dungeon entrance, he hesitated momentarily. At that moment, the Medusa on the door stirred, its eyes opening with a hiss. So you dare to stand up, Snape? How curious. I have never witnessed a student so audacious as to skip detention. The Medusa scrutinized Aces, recalling how he had previously displayed such deference to Snape, now astonished by his boldness. Professor Snape did not grant you permission to enter. Thus, I shall not open the door. Aces let out a deep sigh, fully aware that this would not be a simple endeavor. He stood quietly at the threshold, neither knocking nor departing. The Medusa, indifferent to his presence, resumed its slumber. Having risen early, it was only just past 6 o'clock, and classes did not commence until 9. This meant he might have to wait 3 hours for the door to open. Yet, it was not in the Serpent King's nature to confine students outside. He preferred to berate them into submission. Thus, Aces contemplated the possibility of knocking. However, he understood that whether the door opened or not, he would likely be sent away. So he resolved to wait at the entrance in hopes of alleviating the professor's ire. The morning air was brisk, and after standing for a while, Aces began to feel the chill. Recalling the professor's previous words, he silently cast a warming charm upon himself. As time slowly passed, he found himself swaying at the dungeon door, not from fatigue, but from drowsiness. He had indeed not rested well the previous night, his heart troubled. Now, standing at the door offered a peculiar sense of solace, and fatigue washed over him, causing his head to nod and his body to sway. Inside the dungeon, Snape had just risen. He had burned the midnight oil preparing a potion, which explained his late awakening. Upon seeing Snape rise, the Medusa flicked its tail and hesitantly approached him. Snape, however, did not immediately acknowledge the Medusa. Instead, he first went to the potion room to inspect the brew he had concocted the previous night. It remained unfinished and required further attention, so he focused on it before turning his gaze to the Medusa. With a hiss, the Medusa spoke, "Mr. Cavendish has been standing at the door for quite some time." It was then that Snape recalled the events of the previous night. He had been so engrossed in his potion-making that he lost track of time. And by the time he realized Aces had stood him up, it was far too late. He had refrained from storming to the dormitory to drag Aces out and chastise him, allowing his frustration to fester internally. It was the first time a student had dared to evade his detention, and he vowed that the experience would be one they would not forget. "How long has he been there?" Snape inquired. "Approximately 2 hours, headmaster." 2 hours? It is now 8 o'clock, meaning this imbecile has been standing outside like a fool. Snape seethed, his anger palpable. With a swift motion, he yanked open the door, the force of it causing the wind to whip sharply against Aces' face. Startled awake, Aces looked up in horror at Snape, anxiously contemplating whether the professor's wrath had escalated to the point of intending to squash him with the door. Before he could utter a word, Snape pulled him into the dungeon. Inside, the Serpent King reclined on the sofa, hissing as he flicked his tongue, his cold gaze appraising Aces from head to toe. "What is this, Mr. Cavendish? Are you attempting to threaten your potions master and head with mere detention? Or do you believe that your actions can be dismissed with a trivial punishment?" It appeared that Mr. Cavendish possessed quite the cunning intellect, Snape mused sarcastically, elongating his words with a rich, velvety tone. Aces, stung by Snape's words, found himself at a loss for speech, his eyes pleading for the professor's compassion. Snape scoffed at the notion that such a gaze could soften his heart, especially from one who had stood idly for 2 hours. He abhorred those who lacked punctuality and failed to honor their commitments. Perhaps he ought not to become entangled with this foolish creature any further. Nor should he have agreed to instruct him in practical matters. Perhaps it was time to retract that offer? He pondered darkly. Aces, sensing the professor's growing displeasure, dared not remain silent. His instincts warned him that if he did not speak, all his prior efforts would be in vain. He might not only forfeit practical instruction but also risk being shunned entirely. With sincerity, Aces met Snape's gaze, his eyes brimming with remorse. "Professor, I assure you, it was never my intention to stand you up. I was engrossed in crafting an alchemical product last night, and lost track of time. By the time I finished, it was already 2 in the morning. I am truly sorry." This scene felt eerily familiar to Snape, as he raised an eyebrow in contemplation. "Not entirely foolish, I see. You do not shy away from accountability," he mused internally, while the observing Medusa thought the same. Aces cautiously assessed Snape's expression, noticing a slight softening, before tentatively suggesting, "Professor, if you remain displeased, I am willing to double my detention." "Triple," Snape replied, his face betraying no emotion. He knew this brute was unperturbed by detention. However, that was of little consequence, as he now required a laborer, and Aces would serve as an excellent one. The thought of retracting his offer to teach Aces practical skills had vanished. He remembered why the scene felt so familiar. Aces shared his fervor for alchemy, mirroring Snape's own passion for potions. Over the years, potions had become an inseparable part of his identity. Without them, Snape would not be the man he was. As Snape's dark pupils reflected Aces' form, his mind whirled with countless thoughts, ultimately dissipating under the weight of Aces' unwavering and earnest gaze. "Very well, I shall honor my commitment," he conceded. "But you will serve triple the detention." Though the punishment was more severe than what he had initially anticipated, Aces did not mind. He felt a wave of relief wash over him. The professor's willingness to impose a penalty indicated that his ire had subsided. As long as he was not angry, and as long as he continued to instruct him in practical matters, Aces would endure. Upon leaving the dungeon, Aces traversed the empty corridor. As he turned a corner, he brushed past another individual. In that fleeting moment of contact, Aces' expression shifted dramatically. He felt the alchemical product in his pocket radiating an intense heat. Stopping in his tracks, he furrowed his brow and glanced back, his gaze probing. Though the person had their head bowed, he recognized them immediately. It was Carter. Since that fateful night when he dismissed Carter's notion and mockingly ridiculed him, Carter has been deliberately avoiding him, even going to great lengths to distance himself in the common room. Given that they are not even in the same year, their chances of encountering one another are already quite slim, which is why Aces had not previously detected anything amiss. However, it is only now that he has come to a startling realization. The alchemical object he carries in his pocket serves to detect dark magic. Its current heated state indicates that Carter has been engaging excessively in dark magic of late. But how could Carter wield dark magic so freely within Hogwarts, where such practices are strictly prohibited? Where exactly has he been practicing this dark sorcery? In the Forbidden Forest? Or through secret passages unknown to him? What of Dumbledore? Has he simply overlooked it? Or is he intentionally refraining from acting to avoid alarming the serpent? Aces feels a headache coming on. What a chaotic mess this all is. He came here to study and to save Dumbledore's life. Although he does not believe Carter poses a threat to Dumbledore, it is prudent to remain cautious. Gritting his teeth, Aces realizes that he must curtail his research time. While he has contemplated enlisting Eliza's assistance, he cannot guarantee that Carter would not go so far as to harm her. It is crucial to remember that even a simple dark curse is beyond Eliza's current capabilities to withstand. Thus he must undertake this task himself. In the days that follow, Aces discreetly observes Carter. The Great Hall has become the venue where he most frequently encounters him. There is no alternative. Carter is avoiding him so assiduously that his mere presence in the common room prompts Carter to vacate the area. At the Slytherin table, Aces elegantly carves into his steak while engaging in light conversation with Eliza, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Carter's every move. Similarly, Eliza has undergone a transformation since that day. Her previously subdued tolerance of the subtle bullying from the other Slytherins has given way to a fierce resolve. Now, she resembles a gleaming sword, fiercely cutting down those who dare to threaten her. Under her fearless counterattacks, most of the small snakes have chosen to cease their provocations. Yet a few, led by Carter, have not relinquished their pursuit of Eliza. Thus, whenever Eliza is present, one can observe Carter and his cohorts glaring at her. This results in a peculiar tableau. Carter fixates on Eliza, Eliza on Aces, and Aces on Carter. Then Carter rises, disdainfully mouthing a challenge to Eliza's perceived cowardice. Eliza does not even glance in Carter's direction, responding only with silence. The surrounding small snakes, bewildered yet sensing the tension in the air, exchange furtive glances, hesitant to speak. Aces lowers his gaze to conceal his own confusion. Why does Carter no longer fear him? Previously, Carter would not have dared to so brazenly provoke Eliza in his presence. There seems to be some trepidation on Carter's part towards him. After his provocation, Carter, accompanied by a throng of small snakes, arrogantly strides away. As he departs, he casually tugs at his sleeve, revealing a glimpse of his wrist, faintly exposing his arm. This action does not escape Aces's keen observation, and he notes what appears to be a mark on Carter's left arm. Is it black? Does this mark correlate with his recent behavior? Aces ponders as he watches Carter retreat into the distance. After several days of vigilant observation, Aces finally uncovers a clue. Carter vanishes at a specific time each day, and no one knows where he goes or what he does. If he is indeed practicing dark magic, this window of time is the most likely. On this particular day, Aces discreetly monitors Carter and, as he departs, casts a disillusionment charm to silently follow him. Throughout the journey, Carter exhibits a cautious demeanor, stopping intermittently, avoiding other students while remaining alert to his surroundings. Aces, careful not to draw his attention, maintains a safe distance behind him. After navigating an unknown number of spiral staircases, Carter halts before an enormous tapestry depicting a bizarre scene of a giant striking a foolish-looking creature. However, Carter's focus is not on the tapestry. He turns his back to it and paces back and forth before the wall 3 times. To Aces's astonishment, a remarkably smooth door appears on the wall opposite the tapestry. Could it be a hidden chamber? Aces muses. Once the door swings open, Carter glances around nervously before hastily entering. After he is inside, Aces steps out from his concealment, refraining from dispelling the disillusionment charm, uncertain whether Carter might emerge at that moment. Mimicking Carter's earlier actions, Aces walks 3 times in front of the wall, yet curiously nothing transpires. A frown creases Aces's brow. Is his motion incorrect? Is something missing? Or is there someone inside preventing entry from the outside? A cascade of hypotheses floods his mind, but with Carter still within, he finds himself unable to validate any of them. Acis lingers in the shadows a while longer, confirming that Carter will not be re-emerging anytime soon before making his exit. On the way back to the common room, Acis contemplates how he might uncover the secrets of that peculiar chamber. Behind him, two inquisitive Gryffindor boys peer around, eager to follow Acis's footsteps. Chapter 26. The Nightly Adventures of Lions and Serpents. Acis, sensing something amiss, silently draws his wand and turns, catching sight of two red-headed figures. A sudden flash of insight illuminates his mind. Here are the very individuals who could assist him. These two brothers, driven by curiosity and wit, have a penchant for nocturnal escapades. Although they had been caught twice shortly after the school year commenced, they had managed to evade capture since then. They often regale their fellow Gryffindors with tales of their nighttime adventures, including how to deftly evade the patrolling professors. He sheaths his wand and turns around. Before he can utter a word, the brothers flank him on either side. Fred, glancing regretfully at George over Acis's shoulder, remarks, "Oh, it seems our cunning little serpent has caught wind of us." The two share a knowing look before chiming in unison, "But still, we've apprehended you." A successful ambush. Caught between them, Acis shifts uncomfortably. He is still unaccustomed to such close proximity with others. Subtly evading their grasp, he casually inquires, "Fred? George? When did you arrive? You haven't seen anything, have you?" A hint of anxiety lingers in his tone. Fred and George, sensing Acis's tension, lean in closer, demanding, "Hey Acis, are you up to something nefarious? Are we not friends? You must tell us." "Don't worry, we won't inform the headmaster, that old bat." They volley questions back and forth. Acis furrows his brow, but refrains from pulling away again. He looks up at the twins, earnestly correcting them. "You should refer to him as Professor Snape." The twins dismiss his correction with a wave. Noticing this, Acis resorts to a mild threat. "You ought to learn to respect Professor Snape. Otherwise, I won't share anything with you." Fred and George exchange glances. "Merlin, has Acis been drugged? What do we do now?" They ponder aloud. "Let us just agree to it. It's not a big deal," they conclude, nodding in unison. They assure Acis that they will respect Professor Snape, their eyes gleaming with anticipation as they regard him, as if they would continue to stare until he provides them with a satisfactory explanation. With a faint sigh of resignation, Acis concedes, "I am not doing anything wrong. I merely heard about a peculiar place. It is a unique hidden chamber." "Wow, that sounds intriguing," the twins exclaim, clearly captivated. They say it's on the 8th floor. If you walk back and forth 3 times in front of the wall opposite the tapestry, a strange door will appear. What lies within? I am uncertain about what lies within. I have yet to enter. I merely ventured to verify its authenticity, only to discover that merely walking thrice does not suffice. The two brothers, increasingly intrigued, were eager to experience it for themselves, but Acis quickly intervened. "Carter is still inside. We cannot allow him to encounter them. It is not prudent to go now. I just noticed someone over there, and venturing forth would expose this location. That would render it no longer a secret, and thus, devoid of intrigue." Fred and George nodded in agreement. Indeed, that would diminish its allure, prompting them to cease their movements simultaneously. They then appraised Acis with keen eyes, chorusing, "In that case, we must invite you to partake in our grand and exhilarating nocturnal adventure, the night stroll of the Lion and the Serpent." What a delightful notion this is, a magnificent endeavor. Acis had no objections. He had intended to rely on them to uncover that chamber, and a night excursion was not an unwelcome proposition. Upon Acis's consent, the two excitedly exchanged high fives. "Look, we are about to embark on a night expedition with Slytherin students. Who would have thought that Slytherin students would engage in nocturnal escapades?" Their astonished demeanor left Acis somewhat exasperated. Could they truly be trusted? After much persuasion, Acis finally managed to guide the exuberant duo back to the common room, establishing a time for their rendezvous later that evening. Upon returning to his dormitory, Acis rummaged through his belongings, seeking 2 protective alchemical creations, as he remained uneasy about the twins. Although he had temporarily placated them, preventing an immediate exploration of the chamber, he could not ascertain whether they might whimsically decide to investigate it or worse, encounter Carter. After a prolonged search, Acis finally unearthed 2 fine alchemical necklaces, capable of warding off certain malevolent curses, sufficient for the twins' use. As night fell, Acis prepared to present the necklaces to the twins. Suddenly he paused, an unusual glimmer flickering in his eyes, and then he beheld a vision. Carter. How could this be? No wonder. Suppressing his inner queries, Acis turned back to retrieve another item, before departing the common room. The twins, bored, loitered around the corner at the end of the Slytherin corridor, eagerly awaiting his arrival. As soon as Aces appeared, they rushed towards him. "At last you have come. We thought you would stand us up." The twins chattered incessantly at Aces's ear, who promptly thrust the necklaces into their hands. "One for each of you. We are uncertain what awaits us within. Hence a modicum of protection is advisable." The twins accepted the necklaces without hesitation, donning them around their necks. "Are we ready? Let us hasten. We can hardly contain our excitement. First, let us cast the disillusionment charm," Aces said, drawing his wand and swiftly enchanting them both, before casting the same on himself. Fred and George gazed at Aces in astonishment. "Goodness, how remarkably effective that spell is. If we were to master it, we need not fear being caught." Aces, feeling somewhat exasperated, interjected, "We ought to depart." The 2 lions and 1 serpent navigated the dim corridors, swiftly arriving at the tapestry on the 8th floor. The twins, brimming with anticipation, immediately pressed against the wall, pacing back and forth thrice. Regrettably, the wall remained unchanged. After much futile effort, the twins turned to Aces with skepticism. "Is there truly a hidden chamber here? You are not deceiving us, are you?" Just as Aces was preparing to concoct a plausible excuse, he suddenly sensed something, stifling any other expression. He paused, as if contemplating how to elucidate. "I am uncertain. I heard this from someone else. Besides, what benefit would I gain from deceiving you?" The twins exchanged glances, realizing there was indeed no necessity for Aces to mislead them. "So it must be our error? Little serpent, do you possess any further insights?" Both red-headed heads turned towards Aces. Chapter 27. Conversations in the Astronomical Tower. Aces shook his head, indicating he had no further knowledge. "If I were aware, I would certainly divulge it. However, perhaps this is more intriguing? Discovering a secret on your own. Wouldn't that be more exhilarating?" The twins were persuaded by Aces's words, and they soon resumed their enthusiastic attempts. Fred, taking the lead, surmised that a spell was required to unlock the door, thus muttering continuously, "Open, open, open." Yet the wall remained unresponsive. George pushed past Fred, bouncing back and forth 3 times, convinced that movement was necessary. Still there was no reaction. Fred, in a state of indecision, paced restlessly, his mind whirling until a rumble sounded from his stomach, prompting him to lament, if only there were something to eat. Just as Fred's thought emerged, the wall began to shift. The trio stared in astonishment as a smooth door gradually materialized. "By Merlin's beard, this is truly remarkable," the twins exclaimed in unison. Aces urged the 2 to hurry, anxious that the door might vanish. He led the way through the threshold, sidestepping to subtly grasp his wand. Entering the room, they discovered a kitchen brimming with an array of delectable foods. Aces pondered, perplexed, did Carter practice dark magic in a kitchen daily? Just as Aces was engulfed in confusion, Fred behind him suddenly erupted with excitement. "Hey, I was just thinking how hungry I am." Hearing Fred's words, Aces suddenly comprehended. It was a matter of need. Fred's hunger naturally conjured thoughts of food. Thus the door to the kitchen opened in response to his desire. With this revelation, Aces refrained from any immediate action. It was not yet the time to unveil Carter's secrets. The twins were already indulging, as they recounted how they had not eaten well that evening, preoccupied with thoughts of the night stroll, rendering them ravenous enough to devour an entire cow. After countless instances of exasperation due to the twins' antics, Aces relinquished his struggle. He realized he could not expect vigilance from 2 lions. He also wondered if they should first ensure the food was safe. Had the potion master been present, he might have unleashed a torrent of venomous concoctions. Amused by his own thoughts, he shook his head and chuckled, raising his hand to cast a checking charm over the food. Once satisfied that all was well, he commenced to savor their midnight feast. The kitchen was replete with sumptuous offerings, and the trio feasted heartily. Once satiated, Aces recalled something and, with a hint of regret, informed Fred and George, "My magical energy is waning. We may not be able to remain invisible." Aces felt a tinge of dejection as he lowered his gaze. The twins, however, remained unconcerned about the invisibility, patting Aces on the shoulder. "Then you shall have to witness our nocturnal prowess," they declared, linking arms and urging Aces to hurry back, for they had classes to attend the following day. As the trio exited the peculiar room, the corridor outside remained deserted. Aces squinted slightly, discreetly gauging the surrounding magical energies. They were still present, which served to alleviate some of his suspicions, he mused. Without the disillusionment charm this time, the 3 were decidedly more cautious, particularly the twins, who meticulously scanned their surroundings as they adeptly maneuvered through the spiral staircase. The Gryffindor and Slytherin common rooms were situated in different locations, necessitating their parting at the corner. After separating from the twins, Ausace chose not to return immediately to the common room. Instead, he turned towards the astronomical tower. He had noticed Elise stealthily exiting the common room as well. If his observations were accurate, she was likely headed to the same tower. Alone, Ausace traversed the path, attuned to the ebb and flow of magic enveloping him. Upon the astronomical tower, the desolate moonlight cascaded down, enveloping the frail and delicate figure of Iris, rendering her particularly forlorn. The dim ambience obscured Ausace's view of her expression. Intentionally, Ausace intensified his footsteps, the sound immediately capturing Iris's attention, prompting her to swiftly turn around. "Who is it?" "It is I," Ausace replied in due time. Upon recognizing him, Iris relaxed her guard and resumed gazing at the solitary night sky. Ausace approached her side, standing shoulder to shoulder with her, following her line of sight to a solitary star. The two remained silent, immersed in the celestial expanse above. Seizing the moment, Ausace endeavored to sense the surrounding magic, ensuring the audience was present. "Excellent, both actors and audience are in place." Iris was the first to shatter the silence. "How did you know I was here?" "I happened upon you during a nocturnal excursion." "What brings you here?" "Nothing in particular. I am merely curious about your intentions." At his words, Iris abruptly turned to scrutinize Ausace, her gaze imbued with pure envy. "Do you know?" she suddenly began. "I genuinely envy you. You possess a loving family, caring parents. You have a clan to rely upon, enabling you to pursue your desires freely. You are not burdened by the struggle for survival, nor do you fear whether you will see tomorrow. You can disdain those who provoke you from your lofty position, for you know there are those who protect you. Your parents even contemplated making you a Hogwarts governor out of concern for your well-being." "How imbecile." Iris' voice wavered with emotion, and after speaking, she turned away, unable to bear the weight of Ausace's gaze. She understood this was not his fault. He was kind, not coveting her, even willing to believe in her. Yet she could not suppress her envy. She had not intended to confide such feelings to Ausace. She believed she could endure indefinitely. Perhaps the somber night sky and the silence of the tower had overwhelmed her emotions. Indeed, she felt unworthy of Ausace's trust. She thought despondently. Ausace silently regarded the girl beside him, taken aback by her perspective. The matter of the governorship must have come to her attention when he inadvertently left the letter open in her presence. He sighed, his gaze softening as he looked at Iris, finding no offense in her words. He had forgotten she was still an 11-year-old child. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with Carter's situation, neglecting Iris's plight. Although Iris's reckless actions had deterred most of the small snakes, the targeting by Carter and his allies was not simple, especially given Carter's recent escalation in power. This period must have been particularly arduous for her. "Iris, sometimes what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Remember, no mother can truly forsake her child," Ausace gently reminded her. Iris abruptly turned her head. Her eyes filled with urgency. "What do you know? Please tell me." Chapter 28. Confrontation. "Please tell me," Iris pleaded, her gaze beseeching Ausace. Ausace shook his head. "It is not that I do not wish to reveal this, but with your current capabilities, what could you possibly do with the knowledge I share? If you seek answers, you must pursue them yourself. You will surely discover the truth." He paused, glancing pointedly at the necklace around Iris's neck, implying that it was the best evidence. Before Iris could press further, Ausace turned and departed. Once Ausace had left, Iris stood at the observatory, lost in thought for an extended period. Her expression was one of confusion. Did Ausace imply that she, too, was loved by her mother? The same mother who had abandoned her and her father? Departing, Ausace discreetly sensed his surroundings and exhaled in relief. She had not followed him. She must have accepted his words. Once he was certain no one was trailing him. Ausace made his way to the dormitory. The dim candlelight illuminated him, his back turned to the desolate astronomical tower and the muted stars. As he walked step by step into the light, in the shadows of the tower, a figure let out a sigh. The moonlight revealed the newcomer to be Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of his time. Dumbledore stood in the corner, gazing at Iris by the window with a sense of guilt. How could he be unaware of her circumstances? He had once promised her father to look after her, yet he currently lacked the time and energy to do so. All he could hope for was that Hogwarts could provide her with a temporary refuge. Shortly after Ausace's departure, Dumbledore too took his leave. He had come primarily to observe Ausace, following him throughout the night, from the room of requirement to the astronomical tower. The discoveries of the evening brought him joy. Ausace was enveloped in the love of friends and parents, and he reciprocated that love. The reality of his capacity to love filled Dumbledore with relief. It was no wonder he was so cautious. Aces was extraordinarily gifted, even surpassing Tom from years past. His concerns shared with Severus were valid. The magical world could not withstand a second Voldemort, and he was unwilling to take that gamble. Dumbledore walked alone in the corridor, heading in the opposite direction of Aces, step by step descending into the shadows, his silhouette exuding an indescribable sorrow and fatigue. He had aged. It was time for him to venture into the realm of death. He was weary. Since that fateful year he had been unable to forgive himself. For so many years he had lived in guilt. He had longed for rest. Yet he could not relinquish Hogwarts and that unspoken individual, the one whose name he could not utter. The silent confrontation of the night went unnoticed, much like how no one truly comprehended the unforgettable summer of that year. The following day, Aces did not bring the twins along, opting instead to evade everyone and approach the room of requirement alone. That morning, the twins informed him of a magical room on the 8th floor known as the Room of Requirement, which supposedly fulfilled any request. Aces scoffed. Alchemy emphasizes equivalent exchange. And as an alchemist, he was acutely aware that nothing comes without cost. The Room of Requirement was certainly not omnipotent. The 8th floor, near the headmaster's office, was generally unvisited, and he deliberately avoided Carter's schedule to prevent exposure. Facing the wall opposite the tapestry, Aces paced 3 times, silently repeating, "I need a room that Carter has visited. I need a room that Carter has visited." Gradually, a door materialized on the wall. Gripping his wand tightly, Aces cautiously entered. Inside was a vast and empty chamber, sparsely furnished with merely 2 books. Aces cast 2 detection spells for dark magic, confirming the space was safe before picking them up. The cautious serpent was not as reckless as a lion. Both tomes pertained to dark magic, one titled Mastery of Dark Magic. Aces casually flipped through the pages until he noticed one was dog-eared. Spotting a particular term, his focus sharpened, and he quickly examined it more closely. It described a book titled Revelations of Advanced Dark Magic, a nearly lost tome of dark arts, detailing many forgotten dark spells, including Horcruxes. Horcruxes. It all connected. Why Carter had suddenly changed, and the mystery that had long eluded him. How Voldemort had survived and even managed to kill Dumbledore. So that was it. Aces rubbed his temples in exasperation. Had it not been for the peculiar nature of the prophecy that rendered him unable to recall the details, only seeing a vague outcome, he would not have been so lost. Aces had researched Horcruxes, or rather every pure-blood alchemist likely had some knowledge of them. It was a mad notion, fraught with evident drawbacks, soul damage. Did he truly believe no one would dare attempt to create Horcruxes? To one's surprise, Voldemort had descended into madness of such a degree, an adversary devoid of rationality, leaving one to ponder whether this was a blessing or a curse. Aces lowered his gaze in contemplation. Should he endeavor to rescue Dumbledore, he would inevitably confront Voldemort. It seemed prudent to strategize without delay. As a competent Slytherin, Aces had never engaged in a battle without preparation. After meticulously reviewing the 2 tomes in his possession, ensuring no detail was overlooked, he returned the books to their rightful place, and turned to depart from the Room of Requirement. Within the confines of the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was savoring a lemon sherbet, his visage radiating contentment. Suddenly, a flare of flames erupted from the fireplace, and an irate Snape, his dark cloak billowing, materialized in the office. He glared at Dumbledore and demanded, "What compels our esteemed headmaster to summon his overworked potions master?" Without a valid reason, the cauldron of spoiled potion would undoubtedly mirror the future of his dental elixir. Even in the presence of the headmaster, the Serpent King would not retract his venomous fangs. Dumbledore shook his head, winking at Snape. "Severus, last night I inadvertently encountered Mr. Cavendish at the astronomy tower." At this revelation, Snape's expression darkened further. The foolish giant dared to wander at night. Clearly, he had too much leisure. "What do you intend to do? Do you still harbor doubts about him?" "I have no intentions. Nor do I doubt him any longer. I merely wish to enlist your assistance in a matter, Severus." Snape's countenance was laden with scorn. He had thought the suspicious old bee had undergone a transformation. Upon hearing the latter part, Snape's expression soured further. He anticipated that the wretched old bee would surely create trouble for him. However, that was not the crux of the matter. Snape narrowed his eyes, enunciating each word. "You wish to embroil him in this vortex?" The elongated syllables betrayed the master's ire. Perceiving the fury within Snape's words, Dumbledore met his gaze with a probing intensity. "Your feelings towards that boy." Snape did not flinch, holding Dumbledore's gaze firmly. "Humph. Apart from Potter, I have no interest in the life or death of any other detestable giant. However, he possesses a remarkable talent for potions. At this, a glimmer of light appeared in Snape's eyes. Moreover, if you weren't so dulled by confections, you would remember he is a Slytherin student. And I am the head of Slytherin House. With that final remark, Snape disregarded Dumbledore's expression and turned to leave. Dumbledore sighed, lamenting the lack of understanding shown towards the elderly. I only hope you can keep an eye on Mr. Cavendish. He is still quite young, and I fear Tom may return to target him. None of us can predict the methods he might employ upon his return. Thus we must remain vigilant. Snape paused in his departure, offering no reply, then continued on his way. Yet Dumbledore understood. He had acquiesced. As Snape hastened down the corridor towards the dungeon, his mind buzzed with contemplation of Dumbledore's actions. His own feelings were of little consequence, but with that foolish giant now involved, he had to remain alert. For he was acutely aware that Dumbledore had never truly trusted him. Reflecting on this, he managed a self-deprecating smile. Who would believe he was right, after all, being a wicked Death Eater? Nevertheless, the giant's potion aptitude was rare. Given his current state, protecting one was no different from safeguarding two. If he could shield, then he would. Suddenly, a wave of heavy sorrow and guilt enveloped him, rendering his gaze hollow. Even the way his cloak swayed bore a hint of despondency. In a nearby concealed corner, Aces stood silently, observing Snape's retreating figure with intrigue. What was amiss with the professor? Such prolonged scrutiny without detection felt decidedly odd. Aces pondered. Snape's dark silhouette gradually receded, entering the shadowy potions classroom. As the hem of his cloak vanished from Ace's sight, an inexplicable sensation washed over him, as if Snape had been but an empty shell. How peculiar and absurd. How could a living being embody emptiness? Aces shook his head, dispelling the absurdity from his mind, and continued to wait patiently. He had appeared here today to observe Carter. If there were a Horcrux in Carter's vicinity, direct interaction would be unwise. It was likely that Carter was aware of this, hence his previous subtle hints. After a considerable wait, Carter finally appeared in the corridor. The third-year Slytherin was attending the potions class taught by their head. Aces was confident that with Snape's keen instincts, he would not overlook a Horcrux within his classroom. Thus, Aces chose to lie in wait before the potions lesson commenced. Upon seeing Aces, Carter did not display undue surprise, as if he had anticipated the encounter. I have little time, he stated tersely. 3 sentences. Carter cast a deep glance at Aces. What is he now? The crown of Ravenclaw. Do you wish to survive? Carter hesitated before responding, gazing intently at Aces. Can I still survive? Aces smiled, his expression vibrant and unapologetically exuberant, his eyes sparkling. Of course. As long as you desire it. Much later, Carter would not forget Aces from that day. The way he spoke and the fervor illuminating his countenance. Desire. Carter yearned for survival. He had not yet lived enough, and his family still needed him. The longing for life was unabashedly displayed upon Carter's face before Aces. In a moment of inexplicable distraction, Aces found himself recalling another face, one upon which he had never witnessed such ardor. Shoving aside the notion, he reminded himself that now was not the time for such thoughts. Very well, I require your assistance with a task. Without hesitation, Carter agreed. After Carter departed, Aces lingered a while longer, wavering before ultimately proceeding along the path Carter had taken towards the potions classroom. Inside, the sounds of Snape's derision and incantations echoed. Aces did not enter. He quietly stood at the threshold, peering through the gap to witness Snape unleashing his venomous barbs. After witnessing the fervent longing for life on Carter's face, Aces finally comprehended why he had briefly entertained the notion that Snape was an empty vessel. For in Snape, he discerned neither desire for life nor hope for the future. In other words, he lacked the will to survive. To him, it seemed each day was merely a passage, indifferent to whether he lived or perished. Aces' gaze became complex. He was uncertain what the spy had endured during that great conflict. Yet he could surmise the peril involved. A spy, after all, merely navigates through misunderstanding and slander, struggling against the odds. It was indeed unusual for someone like Snape to embody such silent sacrifice, Aces mused. Yet the term spy surprisingly fit Snape well. A person indifferent to death. A solitary figure accustomed to isolation, and one whose harsh words earned him little favor. He was undoubtedly an apt candidate for espionage. Dumbledore certainly had an eye for talent. Aces reflected with a sigh. He subtly shifted aside to avoid Snape's gaze from within the classroom, pondering how Dumbledore managed to persuade a Slytherin to willingly engage in such perilous and thankless endeavors. After all, the Slytherin trait of self-preservation was well known, Aces speculated. As he contemplated, his fingers unconsciously fidgeted, brushing against the alchemical device for detecting dark magic nestled in his pocket. Aces paused, closing his eyes to quell the tumult within. Exhaling deeply, he ought not to meddle too much. With a final glance at Snape, Aces turned away without a hint of nostalgia. Inside the classroom, Snape acutely sensed a gaze at the door. However, upon turning his head, he found it utterly vacant. His brow furrowed. Who had that been? The peculiar scrutiny had unsettled him, instilling a sense of offense. Who could it possibly be? Chapter 30. The Professor's Fury, the Lion's Wrath. As Snape pondered in vain, an icy aura enveloped him, chilling the entire classroom to its core. The young Slytherins, sensing the frost emanating from Snape, became increasingly cautious in their movements, fearful of making a misstep. Once the class concluded, the young serpent hastily vanished before the displeased Serpent King. Merlin's robes, they must not discover who had provoked their head of house. Clad in his billowing black robes, Snape traversed the corridors, his grim expression silencing the young wizards who scurried aside, clearing a path along the hall. After he passed, whispers erupted among the students. The young lions appeared particularly pale. Who had dared to incite Professor Snape's ire? Were they not aware that their next lesson was with Gryffindor? Merlin's beard. Would they even see the light of tomorrow? They glanced towards the most well-informed Badger, but alas, even he was in the dark this time, watching them helplessly. The Gryffindor students heading to Potions class looked as though they were marching to their doom, their expressions vacant, faces ashen. The surrounding young wizards cast sympathetic glances their way. How unfortunate to be walking straight into the line of fire. Unbeknownst to Aces, who was blissfully unaware of the havoc he had inadvertently caused, he was preoccupied in the library, desperately working on his thesis. For days, he had been too focused on watching Carter, allowing his assignments to pile up until the very last day. Today, multitasking like never before, he deftly controlled 2 quills, penning 2 essays simultaneously, while using a third quill to write another. For the first time, Aces wished fervently for 8 hands. Passing by, Ellis gasped at the sight of Aces furiously scribbling. After a moment's hesitation, she sat beside him and asked, "Do you need help?" Without lifting his gaze, Aces replied, "No, thank you." Disappointed yet undeterred, Ellis remained, observing Aces as he toiled. She found herself lost in thought, gazing at him. Aces was exceptionally handsome, with raven hair and starry eyes. His cascading locks slightly obscured his gaze, yet they did not mask the beauty of his eyes. When he was serious, even the corners of his eyes bore a hint of chill, but when he smiled his features softened, like the gentle moonlight of that enchanting night. Since their acquaintance, it was the first time Ellis truly scrutinized him. Initially, her self-doubt had held her back, and later, envy had silenced her, too intimidated to reveal the jealousy lurking in her eyes. He was simply remarkable, like a light that drew her back to herself. Yet, she understood that this might merely be a reflection of his commendable upbringing and gentlemanly demeanor. Lost in her reverie, Ellis suddenly spoke, "May I follow you, sir?" Aces paused, his quill halting, the other 2 quills ceasing their motions as well. He raised his eyes to meet Ellis's, having sensed her earlier scrutiny, though he had chosen to ignore it. He wondered what had sparked such a notion within her. "Are you certain?" Ellis's dazed expression gradually solidified into determination. "Yes, I am certain. I can grant you this opportunity, but I expect you to be worthy of standing behind me. Moreover, those who belong to me are not permitted to betray me. Should that occur, the consequences are dire." Aces' brow arched slightly, a hint of severity lacing his final words. Ellis's gaze was resolute, her tone earnest. "I will not disappoint you, sir." Aces nodded once more before returning to his papers, while Ellis, shedding her previous nonchalance, seized a tome of spells and seated herself beside him, engrossed in her studies. She was determined not to let her professor down. In the dimly lit corridor of the dungeon, a black robe swept by. After concluding the Gryffindor class, Snape finally felt a modicum of relief. His expression was less grim as he made his way back. Along the way, he casually seized a young serpent to summon Aces, who trembled at the unexpected summons, perspiration beading upon its brow. Observing the quivering creature, Snape maintained his stoic faade, but internally scoffed. Was he truly so fearsome? Though his tall, slender frame cloaked in black robes exuded an undeniable solitude. Upon reaching the dungeon, Snape did not brew potions or grade papers. Instead, he reclined on the sofa, his gaze vacant as he contemplated his attitude towards Aces. He understood the old BS suspicions, perhaps even more acutely than the old man himself. He was wary of this newcomer, yet the child's trust in him quelled his doubts. After all, it was rare for someone to place such faith in him. But now, the old BS words had doused him with cold water. awakening him to the reality that that person was still alive and would return. He rubbed his temples in agitation. He did not wish to harm any innocents further. He had already accrued enough debts. His role as a spy was destined for solitude. With a silent resolution akin to Asace's own thoughts, they both chose to maintain a peculiar distance from one another. A knock echoed at the dungeon door. It was Asace. "Come in." Asace, standing at the threshold, pondered the reason for Snape's summons. Upon hearing the professor's voice, he snapped back to focus. He stepped into the dungeon, which remained as cold and unwelcoming as ever. Snape leaned against the chair, lifting his gaze to meet him. "Professor? Do you require something from me?" Asace inquired. Snape's expression remained impassive, his eyes hollow. Night roaming? What nonsense! Had Dumbledore actually betrayed him? Unable to contain himself, Asace erupted, feeling betrayed by the headmaster's clandestine surveillance. "Oh Dumbledore, I shall remember this." He seethed internally, mentally marking the white-bearded headmaster for future reckoning. Glancing at the potions master's demeanor, it seemed he was not there to chastise. "No, Professor, I merely sought to comfort a troubled classmate out of goodwill. There was no night roaming." Asace chuckled, believing that as long as he hadn't been caught in the act, he was in the clear. Snape snorted disdainfully. He was not truly pursuing the matter, especially since no points had been deducted. He simply sought an excuse to distance himself from Asace. "Mr. Cavendish, it appears your talent has bred a sense of arrogance that leads you to disregard the school rules?" Puzzled, Asace noted Snape's peculiar attitude. This was hardly a grave issue, nor had he been caught or penalized. Why was Snape fixating on it? He tentatively suggested, perhaps an increased attention? Snape remained silent, the dim dungeon obscuring his expression from Asace. Yet, Asace sensed that Snape was not truly angry. Rather, it felt as though he was seizing the opportunity to make a point. Merlin's beard, deciphering the professor's thoughts was more challenging than understanding his mother's. Unsure of the rationale behind Snape's demeanor, Asace decided to abandon his defense and directly acknowledge his fault. At this, Snape lifted his gaze towards Asace. "I hope Mr. Cavendish remembers that his barely adequate talent will not grant him any favors before his head of house. Therefore do not act like a troll, filled with hubris and folly. Such foolish behavior will not earn you the attention you seek." Chapter 31. The Return of Voldemort. Snape's voice was melodious, each word elongated in a manner that accentuated its elegance. Unintentionally, Asace found himself momentarily entranced. It must be said, listening to such a voice was indeed a pleasure, even if it bore a hint of derision. "Understood, Professor," Asace replied obediently, tilting his head, feeling as though he were striking cotton. Snape felt a pang of frustration. Why was this giant not angered? Was he truly so devoid of temper? Perhaps the Cavendish family had produced a soft fruit, he thought bitterly. Perhaps he should be a touch harsher. "I hope you truly understand, rather than merely professing knowledge. Or is it that the Cavendish family specializes in producing foolish and arrogant giants?" Observing Snape's relentless aggression and unreasonable demeanor, Asace suddenly realized that this matter was likely merely an excuse. Conveniently, he could use this situation to maintain distance from Snape. However, it must be said that Snape possesses an uncanny knack for inciting others' ire. Even though Asace could guess his intentions, he found himself unable to suppress his anger. Asace's expression turned cold in response. This remark was quite severe. No heir could tolerate insults directed at their family, and Snape was fully aware of this. As anticipated, upon witnessing Asace's countenance darken, Snape's brows furrowed, his eyes brimming with disapproval and fury. "Professor, I have retreated time and again. Is it truly appropriate for you to speak in such a manner? Perhaps a change in your tone would render you more agreeable." Snape's expression remained impassive. "I do not require a giant to dictate my actions. Now, leave my presence." With that, he cast a disdainful glance at Asace. Following his words, Asace stood up in anger, his face frozen in a scowl as he exited the dungeon. Outside the dungeon door, where Snape could not see, Asace sighed, the coldness on his face dissipating. This was Snape's choice, one that he ought to respect. It was regrettable, however, that his practical instructor might be lost to him. Inside the dungeon, since Asace's departure, Snape had remained motionless, his expression blank, the silence within the dungeon as oppressive as death. His face was shrouded in darkness, separated from the flickering firelight, his eyes betraying a barely perceptible self-mockery and sorrow. His feelings for Asace were not profound enough to provoke an emotional upheaval. Rather, this incident was akin to a reflection of his entire life. Forever alone, perpetually pushing away those who draw near, eternally suffering losses. For a person like him, it was a rare occurrence for anyone to be willing to believe in him. How tragic that was. Snape leaned back wearily against the chair, his eyes closing in exhaustion. Grateful for the darkness that provided him with a veil, allowing him to indulge in his emotions. He thought mockingly. Ever since their discord in the dungeon, Snape had begun to target Assis at every turn, both in class and elsewhere. The Slytherins were utterly perplexed. Considering Assis's ability to earn points, their head had been quite amiable towards him. Yet now, his level of antagonism towards Assis rivaled that of Gryffindor's foolish lions. Assis's reactions left the Slytherins even more bewildered. He had always been the most respectful of their head, and even when mocked, he merely smiled gently and accepted his faults. Yet now, while Assis still respected his house head and acknowledged his mistakes, his indifferent demeanor instilled a sense of unexplainable alienation among the Slytherins. Thus, the two maintained this taciturn relationship until Halloween. On Halloween Day, within the Hogwarts Great Hall, Professor Flitwick was busily waving his wand, levitating decorations into place. With the feast about to commence, he hastened his pace. By the time Assis arrived, the ceiling had been adorned. The original candles had been replaced with an array of pumpkins, both large and small. In addition to the pumpkin lanterns, numerous bat-shaped lights floated around. Ghosts gleefully flitted about, occasionally startling passing students. Upon noticing Assis's arrival, Professor Flitwick eagerly beckoned him. "Ah, Mr. Cavendish, just in time. Could I trouble you to lend a hand? I find myself a bit overwhelmed with preparations." Assis, holding a deep respect for the fairy professor, did not decline this minor request. "Of course, Professor." With that, he waved his wand, assisting Flitwick in arranging the decorations and setting up the hall. Following closely behind Assis, Ellis stepped forward to help. With their combined efforts, the remaining setup was swiftly completed, and Professor Flitwick set down his wand, beaming in gratitude towards the both of them. As Assis responded, his peripheral vision caught sight of Carter departing, prompting him to give Ellis a knowing glance. Ellis understood, seamlessly picking up the conversation with Flitwick while Assis tactfully announced his departure. Professor Flitwick enthusiastically answered Ellis's inquiries, waving off Assis as he prepared to leave. Once granted permission, Assis turned to exit, casting a disillusionment charm upon himself in an unobserved corner, stealthily following Carter. Carter's destination was the room of requirement. Assis confirmed this suspicion halfway through his pursuit. He halted his tracking. After Carter had moved away, he waved his wand, summoning a white tiger Patronus. Then gently tapped the Patronus's forehead, shrinking its form before instructing it to remain hidden. Though prepared, he deemed it prudent to leave a contingency plan in place, just in case. Having completed these preparations, Assis proceeded towards the room of requirement. Upon arriving, everything appeared normal, yet Carter was nowhere to be found. He tapped his wand against the wall, uttering an obscure incantation, and soon a door materialized from the wall. Without hesitation, Assis stepped into the room of requirement. Inside, the previously empty space had transformed, now dominated by a massive magical circle and an enormous cauldron, which bubbled vigorously as if brewing something. Assis cast a brief glance before diverting his attention. By the cauldron stood a figure, startled by Assis's entrance, who swiftly turned to face him. This allowed Assis to discern his face. It was Carter. Carter gazed at Assis in astonishment, bewildered as to why he was present. Assis, however, did not focus on Carter but instead surveyed the surroundings, ultimately fixating on the exquisite crown cradled in Carter's hands. As the crown noticed Assis's attention, it began to emit a plume of black smoke, which coalesced into a figure. The apparition's features were somewhat indistinct, yet it was evident that he possessed an attractive visage, a smile gracing his lips. With sharply defined features and an elegant posture, coupled with his prior conversation with Carter, Assis needed no further contemplation to deduce the identity before him. It was Voldemort, the name that struck fear into the hearts of the entire British wizarding community. Chapter 32, Voldemort's Machinations. Seeing Voldemort manifest, Carter felt a potent mix of fear and concern. "Merlin, what should I do now?" He scanned the surroundings, desperately seeking something to aid Assis, but found nothing. Ultimately, he could only blink repeatedly at Assis behind Voldemort's translucent figure, silently urging him to find a way to escape. Voldemort did not turn around, but seemed to perceive Carter's gestures. He spoke softly, "It appears you have a good relationship with Carter. He would defy me for your sake." His words were gentle, reminiscent of sweet nothings exchanged between lovers, if one were to overlook their sinister implications. Upon hearing this, Carter was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his blinking frozen in place. Assis, maintaining his composure, appeared unfazed by Carter's anxiety, speaking casually as though conversing with a friend. "Indeed, we share a rather decent rapport. After all, we are both Slytherins. Perhaps our relationship could be quite amiable. I recall you are also a Slytherin, are you not, Mr. Voldemort? Upon finishing, Acis playfully imitated Dumbledore by winking at Voldemort. This gesture piqued Voldemort's interest, prompting him to scrutinize Acis. You are quite intriguing. The Dark Lord offers you the chance to submit. Behind Voldemort, Carter cast a worried glance at Acis. He understood that Acis would never yield to Voldemort and feared that Voldemort, humiliated, might retaliate against Acis. Unfazed, Acis questioned with a perplexed expression, a smile gracing his lips. The Great Dark Lord? Are you referring to a fragment of a soul that clings to existence by leeching off the lives of others? As these words left his lips, Carter gasped, staring at Acis in disbelief. Acis was truly courageous. The smile on Voldemort's face vanished, replaced by a grim expression as he glared at Acis. How dare you speak such insolence towards the Great Dark Lord? What do I have to fear? Am I to be intimidated by a wretch whose fragmented soul was vanquished by the power of maternal love? Acis retorted. Indeed, it was love, not Harry Potter. Acis had never subscribed to the beliefs of the British magical community that claimed Harry Potter had defeated Voldemort. How could an infant possibly triumph over a renowned and formidable wizard? Even a surge of magical energy could not account for such an outcome. Thus, he had previously discussed this matter with the Duke and Anna, who provided him with what he deemed the true answer. Why was it the true answer? Because they had also cast this ancient blood magic upon Acis. They speculated that when Voldemort murdered Harry Potter's father and prepared to kill Harry, his mother, in a desperate act of protection, invoked this powerful and ancient blood magic at the cost of her life. This blood magic had resisted the killing curse, rebounding upon Voldemort himself at that moment. Carter had grown numb to Acis' audacity. He truly did not fear Voldemort. Acis, however, felt a sense of helplessness. He did not wish to provoke Voldemort in such a manner. Yet he had no choice but to verify his hypothesis, testing the waters little by little. Thanks to Snape's teachings, every word Acis uttered struck precisely at Voldemort's vulnerabilities. Yet, to his surprise, Voldemort's spirit did not erupt in fury, but rather displayed confusion. Defeated by maternal love? Not Harry Potter? Voldemort regarded Acis with skepticism, pondering the truthfulness of his words. This boy had no reason to deceive him. Was Carter deceiving him instead? Why? Could it be that he and this boy were in league with one another, thus conspiring against him? With this thought, Voldemort's spirit turned angrily towards Carter. Seeing Voldemort's suspicion directed at Carter, Acis secretly released a breath of relief. It seemed this Horcrux was unaware. The fact that this Horcrux did not comprehend the events surrounding the main soul indicated that Voldemort's primary essence had yet to make contact with it. Otherwise, it would have been aware of what had transpired on that fateful day. Such knowledge would have enabled him to conceal from his Horcrux the magic capable of destroying him. The lack of prior contact was advantageous. He could proceed to eliminate this Horcrux without concern. Acis felt a surge of delight within. In preparation for confronting Voldemort, Acis had gathered extensive research. Although he had not located detailed instructions for creating Horcruxes, he had found several introductions to the subject. The texts indicated that a Horcrux, created by splitting one's soul, retains a tenuous connection with the primary soul, though the extent of that connection was not explicitly defined. Acis speculated that the primary soul could sense when a Horcrux was destroyed, while it remained uncertain whether Horcruxes could share information amongst themselves. He was currently unaware of the precise condition of the primary soul. If it was sufficiently weakened, the primary soul might remain oblivious to the destruction of the Horcrux, thus avoiding any alarm. However, if it had regained a certain degree of strength, coupled with their previous contact, the connection would have been reinforced. In such a case, the primary soul would undoubtedly detect the destruction of the Horcrux, and Acis would find himself exposed. Acis had no confidence in his ability to deceive Voldemort, the master of the Horcrux. Thus, upon learning this information, he did not act hastily, but rather devised a precautionary measure. In his calculations, this safeguard would be sufficient to protect against a primary soul that had not yet made contact with its Horcrux. Beyond that, it would be ineffective. Hence, his earlier probing was conducted. Now that he had confirmed this Horcrux had not interacted with the primary soul, he felt a twinge of regret for not acquiring information about the primary soul. Yet he found himself more relieved than anything else. Observing the furious Horcrux before him, Acis sighed inwardly. The sensation of being concealed while the enemy remained in the light was far from pleasant. He could only strive to remain hidden, hoping to outmaneuver Voldemort. As Voldemort glowered at him, Carter panicked, instinctively looking up for assistance from Acis. This instinctive action only served to confirm the Horcrux's suspicions. Voldemort, loathing betrayal, seized Carter's wand and charged at him in a rage. Avada Kedavra! A green light shot forth from the wand. Carter, terrified, watched as the green light hurtled toward him, certain it would strike him. A voice broke through the chaos. It was Ace's voice. Carter, fly. Carter was propelled uncontrollably toward Ace's, crashing heavily behind him with a thud. He let out a muffled groan, momentarily incapacitated by pain. In the wake of his failed attack, Voldemort refrained from pursuing further, instead fixing his dark gaze upon the two. Do you truly believe I am unaware of your plans? How foolish. Perhaps you do not realize that I am a master of the dark arts. The moment that fool Carter returned, I was aware of your scheme. A simplistic and foolish endeavor. Chapter 33. Voldemort's Exit. Do you truly think my resurrection hinges upon potions? Open your eyes and observe closely, Mr. Carter. Has the magical array that you so covertly tampered with truly been destroyed? Voldemort's face bore a smug, mocking expression as he regarded Aces and Carter with disdain. Upon hearing this, Carter, in a state of panic, turned his gaze to the magical array. Indeed, it appeared no different than before, continuously emanating a soft glow, with streams of light flowing rhythmically across its surface. Contrary to their expectations of a ruined array, it remained intact and operational. Ha 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 ha. I, the great Dark Lord, am on the verge of resurrection. I owe you my gratitude for your assistance. Without you, I might not have been able to gather the necessary materials. Voldemort laughed triumphantly, mocking the two, before, to their astonishment, he glided into the magical array. The array's glow erupted the moment he entered, the once gentle light transforming into a blinding radiance. Carter watched in despair as Voldemort's glee revealed the folly of their self-proclaimed perfect plan. Memories returned to that fateful day in the corridor, when Ace's last words were Carter's request for him to betray Voldemort at a critical moment, and if possible, to relay Voldemort's scheme to Aces in advance. Thus, when Carter learned of Voldemort's intentions, he discreetly informed Aces that Voldemort planned to resurrect using both the magical array and potions. Subsequently, following Aces' instructions, Carter had subtly sabotaged the potion, while the two had agreed that Aces would draw Voldemort's attention, allowing Carter to covertly disrupt the massive magical array. This constituted their complete plan. Regrettably, they had failed, and the price of failure was death. Carter managed a rueful smile as the brilliance of the magical array intensified, blinding white light flooding the room. In the glare, Carter instinctively closed his eyes. At that moment, Voldemort, immersed in the euphoria of impending resurrection, felt something amiss. The magical array was not reviving him. It was siphoning away his energy. The Horcrux was his vessel. If the vessel was destroyed, he would perish. And if his energy was drained, he would also meet his end. In a state of panic, Voldemort's spirit sought to escape the magical array, only to find himself immobilized, bound by the very incantations of the array. Who dares? Voldemort seethed, searching for the culprit. At that moment, Aces, who had remained silent until now, suddenly laughed, his mirth ringing in Voldemort's ears like a discordant note. As the white light receded, Carter and Voldemort realized that Aces had somehow arrived at the center of the magical array, standing beside Voldemort with a smile. Ace's complexion was pale, nearly translucent, and his unsteady demeanor alarmed Carter, prompting him to step forward in an attempt to assist, only to find himself unable to enter the magical array. Aces shook his head at Carter, calmly instructing, "Step back, Carter." Voldemort's soul glared furiously at Aces, the murderous intent in his eyes glaringly evident. If looks could kill, Aces would have been riddled with 1,000 wounds. With an elegant gesture, Aces adjusted his attire before leisurely turning his gaze towards Voldemort, a smirk playing upon his lips as he spoke in a tone that was both polite and gentle. "Mr. Tom, I wish you a safe journey." Upon uttering these words, Aces drew his wand and softly chanted an incantation, the words obscure and the intonation peculiar, yet the effects were unmistakable. Voldemort's figure began to fade, his furious roars echoing as he struggled desperately, but to no avail. As the final word of the spell escaped Aces' lips, Voldemort dissipated into the air, filled with anger and resentment. Carter stood there, utterly dumbfounded by the unfolding events, unable to comprehend how things had escalated to this point. Voldemort was dead? So easily? He remained frozen in place. As the spell concluded, Aces' complexion grew even paler. Standing became a challenge. He retreated a few steps, leaning weakly against the wall, breathing heavily to regain his composure before gingerly retrieving a vial of potion from his robe and consuming it. His magical energy had been severely depleted, leaving him with barely a trace. The sensation of being utterly drained was far from pleasant, prompting Aces to slide down to the floor and lean against the wall. The potion worked wonders. Soon, he felt a slight resurgence of magical power. Nevertheless, his complexion remained ashen, the toll of overexertion taking a significant toll on him. Aces looked up, his expression inscrutable as he regarded the still-dazed Carter, teasingly remarking, "Still not processing everything? Come lend me a hand. After all, I just saved your life." Amused, Aces watched Carter's bewilderment. The jest jolted Carter from his stupor, and he hurried over to assist Aces. Yet, unbeknownst to Carter, Aces subtly tightened his grip on his wand behind his back. "Aces, are you all right?" Carter inquired with concern, reaching out to help him up. Aces maintained a calm facade, but slightly turned his head away just as Carter's hand was about to make contact. Carter, smiling yet puzzled, looked at Aces. "What's the matter?" Aces raised his gaze slightly, his smile still present, but his eyes were filled with scrutiny. "Voldemort is gone. How long do you intend to keep up this charade?" A flicker of surprise crossed Carter's eyes, though his expression remained one of confusion and amusement. "What do you mean?" "Aces. What am I pretending? Have you mistaken something?" Aces scoffed lightly, leisurely leaning against the wall as he observed Carter's performance. Noticing Aces' indifference, the smile that had once adorned Carter's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. "When did you figure it out? I've never believed in you." In other words, he had suspected from the very start that something was amiss? Silence enveloped Carter as he pondered, questioning his own acting abilities. "I underestimated you. You truly are worthy of being Cavendish's heir. May I ask you a few questions?" "Of course," Aces replied graciously, not declining. "How did you discover it?" "I believed my performance was impeccable." "Your behavior," Aces began, "when you were provoking Elise, you were continuously observing me, weren't you? Initially, I thought you were subtly seeking help. But when I intercepted you, I realized something was off. The instinct for survival is powerful. When faced with life-threatening danger, one doesn't ponder for long, but desperately clings to any chance of survival. Thus, your first reaction should have been to seize any opportunity to live, rather than remember to question me." Carter frowned, challenging. "That doesn't signify anything. Perhaps it's simply due to my composed nature?" "Very well. Let us discuss another oversight of yours. Your choice of a rescue target is problematic. In life and death situations, individuals do not seek help from those weaker than themselves, unless they have ulterior motives." Aces emphasized the phrase ulterior motives. Unyielding, Carter retorted, "You are not weak. You even defeated me. Yet, you still instinctively regarded me as merely a child, underestimating me, did you not?" Aces lightly countered, "Is that so?" Carter was momentarily speechless, incredulity etched across his features. "You considered all of that at that time?" Aces nodded casually. "You truly are a prodigy," Carter marveled. Aces smiled silently, gauging the magical energy within him. Satisfactory. Enough to handle Carter. He slowly raised his wand, menacingly shaking it. Seeing this, Carter took a few steps back, his hands naturally falling to his sides in a relaxed posture, signaling that he would not engage. He had no desire to confront someone intelligent, powerful, and from a prominent family. He had miscalculated this time. Thankfully, the cost was not his life. Aces appreciated Carter's retreat, recognizing the ability to bend yet not break. "I cannot defeat you. I concede," Carter declared outright, acknowledging that he could not best one who had vanquished Voldemort, even if he appeared weak at present. Aces harbored no intentions of attacking Carter. His earlier actions had merely been to draw out Carter's objectives, and now he had a good guess. Aces reversed his wand, casting a cleaning spell upon himself, brushing off the dust that had clung to him. He then casually lowered his wand. Noting Aces' silence, Carter felt compelled to speak first. "The Halloween feast is about to commence. Shall we depart from here?" Aces had no objections. Now was not the time for lengthy discussions. His contingency plans were likely in motion, and they needed to handle matters first. Thus, the two conversed amicably as they left the room of requirement, as though the earlier confrontation had never transpired. In the corridor, Carter and Aces engaged in a tentative exchange. Midway through their conversation, Aces appeared to recall something, praising Carter profoundly. "It's truly reassuring to see that your mental occlusion skills are so exceptional." Carter, perplexed by Aces' implication, was about to inquire further when a dark voice resonated from behind them. "Look what I've discovered." I didn't expect both gentlemen to be so engrossed, abandoning the feast attended by the entire school to rendezvous here? The familiar voice, laced with venom, froze Carter in his tracks. By Merlin's beard, that was their headmaster's voice. Though Aces had anticipated this, he too felt a pang of anxiety, momentarily immobilized. Snape, noticing their hesitance to turn around, scowled. "What's the matter? Do I need to compel you to face me?" The absurdity of the situation made them laugh nervously. They would never dare let their headmaster issue such a request. Both quickly turned to confront the irate Snake King. "Professor Snape, We can explain, Carter hastily interjected. Snape, observing Ace's nearly pallid complexion, paused momentarily before arching an eyebrow. You had better provide a reasonable explanation. Under Snape's cold gaze, Carter faltered, unable to articulate a response. Ace, unwilling to deceive him, also remained silent. A tense silence enveloped them. Carter discreetly jabbed Ace in the back with his hand. Speak. Why are you silent? You were so chatty a moment ago, leaving me utterly bewildered. Ace remained unmoved, signaling with his eyes, You speak. You're the master of deception, are you not? Now's your chance. Their covert exchanges did not escape Snape's notice, and he found himself both amused and exasperated. If your explanation amounts to nothing but silence, I assure you, the consequences will be dire. Snape's words coiled around them like a serpent's icy tongue, inducing a sense of dread that compelled them to stand at attention. Seeing Ace's resolute decision to remain silent, Carter took the initiative to explain. Professor Snape. I was frustrated about losing to Ace previously and specifically sought him out today for a duel. As he spoke, Carter began activating his mental occlusion skills. He lowered his head, concealing the emptiness in his gaze. Naturally, Snape would not be swayed by such ghostly tales. To say nothing of the formidable strength of Ace, he was certain that Carter was no match for him. Moreover, Snape scrutinized the two with an inscrutable expression, suddenly drawing his wand and casting a silent detection spell. The moment Snape brandished his wand, Carter instinctively tensed, ready to evade. A silent spell. Though he was unaware of its nature, it was better to be cautious, Carter thought. It was only when he realized the incantation was directed at Ace that he relaxed. Noticing Carter's quick reflexes, Snape discreetly examined him with a discerning eye. Carter appeared utterly confident that Ace could evade the spell, believing its speed to be unremarkable. However, contrary to Carter's expectations, Ace did not dodge Snape's incantation. He calmly stood his ground, succumbing to the spell's effect. Carter could not fathom such unwavering trust in Professor Snape from Ace. As Snape received feedback from the spell, he let out a cold smirk. So Mr. Cavendish has exhausted his magic due to sparring? Ace thought of making a desperate attempt. Professor, I still possess magic. I have not exhausted it. Enough. Do not presume I cannot see through your facade. The magic within you is merely the result of consuming a replenishing potion. Do not attempt to deceive a master of potions, Snape reprimanded angrily. Chapter 35. The fated encounter of the side story. In the dimly lit tower, two figures stood in opposition. Dumbledore felt a pang of compassion, yet gazed imploringly at Snape. Please. The aged voice, laden with a plea, rendered it impossible for Snape to refuse. He forcefully suppressed the emotion swelling within him, his gaze hollow and expression inscrutable. Then he waved his wand. Avada Kedavra. The voice was hoarse, and upon closer inspection, one could detect a subtle tremor at the end. Faced with the lethal curse, Dumbledore remained composed. He did not flinch, simply standing still to receive the curse. The green light flashed, and the spell's immense force instantly propelled him backward. Pain surged through him as Dumbledore fell, powerless, like a rag doll, plummeting from the tower. Remarkably, Dumbledore thought, the killing curse did not immediately claim his life. Even as he descended, he found the strength to turn his head and observe Harry's expression. Seeing the dazed look on Harry's face, Dumbledore managed to blink slowly. I am truly sorry, my child. The speed of his fall quickened, and soon Dumbledore could no longer see Harry. Closer and closer to the ground, nearing the moment of impact, Dumbledore summoned his last vestiges of strength to gaze into the distance. Gellert, he whispered before crashing to the earth, breathless. At the same moment in Nurmengard, a silver-haired elder leaned against a chair, bewilderedly clutching his heart, questioning why it hurt so profoundly. Cold tears cascaded down his hand. The chilling sensation roused Grindelwald, who suddenly realized he was crying. Something had happened to Albus. He felt a firm conviction yet immediately countered himself. Impossible, Albus is too powerful. How could it be? As if to convince himself, he rose and walked toward the study. Inside the study, Grindelwald unfurled a sheet of parchment, and began to write with great earnestness. He penned with meticulous care, articulating the regrets and affections he had harbored in silence over the years. After finishing, he solemnly folded the letter and dispatched it via owl. As the owl flew away, Grindelwald did not leave the study, instead remaining in silence, watching the direction in which the owl vanished, waiting quietly. A day and a night passed, and he sat motionless in the study, breathing so lightly he seemed to not exist. At dawn, the owl returned, riding the morning sun. Landing on the desk, Grindelwald fixed his gaze on the unblemished letter clutched in the owl's talons, along with an additional letter. He understood immediately. After a moment, he slowly reached for the extra letter. Upon opening the envelope, He found only a single line. Return to sender. Recipient Albus Dumbledore is deceased. Upon receiving this news, Grindelwald displayed little reaction, his demeanor as calm as if nothing had transpired. He placed the letter down gently, stood up with equal tranquility, and exited the study. Grindelwald knew Dumbledore well. In an instant he comprehended what Albus intended to do. He returned to his bedroom, carefully selecting his attire, grooming himself meticulously. They were finally to reunite, and he desired to appear presentable. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose the very outfit he wore upon their first meeting. Thus, we shall meet anew, Grindelwald thought with a hint of joy. Dressed, he resumed his previous position, quietly gazing out at the sky, as if awaiting something. Perhaps it was the monotony of sitting, or perhaps the letter he had received that day, but he could not help but reminisce about that summer. That summer was the most unforgettable of his life. Remarkably, though it lasted merely 2 months, the memories from that time remained vivid. The nostalgia lingered, prompting him to revisit those moments again and again over the years. That summer had long passed. How long had it been since we last met, Albus? A decade? 2 decades? No, it has been a full 52 years, a significant portion of his life. Grindelwald mused, lost in thought. At that moment, the castle's protective enchantments were breached, and a figure stepped inside. Grindelwald snapped back to reality, calmly gazing at the newcomer, his eyes betraying a glimmer of anticipation. But it matters not, Albus. We shall soon meet, and we will finally be together forever. Upon entering Nurmengard, Voldemort's first sight was that of the frail old man before him. The thin figure clad in ill-fitting garments appeared strikingly peculiar. Grindelwald? Voldemort scrutinized the elder, seemingly dissatisfied that a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber had fallen so low. It is I. You have finally arrived, Grindelwald replied calmly. You knew I would return, so you must also know the answer I seek, Voldemort stated. Grindelwald let out a mocking laugh. Your quest is utterly futile, for I have never possessed it. Voldemort was displeased with this answer, raising his wand threateningly at Grindelwald. Tell me, or I shall kill you. Grindelwald, with a blend of anticipation and disdain, retorted, Kill me, Voldemort. I would gladly embrace death, but my demise shall grant you nothing. You do not comprehend. Seeing Voldemort still hesitating, Grindelwald continued his taunts. Kill me. You will not prevail. You cannot win. The Elder Wand will never belong to you, ha 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 ha. Grindelwald's brazen provocation incited Voldemort's fury further, and with the summoning of the Dark Mark, he erupted completely. A green light struck Grindelwald's frail form, sending him hurtling backward. Death was imminent, yet a smile crept upon Grindelwald's lips. Albus, I have come. Those struck by the killing curse are rendered soulless. Yet Grindelwald distinctly felt the familiar youth standing before him, smiling, beckoning him, a summons from beyond. His visage began to transform, gradually becoming more youthful, until he appeared indistinguishable from the boy he once was. Grindelwald clasped the young man's hand, their fingers interlacing as they exchanged knowing smiles. Ultimately, the 2 young men departed hand in hand. How wonderful! We can finally hold each other's hands, no longer adversaries, and stride towards a shared future. The roses of Godric's Hollow bloomed anew, and Nurmengard finally welcomed a splendid summer. I and my beloved perished within the High Tower. Albus Dumbledore, renowned in 1945 for vanquishing Grindelwald, met his demise in the Astronomy Tower of Hogwarts in 1997. Gellert Grindelwald, defeated and imprisoned by Dumbledore in Nurmengard in 1945, succumbed in the Tower of Nurmengard in 1998. Chapter 36, The Scolding. He was truly on the verge of being driven to madness by this colossal creature. He had been indulging in a delightful dinner in the Great Hall, finding even the small giant beneath him somewhat endearing. However, midway through the feast, Dumbledore discovered that the foolish giant was absent from the hall. Thus, that infernal old bee dispatched this poor, beleaguered professor to locate the imbecilic giant. Consequently, he had to flit about Hogwarts like a headless fly. Had it not been for his serendipitous glimpse of the white tiger lurking in a shadowy corridor, he might still be searching. Wait, a white tiger? Severus Snape quickly made the connection. Was it a Patronus? In his earlier haste to vent his frustration, he had not paused to contemplate. Could this Patronus belong to the small giant? Was it deliberately luring him? Why? Or was it merely a coincidence? No. It could not possibly be a coincidence. Snape swiftly clarified his thoughts. Aces was intentionally drawing him in. What circumstance could compel him to reveal his Patronus to seek out a professor? Indeed, both the large and small foxes were no simple creatures, and neither were inclined to bring him peace. Snape seethed internally. The corridor echoed with Snape's furious roars. Aces hastily sought refuge, promptly falling silent, afraid to provoke Snape further. I am truly sorry, Professor. If Mr. Cavendish felt remorse, he ought to inform his head of house of the clandestine deeds they engaged in, rather than fabricating lies here. Snape dismissed Ace's apology with disdain. Aces fell silent, both parties locked in a stalemate. Observing this, Carter opened his mouth as if to speak, but Aces interrupted. Professor, I do not wish to deceive you, yet I cannot divulge the truth. Aces lifted his gaze to meet Snape's. If deception was futile, then honesty it must be. Snape discerned the resoluteness in Ace's eyes and understood that he would not elicit any revelations today. Very well, as long as the creature was found. The rest could be left for that old bee to fret over. Let him trouble me. Aces, sensing Snape's prolonged silence, felt a sense of helplessness. It was not that he mistrusted the professor or was unwilling to share. Rather, as an undercover agent, knowing too much posed greater peril. Voldemort excelled in extracting memories. And although Snape's mental defenses were formidable, no one could guarantee that Voldemort would not discover the truth. He could not endanger him. As Snape observed the resignation and turmoil reflected in Ace's gaze, his expression unexpectedly softened. Carter sensed a foreboding. Was this the calm before the storm? He recoiled slightly, striving to diminish his presence. This is not my fault, it's all Ace's doing. Please do not scold me, Professor, Carter muttered internally. Surprisingly, Snape did not erupt in anger again, but regarded the two with a measured tone. I will be watching you. Now return to the Great Hall. With that, Snape turned and walked away, casting his cloak over Aces as he departed, leaving Aces uncertain whether it was a form of retribution for his deception. Aces helplessly rubbed his face, feeling a sting. He knew he had passed Snape's scrutiny, now only Dumbledore remained. The thought of Dumbledore made Ace's head throb. The elder was far less accommodating than the professor. Should he devise a means to divert attention? After pondering for a moment, Aces concluded that it would be challenging to distract Dumbledore and subsequently abandoned the idea. You already knew Professor Snape would come, did you? Aces nearly forgot about Carter. Interrupted from his thoughts, Aces lifted his gaze absently. How could that be? He replied dismissively. Carter was not like Snape. He could not be deterred so easily. Carter, somewhat at a loss, questioned Ace's lackadaisical attitude. Was he not worthy of Ace's attention? Aces glanced over at him, and Carter realized the truth. Very well. Perhaps he truly was unworthy. What 11-year-old wizard could contend with Voldemort, and even obliterate one of his soul fragments? The thought sparked a glimmer of determination in Carter's eyes. Perhaps Aces could be the key to his success. Aces, vexed by Carter's calculating gaze, lamented that he was merely a child. Why was he entangled with such schemers? He detested dealing with foxes, especially the elder one. Let us proceed to the Great Hall, Aces interjected, breaking Carter's fixation. Very well. The banquet in the Great Hall was still in full swing, with young wizards exuberantly enjoying their meals and conversing. Aces and Carter stealthily entered the hall, preferring to remain inconspicuous. Aces took his seat at the spot reserved by Illustra, gleaning information about the earlier events and confirming that Snape had only ventured out after being summoned by Dumbledore. Aces fell silent. Had he indeed caught Dumbledore's attention? Illustra, observing Ace's pallid complexion, inquired with concern, Sir, are you unwell? Aces lifted his gaze toward the aged figure at the professor's table and the dark-faced professor, responding lethargically. Not particularly well. He feared an impending interrogation. He had revealed too many vulnerabilities before Snape, and Dumbledore would inevitably harbor suspicions upon learning this. The banquet was lively, filled with laughter and cheer among the young wizards. Yet Aces felt a profound disconnect amidst the revelry. Strangely, the days that followed unfolded with an eerie tranquility. No surveillance, no interrogations, and no sign of Voldemort. He relished the opportunity to attend classes, visit the library, conduct research, and even face detention. Aces found himself bewildered. When had Dumbledore become so trusting of him? Or was it that something of greater significance had captured his attention? Ace's intuition proved correct. Dumbledore was indeed preoccupied. Scarcely present at the school, only occasionally emerging to make an appearance. The sole individual capable of eliciting such behavior from him was unmistakable. After the banquet concluded, Snape engaged Dumbledore in conversation within the headmaster's office, articulating his concerns regarding the anomalies surrounding Aces, particularly noting the depletion of his magical energy. While it was not uncommon for a young wizard's magic to be exhausted, Ace's power was robust, indistinguishable from that of an adult wizard. To deplete the magic of an adult wizard in such a short span of time could not possibly be attributed to mere sparring with Carter. Dumbledore, maintaining a jovial demeanor, sought to temper Snape's ire, observing that this child seemed to have instigated a change within Severus. Yet, whether such a change was beneficial remained elusive to Dumbledore. Perhaps it was perhaps it was not. He felt a sense of indebtedness toward Severus, this child of his. As their conversation progressed, an owl suddenly swooped into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore extended his hand to retrieve the letter from the owl's talon, and upon reading its contents, his expression darkened considerably. Chapter 37. The End of Detention. Snape was rife with curiosity about the letter's contents. This was the first time he had witnessed the usually composed elder display such emotion. "You should return, Severus. I may be frequently absent from the school during this period. I entrust the matter of that child to you," Dumbledore stated. And without awaiting Snape's response, he summoned a phoenix and vanished. Though Snape had initially been irked by Dumbledore's decision to leave him with the burden, he had previously consented to oversee the giant creature. However, that did not excuse his inaction. Yet, witnessing Dumbledore's haste to depart, leaving without even waiting for him to exit the office, caused Snape to feel a twinge of concern. What could possibly compel Dumbledore to act in such a manner? Surely it could not be due to that giant creature associated with Potter. Snape swiftly dismissed the notion. If it were Potter, an owl would not be the messenger. Nor would Dumbledore neglect to include him. What could it possibly be? Lost in thought, Snape returned to the basement, pondering the question. When Assis arrived, he found Snape seemingly lost in a trance. It was the first time he had witnessed Snape not immersed in grading papers or concocting potions, but rather deep in contemplation. Curious, Assis wondered what could occupy his thoughts. Was it Dumbledore? Recalling Dumbledore's recent peculiarities, he surmised the answer. Choosing not to disturb Snape, he deftly made his way to the adjacent workbench. Skillfully transforming his attire into something reminiscent of a muggle apron and donning dragon-hide gloves, he began to handle potion ingredients. His movements were so practiced they evoked a twinge of sympathy. During this period of confinement, he had practically monopolized the processing of all of Snape's potion materials. By the time Snape emerged from his reverie, Assis had already completed half of the materials, his efficiency consistently impressive. Snape approached to inspect the work and, finding it clean and thorough, said nothing. He then turned back to his desk to continue grading papers. Both Snape and Assis were not particularly loquacious. When engrossed in their tasks, they paid little mind to the outside world, let alone engage in conversation. The basement remained silent, yet it did not feel desolate. The sounds of material processing intertwined with the rustling of papers, creating a subtle warmth. After finishing, Assis wiped down the workbench. Snape disdained the use of wands in his basement, so aside from the initial transfiguration, he insisted on doing the cleaning himself. The pampered young gentleman adapted well in this regard. Assis glanced up at Snape, who continued to grade papers, occasionally furrowing his brow, evidently encountering some poorly written essays. Assis actually enjoyed the confinement. The repetitive task of processing materials brought an indescribable inner tranquility, often sparking his creativity. Sensing Assis's gaze, Snape, without lifting his head, gestured for him to come over and assist with the papers. Assis, as a diligent assistant, rarely questioned his instructions and simply complied. Snape was quite pleased with this trait, as he had little patience for those who asked too many questions. Assis conjured a quill and began to edit the papers. Some of the submissions were astonishingly outlandish, such as one that proposed testing whether potions could be brewed using culinary methods. The young wizard should be grateful that it was Assis grading this paper and not Professor Snape. Otherwise, he might find himself tossed into a cauldron to personally experiment with cooking potions. Unacceptable nonsense. Next, Assis's speed in grading surpassed Snape's, as he typically refrained from spending time on sarcasm. After finishing, he looked up at Snape, who was diligently grading 5th and 7th year papers. His demeanor serious and his expression stern. His brow furrowed slightly, and his lips were pressed tightly together. Having studied micro-expressions in his Muggle psychology course, Assis recognized this as a sign of self-restraint or dissatisfaction. It seemed the papers were vexing the professor, and Assis's mind wandered. "Have you seen enough?" Snape's abrupt inquiry caught him off guard. "Oh, apologies, Professor." It seemed that apologizing in Snape's presence had become a habit, and Assis instinctively uttered the words. As he spoke, he was taken aback, thinking, Merlin, how proficient I am at this. He stood frozen in place. Snape glanced at him, an amused expression flickering across his face. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly, forming a smile that was barely perceptible, almost elusive. However, Assis had been watching Snape closely, and he caught that fleeting smile. This must be the first time he had seen the professor smile since their acquaintance. Assis thought, momentarily entranced. "Professor, you look so charming when you smile. Why not smile more often?" The words slipped out before he could stop himself. At this, the smile vanished from Snape's lips, replaced by an icy demeanor. "Oh no. Assis immediately realized he had overstepped. Such a remark was unbecoming of a Slytherin with decorum. Mr. Cavendish. Snape's words began, only to be interrupted by Assis. I know, Professor. Don't presume to interfere in a professor's personal matters. Assis mimicked Snape's tone, lowering his voice. This was not typical behavior for him. But he longed to catch another glimpse of that earlier smile. Alas, this cold jest was not amusing at all. Snape did not find any humor in Assis's quip. Instead, regarding him with an expression of contempt. The disdain silenced Assis, causing him to close his mouth sheepishly. Merlin, had I just lost my mind? The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and unable to bear the weight of his previous self, Assis hastily changed the subject. Professor, I have finished grading. May I take my leave? Snape returned to his papers, dismissing him with a curt, you may go. No need to return tomorrow. No need to return? Surely the professor thought him foolish for his earlier remarks? Assis felt a pang of rejection. Professor, I promise I won't imitate you again. Please don't be upset. Mr. Cavendish, has your brain been fed to a troll today? Snape could no longer contain his frustration. Is it already the last day of confinement? Assis suddenly realized, feeling a twinge of reluctance. As he left the basement, he hesitated at the door, wrestling with the idea of making a mistake to prolong his confinement. Ultimately, he decided against it, knowing that if the professor discovered he had intentionally misbehaved to extend his punishment, he would surely be furious. It was fine. Who said he couldn't visit the basement if he wasn't in confinement? There was no rule against it. Assis's mind was abuzz with calculations. Chapter 38. The first meeting since 1945. Suddenly Assis froze. Why did he want to continue visiting the basement? This contradicted his earlier desire to distance himself from Snape entirely. Astonished by his own thoughts and actions, Assis quickly pushed open the door and fled the basement, his retreat resembling a hasty escape. Snape furrowed his brow as he watched Assis leave, puzzled by the young man's strange behavior today. On his way back, Assis tried to dissect his conflicting emotions. Ultimately, he concluded that he was reluctant to part with the potion materials that required processing, especially the slime eels. The inspiration that flowed while handling them was both smooth and unending. Such a sensation was surely irresistible to any researcher. Having come to this realization, Assis relaxed, his steps becoming noticeably lighter as he briskly returned to his dormitory. In Austria, at the Numengard Tower, Dumbledore stood before the tower, lost in nostalgia. He lingered for quite some time, prompting Grindelwald inside to finally emerge. You've finally come to see me, Albus. The note of grievance in Grindelwald's voice caught Dumbledore's attention. Though he did not show any outward reaction, time had softened the tempers of the two old men, and they exchanged a calm gaze. Gellert, it's been a long time. Dumbledore's cloudy eyes scrutinized Grindelwald. Why did you insist on meeting me? What is it you seek, Gellert? The words sounded almost accusatory as they escaped Dumbledore's lips. Grindelwald silently regarded the wary Dumbledore, then suddenly let out a soft laugh. Albus, I currently possess not even a wand, so you needn't be so on guard. Dumbledore discerned the implication behind Grindelwald's words, and eased his posture slightly. He was acutely aware that the current Grindelwald was no longer his adversary, yet he found himself instinctively on guard against him. Perhaps it was because Grindelwald had always been, in his heart, the powerful and exceptional wizard he admired. Would you care to step inside for a moment, Albus? Grindelwald inquired, gesturing towards the interior. Dumbledore and Grindelwald exchanged glances, and in silence, they entered. Inside the castle, Dumbledore took a seat on the sofa, facing Grindelwald, but his eyes unconsciously roamed, avoiding the intensity of Grindelwald's gaze. Perhaps Grindelwald was unaware that after all these years of avoidance, Dumbledore was, in truth, afraid to confront him. Thus, even though he knew Grindelwald had been waiting for him all along, he refrained from visiting. Had it not been for the Ministry of Magic relaying Grindelwald's request to see him, under the threat of a prison break if he did not come to Nurmengard, he might never have set foot in this place. Grindelwald's words compelled Dumbledore to rush over. Observing Dumbledore's averted gaze, Grindelwald felt a pang of sorrow. Over the years, he had recognized Dumbledore's almost evasive self-isolation. His Albus should not be like this. Once, his Albus had shone with reckless brilliance, outshining even the sun itself. Now, the Albus before him was draped in weariness and caution. Grindelwald's heart ached at the sight of Dumbledore's white hair. Yet unbeknownst to him, it was Dumbledore, seated across from him, who felt an even deeper sorrow for him. His current appearance was far more disheveled than Dumbledore's. His stooped figure and gaunt face bore the marks of years of confinement. Dumbledore's reluctance to meet his gaze stemmed from the same reason. He could not bear to witness his once proud friend in such a state of decline. Yet he was acutely aware that it was he who had imprisoned him here. He did not feel remorse for protecting the magical world. He merely mourned the fact that such a proud man as Gellert had withered away to this extent. Perhaps no one understood Dumbledore better than Grindelwald. He could see through to Dumbledore's thoughts with a mere glance. "I am well," he offered in consolation. "Though I have not left these walls for years, my needs have been met without anyone daring to impose upon me. I have lived quite comfortably. Yet you have never come to see me, not once." His words carried a tinge of grievance akin to his earlier remarks. Dumbledore found himself at a loss for words, responding only with silence. Noticing his reticence, Grindelwald offered a bitter smile. "Albus, I am a man confined within a prison, while you are a soul imprisoned within your own mind. What difference is there between us?" For the first time since entering, Dumbledore lifted his gaze to meet Grindelwald's. He wished to project his customary smile, as he would with colleagues or students, but as he attempted to force a grin, it faltered, failing to materialize. Grindelwald gazed at Dumbledore's expression of sorrow and sighed. "If you cannot smile, then do not force it. After all these years, are you still unable to move beyond this?" Dumbledore, suppressing the smile he could not muster, replied, "I cannot escape Gellert." His tone revealed an unguarded sense of desolation. Perhaps only in the presence of this man could he shed the mantle of the greatest white wizard of the century, relinquishing the title of protector of the magical realm, and simply be an ordinary Dumbledore. If you truly cannot move on, then do not feel compelled to. After all, we may not have much time left. Does it truly matter whether we escape or not? Hearing such seemingly unreasonable words, Dumbledore finally managed a sincere smile. "You are correct, Gellert." Upon witnessing Dumbledore's radiant smile, Grindelwald felt a sense of relief. He was not adept at comforting others. Alas, this smile did not last long before it faded once more, and he became once again that rational white wizard. "However, you have yet to inform me of your reason for wanting to see me." His eyes, sharp beneath the half-moon spectacles, scrutinized Grindelwald. Grindelwald stared earnestly into Dumbledore's eyes. "I wish to see you. I desire you to visit me more frequently." Noticing Dumbledore's lingering skepticism, Grindelwald sighed. His Albus remained as clever as ever, and not easily deceived. His intentions were not solely to meet Dumbledore, though a part of him was indeed motivated by personal desire. Rather, his true aim was to divert Dumbledore's attention from Ossace. Although he was physically in Nurmengard, he still had individuals monitoring Dumbledore. After noticing Dumbledore's wariness towards Ossace, he began to ponder how to intervene, so that Dumbledore might ease his vigilance over Hogwarts. He understood the peculiar nature of prophecy, thus he intended to resolve this matter once and for all. As long as Albus's focus remained on him, Ossace would find it easier to act. Of course, he could not express this directly. "I speak the truth. If you do not believe me, we can make an unbreakable vow. As long as you come to see me regularly, I shall remain here, without attempting to escape. No need. I trust you." This small request posed no difficulty for Dumbledore, as long as Grindelwald refrained from causing trouble. He believed Grindelwald would not deceive him in this regard. Chapter 39. A bold venture into the restricted section, Part 1. Is there anything else? Dumbledore pressed, fixing his gaze on Grindelwald. "Is this all you desire? Do you think I want for anything else, Albus?" Grindelwald replied, a light laughter escaping him. "Or do you not know what I truly yearn for?" His teasing words earned him a roll of the eyes from Dumbledore. "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Dumbledore rose, preparing to depart. "Will you not stay a while longer? It is rare for us to meet." "No, I was in quite a rush earlier, and some matters remain unarranged. Perhaps next time." Without hesitation, Dumbledore declined Grindelwald's request. As he spoke, Fawkes appeared above Dumbledore's head. He clasped the Phoenix's feet with both hands, and in an instant, Fawkes whisked him away. Once Dumbledore had departed, Grindelwald no longer concealed the sorrow etched upon his face. He stood and walked to the window, gazing into the distance, as if he could catch a glimpse of the person he longed to see. Albus, the greatest prison in the world lies within the human heart. Unable to escape one's own obsessions, one remains a prisoner wherever they go. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that Albus's smile had merely been a fade to reassure him. The truth was that Albus truly could not break free. If Albus could not escape, could he himself ever find a way out? Grindelwald chuckled bitterly. In the days that followed, Dumbledore continuously traversed between Hogwarts and Nurmengard, delegating most of the school's affairs to Professor McGonagall. Not only was he unable to keep an eye on Ossace, but even Voldemort's resurgence proved futile. Meanwhile, Grindelwald, emboldened by Dumbledore's repeated concessions, grew increasingly audacious. Dumbledore was uncertain whether it was guilt from not having seen him for so many years or something else, but he made every effort to accommodate Grindelwald's requests for meetings. After Halloween, Hogwarts prepared for a grand feast to celebrate a Quidditch match. However, this held little interest for Aces, as he was preoccupied with his research on the flying charm, eagerly awaiting its successful development, so he could soar freely without relying on a broomstick. Yet, his progress had hit a snag. He was stuck on a crucial detail that he simply could not comprehend, leaving him in a state of frustration. Similarly, his research on Horcruxes was also stalling, as he lacked sufficient pertinent materials. There was little he could do, for the documentation on Horcruxes was scant. Only the tome Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic detailed the process of creating them. Aces had already written to his parents, asking them to search for this book for some time now. Just yesterday, he received a letter from his family owl, penned by Anna. The letter indicated that they had found nothing. They had exhausted every avenue available to them in the search. Yet their conjecture was that someone might have deliberately destroyed it. In the letter, Anna also informed Aces that the book had not been located at Durmstrang. Anna speculated that if the book still existed, it must be hidden within the restricted section of Hogwarts. After all, the only individual capable of wielding such power to obliterate numerous profound tomes of dark magic would be Dumbledore, the most formidable white wizard of this century. Upon receiving this information, Aces pondered for a moment before seeking out Elise. Elise's maternal lineage was that of a pureblood aristocracy, having attended Hogwarts for generations. Aces believed she might possess some knowledge regarding the restricted section. In the common room, the fire in the hearth blazed warmly. Aces leaned against the right side of the sofa, observing Elise, who sat upright with an expression of grave seriousness. The restricted section? What do you know about it? Elise lowered her head in contemplation before raising it to address Aces. Sir, my knowledge is limited. I only know that any book consulted in the restricted section requires the signature of a professor. Moreover, the tomes housed there typically consist of powerful dark magic that cannot be taught to students. Well, most of them. The professor's signature? Aces furrowed his brow, realizing the complication this presented. After a brief pause, he inquired further, Elise, are you familiar with the book Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic? Secrets of Advanced Dark Magic? I am not aware of it, sir, Elise replied, searching her mind and confirming she had never heard the title. Aces remained silent, harboring little hope that Elise would be familiar with a book that had eluded both the Duke and Anna. It was likely known only to older pureblood families. However, sir, do you need to find this book in the restricted section? Elise asked with curiosity. Yes, why? Perhaps I could assist you, sir. How could you assist me? Elise extended her right hand toward Aces, palm upwards, as a remarkable rune began to rise gently from her hand. Initially puzzled by her actions, Aces soon understood upon witnessing the rune. He examined the peculiar symbol with curiosity and asked, what is this? Elise's complexion paled slightly, suggesting that the manifestation of this rune was taxing for her. This is one of our family's innate talents, the ability to break seals. We can dispel barriers and seals. The restricted section operates on a similar principle. Our gift should suffice to breach the seals on the books, Elise explained. Aces's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This talent was indeed remarkable. He was not one to hesitate. So he promptly resolved to take advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was currently diverted by the Quidditch match, and that Dumbledore was preoccupied, to venture into the restricted section. That evening, Elise had been waiting in the common room for Aces's arrival. The little snakes adhered strictly to school regulations, so there was little worry of being discovered. When Aces emerged, he found Elise nearly asleep against the sofa, her head bobbing in the air, a sight both amusing and endearing. Aces sighed in exasperation, feeling an odd pang of guilt akin to exploiting child labor. However, at that moment his conscience was absent, and he approached without hesitation to rouse the drowsy Elise. As he neared her, he heard her mumbling softly, prompting him to bend down and listen. Mama, why? Mama? Papa. Like a lost child, Elise repeatedly called for her parents. Aces sighed silently, stepping back and gently speaking, Wake up, Elise. We must be on our way. Elise jolted upright, her sleepy eyes scanning the surroundings before she realized where she was, casting a somewhat embarrassed glance at Aces. Let us go. Aces said little more. He drew his wand and cast the disillusionment charm on both of them before turning to exit the common room first, with Elise hastily following suit. Chapter 40. A bold venture into the restricted section, Part 2. The professor on patrol at Hogwarts that night was Snape. He had just emerged from the dungeons, perhaps due to the hour, dressed more casually than usual, donning what appeared to be his nightclothes beneath a simple black robe that seemed softer than his typical attire. The vast expanse of Hogwarts was now illuminated solely by flickering candlelight. Ausace and Elise walked in succession down the corridor, narrowly avoiding an encounter with Snape, who was ascending the stairs. Ausace silently rejoiced at the effectiveness of his disillusionment charm, grateful that Snape was at a sufficient distance to remain oblivious to their presence. No one understood the potion's master's keen alertness better than Ausace. With their silent journey proceeding smoothly, they soon arrived at the library. The Hogwarts library was expansive, filled with countless shelves brimming with a myriad of books. During the day, it was bustling with eager young witches and wizards, lively and vibrant. However, at night, the library took on a distinctly eerie atmosphere, devoid of the youthful presence. Ausace did not linger, leading Elise directly to the restricted section. Even more foreboding than the rest of the library, the restricted section was shrouded in darkness, the sinister aura of malevolent magic prompting Elise to halt. Clutching her chest with a furrowed brow, Elise's bloodline, inherited from her father's mixed blood elf heritage, predisposed her to an aversion to dark magic, and even as a non-pure blood elf, she felt its effects acutely. Noticing Elise's discomfort, Ausace raised his wand and gently waved it, murmuring, "Springtime for the withered." A soft silver light, intermingled with green, enveloped Elise tenderly from the tip of his wand. The spell, crafted with Gellert Grindelwald's assistance, was a healing charm, effective against the mental taint of dark magic. It worked wonders for Elise's condition. As the charm enveloped her, Elise visibly relaxed, a look of contentment gracing her features. "How marvelous! What is this spell?" she exclaimed in awe. "This is a healing charm I developed previously, Ausace hesitated momentarily, recalling the earlier prophetic scene. Before altering his response, "It is a healing charm I've been researching." Elise gazed at Ausace with a mixture of admiration and longing. She wished to learn this spell, yet understood that he had no obligation to share it with her. Noticing her indecision, Ausace spoke lightly, "I can teach you, but you must first master the Patronus charm. It is a prerequisite for learning this spell. If you cannot master it, I cannot teach you." Elise was well aware of the Patronus charm and nodded earnestly. "I can do it." As they conversed, Ausace perused several shelves. The shelves contained numerous books on dark magic, yet even after searching diligently, Ausace had yet to uncover secrets of advanced dark magic. Seeing this, Elise promptly stepped forward to assist in the search. They split up to scour the restricted section, but soon found themselves at a standstill, having thoroughly searched every nook and cranny without success. Stopping his search, Ausace contemplated what might be amiss. Suddenly a thought struck him, and he turned to Elise, still scanning the shelves. "Elise, could you come here for a moment?" Elise approached, her expression one of confusion. "Can you sense the barrier?" Elise nodded. "I can feel it." Ausace had a vague inkling. The elven perception was exceptionally acute, particularly when it came to sensing barriers and seals. "Now, do sense whether there are any barriers remaining in the forbidden section," he instructed. Elise nodded, then closed her eyes, maximizing her perceptive abilities. In that moment, she could discern everything within her awareness, from the vast barrier enveloping the library to the intricate seals upon the forbidden tomes. After a brief moment of concentration, Elise opened her eyes and pointed in a particular direction, addressing Ausace. "There exists a peculiar barrier in that space." Ausace understood immediately. The book must be located in that vicinity. He turned back to inquire, "Elise, will your attempts to breach the barrier using your talent attract the attention of its creator?" At this, Elise hesitated, shaking her head uncertainly. "I'm not entirely certain, but I can certainly attempt it." With that, she looked to Ausace, seeking his approval. Ausace felt a twinge of hesitation. If the barrier had been set by Dumbledore, being discovered could pose significant complications. Nevertheless, they had come this far, and he resolved to proceed. "Let us try." Upon receiving a positive affirmation, Elise extended her hands. This manifestation of her talent was markedly different from the demonstration she had performed earlier for Ausace. It was evidently more powerful. She channeled her magical energy entirely into her hands. Soon, immense runes burst forth from her palms, which she carefully lifted towards the barrier. The closer she approached the barrier, the more radiant the runes became. Upon contact, the brilliance of the runes began to wane until they seamlessly melded into the barrier. Due to the overwhelming luminosity of the runes, Ausace had to cast several potent obscuring charms to prevent their discovery within the forbidden section. Once the runes integrated with the barrier, the light extinguished, and the barrier was breached. Ausace watched as a tome gradually materialized on the previously empty shelf. Maintaining a cautious demeanor, he refrained from immediately seizing the book, instead using a levitation charm to reveal its front cover. The title emerged, emblazoned across a dark, foreboding cover. Revelations of the 7 Deadly Dark Arts. Ausace furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar about this tome. Is it that book? Gasped Elise, her complexion pale and breathless. Ausace retrieved an alchemical device designed to suppress magical energy, encasing the book within it, and only after confirming its safety did he respond, indeed. Elise sighed in relief. She had indeed been of assistance to her mentor. Ausace looked gently at the fatigued Elise, expressing his gratitude earnestly. Thank you for your aid, Elise. His words took her by surprise, causing her to lower her gaze and shy away from his eyes. Yet, unable to suppress a sense of pride, she asserted, I assure you, sir, no one will detect the alteration to the barrier. I sense that I did not destroy it. Rather, I integrated with it. Theoretically, unless that individual were to arrive and scrutinize it closely, it would go unnoticed. This news was undoubtedly favorable for Ausace. A smile graced his lips as he regarded her with admiration, offering her compliments in line with Elise's assertions. Having acquired the necessary tome, the duo intended to linger no longer, casting a disillusionment charm as they made their way to the common room. Chapter 41. The Mirror of Eris. As they were about to exit the library, Elise inadvertently caught sight of a peculiar chamber. What rendered it strange? Unlike the rest of the library, filled with shelves and tomes, this room was eerily vacant, containing only a covered object that resembled a mirror. Elise speculated aloud. Ausace, keenly aware of her slowed pace, turned back in confusion, following her gaze to the enigmatic room. This odd chamber piqued his curiosity as well, prompting him to turn and stride towards it, with Elise closely in tow. Upon entering, they found the chamber vast and stark, so devoid of clutter that they approached the draped object directly. As they stood before it, Elise instinctively moved to unveil the cloth, but Ausace raised his hand to halt her. With a serious expression, he admonished her, Elise, as a Slytherin, you must learn to exercise caution and refrain from touching that which you do not comprehend. After uttering this, Ausace withdrew his wand, casting several detection spells on the peculiar object that bore a resemblance to a mirror. Once he was assured of its safety, he gestured for Elise to proceed with unveiling the cloth. As the fabric fell away, a grand and ancient mirror was revealed. Ausace pondered why such a large mirror would be placed in solitude within the library when he noticed Elise's eyes welling with tears. Sensing her distress, Ausace stepped closer, blocking her view of the mirror, and offering her a handkerchief, waiting silently for her to regain her composure without prying into her experience. During the wait, Ausace scrutinized the mirror more closely. It was immense and antiquated, its edges inscribed with markings that were difficult to decipher in the dim light. He could not resist inching closer. Suddenly, a larger version of Ausace appeared within the mirror. Forgetting his investigation into the inscriptions, he gazed curiously at the reflection of himself. The mirror's Ausace appeared youthful, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, as he performed a spell. Ausace's interest piqued. This was a flying charm he had yet to master. He focused intently on the movements of his mirrored self, noting that they differed slightly from his expectations. Perhaps worth a try, he mused. While Ausace was engrossed in the flying spell, Elise had gathered herself and shyly apologized to him. I am truly sorry, sir. Ausace snapped back to reality. Puzzled by her apology, she had not caused him any trouble, rendering her contrition unnecessary. He regarded the petite girl seriously, ensuring her remorse was genuine before responding with a hint of exasperation. Elise, there is no need for you to feel sorry. You have done nothing wrong. After a brief pause, he continued, the first request I have of you in following me is to refrain from apologizing indiscriminately, especially when you are not at fault. Understanding that advice alone would not suffice, he directly articulated his request. Elise momentarily appeared taken aback, but nodded earnestly, indicating her comprehension. Satisfied, Ausace returned his focus to the strange mirror. The inscription at the top seemed to denote its name, which he whispered aloud. Eris? Is that the goddess of discord? No. That did not seem quite right. He continued reading. Eris, when viewed in reverse, should denote desire, Ausace mused. The mirror's frame bore an additional inscription. What I reflect is not your image, but the desires of your heart. Ausace read aloud, and Elise's expression reflected a mix of contemplation and conflict. Desire, you say? How intriguing, Ausace mused, pondering whether the flying spell he had observed was indeed a manifestation of his own longing. No, that cannot be. The mirror must only be able to discern from me. Ausace was well aware of the numerous alchemical devices he possessed to prevent eavesdropping, combined with his mental occlusion spell, making it entirely reasonable for the mirror to yield no insights about him. What is it you wish to convey, Elise? Unable to tolerate her indecisive demeanor any longer, Ausace turned to question her directly. Do you not wish to inquire about what I saw? She asked. Ausace found himself somewhat at a loss for words. He had expected something of greater significance. That is your privacy, Elise, he remarked, which immediately caused Acesis to lose interest in the magical mirror. It was merely an intriguing artifact, something he could create himself, albeit perhaps not with the same potency. Sensing the resignation in Acesis's tone, Elise appeared somewhat bewildered. With a sigh, Acesis reflected that this was not merely the acquisition of a subordinate, but rather the inception of a complication. Nonetheless, he endeavored to speak to Elise with patience. Elise, you need not tread so cautiously. Even I cannot compel you to undertake actions against your will. Remember, you are foremost yourself, and only then am I your follower. If you find yourself unable to do so now, take your time to learn. Acesis emphasized his words earnestly. Elise nodded, though with an air of uncertainty. No one had ever imparted such wisdom to her before, and it stirred within her an indescribable sense of emotion. Observing the tears she had painstakingly wiped away beginning to surface once more, Acesis hastily sought to divert her attention. It is getting late. We must depart. Noting the reluctance in Elise's eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy, surmising that she was likely thinking of her parents. With a sigh he added, if you find it hard to leave, you may return another time. It is simply too late now. Merlin knows how many times he had sighed that day. Acesis silently mused. Recognizing the finality in Acesis's tone, Elise did not protest, instead obediently following him out. Chapter 42, The Gryffindor Twins and the Letter. On their way back, the pair maintained their positions, with Acesis leading the way and Elise trailing behind, ensuring she was prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. As they rounded a corner, Acesis keenly sensed a ripple of magical energy and turned his gaze in that direction. What is it, sir? Elise inquired softly, noticing Acesis had halted. He gestured for silence, indicating she should remain quiet, and she promptly covered her mouth. The two stood silently in the corridor, awaiting whatever might transpire. Shortly thereafter, two small, red-haired lions appeared before them. Elise furrowed her brow, watching the little lions warily as she subtly drew her wand. Just as she was about to take action, Acesis looked at her and shook his head. Understanding his silent cue, Elise lowered her wand. The reckless little lions, unmindful of their surroundings, dashed forward with their eyes closed, seemingly fleeing from something. Acesis and Elise observed as the two small lions swept through the Hogwarts corridor like a gust of wind, stirring up a cloud of dust. Once the lions had vanished from sight, they resumed their journey back to the common room. Upon reaching the entrance to the common room, it became evident to them what the little lions had been evading. The head of their house, Professor Snape, was pacing restlessly at the door, scanning the vicinity as if searching for something. Acesis realized then that the two little lions had been caught out after hours. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept across his face, as he used his wand to create a slight disturbance in the direction the twins had escaped. The subtle sound immediately captured Snape's attention, and he swiftly discerned its origin, hastening after it. Seizing the opportunity while Snape was distracted, Acesis and Elise swiftly slipped into the common room. As for the two little lions, Acesis could only hope for Merlin's protection. After all, it was either them who would be caught or the two of them. Since someone would inevitably face the consequences, why not let it be the others? Meanwhile, the unfortunate twins, who had nearly eluded capture, were apprehended by the arriving Professor Snape. Their faces pale and defeated, they exchanged glances filled with despair. How did Snape know they were there? They had cleverly diverted his attention. They silently lamented their fate. Snape, in stark contrast, was in a markedly better mood, having successfully caught the miscreants. With a sinister tone, he announced to the two dejected lions, Gryffindor will lose 30 points for your nocturnal escapades and for your mockery of a professor, and you will each receive a 3-week detention. Are you pleased? The prolonged, mocking inflection of his voice only deepened the twins' dismay. This was truly a blow to their spirits. The two little lions internally wailed, praying for a savior, but alas, no one came to their rescue. Acesis would not learn of this turn of events until the following day. Early in the morning, the little lions huddled around the gem hourglass, engaged in fervent discussion. Merlin, upon waking, how is it that our gem has run dry? Gasped one astonished lion. It must be the work of that old bat deducting points, speculated another, earnestly identifying the culprit. Alas, we shall once again find ourselves at the bottom of the standings, lamented a disheartened lion. How unfortunate, to lose points right at the start of the term. What a new record, chuckled another, attempting to take solace in their predicament. Oh well, we are accustomed to finishing last, sighed one who had resigned himself to their fate. However, apart from the younger lions who were preoccupied with the scores, the older ones had grown accustomed to the ebb and flow of points. Observing the distress of the younger lions, the older ones offered words of comfort, reassuring them that it would be all right. Do not worry, we are all used to it. Acesis glanced over as he passed by, taken aback by the sight. A drop of 60 points had nearly drained Gryffindor's gem. The professors were indeed merciless, he mused. During breakfast, the little lions appeared despondent, lacking the spirit to eat. At the staff table, Professor Snape surveyed the gloomy faces of the young lions, his own expression visibly brightening. Sitting below, Acesis felt a twinge of guilt at the professor's evident satisfaction. He turned away, choosing not to look at the young lions or at Snape, instead focusing on his breakfast with a demeanor of serene detachment. Just as he finished his meal and elegantly wiped his hands, a flurry of wings echoed from the skylight, signaling the imminent arrival of a multitude of owls. The windows rattled as the owls swept through the hall like a whirlwind. Among them was the strikingly white owl, which landed swiftly and accurately before Acesis, gracefully placing a letter on the table before proceeding to indulge in the food laid out before it. Raising an eyebrow, Acesis pondered the unexpected arrival of a letter, as it was not their designated correspondence day. He reached for the envelope, opening it to read its contents. The letter was from Anna, and since the start of the term, their family's correspondence had been solely maintained by her. The letter contained her usual inquiries about Acesis' daily life, and whether he had faced any bullying. Acesis felt a sense of exasperation. Did his mother harbor some misunderstanding about him? Was he truly so easily victimized? With a rueful smile he continued to read. The letter mostly comprised mundane family matters. Yet Acesis sensed an undercurrent of anxiety and unease woven through Anna's words. Frowning, he reflected on Anna's character. She was never one to burden her family with her emotions, especially not her children. The disquiet he discerned in her letter, however, was troubling, suggesting she might be grappling with significant issues. Acesis tightened his grip on the letter, a vague sense of unease creeping in. At that moment, a slip of paper fell from the envelope, drifting gently through the air. As Acesis caught sight of the scene, he instinctively reached out to grasp the slip of paper. The note bore the Duke's handwriting, noticeably more hurried than usual, containing a brief message. She forbids me to speak, yet I deem it unnecessary to conceal this from you. We have recently been tracking an organization that enslaves alchemists, and we have discovered that your mother's cousin has fallen into their clutches. You must remain vigilant. You are our child, and they will target you. Furthermore, do not engage them, they are cursed. The Duke, seemingly pressed for time, left the nature of the curse unclear, which caused a knot of anxiety to tighten in Acesis' chest. Chapter 43. The Study of Soul Artifacts. He was aware of Anna's cousin, who had mysteriously disappeared years ago, and Anna had been searching for her whereabouts ever since. Acesis instinctively clenched his fists, and upon realizing his state of agitation, he employed his mental fortification technique to force himself to calm down. At present, he was of no assistance to them. He could not afford to add to their troubles. Moreover, his parents were no pushovers, he reassured himself inwardly. He chose not to respond, trusting that his father would grasp his intentions. Acesis unconsciously caressed the note in his hand, contemplating the urgency of advancing his research on soul artifacts. He could not afford to linger here for too long. Thus, for the next several days, aside from attending classes, Acesis immersed himself in his trunk, studying soul artifacts, or conducting experiments in the room of requirement. Meanwhile, Carter was growing increasingly frustrated at being unable to locate him. Just days prior, he had finally resolved to ally himself with Acesis, only to find himself unable to express his loyalty to the very person he sought to support. In a moment of desperation, Carter intercepted Elise during breakfast one day, and led her to a secluded spot. Elise, caught off guard, did not resist and obediently followed Carter. In the hall, she refrained from taking action. Carter's initiative aligned perfectly with her desires. In an empty classroom, as soon as they entered, Elise forcefully shook off Carter's hand. With a cold expression, she drew her wand, pointing its tip directly at him. "Carter, what do you intend to do?" Seeing her stance, Carter raised his hands and took a step back, indicating that he harbored no ulterior motives. Aware that his previous provocations had rendered Elise wary of him, he quickly elaborated. "I am seeking Acesis, but I have been unable to find him anywhere lately, so I thought to inquire with you. I mean no harm." He gazed earnestly at Elise, attempting to convey his goodwill through his expression. Upon hearing this, Elise lowered her wand slightly, although it remained directed at him. As Acesis had taught her, she needed to remain cautious. "I don't know where he is. Asking me is futile." Carter, upon hearing Elise's words, found it hard to believe. In his 10 encounters with Acesis, Elise had been present at least 8 times. Little did he know, Acesis felt equally exasperated by Elise's constant following. Some of her notions were difficult for him to endure, and he found himself unable to change her views, opting instead to let her shadow him in hopes that she would gradually adopt his ways. Seeing Carter remain inactive, Elise raised her wand threateningly, urging him to speak. Observing her vigilance and posture, Carter sighed in resignation. How had the once naive girl become so difficult to deal with under Asae's tutelage? At this moment, Elise realized that Carter was skeptical of her claims. With a hint of displeasure, she stated, "Believe it or not, I am not deceiving you." Wished to locate Asae, yet he had been elusive even to her. Although she had her suspicions about his activities, she refrained from voicing them, knowing they were beyond Carter's understanding. After a moment of stalemate, Carter concluded that Elise indeed did not know Asae's whereabouts. Since she was uninformed, there was no point in wasting time with her. With a gentlemanly retreat, he stepped aside, allowing her to leave. Seeing that Carter had no further intentions, Elise hastily exited the classroom. Meanwhile, the Asae whom they were both concerned about was engrossed in his studies at the Room of Requirement, poring over a tome titled Revealing the Secrets of Dark Magic. Ever since acquiring this book, Asae had discovered that it could be accessed without a professor's signature. Perhaps Dumbledore did not believe anyone could breach the barrier he had erected to obtain it, he mused. His routine research commenced as Asae cautiously opened the alchemical artifact that sealed the book's magical energy. Revealing the secrets of dark magic lay quietly within, its ominous black cover eliciting a sense of dread. Searching his pockets for his dragonhide gloves, he found none. Given the book's eerie exterior, Asae had always handled it while wearing the gloves. Unable to locate them today, he reluctantly grasped the book with his bare hands. The moment he made contact, he nearly lost control and flung it away, but fortunately, he promptly regained his composure and held on. For the first time, Asae scrutinized the cover of the book, his expression one of astonishment. The texture. Could it possibly be human skin? In disbelief, he tentatively brushed his fingers against the cover, and indeed, it felt like human skin. Its dark hue seemingly stained with blood. In a flash, Asae's face paled. After all, he was merely an 11-year-old wizard who had never encountered death. It was only natural for him to feel fear. He suppressed the terror rising within him, trembling as he set the book down. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, striving to quell his trepidation. After a moment, his breathing gradually steadied. When Asae opened his eyes, a complex expression crossed his face as he gazed at the book on the table. The fact that even the cover was made of human skin indicated the author's utter madness. However, this also suggested that the book was likely an original edition, perhaps even a manuscript penned by the author himself. Once he had composed himself, he recalled having touched the cover with his bare hands. He had a cleanliness obsession. Panic-stricken, Asae repeatedly cast cleaning charms on his hands until he deemed them sufficiently clean. Afterwards, Asae surveyed the surroundings in search of something that could be transformed into gloves. Unfortunately, in the interest of safety, he had deliberately selected an empty room devoid of anything but a table. In desperation, Asae disregarded appearances and tore off 2 buttons from his clothing. With a flick of his wand, he transfigured them into gloves. Only then did he pick up Revealing the Secrets of Dark Magic and continue reading. Throughout the reading process, he grappled with feelings of revulsion. He endeavored to focus on the content rather than the disturbing cover. The book was indeed a valuable resource, filled with ideas that often left Asae in awe. The section on soul artifacts was relatively brief, and he quickly absorbed the relevant information. The creation of soul artifacts was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in the malevolent act of killing others to fragment one's soul. Yet this was trivial for Voldemort. Asae meticulously recalled the prophecy concerning Voldemort's soul artifacts, but the details had grown hazy over time, leaving him with only a vague recollection of several artifacts. However, he mused, too much soul fragmentation could render one a fool. Voldemort was audacious indeed. Asae silently scoffed to himself. Despite his internal musings, they did not hinder his thought process. In his mind, various strategies rapidly took shape, each subsequently assessed for feasibility, only to be dismissed in turn. Asae felt a twinge of frustration. None of the methods seemed viable. It appeared that theoretical knowledge alone was insufficient. Perhaps he required a soul artifact? Asae pondered. Yet this would lead to a vicious cycle. Chapter 44. Christmas Gift Giving. He needed to study alchemical artifacts that could locate soul artifacts. Yet it was precisely because he could not find a soul artifact that he sought to research alchemical artifacts to find one. What a perplexing predicament. As Asae pondered over his thoughts, he found himself overwhelmed. He could not create a soul vessel for experimentation on his own. Could it even be possible? This notion flickered through his mind, yet he ultimately decided against it, unwilling to part with his clever intellect. If he could not forge a soul vessel, then he would simply forego the endeavor. After all, a soul vessel was merely a container for souls. He merely needed to devise a method to locate the souls within. Perhaps he could examine Ravenclaw's diadem. While it no longer constituted a true soul vessel, it should still retain traces of Voldemort's soul essence, which might prove beneficial. Arceus contemplated this idea. Without hesitation, he rose from the room of requirement and returned to the prior chamber. The room remained unchanged since their departure. Arceus swiftly retrieved Ravenclaw's diadem, relieved that it had gone unnoticed, resting securely within the room of requirement. Upon re-entering the room, Arceus meticulously studied the diadem in his hands. Given that Voldemort's soul had been gradually eroded by the magical array, Ravenclaw's diadem remained largely intact. Arceus conducted a careful examination and confirmed that the imprint left by Voldemort's soul still lingered. Perhaps this could be utilized to locate Voldemort's other Horcruxes, he mused. To exploit the imprint once left by the soul, one must possess a profound understanding of the essence of souls. The subject was vast and daunting, a realm where ordinary wizards dared not tread. Yet Arceus was undeterred. Ever since he practiced the Patronus charm and encountered that bearded elder, he realized his uniqueness. His grasp of souls surpassed that of other wizards. Note, other wizards, not mere novices. Coupled with his growth over the years, his control over souls had become increasingly formidable. Initially, Arceus employed a specialized soul magic to etch the imprint of Voldemort's soul. The residual essence was carefully contained within a special vessel. Thus, Arceus commenced his research into locating Voldemort's soul. Time flew by, and after nearly 2 months of study, Arceus had preliminarily crafted an alchemical device capable of sensing souls, though it lacked precision, yielding results rife with discrepancies. To discern the cause of these inaccuracies, Arceus repeated his experiments countless times before arriving at a conclusion. The enchantment was flawless. It was the materials that hindered the spell's efficacy. To discover a material capable of withstanding the enchantment's energy, Arceus ruminated extensively and ultimately recalled a particularly rare mineral, moonstone. Moonstone is a translucent gem that gleams with a silvery hue. In ancient Greek lore, it was bestowed by the moon goddess, possessing the ability to bridge minds and perceive souls. Beyond these widely known attributes, it harbors another, lesser-known power. The moon goddess's gift is indeed a blessing, capable of purifying darkness and warding off evil. This revelation came to Arceus from an antiquated tome, uniquely documented therein, while other texts bore no mention, rendering moonstone rare, yet not exorbitantly precious. As his fingers traced the cuff of his sleeve, Arceus suddenly recalled that his parents were soon to confront a perilous organization. With moonstone he could offer them a modicum of protection, he mused internally. Concerned that the Duke and Anna would be preoccupied, Arceus penned a letter seeking Grindelwald's assistance in acquiring information regarding moonstone. Naturally, he took advantage of the opportunity, while Professor McGonagall had the headmaster occupied with school affairs. Grindelwald's response was swift, arriving within 3 days. The letter was concise, comprising merely 3 sentences. On Christmas Day, there will be a noble underground auction in your vicinity, with only this one piece available. Accompanying the letter was an invitation to the auction. Arceus glanced at it, pleased. He had almost neglected it, having received the same invitation earlier, addressed to him. Upon receiving Grindelwald's news, Arceus immediately began preparing the necessary items for Christmas Day. First, he brewed an aging potion, followed by a cloak to disguise his appearance. And most importantly, he gathered gold galleons, for moonstone was exceedingly expensive. Its rarity made it a favored choice among noblewomen for jewelry, a display of familial prestige, thereby keeping its price perpetually elevated. On the eve of Christmas, a heavy snowfall blanketed Hogwarts, adorning the castle in a pristine white, while snowflakes continued to fall gracefully. Dressed in his school robes, Arceus cast several warming charms before venturing out to the Ollery to send Christmas gifts. The Ollery was noticeably less populated, as many students opted to dispatch their gifts before departing. Arceus selected a few robust-looking owls for his deliveries. He had prepared numerous gifts, starting with those for Anna and the Duke. Arceus crafted a pair of matching rings. Yet since he had yet to master the emotional imbuement for the protective enchantment, he deliberately left a space for Anna to engrave her own touch. Reflecting on Anna's likely reaction to this gift requiring her personal input, Arceus chuckled softly. She would undoubtedly tease him for his unreliability, he thought with delight. The subsequent gifts were for the professors at Hogwarts. For his house's head, he presented rare potion ingredients, quite valuable indeed, for which he had even raided his own vault. Professor McGonagall received books on Quidditch, Professor Flitwick was gifted a small levitating platform, and Professor Sprout received herbology texts. Even Dumbledore was not overlooked. Arceus sent him handmade sweets from his family. The remaining gifts comprised the customary exchanges with friends and family. Aces gifted Grindelwald a muggle book on romantic relationships, believing it to be of great necessity for him. For Elise he prepared a substantial sack of galleons, a pressing need. As thoughtful gifting hinges on necessity. The twins and Carter received amusing trinkets, while the rest were standard gifts like potions and alchemical products. And he remembered the young Malfoy, sending him the latest broomstick released this year. After dispatching all the gifts, Aces rubbed his frostbitten hands and began his slow return. The cold had driven the younger witches and wizards to huddle in the common room for warmth, and the corridors were eerily devoid of passers-by. As he ambled back, admiring the snowy scenery, his thoughts drifted further afield. He felt a twinge of apprehension regarding the upcoming Christmas auction. An instinct whispered that complications might arise. Such instincts among wizards often proved accurate. Chapter 45, Christmas Gifts. Heeding this intuition, Aces retrieved a directional teleportation device previously gifted to him by Anna. The day before the auction, he stealthily departed Hogwarts, designating a concealed location in Diagon Alley as the teleportation destination. Having completed these preparations, he felt a slight sense of relief. Time swiftly progressed to Christmas Day. The remaining students at Hogwarts eagerly tore into their gifts. After freshening up, Aces snapped his fingers, summoning the house elf, Nina. She had been sent by Anna, concerned that he might be lonely at Hogwarts. Nina, could you kindly assist me in sorting the gifts I've received? Nina beamed with joy at her master's request, and excitedly began organizing the presents. When Aces finally donned his attire and stepped out, he beheld 3 neatly arranged piles of gifts. The first pile of gifts comprised those from Anna and the Duke. Aces was the first to unwrap this collection. Among Anna's offerings were several exquisite and opulent garments, complete with embellishments, crammed into multiple packages. Aces enlisted Nina's assistance to stow them away in his wardrobe. He then turned his attention to the Duke's gift, which was far simpler, a key, the key to Gringotts. Aces marveled at the prospect of his fortune increasing as he held the key. After securing it, he gazed upon the other piles of gifts. Within those stacks lay a hand-knit scarf from Elise, candies from the twins, a quill from Carter, and various gifts sent by different families. Notably absent, however, was a gift from Professor Snape. Undeterred, Aces continued to rummage through the offerings, revisiting each one to confirm that indeed, there was no gift from Professor Snape. A pang of disappointment washed over him as he had hoped for the chance to receive a potion crafted by the master potion maker. Subsequently, Aces rose and directed Nina to tidy up the area. Meanwhile, in the cellar, Professor Snape was also in the midst of unwrapping gifts. Unlike Aces, Snape preferred to organize the gifts himself. He first employed magic to separate them into 3 categories. One for colleagues, another for friends, and a third for others. Once sorted, he meticulously cast a revealing charm on each gift. As a former Death Eater, he had many enemies and had to exercise caution. After ensuring their safety, he proceeded to unwrap the gifts. Most of the professors had gifted him rare potion ingredients, fitting for a master potion maker. Lucius had sent an extravagant cufflink, which Snape dismissively tucked away at the bottom of the box. The remaining gifts were from others. Conveniently, the first gift Snape casually reached for happened to be from Aces. As he nonchalantly opened it, his demeanor shifted dramatically, and his pupils constricted in surprise. He swiftly moved the entire gift box to his workbench, carefully extracting the materials within. Among them were various items: phoenix feathers and tears, unicorn hair, the blood of a chimera, and Hungarian horntail blood. True to his expertise, Snape identified each one immediately. His eyes sparkled with excitement, but he first secured the materials in special preservation containers before checking the sender's identity. The lavishness of the gift was striking. The cost of the phoenix feathers and tears alone was exorbitant. Reflecting on the phoenix, Snape felt a surge of irritation toward the old bee, as he had requested such items numerous times without success. Snape picked up the note nestled within the gift and glanced at the signature. It was from that ogre, Aces? No wonder. Only he possessed the means to send such valuable materials at this school. Yet the Cavendish family's wealth was truly impressive, even prompting Snape, who typically dismissed material concerns, to feel a twinge of embarrassment. For the first time, he looked down at the precious potion ingredients on his counter, and felt somewhat sheepish. After a moment's hesitation, he turned and retrieved a vial of Felix Felicis from another cabinet. Contemplating, he also grabbed a piece of parchment and penned a message. I hope Mr. Cavendish understands how to use Felix Felicis. Otherwise, he may truly become a mindless ogre. Signed Snape. He placed the note down and summoned a house elf to deliver the potion. On the other side, just as Aces was about to leave, he was intercepted by a house elf. Aces politely inquired about the matter. His courteous demeanor made the house elf excitedly bump its head, prompting Aces to frown and gently halt it. After regaining composure, the little creature timidly extended the potion it held, whispering, "Master Cavendish, this is the potion Professor Snape sent you." At these words, a glimmer of excitement sparked in Ace's eyes as he eagerly accepted the potion and the note. The familiar venom ink confirmed the identity of the sender. Of course, he had to include venom in his gift, Aces thought with a resigned chuckle. "Ah, it's Felix Felicis? Wait, Merlin. It's actually Felix Felicis." Aces suddenly realized the note indicated it was indeed the luck potion. He quickly glanced at the vial in his hand. Sure enough, it was Felix Felicis. A gentle shake revealed its perfect quality. He had never possessed a potion of such exceptional grade. Given the time-consuming and challenging nature of brewing it, high-quality Felix Felicis was rarely found on the market. To receive a flawless one was a testament to Snape's prowess as the youngest master potion maker. Aces gazed at the potion in fascination. The golden liquid reminiscent of flowing sand, coupled with its extraordinary effects. Potions were indeed wondrous. "Master Cavendish, I must take my leave." The house elf's voice snapped Aces back to reality. He nodded, and after the elf departed, he carefully stored the Felix Felicis, recognizing its potential to be a lifesaver in critical moments. With this acquisition, Aces felt a greater sense of security for his upcoming auction expedition. However, he suddenly recalled that Snape likely decided to send this gift after viewing his own offerings. The thought of receiving a gift from Snape, who might be preparing to reciprocate, made Aces chuckle. This version of Professor Snape seemed unexpectedly endearing and surprisingly amiable, he mused. The underground auction was scheduled for Christmas Day. Aces found it perplexing that such an event would take place during a holiday, but he shrugged it off, knowing he was determined to acquire a moonstone. On Christmas Day at Hogwarts, the halls were relatively empty. Most young witches and wizards returned home to celebrate the holiday with their families, while those who remained opted to socialize and play in the warmth of the common room to escape the cold. As Aces traversed the corridors, he encountered no one. He walked alone through the halls of Hogwarts until he found the secret passage leading to Hogsmeade. To be safe, Aces had instructed Elise the day prior that if he did not appear in the Great Hall the following day, she was to notify his parents or Professor Snape. Though perplexed, Elise had dutifully nodded in agreement. Chapter 46, The Underground Auction, Part 1. The secret passage was even colder than outside, evoking a sense of being in a cellar. Aces had to draw his wand to cast a warming charm, before continuing onward. The exit of the passage opened into the candy shop, and at the exit, Aces cast the disillusionment charm before cautiously stepping outside. The shop was not crowded, which made it easier for Aces to navigate through the sparse customers without drawing attention. After leaving the candy shop, he avoided the throngs of people and quietly called for his house elf, Nina. The house elf, Nina, quickly appeared at Ace's side. "Master Aces, how may I serve you?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with excitement. It felt like a lucky day for her, having been summoned twice by her master in one day. "Nina, take me to Diagon Alley," Aces gently instructed, needing to check on the transportation point he had previously established. The elf obediently took his hand, and in an instant, they found themselves in Diagon Alley. Aces set off toward the designated spot for the transportation point, with Nina closely following his lead. He did not dismiss her, as he would require her assistance shortly. Upon arriving at the designated location for the teleportation point, Aces first set about confirming the existence of the mark, which would serve as the key to his transportation. Once assured of its presence, he turned solemnly to Nina. "Nina, I have a task for you." Nina was exhilarated. Master Aces needed her. She promptly patted her chest in assurance, vowing to fulfill his request. "I need you to guard this place discreetly after I depart, ensuring that no one disrupts it," Aces stated with grave seriousness, to which Nina nodded earnestly. After witnessing her affirmative response, Aces consumed the age-enhancing potion he had prepared and donned the long robe he had ready. He then produced an invitation and handed it to Nina, instructing her, "Nina, escort me to the vicinity, and then return." Subsequently, Aces cast a powerful concealment charm upon her to prevent her from drawing attention. The location of the underground auction had been enchanted, accessible solely to those in possession of an invitation. Nina accepted the invitation, snapped her fingers, and transported Aces to the site of the underground auction. Although it was broad daylight, the area where the auction took place was shrouded in an oppressive darkness. Ominous clouds churned overhead, and an eerie silence enveloped the deserted alleys, where a tall, withered tree stood sentinel at the alley's entrance, adjacent to a modest, dilapidated structure. Aces recognized this as the entrance to the underground auction. In stark contrast to the opulent venues of conventional auctions, this underground event was held within a basement of a rudimentary dwelling. Aces recalled visiting this place once in his youth with the Duke. after Anna had learned of it. He had been forbidden from returning, while the Duke had been unable to enter his own bedroom for an entire week. Reflecting on the past, Aussais felt a slight relaxation, gesturing for Nina to return as he approached the dark, narrow house with measured steps. At the entrance of the humble abode stood a figure cloaked in a robe, their features obscured. The individual, stooped and with a gaze as cold as a serpent's, scrutinized Aussais with an unsettling intensity. However, Aussais maintained his composure, approaching the figure and naturally presenting the invitation. Upon observing Aussais's familiarity, the cloaked figure withdrew their unsettling gaze and extended a bony hand to accept the invitation. This time, Aussais was not using his own invitation, but rather one sent by Grindelwald. It was unwise for him to appear openly at the underground auction. After accepting the invitation, the figure brandished a wand and tapped it lightly against the parchment, activating a seal that glowed faintly before emitting a rasping laugh. "Welcome, Mr. Kane." With that, he slowly stepped aside, allowing Aussais to enter the small room. Aussais advanced towards the darkened doorway. As he passed the cloaked figure, he suddenly felt a chilling aura encroach upon him. Without faltering, he calmly raised his second-hand wand, which he had practiced with at home, and deftly deflected the incoming spell. Observing this, the cloaked figure let out a cold, unapologetic laugh. "Mr. Kane may not be aware that our auction requires a verification of our guests' capabilities. I hope you do not mind." Aussais turned, casting a dispassionate glance at him, remaining silent. He was well aware that such a procedure was not customary for entry into the underground auction. It was likely that the man sought to test his strength, anticipating some advantage from him. Yet, Aussais refrained from confronting him, recognizing this as a tacit understanding. In such a venue, lacking strength could lead to dire consequences. With a stoic expression, Aussais continued onward. The cloaked figure made no further attempts to assail him, watching Aussais depart with a begrudging glint in his eye. Given his years of experience, he discerned that Aussais was a significant catch. However, he lamented that this was no simple opponent. Aussais traversed through the darkness for some time before finally spotting the staircase leading to the basement. Without hesitation, he descended. The staircase had been enhanced with a spell for seamless extension, stretching considerably. It took Aussais nearly 10 minutes before he reached the entrance to the auction. Upon arrival, two scantily clad women, upon seeing Aussais, deigned to open the ancient doors with a sycophantic demeanor, attempting to draw closer to him. Aussais sidestepped their advances, ignoring them as he entered. The interior of the auction was in stark contrast to its humble exterior. A grand auction platform, illuminated brilliantly, along with exquisite private boxes and the clinking of glasses, painted a picture of deceptive opulence. Aussais had barely stepped inside when a handsome, demure young male attendant approached him. He took the invitation from Aussais's hand and upon scrutinizing the number, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he inclined his head, eager to guide Aussais. Aussais, aware of the boy's intentions, coldly shook his head, rejecting the offer. Though the boy was reluctant, he dared not oppose the guest's wishes and respectfully returned the invitation to Aussais. Accepting the invitation, Aussais skillfully navigated to his designated box 3. Speaking of boxes, Aussais could not help but admire Grindelwald's subordinates for their capability. In such a brief time, they not only pinpointed the location for the sale of Moonstone, but also secured an invitation for box 3. It was noteworthy that seating in this underground auction was divided into private boxes and general seating. Apart from the major pureblood families, few could claim a box for themselves. Possessing a private box indicated that the individual excelled in some regard. Aussais's invitation was indeed for a personal box. Observing the box's number, which ranged from 1 to 20, he realized that the earlier the number, the more exclusive the seating. Aussais reflected on his invitation, knowing that his family's invitation only granted them box 6. Upon opening the box door, an attendant promptly approached to confirm Aussais's identity by reviewing his invitation. After verification, they respectfully stepped aside and inquired whether Aussais required an explanation of the auction. Aussais declined, walking steadily into the box and settling himself on the sofa. He picked up the preview booklet placed on the table to peruse its contents. The booklet contained limited items, as not all auction goods were included. On the 10th page, the moonstone he sought was prominently featured. Delving into the details, Aussais noted that the purity of this moonstone appeared superior to any he had encountered before, and its size was equally remarkable. He was quite satisfied. Such a moonstone would surely elicit tears of gratitude from Voldemort. After reviewing the auction items, Aussais set the booklet aside, casting his gaze down onto the table. The solid wooden surface was adorned with an array of exquisite pastries and fruits, dazzling to behold. However, Aussais merely glanced at them before averting his gaze, harboring no desire to partake. The attendant standing behind him displayed a flicker of disappointment. Aces, without needing to turn, sensed the attendant's discontent. In a venue as tainted as this underground auction, while it would not overtly target patrons, various underhanded tactics lurked beneath the surface, and one could easily fall victim to them with the slightest misstep. Aces refrained from further actions, unconsciously rubbing his wand and closing his eyes, awaiting the commencement of the auction. With 30 minutes remaining until the event began, the influx of guests increased, and the cacophony of voices seeped through the door into Aces's ears. Aces furrowed his brow, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. He was well aware that the auction house was a place of superficial glamour, concealing an underbelly of deceit. However, he soon found solace in the soundproofing of the private box. The familiar, velvet-like timbre of a voice pierced through the cacophony of chatter, prompting Aces to open his eyes in astonishment. Professor Snape? What could possibly bring him here? His initial confusion morphed into understanding as he recalled Snape's status as the youngest master of potions in the British wizarding world. He redirected his focus, closing his eyes once more, allowing his other senses to sharpen in the absence of sight. He distinctly heard Snape pause a few boxes away, his cold voice laced with sarcasm as he addressed an approaching waiter. The sounds faded only after the box door was firmly shut. Half an hour slipped by, and a strikingly attractive woman with an alluring presence glided onto the auction stage. Her sultry voice resonated through the speakers as she greeted, "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am your auctioneer, Debbie. Welcome to our auction, and may each of you find something to take away." With a flirtatious wink directed at the audience, she quickly moved on, recognizing that those present were here for the auction itself, not idle chatter. She commenced the bidding for the first item, 10 vials of shimmering potions. Raising the potions high for all to see, she proclaimed in her enchanting voice, "These are perfect quality calming drafts, crafted by a master of potions." She paused momentarily before revealing the quality certification, the word perfect clearly visible through the auction house's amplifying apparatus. She continued, "It is well known that calming drafts are readily available, yet those of perfect quality are rare gems. Thus, the starting bid is set at 1,000 galleons. Let the bidding commence." Due to the distance, Aces could not ascertain whether the potions were indeed produced by their headmaster, so he opted not to bid. He reclined quietly on the sofa, awaiting the conclusion of this auction. Ultimately, the 10 calming drafts were claimed by Box 10 for 7,000 galleons. The first item merely served as a warm-up. The subsequent lots would be the true treasures. As anticipated, the bidding intensified with the arrival of the second item, a flurry of spirited offers echoing through the hall. Aces found himself growing somewhat bored, having yet to encounter anything of interest, until the appearance of the 10th item. Debbie, the auctioneer, demonstrated an exceptional talent for igniting the bidder's enthusiasm. She raised a tray containing a moonstone to her chest, showcasing its beauty to all. Unsurprisingly, the wealthy women, already enamored with moonstones, felt an even greater desire to possess it. As you may know, moonstones are exceedingly rare, and this specimen's purity and size are unparalleled. Therefore, the starting bid is 10,000 galleons. Let the bidding begin. No sooner had she finished than a lavishly dressed lady swiftly declared, 11,000 galleons. This bid created ripples, akin to a stone cast into still waters, inciting a cascade of subsequent offers. Aces observed from his box, his expression unmoved as the price escalated. He recognized that the true competition had yet to reveal itself. Soon, the fervor of bidding began to wane, and the price for the moonstone stagnated at 30,000 galleons. Sitting up straight, Aces sensed that the genuine competition was only now commencing. The first to shatter the silence was the box adjacent to his, where a waiter emerged onto the balcony, announcing loudly, "Box 4 bids 36,000. Almost immediately, another box's waiter interjected, "Box 9 bids 40,000. At this point, silence enveloped the other boxes. That price was already inflated for a moonstone, particularly without knowledge of its true effects. Aces calculated in his mind, finally turning his gaze toward the waiter, instructing, "Set the base price at 50,000, with increments of 2,000. The waiter nodded in understanding, excitedly making his way to the balcony to announce, "Box 3 bids 42,000. Without hesitation, another box countered, "Box 9 bids 45,000. The waiter from Box 3, feeling the thrill of the moment, quickly raised the stakes, "Box 3 bids 47,000. The opposing box fell silent for a moment, and then its waiter re-entered, seemingly consulting before emerging once more, declaring, "Box 9 bids 48,000. Aces's waiter confidently asserted, "Box 3 bids 50,000 galleons." A hush fell over the room, only to erupt in excitement at the mention of 50,000 galleons. As Aces had anticipated, this amount exceeded the budget of all present. The waiter from Box 9 announced their withdrawal from the bidding. Debbie, on the auction stage, smiled broadly, her joy evident as she struck the auctioneer's hammer. Sold. Let us congratulate the patron of Box 3 for successfully acquiring this exquisite moonstone. The underground auction house operated with remarkable efficiency. Before long, an elder gentleman accompanied by a servant bearing the moonstone tray knocked on Aces's box door. Upon entering, the elder discreetly sized up Aces before gesturing for the servant to approach. The servant respectfully stepped forward, placing the tray before Aces and presenting an invoice. Mr. Kane, here is your invoice along with the moonstone you successfully bid for. Please review it. Aces glanced at the invoice, confirming its accuracy before taking hold of the moonstone. The moment it touched his hand, he recognized it as a rare and precious find. Pleased, he admired the moonstone, idly toying with it. From his pocket, he retrieved a card and handed it to the elder. This card, specially crafted by Gringotts, granted the bearer access to a substantial amount of galleons. Aces's card allowed for a withdrawal of 40,000. The elder inspected the card meticulously before respectfully exiting the box with the servant in tow. Aces contemplated the moonstone in his hand. Initially, he had intended to leave after acquiring it, but the unexpected encounter with Professor Snape prompted him to tap the moonstone thoughtfully and choose to remain. The auction continued, with the next item being an exceedingly rare potion. As Aces toyed with the moonstone, he pondered what Snape's objective might be. Could it be this very potion? Behind Aces, a quaking servant watched in trepidation as the moonstone rotated in Aces's grasp. Merlin, this was a prized possession worth 40,000 galleons. If it were to be damaged, he would bear the consequences. The servant, on the verge of tears, silently prayed for Aces to cease his movements. Unperturbed by the servant's anxious thoughts, Aces remained focused on the waiters from the other boxes, attempting to locate Snape's box. Initially, he held little hope, but upon hearing a waiter's voice, he felt a strange conviction that it was indeed that box. To confirm his suspicion, Aces turned to the servant behind him and instructed, "Find out who the owner of the bidding box is." Noticing the servant's hesitation, Aces narrowed his eyes. "Don't tell me you can't manage that. If you do find out, all of this will be yours." As he spoke, he placed a bag of galleons on the table. The servant's eyes glinted greedily at the sight of the galleons. Their commissions were often slashed, but tips were not. He promptly seized the galleons from the table and bowed as he exited the box. The servant moved quickly, and with the fierce competition for the potion, he returned with news before the bidding concluded. Leaning closer to Aces, he respectfully whispered, "The recently contested box was Box 13, within which resided the esteemed master of potions, Severus Snape." Having acquired the answers he sought, Aces fell silent, observing the auction with quiet intensity. At this juncture, the bidding was nearing its conclusion, with only 2 boxes remaining in contention, one of which belonged to Snape. As the bidding for Snape's box continued, the proprietor of the opposing box appeared increasingly impatient, summoning a servant who, upon returning, raised the bid by a substantial sum of 1,000 galleons. Inside Box 13, Snape furrowed his brow in deep contemplation. The amount of galleons he had brought was limited, and coupled with his recent acquisition of numerous potion ingredients, he found himself lacking the necessary funds to continue bidding. Moreover, the price of this particular herb had exceeded his expectations. It soon became evident to him that further bidding was unwarranted. Yet, a sense of reluctance lingered within him. The advanced potion he was currently brewing hinged upon this very herb. To forfeit this opportunity would mean starting afresh. After a moment's deliberation, Snape rifled through his belongings. He possessed no extravagant potions, only common elixirs. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to the decision to forego the auction. The thought of reworking his potion and the waste of materials soured his mood. With a displeased expression, he waved away the servant's inquiry about increasing the bid. Box 13 withdrew from the auction. In Box 3, Aces raised an eyebrow in surprise upon hearing that Box 13 had withdrawn. After a moment's thought, he summoned a servant and issued a command. Upon witnessing Box 13's withdrawal, Debbie at the auction podium promptly raised her gavel, ready to finalize the price. At that moment, a voice rang out. Box 3 bid 20,000 galleons. It was Aces's box. After all, it was merely a matter of course for the head of their institution. Seated on the sofa, Aces maintained a stoic expression as he regarded Debbie at the podium. Debbie's eyes widened in surprise, her excitement palpable as she announced, "Box 3 bids 20,000. Is there anyone willing to bid higher?" The room fell into a hush. The financial prowess of Box 3 was evident, and none dared to challenge its owner. With no responses forthcoming, Debbie decisively brought her gavel down. "Sold." Congratulations to Box 3 for securing a coveted prize. Soon after, the same elderly gentleman returned with a servant to knock on the door of Box 3. Inside, the servant stepped forward to open the door, ushering both men inside. Following the familiar procedure, Ausace inspected the herb meticulously, confirming its properties before handing over the galleons. Once the elder received the payment, he prepared to depart. Ausace suddenly called out, "Wait a moment." The elder halted, turning to Ausace, awaiting his instruction. Ausace pushed a box forward saying, "Please deliver this to the owner of Box 13. Curious, the elder glanced at Ausace but refrained from asking further questions. He gestured for the servant to take the box and turned to head toward Box 13. Chapter 49. Crisis and Embrace. As the auction progressed, Ausace found little interest in the subsequent items. Bored, he toyed with his wand, observing the fray below as individuals vied for rare items, some exhibiting rather unbecoming behaviors. Ausace scoffed at their antics, more intrigued by how Snape would react to receiving the herb. Meanwhile, in Box 13, the elder and the servant knocked at the door, which was promptly opened by the attendant. Within, Snape eyed the elder with caution, his wand at the ready. The elder raised a hand, signaling for his servant to step forward, and placed the box on the table. Snape frowned at the servant's actions, his displeasure evident. "If memory serves, I withdrew from the bidding," he stated curtly. The elder stepped closer, explaining, "Mr. Snape, this is a gift from the owner of Box 3. Despite the explanation, Snape remained vigilant, pushing the box back with his wand. "I have no need for it. Return it." The elder, silent, swiftly departed with the servant, leaving Snape scowling at the box containing the herb. After a moment of hesitation, he waved his wand to inspect the box. Finding no issues, he opened it to reveal the very herb that had been auctioned moments before. Internal conflict swirled within Snape. Had it been anything else, he might have discarded it without a second thought. However, he now found himself in need of the herb. After considerable deliberation, he decided to accept the herb. He did not wish to speculate on the motives of the owner of Box 3, but since the herb had been offered to him, it was now his. He had made no promises to the contrary. As the auction continued at a brisk pace, prices soared, with one vial of purported elixir of life fetching an astounding 80 million galleons. Snape regarded this with disdain. Had such a potion truly existed, he would certainly be aware of it. As the auction drew to a close, Ausace felt no desire to linger. With the herb now in his possession, he preferred to depart early to study the moonstone he had just acquired. With that thought in mind, Ausace rose, secured the moonstone, and calmly exited the box. The auction was still ongoing, and the throngs outside were sparse. Ausace made his way out of the auction house alone. The interminable staircase loomed ahead, dark and foreboding. As he raised his wand to illuminate the path with the Lumos spell, he internally lamented, why not install a light with all this wealth? Disliking the oppressive atmosphere of the staircase, he hastened his pace and within moments, emerged from its shadowy confines. At the entrance, the cloaked figures had vanished, their whereabouts unknown. Unbothered, Ausace exited swiftly. The house felt stifling. Once outside, Ausace took a deep breath, relieved to shed the tension that had gripped him inside, where he had to constantly imitate the Duke's demeanor to avoid drawing attention. He did not linger long, preparing to leave the area entirely. Suddenly, an attack surged toward him. Ausace, keenly attuned to the surge of magic, raised his hand to deflect the curse. Upon witnessing Ausace repel the spell, several cloaked figures emerged from a nearby alley. Gripping his wand tightly, Ausace scrutinized the peculiar dark figures, whose identities remained obscured beneath their heavy cloaks. The figures, well trained, surrounded Ausace with alarming precision. Heightened caution enveloped him. Their synchronized movements made it difficult to discern any weaknesses. They hesitated to strike, seemingly intent on breaking his psychological defenses as they slowly advanced. Quickly analyzing the situation, Ausace resolved to strike first. As he raised his wand, a sudden thought flashed through his mind, prompting him to substitute his original offensive spell with a detection charm. The results of the spell weighed heavily upon him. It was a curse. These individuals belonged to the organization his parents had pursued. Fortuitously, he had taken the time to understand this curse upon learning of its existence. Ausace promptly adapted his approach, discarding the idea of an offensive spell in favor of hurling 2 alchemical products and a potion instead. With a resounding explosion, the alchemical products detonated, releasing a cloud of smoke as shards pierced the potion vial. The cloaked figures, caught off guard by the explosion, were doused by the potion. The sound of corrosion echoed from their bodies as they writhed in pain, creating a gap in their encirclement. Seizing the opportunity, Ausace made a swift escape, while the few unaffected figures unleashed a flurry of offensive spells in his wake. After Aces had cast several ironclad charms upon himself, he recklessly employed apparition to evade them. In the deserted alley, Severus Snape hurriedly traversed the path when he abruptly halted and raised his wand. Turning the corner, Aces collided directly with the wand-wielding Snape. A surge of alarm coursed through him, prompting him to halt and prepare to retreat. However, the rustling sounds from the alley behind him left him with no time to spare. Gritting his teeth, Aces swiftly approached, evading Snape's attack. He then stowed away his wand and, seizing the opportunity while Snape momentarily lowered his guard, pulled him into a nearby side alley. Upon entering the alley, Snape immediately countered, pinning Aces against the wall, rendering him immobile. Snape had pressed his wand against Aces the moment he was seized, and now it was firmly positioned against Aces' throat. "Who are you?" he inquired, his deep voice laced with both allure and menace. The two stood in close proximity, allowing Aces to detect the faint, bitter scent of potions emanating from the potion's master. Faced with the threat of the wand, Aces refrained from flinching, instead striving to relax his body to avoid provoking this sensitive potion maker. "I am the proprietor of Box 3. The herbs you received were sent by me." Snape narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Aces, and suddenly reached out, intending to lift Aces' mask. Wait, he mustn't discover that I snuck out of the school to this place. Yet Snape's grip was too strong, and Aces found himself unable to break free. In a moment of desperation, Aces lunged forward, embracing Snape. In the next instant, he was forcefully slammed against the wall, the impact causing it to shudder and eliciting a muffled groan from him. Snape regarded the reckless man before him with a stony expression, hesitating over whether to eliminate him. Remembering the herbs he had received, he chose not to act. Unwilling to owe a debt of gratitude, Snape recalled Aces' evasive maneuvers. "I will assist you in dealing with those pursuing you, in exchange for the herbs." Just then, footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance. Seeing Snape prepare to confront the figures in black, Aces could no longer concern himself with anything else. He propped himself up and, while Snape was occupied watching the dark-clad figures, he swiftly pulled him into an embrace, and together they concealed themselves behind an object. Observing Snape's furious expression and raised wand, Aces had no choice but to lower his mask. "It's me, Professor." Snape halted his motion and turned to face the man before him. Recognizing Aces by his similar features and eyes, Snape exclaimed, "Mr. Cavendish?" "It's me, Professor," Aces reiterated. Snape was immediately filled with indignation. Just as he was about to reprimand this audacious giant, the footsteps drew closer once again. Aces tensed instantly. Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing at the anxious giant, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He taunted, "What's this? Mr. Cavendish actually fears something? I had thought you were braver than that." With that, Snape pushed Aces aside and lifted his wand, ready to teach a lesson. Aces, witnessing Snape's actions, positioned himself once more in front of him. Chapter 50 Injured. Snape's patience was wearing thin. Just as Aces was about to explain, he heard the footsteps approaching their hiding spot. In an instant, Aces could no longer maintain his composure. Was fate determined to silence him? Unfortunately, the figures in black were oblivious to his silent outcry and soon burst in. Upon seeing two individuals, they momentarily paused. However, one of the dark figures quickly regained his composure, casting a spell that signaled Aces' presence. The other figure swiftly launched an attack spell towards Aces and Snape. Aces, realizing that the dark figure had spotted Snape, understood too late that the professor could have easily escaped. Their targets were solely him. But it was too late to express this thought, for they had seen the professor's face. Suppressing his regret, Aces blocked Snape's wand with his own, disregarding the murderous glare directed at him, and cast several ironclad charms. Seizing the moment before the dark figures could advance, he rapidly apparated away with Snape. Due to the interference of the dark figure's counter-apparition spell, Aces' modified apparition spell covered a shorter distance. However, fortunately, the dark figures were also hindered and unable to apparate. In an alley mere feet away from the dark figures, Aces and Snape stood facing each other. Under Snape's furious and bewildered gaze, Aces dared not speak. There was no choice. The two dark figures were just next door. He could only look imploringly at Snape, and gesture towards a narrow passage nearby. Snape, looking down at Aces, whose face bore a pained expression, ultimately chose to trust him. The two swiftly slipped into the adjacent narrow passage. The passage was constricted, allowing only one adult to pass at a time, so Snape and Aces proceeded in single file. Soon, the passage came to an end, leading to a dead end. Aces glanced back, assessing the distance from the passage's entrance to their position, while calculating the time required for the teleportation device to transport two individuals. It seemed sufficient. A sigh of relief escaped Aces' lips, Turning around, he met Snape's scrutinizing gaze. Observing that the giant had regained his senses, Snape, expressionless, stated, "Explain." Ace is worried that any fluctuations in magical energy might attract the dark figures, yet he feared that speaking too loudly could draw attention from those outside. Nevertheless, Snape had evidently reached his limit. If Aces did not explain soon, he might very well be tossed out to face the dark figures. Reluctantly, Aces stepped closer and whispered into Snape's ear with urgency. Having consumed the aging potion, Aces now stood nearly eye to eye with Snape. As he leaned in, the aura of an adult male enveloped Snape, and Ace's warm breath brushed against his ear. Almost instantaneously, Snape's entire body stiffened, instinctively reaching for his wand to retaliate. However, in the next second, he recognized that the figure before him was not an enemy. He fought to keep his body tense, suppressing the impulse to strike, repeatedly reminding himself, "This is a Slytherin student. Do not attack. He is also the heir of the Cavendish family. He is even more off-limits." Perhaps the hypnosis took effect. For although Snape remained rigid, he refrained from any further actions. "Do not attack them. They bear a curse." A curse? Snape's brow slowly arched. He had never heard of such a person. After Aces finished speaking, he stepped back and produced a device resembling a clock from his pocket, beginning to manipulate it. This was his contingency plan, a teleportation device specially crafted by Anna. After a brief moment of fiddling, the device was activated. However, as he had not initially anticipated the need to accommodate two individuals, its stability was compromised. Any fluctuations in magical energy would jeopardize the process. The countdown for the teleportation commenced. Aces tugged at Snape's sleeve, intending to communicate this matter. Before he could utter a word, the relentless dark figures had already pursued them. With no time to explain, Aces pulled Snape closer, striving to remain undetected. The teleportation time drew near. One of the dark figures spotted them, rushing toward their location while casting an attack spell. As the teleportation time approached, Aces acted without hesitation, pressing down on Snape's wand to prevent him from casting the ironclad charm. "Do not use spells. Fluctuations in magical energy will disrupt the teleportation," he quickly explained. Then, turning his back to the dark figure, he braced himself to absorb the impending attack, confident that his protective gear would suffice. Snape gazed at this giant shielding him with such determination, momentarily lost in thought. Aces silently awaited the impact of pain. However, just as the curse was about to strike him, Snape suddenly exerted force, switching the positions of the two. This was the first time Aces felt utterly helpless during this pursuit. He distinctly heard Snape's muffled groan. The transportation went smoothly, and their figures vanished from the sight of the dark-clad figures. The moment they landed, Aces's mind was still in a state of confusion, but his hand instinctively reached out to support Snape. Then he brandished his wand, casting two probing spells into the surrounding gloom. Snape was nearly driven to the brink of fury by the giant's antics. Hardly had they landed when two spells were cast at him, nearly provoking him to retaliate. The results of the probing spells relieved Aces. Fortunately, they were not dark magic, merely simple attack spells. Snape quickly regained his footing and pushed Aces away. Apart from his noticeably paler complexion, there was little evidence of his injuries. Nina, steadfastly waiting at their original position, cried out in delight upon seeing her young master return. "Young Master Aces, Nina has completed the task." Aces, lacking the inclination to praise Nina, merely responded with a perfunctory acknowledgement and turned his gaze to Snape. "Professor, how are you?" Snape managed a cold smirk. "I'm not dead yet. Instead of worrying about me, Mr. Cavendish, perhaps you should contemplate how to explain this situation." Aces organized his thoughts, concluding that informing Snape would not jeopardize his safety. After all, their primary target was him. "Professor, they came after the heir of Cavendish. My parents have recently been investigating them, suffering considerable setbacks, and thus they plan to target me to send a message." Seeing Aces earnestly explain the situation, Snape's anger subsided somewhat, though it was quickly reignited. "So you came to such a place, fully aware that someone would attempt to capture you?" Snape's piercing gaze bore down on Aces, compelling him to conjure an excuse for his presence. "The organization my parents are facing is well versed in curses and dark magic. I wish to provide them with some protection, and this can achieve that. The Moonstone, a blessing from the Moon God, can resist dark magic and curses to some extent." With that, Aces produced the Moonstone from his robe. Snape recognized the stone, and was aware of its exorbitant value. He glared at Aces. "I thought your giant brain would comprehend that, compared to your parents, you are the more perilous one." Aces, meeting Snape's furious gaze, suddenly spoke up. "Professor, why did you shield me from that attack when it was I who embroiled you in this?" Chapter 51, Applying the Potion. Snape regarded the now child-sized giant with a pitiful expression and replied, his face devoid of emotion, because that potion is something I urgently require. Consider it a repayment. Saying this, Snape grabbed Assis and intended to return to Hogwarts, but his slightly swaying figure filled Assis with concern. He forcefully wriggled free from Snape's grip and looked up, insistently stating, Professor, you are not fit to perform apparition right now. Snape, visibly irritated, retorted, I do not require your concern, Mr. Cavendish. You would do well to comply and return to Hogwarts with me. I do not wish to repeat myself. Witnessing Snape's imminent eruption, Assis took a step back. I have a safe house nearby. Let us go there to treat your injuries, and I promise I will return obediently. Snape felt that all the patience he possessed had been exhausted on this giant before him, were it not for his potion-making talent. He would have made the creature regret being so meddlesome. Despite this thought, Snape took a step back. Perhaps it was the fact that the giant had unhesitatingly shielded him moments ago, or perhaps it was the trust he had previously placed in him. In any case, he yielded. Seeing his acquiescence, Assis instructed Nina to prepare the potion, and then led Snape to a location. The safe house in Diagon Alley had been a gift from the Duke when Assis decided to attend Hogwarts. Hidden in a narrow alley, it was secured with an unbreakable vow, with the secret keeper being none other than himself. Assis dispelled the spell, and allowed Snape to enter. The safe house was modest but well stocked with various potions and bandaging supplies. First, Assis had Snape sit on the sofa, then he examined the potions Nina had retrieved, selecting the hemostatic and wound-healing potions. He then raised his hands, intending to assist Snape in removing his robes. Snape's expression darkened as he swatted Assis's hand away. What, Mr. Cavendish? Do you believe I am so gravely injured that I cannot tend to my own wounds? Upon hearing this, Assis met Snape's gaze directly. Most of the professor's injuries were located on his lower back, making self-treatment quite inconvenient. Also, Professor, could you please call me Assis? My elders always address me as such. Snape scoffed. I assumed you were aware that I was deliberately distancing myself from you? He paused before continuing. Are you not distancing yourself from me as well? Or was my perception of your distancing merely a figment of my imagination? Assis felt a sense of admiration. Indeed, one should not underestimate this master of espionage. He recognized that his current actions contradicted his earlier thoughts, but he no longer wished to distance himself from the professor who had shielded him from curses. Thus, he feigned confusion and replied, What distancing? I have never contemplated distancing myself from the professor. Assis was well aware of Snape's unique reasons for treating him differently, and decided to use his interest in potion-making as an excuse. Your potion expertise is so exceptional, Professor. I have always wished to learn from you. Snape glared at the giant before him, who was speaking such blatant nonsense, and felt no desire to acknowledge that this was a Slytherin student. Assis, emboldened, continued to reach for Snape's robes. Assuming that Snape would not take any drastic action against him, Snape sidestepped but ultimately, with a stern expression, removed his own robes. Once the black robe was shed, Assis saw that Snape's waist was nearly drenched in blood. He suppressed his fury towards the dark-clad figures, and calmly cut away the fabric to tend to Snape's wounds. The injuries were extensive, gory, and Assis was careful in his movements, fearing to cause Snape pain. Watching Assis's meticulous actions, Snape impatiently urged, Hurry up. Your professor is not so weak as to weep over a mere scratch. Or are you, Mr. Cavendish, afraid of the sight of blood? Assis glanced at Snape. Apart from the cold sweat on his brow, he appeared almost unscathed. How much had he endured to maintain such composure? Assis lowered his head and muttered, This is the first time I have seen so much blood. Please bear with me, Professor. He then resumed his careful treatment of the wounds. At that moment, Snape recalled that this giant before him was still just an 11-year-old child. His expression softened somewhat, and he ceased his remarks, silently closing his eyes to allow Assis to continue. Assis worked swiftly, and in no time, the wounds were treated. Wiping the blood from his hands, he looked up at Snape, intending to inform him that the treatment was complete, only to find Snape half-lidded and seemingly asleep. The loss of blood had rendered Snape's lips pale, and his already pallid complexion had turned ghostly white. After a moment's hesitation, Assis decided against waking Snape to drink the blood-replenishing potion. Instead, he quietly tidied the disarray around him. Just as he finished organizing the bandaging supplies and potions, he looked up to see Snape slightly bewildered, blinking awake. The unfamiliar surroundings had made the spy restless in his sleep, and he was caught in a state between wakefulness and slumber. Upon awakening, Snape momentarily froze, then his expression stiffened. Glancing at the table, he promptly seized the blood-replenishing potion and downed it, casting a cleaning charm on his robes before donning them. He appeared somewhat distracted, disregarding Asses as he stepped outside alone. Noticing that Snape had no intention of waiting for him, Asses quickly tidied up his affairs and followed suit. Snape, tall and striding purposefully, left Asses to jog behind him, intending to remind him not to walk too swiftly and to be cautious of his injury. However, observing Snape's grim demeanor, he refrained from speaking. Asses was bewildered as to why Snape was angry again. He could only endeavor to avoid provoking him further. Unbeknownst to Asses, Snape's mind was a tumultuous mess. He had inexplicably dozed off while the small giant had tended to his wound. This was unsettling. Even if the healing potion contained a soporific element, he would never let his guard down so easily. The mere thought of this possibility made Snape's expression darken further. The journey was marked by silence. Snape chose not to speak, while Asses dared not utter a word. After a bout of apparition, they arrived at Hogwarts. As soon as they stepped into the castle, Snape quickened his pace, leaving Asses behind. He needed solitude to gather his thoughts. Thus, Asses stood bewildered before the Hogwarts castle, watching Snape's retreating figure. What had happened? Had he erred in some way? The confusion on Asses's face was palpable. Chapter 52 Trust. After lingering a moment, Asses finally abandoned his contemplation. He set off towards the Slytherin common room. Inside the common room, Eliza was lounging on a sofa, engrossed in a book. Upon seeing Asses return, she immediately approached him. "Sir, you're back." Asses nodded and took a seat on the sofa beside the fireplace. Noticing the unusual expression on his face, Eliza hesitated before sitting down beside him. "Sir, what's the matter?" she asked, her concern evident. Asses's thoughts were pulled back to the present, and he turned to Eliza, hesitating as if he wanted to speak but ultimately refrained. Better not to voice it. Under Eliza's worried gaze, he casually initiated a different topic. "Have you mastered the Patronus charm yet?" Eliza lowered her head in guilt. "Not yet, sir. I don't know why, but my Patronus has yet to take form." Asses furrowed his brow, recalling his own past struggles, and encouraged Eliza to demonstrate for him. She nodded, took her wand, and waved it gently. Expecto Patronum. A faint silver light flickered from the tip of her wand, so weak it seemed on the brink of extinguishing. Asses recognized immediately that Eliza's situation was entirely different from his own. Her failure stemmed from an inadequacy of joyful memories while casting the spell. However, given the circumstances of Eliza's family, he struggled to find the right words. The challenge of the Patronus charm lay inherently in emotion. Without sufficient emotional resonance, the spell could not be conjured. As Eliza perceived Asses's silence, her mood began to sink. "Sir, I know my memories lack joy, but I can't seem to find that happiness anymore." Hearing the sadness in her final statement, Asses sighed. "If you cannot find joyful memories, then try to think of someone you wish to protect. If your desire to safeguard someone is strong enough, your Patronus will manifest. But it is a difficult endeavor. I wish you luck." He could only offer her a suggestion, leaving her success dependent on her ability to set aside everything to protect another. Eliza contemplated her wand thoughtfully. "I understand, sir." Seeing her come to a realization, Asses rose to return to his dormitory. Suddenly, Eliza recalled something and called out to stop him. "Sir, there's something you need to know. Carter has been looking for you." Asses turned back to glance at Eliza, waving his hand to indicate he understood. Upon returning to his room, Asses unhesitatingly dove into his alchemical box. He was eager to witness the expression of Voldemort when it cracked open. In the dim basement, Snape sat on the cold sofa, refusing to employ a warming spell, resigning himself to the frigid atmosphere. The low temperature from his blood loss, and the chill would allow him to think more clearly. He sat in silence, absently caressing his wand, his thoughts swirling chaotically. How could he trust that giant, who was nothing but a mouthful of lies? Was it merely because he had protected him? Or was it because he believed in him? Snape found himself perplexed. Yet the truth was undeniable. He did indeed trust him. If only a little. Snape wearily closed his eyes. How could he, a man like him, dare to freely offer trust? For a moment, he was unsure whether he was mocking himself or Asses. No, getting close to that giant would only lead to harm, especially since he was so exceptional. With a bright future ahead of him, Snape wrestled with his inner turmoil. What was he to do? If it were disdain or insults, that would be inconsequential. However, it was trust and protection that weighed on him. He lived only to safeguard the child left behind by Lily. Would Asses distance himself if he discovered he was a Death Eater? No, the Cavendish family should be well aware of his past. He did not wish for that child to end up like Lily. The chaotic thoughts and emotions nearly tore Snape apart. Ultimately, they coalesced into a definitive notion. Snape found it absurd that he was once again contemplating the protection of another. As he pondered this, his eyes reflected an indescribable confusion and sorrow. Enveloped by the cold air in the darkness, Snape closed his eyes, allowing himself to sink deeper into the shadows and chill. In the stillness of the basement, silence prevailed, mirroring the man leaning against the sofa. Suddenly, a flicker of fire illuminated the room as Dumbledore appeared in the basement. Snape felt a jolt of surprise but maintained his composure, activating his mental barriers to suppress all emotions before opening his eyes. He remained seated on the sofa motionless, casting a cold glare at the uninvited old man, his words dripping with scorn. What? Does our esteemed headmaster have some pressing matter for me? A mere professor? He emphasized the word important, implying that unless it was of utmost significance, he should refrain from disturbing him as he was quite busy. Dumbledore noted Snape's unnatural posture, and caught a whiff of blood in the air, his expression tinged with curiosity. You're injured, Severus? Snape's expression remained unchanged as he casually replied. I encountered a few overconfident wizards at the underground auction today. Dumbledore acknowledged this with a gentle hum, uncertain whether he believed him. Snape himself was baffled as to why he would conceal this incident regarding the giant, but having done so, he would not leave any traces. Once Dumbledore received his answer, he refrained from pursuing the matter further, and spoke earnestly. I will be away for a while. Snape's countenance instantly darkened. Where are you going? Has Hogwarts, the place you cherish, finally grown tiresome for you? Dumbledore, unfazed by Snape's taunt, continued in a gentle tone. Severus, I am but an old man. I require a bit of rest. Snape maintained his stoic demeanor. Speaking of rest, Professor McGonagall and I are the ones who truly require a break. If I recall correctly, it has been McGonagall and myself managing the school for the past few months. At this remark, Dumbledore cleared his throat somewhat sheepishly. Severus, you must be understanding of an old man. An old man who happens to be the most powerful wizard in the magical realm? Severus Snape was skeptical of the old man's ramblings. Yet he understood that he could not hinder the insufferable behavior of the old bee, and thus sought solace in verbal retorts. Indeed, the unmistakable voice of Dumbledore echoed. I beg you, Severus. Snape let out a dismissive grunt, then turned away, silently ushering him out. Dumbledore, understanding immediately, vanished from the presence of the Master of Potions. Chapter 53, The Scapegoat. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, Dumbledore gazed at the letter on the desk with a grave expression, letting out a resigned sigh. He did not wish to leave Hogwarts at such a critical juncture, but the contents of the letter instilled a profound sense of unease within him. It felt as though a grand conspiracy was looming over the magical world. Fearing that Grindelwald was behind it, he felt compelled to investigate personally for peace of mind. In the Tower of Nurmengard, Grindelwald remained blissfully unaware of the heavy burden that had been placed upon him. He too scrutinized the letter on his desk, his countenance grave. What had transpired to make Albus suddenly refuse to see him? After a moment's contemplation, he approached the window and sent a letter away. Watching the owl disappear into the distance, he fell into deep thought. Perhaps the gift from Assis was indeed quite practical? Outside, Assis, immersed in his research, was oblivious to the unfolding events. He had been tirelessly engrossed in the quest for the instrument to locate Voldemort's soul. Having spent several consecutive days in a box, neglecting the passage of time. Fortunately, with the recent acquisition of Moonstone, his research progressed smoothly. Within a week, he had crafted the instrument. However, as the holidays approached, he found himself unable to conduct experiments, especially since Snape frequently checked on his whereabouts after discovering his clandestine participation in an underground auction. Assis felt a tinge of regret over the delay in sending Voldemort back to the realm of death. On the evening of the Christmas feast, Assis donned the new attire prepared for him by Anna, meticulously attending to his appearance after days of neglect before heading to the Great Hall. The number of students present was sparse, most having returned home to celebrate with family. However, the professors remained, with the exception of Dumbledore. Where is Dumbledore? Assis pondered silently, his gaze lingering on the staff table. Observing the professors seated there, he realized they seemed to be solitary figures. For them, Hogwarts was perhaps another home. Elise noticed Assis lingering and gazing absent-mindedly at the staff table, her perplexity evident, yet she saved him a seat. Regaining his senses, Assis averted his gaze from the Master of Potions, and took his place at the table. The Christmas feast was lively, yet Assis found himself distracted, alternating between concern for Dumbledore's safety, and worrying if the Master of Potions was administering his potion properly, feeling as though he were sitting on needles. Snape furrowed his brow as he observed Assis intently watching the staff table. What could this giant be searching for? Snape narrowed his eyes dangerously. A quick glance around the staff revealed that the only absent member was Dumbledore, leading him to deduce that Assis was in search of Dumbledore. While maintaining an impassive exterior, Snape contemplated Assis's suspicious behavior. With his head bowed, Assis avoided Snape's gaze, silently consuming his meal. Once the feast concluded, Assis did not linger, departing the hall promptly. Upon reaching a corner, he felt a familiar surge of magical energy, concealing his expression and feigning ignorance as he proceeded forward. Indeed, it was Snape. Seeing the man standing silently by the windowsill, Assis was uncertain of how to address him. In the urgency of their previous encounter outside, he had no time to ponder such matters. For the subsequent days, engrossed in his research, he had not contemplated it further. Thus, the question remained unanswered. Undeniably, he felt a surge of emotion when the professor shielded him from an attack. Even when Snape later claimed it was merely to repay a debt for a herb, Assis remained touched. He believed that even without that herb, this hard-headed yet tender-hearted professor would still protect him. Yet precisely because of this, he found himself at a loss in confronting Snape's suspicions. Never mind, overthinking was futile. Assis adjusted his attire and approached directly. "Professor? What are you doing here? I think Mr. Cavendish lacks the authority to question a professor." "That was not my intention, Professor. Whatever you plan to do, I suggest you ensure I do not catch you at it." Snape abruptly turned, locking his gaze fiercely onto Assis's eyes. "I assure you, Professor, I will not engage in any actions detrimental to Hogwarts or to you." Assis, unwavering, held Snape's gaze. To evade the scrutiny of a master of legilimency would only deepen his suspicions. Snape refrained from employing legilimency on Assis, yet with his expertise, he could sense that Assis was not deceiving him. This revelation brought him a modicum of relief. Let us hope it remains that way. With that, Snape departed without a backward glance, as if his presence here was merely to issue a warning and seek a promise. Assis watched his retreating form, uncertain of what thoughts occupied his mind. In Nurmengard, Grindelwald was agitatedly staring out the window. Dumbledore's prolonged absence left him deeply dissatisfied. What could possibly keep his Albus from visiting him for an entire month? The old adage rings true. It is easier to fall into luxury than to return to simplicity. A month without seeing Dumbledore was suffocating for Grindelwald, who had usurped his Albus's time. He was furious, believing Dumbledore would mourn his absence. Grindelwald simmered in frustration at Nurmengard, and eventually, unable to contain himself, he left in a fit of determination. His reasoning was simple. "If you will not come to see me, then I shall seek you out." Upon exiting Nurmengard, Grindelwald made his way directly to Hogwarts. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, sensing Grindelwald's departure, felt a heightened sense of trepidation. He had to concede that the infiltration of Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic might indeed be a scheme orchestrated by Grindelwald. Grindelwald had diverted his attention, leaving him vulnerable while his minions infiltrated the Ministry. Yet, what could be his objective? Dumbledore was perplexed. Such actions did not seem characteristic of Grindelwald. Yet there was no alternative explanation. Unbeknownst to him, Grindelwald's petty act of rebellion for feeling neglected had inadvertently led Dumbledore to suspect him even more profoundly, stumbling onto the very truth that had ensnared him. Assis, within the confines of Hogwarts, remained oblivious to the machinations unfolding. The dark-clad infiltrators targeting him had been dispatched by Dumbledore, further deepening the headmaster's suspicions of Grindelwald. Was this not serendipitous? Chapter 54. The rebellious old man captured and returned home. At that moment, in the Hogwarts library, Assis suddenly felt the two-way mirror growing warm. He excitedly reached into his pocket, realizing that the only two-way mirrors he possessed belonged to Anna and the Duke. Could they be nearby Hogwarts? Assis hastily retrieved the mirror from his pocket, only to feel a twinge of disappointment. It was Grindelwald. He had almost forgotten about the existence of Grindelwald. Assis's heart raced. The two-way mirror had distance limitations, implying that Grindelwald was certainly not in Nurmengard at that moment. Assis felt a slight headache. Why was Grindelwald making an appearance at this moment? Was Dumbledore with him? Assis scanned his surroundings, seeking a secluded spot, and activated the two-way mirror. As the connection was established, Assis gazed into the familiar scene, his brow furrowing at Grindelwald's self-satisfied expression. "Gellert, what brings you to Hogsmeade? Where is Dumbledore?" The three questions tumbled out, leaving Grindelwald momentarily bewildered, his face a canvas of confusion. "Albus isn't at Hogwarts? Dumbledore isn't by your side?" They exchanged incredulous glances through the mirror. Assis collected his thoughts. In other words, Dumbledore was neither with Grindelwald nor at Hogwarts. What could he possibly be doing? It seemed Voldemort had not returned yet. Assis spoke uncertainly, as the details of the prophecy eluded him. Grindelwald mirrored his confusion. "Wait. My people didn't inform me that Dumbledore left the school." The word prophecy hung in the air, and Grindelwald furrowed his brow, equally unable to recall its specifics. They regarded each other in silence through the mirror. You ought to return to Nurmengard at once, Aces suddenly advised. Otherwise, Dumbledore will be on his way to confront you. Although he couldn't fathom Dumbledore's sudden disappearance, he knew that Grindelwald's unexpected absence from Nurmengard would certainly alert Dumbledore. Moreover, it was highly likely that Dumbledore was already en route, a notion he held without doubt. Grindelwald understood this too, but he was uncertain if this was merely a rebellious phase of old age. He was reluctant to return to a place devoid of Albus before seeing him again. Aces made an attempt to persuade him, but soon relinquished the endeavor. Grindelwald was as stubborn as ever. Very well, let it be destruction. The old man is obstinately unyielding. Without hesitation, Aces advised Grindelwald to keep their communication secret before severing the connection. To be prudent, he took care to hide the mirror, ensuring that Dumbledore would not discover his correspondence with Grindelwald, lest he become a subject of suspicion. Having completed these actions, Aces returned to the library as if nothing had transpired, seamlessly resuming his reading. Meanwhile, in Hogsmeade, Grindelwald glared angrily at the now inactive two-way mirror. This was the first time someone had hung up on him. He begrudgingly set the mirror down. Deep down he knew Aces was right, but he was disinclined to return. After so many years he had confined himself to Nurmengard, yet it had not garnered Albus's attention. Might it be better to act contrarily? This was a lesson he had learned from the tomes of that great nation in the East. Surely, Albus must be preoccupied with thoughts of him now. Grindelwald, gleeful and proud, mused as he sought a nearby spot to await Dumbledore's arrival. He settled beneath a grand tree, surrounded by lush grass and nameless wildflowers. The fragrance of the grass and the gentle breeze transported him back to a long-ago summer. Leaning against the tree, he closed his eyes, believing he could return to that season of warmth. The breeze was just right, though his solitude felt somewhat lonely. Before long, Dumbledore indeed sought out Grindelwald. Upon finding him asleep beneath the tree, Dumbledore instinctively softened his footsteps. Silently approaching, he observed Grindelwald's unguarded visage. "Is this truly your doing, Gellert?" Grindelwald's vigilance had diminished over the years, but in this unfamiliar setting, he was startled awake by the slightest sound of Dumbledore's approach. His eyes snapped open, wary of the figure drawing near, but recognition dawned in an instant. "Albus?" His words, tinged with confusion, eased Dumbledore's tension slightly. Noting that Grindelwald had likely dozed for some time, and considering the duration of his own approach, Dumbledore reasoned that Grindelwald had not engaged in any mischief. "It is I. How did you leave Nurmengard?" Dumbledore posed the question directly, eschewing any preamble. At this, Grindelwald's temper flared. He glared at Dumbledore, indignantly retorting, "It has been a month, an entire month since we last met. Albus, tell me, who made you abandon our rendezvous?" The barrage of inquiries left Dumbledore momentarily speechless. "Are you suggesting that you exited Nurmengard because I failed to visit you for a month, thus prompting you to find me?" Grindelwald huffed, his displeasure still evident. "What else would you assume? Albus, apart from you, there is nothing else in this world I care for. Not even power?" Dumbledore pressed, his tone sharp. "Indeed, Albus, your presence has become the most significant aspect of my existence." Dumbledore scrutinized Grindelwald, keenly observing every minute shift in his expression. "And if I were to insist you return?" he challenged. "Of course, I have seen you now. My purpose for leaving has been fulfilled. I shall obediently return. But will you adhere to our agreement and meet with me?" Grindelwald's gaze bore into Dumbledore's, pleading yet defiant. Caught in such a gaze, Dumbledore felt an inexplicable sense of guilt for deceiving him. With a resigned sigh he replied, "I will. I shall uphold our agreement. I also apologize for my absence this past month. I assure you, there will not be a next time." Satisfied with the promise, Grindelwald rose to his feet. "Let us go then. Where is Fawkes?" Taken aback by Grindelwald's sudden initiative, Dumbledore found himself momentarily speechless. Noticing Dumbledore's silence, Grindelwald kindly reiterated, "I said, summon Fawkes so we may return." Did he truly venture out solely because Dumbledore had not come to see him? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes, concealing his emotions behind his spectacles, and softly called for Fawkes. "Fawkes, please transport us back to Nurmengard." Fawkes appeared in response, whisking them away to their destination. Chapter 55. The Pursuit of Aaron Carter. Unaware of the events unfolding outside the school, Aces was en route to the Room of Requirement, attempting to utilize the soul-searching device. Unable to quell his curiosity, he decided to test the instrument's efficacy, postponing other matters for later. However, the results of the experiment diverged entirely from his expectations. Within the Room of Requirement, Aces activated the device once more, but it continued to display a blank screen. Another failure, He despondently gazed at the instrument in his hands. This marked an uncountable number of unsuccessful attempts. The device was operational, yet he could not locate Voldemort's soul. Why was this the case? Aces found himself perplexed yet unwilling to surrender. He persisted in his endeavors, but like during his lessons on the Patronus charm, he encountered failure at every turn. It baffled him. Previous experiments had gone smoothly, yet this pursuit yielded nothing. Aces stared at the device, his expression inscrutable. Was it because fate was immutable? That couldn't be. He had already destroyed Ravenclaw's diadem. So why did the experiment fail? Suddenly, he recalled the prophecy and the savior known as Harry Potter. Was it possible that the presence of a savior was essential to ultimately vanquish Voldemort? He lowered his gaze to the instrument in his hands, his face a canvas of frustration and confusion, before finally setting it down after what felt like an eternity. Aces rose from his seat, deciding to momentarily abandon the perplexing notion of fate. He contemplated that perhaps he should seek a distraction. At that moment, a thought struck him. There was the rebellious old man who had run away to Hogsmeade. He wondered if Grindelwald had returned. He might offer some counsel regarding fate and prophecy. Aces retrieved the hidden two-way mirror from his box, attempting to contact Grindelwald. The mirror flickered to life in Aces's hands before extinguishing again. He realized that the distance was too great for a connection. It seemed that the wayward elder had likely been apprehended by Dumbledore and returned to Nurmengard. Well, he could seek him out during the holiday. Setting the mirror aside, Aces found himself at a loss for what to do next. He had devoted so much time to the instrument lately that, suddenly freed from its burdensome thoughts, he was uncertain of his next course of action. Leaning back on the sofa, his gaze grew distant. Could he truly save Dumbledore? Did the enigmatic concept of fate genuinely exist? Was it truly immutable? It was the first time he pondered the intricacies of destiny. The Christmas holidays came to an end. The young witches and wizards, now free from their respite, chattered excitedly as they returned to Hogwarts. The once quiet castle buzzed with life once more. On the very first day back, Carter sought out Aces, successfully cornering him. Aces had been aimlessly wandering Hogwarts in search of inspiration, so it was hardly surprising to be intercepted. He regarded Carter, who stood in his path, raised an eyebrow, and smiled nonchalantly. "I heard from Elise that you've been looking for me. What is it that you need?" Carter straightened his posture, shedding his previously carefree demeanor, and solemnly offered Aces a noble bow, a gesture of allegiance. Upon witnessing Carter's earnestness, Aces also dropped his casual smile, responding with a serious demeanor and an appropriately formal gesture. Carter's earnest voice broke the silence. "I, Aaron Carter, hereby pledge my loyalty to you, Aces Cavendish." Aces took a moment before responding, scrutinizing Carter closely. "Are you truly willing to stake everything on me, including your family?" Carter did not hesitate. He understood that this wager was as significant as the one made against Voldemort. Failure meant doom. He raised his gaze to meet Aces's. "Yes. I am prepared to pay any price for my choice, including my family." Aces gazed deeply at Carter, his expression grave. "I accept your allegiance, Aaron Carter." This marked a formal and complete noble pledge, and Carter became Aces's first true follower. Elise's prior claim was technically invalid, as it lacked the ceremonial aspect. But Aces chose not to dwell on such matters. In the days that followed, Aces's life did not undergo significant alteration. The failure in his quest for the soul instrument led him to temporarily abandon thoughts of confronting Voldemort. He planned to avoid Dumbledore during the holidays and seek out Grindelwald instead, as he required assistance. With clarity of mind, Aces found himself quite content. His days were filled with attending classes, studying in the library, and occasionally visiting the dungeons to assist the potions master with free labor to relieve stress. Initially, the potions master was resistant to Aces's unsolicited help. However, upon witnessing the stark difference between the materials handled by the students in detention and those processed by Aces, he gradually accepted the boy's presence. On particularly good days, Aces would even receive a cup of water while working. This cup would quietly appear on the workstation. At first, Aces hadn't noticed it, until one day, parched and searching for water, he was mocked by the potions master for his blindness to the obvious. Aces silently cursed the potions master, wondering why he couldn't speak kindly. What was meant to be a gesture of concern had been twisted into sarcasm. The potions master, with a stern expression, warned, "If you do not wish to be thrown out, suppress whatever thoughts you currently harbor." Aces offered an awkward smile, nearly forgetting that the potions master was skilled in legilimency. Even without directly using it on him, he could likely sense his emotions. Reflecting on whether he had been too relaxed in the potions master's presence, Aces also recalled the injury on the master's side. He had suffered for Aces, So what was wrong with being a tad less cautious? After all, the potions master was not a villain. Aces inwardly scolded his own paranoia. Enough of that, he thought. Abandoning self-reflection, and returning to the task of sorting potion ingredients. Nearby, Snape observed this peculiar interaction, witnessing Aces' transition from a serious demeanor to self-reproach and then to relief. For the first time, he questioned the efficacy of his legitimacy. No, it must be that this giant has a problem with his faculties. As the two gradually became accustomed to each other's presence in this strange yet harmonious manner, a small scene unfolded. Aces. Why is there a cup of water here? He picked it up to inspect and even sniffed it to confirm its contents. After a long wait, Snape finally saw Aces notice the cup. What a blind little giant you are. You didn't even notice the water I left for you. It seems I need to prepare a bottle of vision potion to prevent a certain giant from mishandling materials due to his lack of sight. Aces. Happily sipping his water. Chapter 56, The Examination. Days without Voldemort passed swiftly, and Hogwarts soon welcomed another holiday. However, prior to the break, there would be a significant challenge, the exams. Aces felt no anxiety regarding the exams. He was well aware of his own capabilities. The same could not be said for the younger students, as it was evident that the number of playful little wizards had dwindled. The hallways and library were now filled with students poring over their books in preparation. Even the carefree Gryffindors wore expressions of grave concern. For instance, the red-haired twins were currently tugging at Aces, refusing to let go. Please, Aces, you're our only hope. Yes, if you ignore us now, we're truly doomed. If we fail potions, Professor Snape will turn us into a potion. They exaggeratedly feigned expressions of despair, attempting to sway Aces. However, Aces, caught in their grasp, remained unfazed. Regarding the two bobbing lions with a stoic expression, it's improbable that the professor would ruin his own potions due to your abysmal grades, so you need not worry about being brewed into a potion. After a pause, feeling their grip tighten, he added, if you channeled even a fraction of your enthusiasm for nighttime adventures into potions, you wouldn't be here racking your brains to cheat. I can provide you with key points, but nothing beyond that. Key points? The twins exchanged sly glances, quickly understanding one another's intentions, and released Aces, scampering away. All right. Then thank you, Aces. You can't back out now that you've promised. Once we have the galleons, we'll share half with you. Hearing their distant shouts, Aces couldn't help but grit his teeth. He had been outmaneuvered by the two lions. If the professor were to find out, he would certainly be ridiculed. Yet the twins had accurately gauged Aces. He was not one to go back on his word. Thus, despite being tricked, he still prepared a set of potions notes for them. Fred and George eagerly reached out to take the notes, and then attempted to drape their arms around Aces' shoulders. Aces furrowed his brow and lowered his head to evade their hands. Upon witnessing Aces' retreat, the twins remained unfazed. They were well aware of Aces' aversion to close proximity, yet they could not resist the temptation to tease him. Such was their mischievous nature. They refrained from further provoking Aces, retracting their hands with cheerful smiles. Everyone will appreciate your generosity, Aces. Aces turned his head away, casting a warning glance in their direction. I caution you. I am indifferent to how you utilize this notebook, but it must not be employed for cheating. Otherwise, there will be no second chance. Fred and George nodded in agreement. They certainly understood the gravity of the situation. Should they dare to cheat, the old bat would undoubtedly unleash his wrath upon them. Without fail. Despite the numerous protests from the young wizards, the exams arrived as scheduled. The first-year examination tasks were somewhat lighter. However, many young wizards exited the examination hall with ashen faces. The potion exam was particularly severe, with some even leaving the room in tears. Observing this scene while waiting outside, Aces was greatly shocked, left to lament the formidable potency of the potion master's brews. Next group. Aces rose, straightened the creases in his attire, and strolled confidently into the potion examination room. Inside, dozens of pristine cauldrons emitted wisps of steam, indicating they had recently been cleared. In addition to the cauldrons, there was a scowling potion master. His mood was evidently not favorable, as he leaned against the table, casting a sinister gaze at each student who entered. From his dark demeanor, it was clear that the preceding students must have performed exceedingly poorly. Once in the examination room, Aces casually selected a seat toward the front and quietly awaited the start of the test. The examinees trickled in until all were present. Snape straightened his posture and with a flick of his wand, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang, startling the already anxious young wizards. I shall only repeat this once. Should I discover that any among you, in your arrogance, choose to cheat, I guarantee your future potion classes will be exceedingly torturous. Snape emphasized the word torturous, his gaze sweeping over the trembling young wizards below. The upcoming examination will require you to brew a potion of forgetfulness. And you will have 60 minutes. Now begin. With Snape's final words, the young wizards rose in unison to gather their materials and commence the brewing of their forgetfulness potions. For Aces, the task was remarkably simple. After gathering his ingredients, he skillfully added them, stirred, and then patiently awaited the concoction's completion. During the waiting period, Aces glanced around, finally understanding why the young wizards who had exited previously appeared so distraught. The professor in his dark robes patrolled the examination room incessantly, occasionally pausing behind a young wizard to scrutinize their methods. The potion master may not have been vocal, but his formidable aura of pressure was palpable. Not a single student under his watch could maintain their composure. They either trembled and mismeasured ingredients or miscounted their stirring cycles. At the slightest error, the atmosphere grew even more oppressive, causing the next targeted student to become increasingly anxious. Consequently, aside from a rare few fortunate young wizards who remained unfazed, the majority were compelled to restart their potion brewing. Of course, Aces was not among those affected, as he faced the fangs of the Serpent King in the dungeons nearly every day. Observing the numerous young wizards returning to collect their materials, Aces felt a twinge of sympathy. 45 minutes later, a perfectly brewed potion of forgetfulness emerged. Aces bottled the potion in a transparent glass vial and stood to present his solution to the potion master, allowing the other young wizards a moment's respite. He certainly did not wish for them all to flunk and incite the professor's wrath. Snape accepted Aces's potion, gave it a shake, and inscribed a score in his notebook. Ignoring the pleading gazes of the other young wizards, Aces gracefully exited the examination room. That had been the extent of his capabilities. After all, he did not know the young wizards within the examination hall, and he had no inclination to defy the professor to assist them. Outside, the sun shone brightly, while inside the examination hall, discontented sighs echoed. Potion brewing was Aces's final examination, and upon leaving the hall, he headed directly to his dormitory to pack his belongings. In truth, there was little to tidy, as the house elf Nina had nearly completed the task. Aces only needed to organize the works he intended to take home. Chapter 57. The Fate of the House Cup. The day after the examinations, the hall bustled with jubilant young wizards enjoying breakfast, celebrating the conclusion of their tests, while making plans to meet friends over the holiday. However, the atmosphere at the Slytherin table was distinctly peculiar. Aces sat between Elise and Carter, his demeanor somewhat awkward and his movements stiff. The surrounding young Slytherins focused intently on their breakfasts, reluctant to engage in the brewing conflict between the two. After all, one was the third-year champion, and the other was a close friend of the first year's unspoken leader. Yet they could not help but covertly observe the unfolding drama, stealing glances every now and then. Aces poked at the beef on his plate, feeling quite helpless as he sensed the furious glare exchanged between the two across from him. How had things escalated to this point? The situation traced back to the day Carter chose to follow Aces. After completing the initiation ceremony, the exuberant Carter could not restrain himself from boasting to Elise about being the first true follower. He was like a peacock flaunting its feathers, prompting Aces to sharply cut into his beef. In turn, Elise, learning she was not the first true follower, was incensed. Old grievances flared, and they erupted into a heated argument. According to reports from the little Slytherins who witnessed the scene, the altercation escalated to the point where they resorted to physical confrontation, neglecting their wands altogether. Ultimately, it was a perceptive little Slytherin who understood the nature of their quarrel, and rushed to inform Aces, who was taken aback to discover that his two followers had clashed. Merlin, what a predicament! Fortunately, their scuffle occurred within the confines of Slytherin territory. No young Slytherin would dare tarnish their house's honor, so no one reported the incident to a professor. Otherwise, Aces felt certain they would have been submerged in venom. Oh, perhaps he too would find himself caught in the tide of venom. Strangely, Aces felt an acute sense of being caught in a situation not of his making. After considerable effort, he finally managed to persuade them to cease their quarrel, naively believing that the matter was thus resolved. However, in the days that followed, they maintained a mutual disdain for one another. Their glares had become the most peaceful expression of their feelings. At least they were not shouting or fighting. Despite Aces's repeated attempts at mediation, nothing bore fruit. In fact, his intervention had only escalated the conflict into a competition over who was Aces's most valued follower. Amidst this bizarre atmosphere, Aces completed his meal with an impassive expression. Just as he set down his utensils, both sides swiftly presented their handkerchiefs. Seeing the other mirror his action, they exchanged looks charged with electricity. Use mine, it's more luxurious. Use mine, it's cleaner. They spoke in unison to Aces. Maintaining his composure, Aces ignored the handkerchiefs at his side, instead retrieving one from his own pocket to wipe his hands. Witnessing this, the two reluctantly retracted their offered handkerchiefs, glaring fiercely at one another. It's all your fault. Ahem, Elise, where will you be going for the holiday? Aces coughed lightly, interrupting their standoff and deftly shifting the topic of conversation. This holiday, unlike Christmas, did not allow for requests to stay at school. They were all required to return home. Elise averted her gaze, her mood suddenly plummeting. I don't know, sir, she murmured. Observing her despondence, Carter abandoned his childish provocations and awkwardly attempted to console her. If you bring it up, perhaps I could consider taking you in. Upon hearing this, the disappointment on Elise's face seamlessly transformed into disdain. I certainly do not require your hospitality. Just a childish and arrogant boy. How can you resort to personal attacks when I am merely trying to help you? Don't think I will show mercy just because you are a girl. I have no need for your mercy. And do not underestimate girls. The scar on your face was inflicted by one. Noticing that the two were on the verge of another quarrel, Aces felt somewhat weary. This cannot continue, he thought. He donned a stern expression and feigned displeasure as he spoke. Enough. Cease your bickering. From now on, regardless of how you argue in private, you must learn to coexist harmoniously in my presence, even if it is merely for show. At Aces's display of anger, Carter and Elise swallowed the insults that were on the tip of their tongues, reluctantly acquiescing. Elise, if you are uncertain about where to go during the holidays, you may visit the Cavendish household. It would be an excellent opportunity for those nobles to learn what is permissible and what is not. Hearing this, Elise gritted her teeth, suppressing her bitterness, and gave a slight nod. Very well, sir. Observing her agreement, Aces turned his indifferent gaze toward Carter. And you, Carter? What are your plans for the holiday? I shall follow your arrangements, sir, Carter replied without hesitation, as he had nothing to occupy his time at home. Then you shall join us as well. Your proficiency with spells is quite lacking. His gaze swept across the two. He indeed intended to take the opportunity during the holidays to train his two followers, and see if he could foster a sense of camaraderie between them. Clink, clink, clink. The sound of a cup being tapped resonated through the air. Everyone looked up toward the teacher's table, where the long-absent Dumbledore stood. Aces was utterly astonished. Well, Dumbledore has finally graced us with his presence. However, one could only say that Dumbledore's sense of aesthetics was quite uniquely peculiar, as he donned a robe of his own distinct style, and an odd pink wizard hat. Aces found it difficult to comprehend this eccentric taste. It was not just him. The professor seated at the teacher's table, visibly pained, indicated just how unconventional Dumbledore's fashion sense was among wizards, particularly Snape, whose disdain was openly displayed on his face. Dumbledore, evidently unfazed by others' opinions, stood smiling at the teacher's table, observing the eager young wizards below. I know you are all impatient for the holidays, but do not rush. We must first proceed with our annual essential proceedings, he playfully teased the young wizards below as he announced the allocation of the house cup. The young wizards eagerly turned their attention to Dumbledore. First, let me see. First up is Gryffindor, in 4th place with 405 points. Quite astonishing that Gryffindor managed to score 405. The young lions erupted into cheers. Next, we have Hufflepuff in 3rd place with 440 points. The Hufflepuff table remained quiet, with the Badgers focused on their meal. Now let us congratulate Ravenclaw, who earned 500 points. A collective sigh echoed from the Ravenclaw table. Dumbledore continued, lastly, let us congratulate Slytherin, who not only secured 1st place but also achieved an astounding 645 points. No sooner had he finished speaking than he waved his wand, casting the hall in Slytherin's green. Thanks to a certain point-accumulating phenomenon and a biased professor, Slytherin's score utterly overshadowed the other 3 houses. The young snakes, disregarding their noble decorum, erupted into cheers, their cups clinking loudly. Snape, too, exhibited an uncharacteristic smile, conversing amiably with the surrounding professors. Dumbledore waved his hand, quieting the jubilation of the snakes. Finally, I declare the holidays officially begun. A greater wave of cheers swept through the hall, filling the atmosphere with joy. Chapter 58. Investments on the train. On the Hogwarts Express, Fred and George traversed one carriage after another, ultimately halting at the entrance to the Slytherin compartment. They hesitated at the door for a moment before bravely stepping inside. The 2 lions entering the lair of the snakes was akin to lambs venturing into a den of wolves. As soon as they entered, all eyes were upon them. Look what we have here, 2 foolish lions. How did you manage to enter our compartment? A few upperclassmen snakes, having stepped out for a breath of fresh air, approached Fred and George, who stood awkwardly amidst their surroundings. Fred tugged at George, retreating a couple of steps to evade their encirclement, anxiously eyeing the onlooking snakes while gripping his satchel tightly. "We are here to see Aces. We are friends." Upon hearing this, the surrounding snakes regarded them with disdainful glances, their laughter laced with mockery. A few of the more informed snakes recognized the situation and discreetly distanced themselves, opting not to involve themselves. "You too? The red-headed Weasleys? I heard you can barely afford a meal." Scattered laughter echoed around them. The snakes clearly had no intention of letting these intruders off easily. "I advise you to steer clear of them." They were indeed quite close to that one. Suddenly, a calm voice interjected from the side. The speaker was Duval, a fourth-year student, who paused his reading to cast a cool glance at the surrounding snakes. He had inadvertently witnessed these two lions with Cavendish before. At his words, most of the snakes hesitated, subtly retreating. They had all been warned not to offend the heir of Cavendish. Consider yourselves fortunate." With that remark, the snakes dispersed in a hurry. Fred and George let out a sigh of relief, their grip on their satchels loosening. They turned to Duval, eager to express their gratitude, only to hear him say, "No need for thanks. It was merely a trifling matter." Duval did not look at them, yet it seemed he anticipated their gesture. "Are you seeking Cavendish? They are in the foremost carriage." "Thank you," the twins chorused, exchanging glances. Duval hesitated for a moment, nodding slightly. The snakes were quite well informed, and along the way, no further snakes hindered Fred and George as they smoothly reached the frontmost carriage. Just as they settled in, before they could knock, the door swung open from within. Carter, upon seeing the two red-headed lions, nearly questioned if he had entered the wrong compartment. He scrutinized them cautiously and inquired, "Is there something you need?" "We are here to see Aces," George explained, peering over Carter's shoulder at Aces, who was engrossed in a book. Hearing the commotion, Aces set his book down and looked up. "Let them in, Carter." Upon hearing Aces' words, Carter promptly stepped aside to allow them entry. Fred and George hurriedly squeezed into the compartment, feeling somewhat insecure despite the absence of any snakes troubling them outside. The twins promptly began to vent their thoughts, chattering incessantly. "Merlin, Aces, you almost didn't get to see us again. It was a close call." Fred gestured with his fingers, indicating just how close it had been. At his words, Aces set his book aside. "What happened?" The twins eagerly recounted the events that had just transpired, interspersing their storytelling with cheerful greetings to Eliza by the window. Carter, who was eavesdropping, nearly burst into laughter at their audacity. "You two lions, daring to venture into our Slytherin compartment. Are you not afraid for your lives? Aren't we here to deliver galleons to Aces?" They had previously struggled to find an opportunity. George and Fred weakly shook the bag they held, and Carter, with a glance, recognized that the galleons inside amounted to less than his monthly allowance, yet chose to remain silent. Fred solemnly handed the bag to Aces. "This is the galleons we earned from selling notes, a total of 43 galleons. We only kept a third for our trouble." Aces took the bag from Fred, weighed it lightly, and then retrieved 100 galleons from his pocket, placing them inside before returning the bag to Fred. Fred's eyes widened in astonishment, unable to articulate a response while George behind him was equally transfixed by the bag in Fred's hands. "Aces, what does this mean?" Faced with the twins' confusion, Aces remained impassive. "You need not feel burdened. These galleons are an investment because I believe in your potential." "Investment?" Fred and George exchanged glances. Eliza, standing beside Aces, raised her gaze to scrutinize Fred and George thoughtfully, quietly resolving to take their future interactions more seriously. Nearby, Carter rolled his eyes thinking, "Sir, even your insincerity could use a little more effort. Who would believe this?" Fred and George evidently shared this sentiment. Fred tightened and loosened his grip on the bag repeatedly, ultimately shoving it back toward Aces. "Aces, we cannot accept these galleons." Aces surveyed the compartment, realizing that only Eliza seemed to believe his words, feeling somewhat helpless. "I am not deceiving you. I genuinely believe in you. You are resourceful, principled in your actions, and uphold your promises. You understand the importance of alleviating your family's burdens. You are amusing yet grounded, lacking the recklessness of Gryffindor." Aces paused, a flicker of alarm crossing his face as he noticed the two lions before him, eyes brimming with tears, reaching out for an embrace. "Merlin, why do lions feel the urge to hug when overwhelmed with emotion?" Unbeknownst to the twins, Aces was internally crumbling while they were deeply touched. It was the first time someone understood them and did not view them as mere troublemakers. They were genuinely moved. He had even praised them, something their mother had never done to such an extent. Aces hurriedly stood, evading the twins' enthusiastic embrace. Next time all galleons will be rescinded. It must be said. Acis understood the two lions remarkably well. Sensing the seriousness in Acis's tone, the twins promptly withdrew their mischievous hands and sat up straight. So, this is an investment. If you feel uncomfortable, you may repay me later. Fred, clutching the bag tightly, nodded vigorously, vowing they would never make Acis regret this decision. Seeing the twins accept the galleons, Acis resumed his seat. Fred and George, now with the galleons, hesitated to bid farewell, feeling ill at ease in a Slytherin compartment. Unable to settle, Acis noticed their discomfort and did not insist on keeping them. Instead, he turned to Eliza, instructing her to escort them back. This way, he could prevent any little snakes from frightening them and simultaneously inform the younger snakes that the twins were his friends and should not be trifled with. Chapter 59. The unspoken bond between mother and son. After the twins departed, only Acis and Carter remained in the compartment. Carter, perplexed, inquired of Acis, "Sir, do you truly believe in them?" Acis nodded. He genuinely held faith in their potential. They were adaptable and sharp-minded. Given time, they would flourish. The Cavendish family had always possessed a keen eye for talent. Reflecting on his family, Acis turned his gaze to the passing scenery outside, the Hogwarts Express racing toward the station they had departed from. He wondered how his father and mother were faring. Noticing Acis lost in thought, Carter, perceptive as ever, sealed his lips and refrained from further disturbing him. The train moved at a leisurely pace, taking some time to reach the station. With anticipation, Acis stood, waving his wand to retrieve his luggage. Before he even stepped off the train, he spotted two familiar figures and couldn't resist quickening his pace. Behind him, Eliza and Carter hurried to catch up. Acis had scarcely reached Anna when she bent down to envelop him in a warm embrace. "My dear, I have missed you so dearly. It has been far too long." Her voice trembled slightly, a reflection of her emotions. As this was the first time her child had been away for such an extended period, Acis returned the embrace, gently patting her back to soothe her. "I have missed you too, Mother. I have been worried about you." The Duke, observing the tender interaction between mother and son, felt a pang of jealousy as they seemed oblivious to his presence. Yet upon hearing Acis's words, he softened slightly. He stepped forward, wrapping his arms around the still embracing duo. "Do not worry, we are safe." Soon after, Acis remembered his two companions. He patted Anna to signal that there were others present. Anna promptly released Acis from her embrace, smoothing her skirt as she transformed back into the elegant Duchess. She turned her gentle gaze to Eliza and Carter, greeting them warmly. "Hello. You must be my son Acis's friends. I am his mother, and it is a pleasure to meet you." In the face of Anna, Eliza and Carter, feeling the weight of propriety, quickly returned her greeting. "Lady Cavendish, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Eliza Lovelace." "Madam, it is an honor. My name is Aaron Carter." Their polite introductions pleased Anna, who nodded in approval. Seizing the moment, Acis spoke up, "Mother, may I invite them to stay at our home?" Anna, ever compliant with her long-absent son, readily agreed to this modest request, while the Duke, lacking authority in Anna's presence, also nodded in assent. "Of course. As long as it makes you happy." Anna affectionately ruffled Acis's hair. Subsequently, the Duke and Anna summoned their house elf, leading the three children back to the estate. The manor had been unoccupied for some time, yet the diligent house elf had ensured that not a speck of dust lingered. Acis brought Carter to the guest rooms on the third floor. To prevent any potential squabbles when he was unaware, he decided to separate the two. Eliza was to stay in a guest room on the second floor, adjacent to Acis's room, allowing him to intervene if necessary. However, he was evidently overthinking, for they were unlikely to engage in such rude behavior at someone else's home. Once the two were settled, Acis eagerly sought out Anna to discuss the alchemical issues he had encountered during his absence. Indeed, no one knew a child better than their mother. Anna was already awaiting him in the studio. "You're here. Come let your mother have a good look at you." She pulled Acis close, examining him closely. "You've lost weight." After a prolonged scrutiny, Anna lamented. Acis, bemused, thought, "I have clearly gained weight and grown taller. How can she perceive that I have lost weight?" Yet, it was wise not to contradict a mother's love, a lesson he had learned well. Acis opened his arms, turning in front of Anna, reassuring her, "Mother, see. I have merely grown taller." Hearing this, Anna stood and compared their heights. "Indeed, you have grown taller. Our Acis is now a little son capable of protecting his mother." Anna teased Acis, who wore a look of resigned exasperation but refrained from retorting, indulging his mother's penchant for playful banter. After a spell of laughter, Anna, noticing her son's indifference, felt a tinge of boredom. She sighed inwardly, lamenting that her child had become less amusing as he matured. Subsequently, she composed her expression, adopting a serious demeanor. Is there an issue you wish to address? Present it to me. Only then did Acis retrieve the questions he had brought along. Throughout the afternoon, the studio resonated with Anna's explanations and spirited debates. By evening, the Duke gazed at the dining table, where only 2 seats were occupied, and sighed. Meanwhile, Carter and Eliza stood awkwardly by. The Duke gestured weakly to them, explaining, they ought to be at the alchemy studio. I shall fetch them for dinner. Would you mind waiting a moment? Carter and Eliza nodded obediently. The Duke, familiar with the routine, made his way to the studio and skillfully extracted the engrossed mother-son duo from their scholarly pursuits. If my memory serves me correctly, you both promised to dine properly. The Duke admonished, fixing a stern gaze upon Anna and Acis. Anna, confronted by the Duke's serious demeanor, instinctively recoiled slightly. She glanced around and ultimately decided to use Acis as a shield. Darling, it's Acis who has posed too many questions. I've explained for ages without success. He even argued with me. Anna playfully accused her son. In response to his mother's familiar tactic of throwing him under the bus, Acis chose to counter her narrative. Yes, it was I who requested explanations from mother. However, I did remind her about dinner earlier. The bond between mother and son, momentarily strained under the Duke's scrutiny, seemed to fray. Anna widened her eyes, incredulous at the betrayal from her son. Who has stolen my obedient and docile child? Acis merely smiled at her, acknowledging the inevitable passage of time. The Duke, feeling a deep sense of helplessness at their antics, eventually relented. Very well, I shall overlook this instance. But let it not become a habit. With the Duke conceding, Anna and Acis eagerly took his arms, guiding him toward the dining room. Behind the Duke, Anna and Acis discreetly exchanged a triumphant gesture, celebrating their small victory against the formidable authority figure. Chapter 60. Life during the holidays. Life during the holidays was leisurely and delightful for Acis, though the same could not be said for Carter and Eliza. They had finally ceased their quarrels, not due to reconciliation, but rather from sheer exhaustion. On the second day at the Cavendish estate, Acis took the time to personally assess Carter and Eliza's abilities, crafting a tailored training regimen for them. The Cavendish Manor boasted a substantial training ground. Early in the morning, Acis roused Eliza and Carter, bringing them to the arena for a sparring match. Under Acis's watchful gaze, they exerted every effort, fearful of losing face. Unfortunately, Eliza's time studying magic was comparatively brief, leading to Carter's slight edge in victory. Though Eliza clenched her teeth in frustration over her defeat, she was not one to shy away from challenges. She resolved silently, fists clenched, to overcome Carter through her own diligence and reclaim her honor. Acis was not surprised by the outcome. After all, Carter had 2 more years of magical education, supplemented by his family's guidance, while Eliza likely lacked any such instruction. Overall, Acis was satisfied with the evaluation. Carter demonstrated solid fundamentals, and possessed a broader repertoire of spells than the average young wizard, though his spellcasting speed was merely fluid, and his reactions lacked agility. Eliza fell slightly short. While she knew fewer spells than Carter, her casting speed was marginally quicker. Like Carter, her responses were not sufficiently swift. After the assessment, Acis imparted several spellcasting techniques to them before allowing them to practice independently. He then made his way to the alchemy studio. Invigorated by ideas sparked during his earlier discussion with Anna, Eliza, obedient as ever, devoted herself to training at Acis's behest, ignoring even Carter's attempts to provoke her. She practiced relentlessly, repeating spells until perfected, and when successful, she continued to refine her technique, dedicating herself to training with little respite except for meals. In light of Eliza's fervor, Carter felt compelled to step up his game, fearing she might surpass him. Thus, amidst their mutual competition, they rapidly mastered the techniques Acis had taught them within a single day. The techniques proved highly practical, and Eliza felt increasingly confident in her improved spellcasting speed. When Acis returned to check on their progress, he was pleasantly surprised by their rapid advancement. Observing their determination to showcase their achievements, Acis stroked his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps their contentious relationship was not entirely detrimental? Maybe he need not exert himself to mend their rapport after all. Thus, he decided to let their competitive spirit thrive. During the remainder of the holiday, Acis implemented his strategy, daily praising the one who made significant progress while subtly undermining the other. Over time, their enthusiasm for training surpassed even his own. Even on designated rest days, they could be seen on the training grounds, diligently honing their skills, refusing to return until utterly exhausted. Consequently, they found themselves devoid of any energy to quarrel. Acis reveled in his cleverness, achieving dual objectives seamlessly. Meanwhile, the The Duke and Anna exchanged glances filled with unspoken concerns regarding Assis. Did their child harbor a hint of the traits of a heartless taskmaster? Unbeknownst to Assis, he thrived in this competitive atmosphere. Each day, after instructing them, he would retreat to the studio. In this harmonious environment, the holiday swiftly passed. One day, Hogwarts sent over the books needed for the upcoming term. Eliza and Carter had become increasingly competitive, and even Assis felt a twinge of guilt. To appease his conscience, he promptly decided to grant them a day off. On this day, they were forbidden from secretly training, and were instead required to venture to Diagon Alley to procure their school supplies. Lacking any interest in shopping, Assis entrusted Eliza and Carter with the task of gathering his own supplies as well. Once they departed, Assis found himself at loose ends in the empty manor. His progress in the studio had stalled, and the source of inspiration, Anna, was absent from home. The Duke and Anna had been quite busy these past few days, reportedly preparing to confront that mysterious organization, intent on dismantling it entirely. After wandering into the living room for the second time, Assis could no longer contain his restlessness. He sought some amusement. Where to go? He decided on the previously unvisited Nocturne Alley. Without hesitation, he retrieved the aging potion he had used before and consumed it. Once the potion took effect, he donned his long robe from the last time, concealing his identity. He then waved at Nina, who was nearby. Nina, please take me to Diagon Alley. Nina, brimming with excitement, grasped Assis's hand and transported him to Diagon Alley. Upon arrival, Assis did not immediately head to Nocturne Alley. Instead, he strolled along the street, searching for Eliza and Carter, wishing to ascertain whether they had engaged in any disputes. Today Diagon Alley bustled with activity, filled with young wizards purchasing their school supplies. The chattering voices of the young wizards mingled with the conversations of their parents, creating an atmosphere that was undeniably soothing. As Assis navigated through the crowd, his peculiar attire attracted the attention of many, prompting several parents to pull their children away from this strange figure. Unfazed, Assis continued to survey his surroundings. Finally, he spotted two familiar silhouettes within the bookstore. They appeared to be in harmonious conversation. After observing them from a distance for a while, Assis silently slipped away. Elise, who was engrossed in selecting books, sensed something amiss and glanced toward the entrance, only to find it empty. Puzzled, she turned back, and Carter, noticing her motion, inquired about her actions. Elise shook her head, dismissing it. Nothing, perhaps I was mistaken. Meanwhile, Assis had already reached the intersection of Nocturne Alley and Diagon Alley. Without hesitation, he tightened his black cloak and strode purposefully into the alley. The hustle and bustle of Nocturne Alley mirrored that of Diagon Alley, but instead of cheerful young wizards, the streets were filled with hurried, robed figures clad in dark attire. Many wizards scrutinized the passers-by, and upon entering, Assis immediately drew numerous gazes. The luxurious fabric of his cloak was hard to ignore. A few dark-robed wizards exchanged glances and, with ill intentions, decided to follow Assis. Chapter 61 Misfire. Assis keenly sensed the presence of those tailing him. Hearing their footsteps quicken, he narrowed his eyes and deftly sidestepped several approaching dark-robed wizards. Raising his wand, he unleashed a flurry of spells without hesitation. One spell struck a wizard squarely, sending him crashing to the ground with tremendous force. Witnessing this scene, the remaining wizards hesitated. Back off unless you wish to face dire consequences, Assis warned in a low voice, his formidable prowess and ruthless display compelling them to reconsider. They exchanged glances, recognizing Assis was not to be trifled with, and reluctantly retreated. Satisfied by their prudent withdrawal, Assis sheathed his wand. Having demonstrated his strength, the scrutinizing gazes around him diminished significantly. Relieved by the reduction in attention, Assis exhaled softly. While these stares bore no physical harm, they were unnerving, akin to being watched by a predatory beast, uncertain of when it might strike. Assis adjusted his disheveled cloak and hastily departed the scene. Subsequently, Assis remained silent as he continued forward, casually observing his surroundings. Suddenly, amidst the throng of dark cloaks, a particularly distinctive one caught his eye. Such an ethereal garment he had only ever seen on one individual. His footsteps naturally shifted direction toward that familiar figure. Today, Severus Snape felt exceedingly unfortunate. His delightful holiday, free from the antics of obnoxious trolls, could have been spent savoring a book at home or brewing potions. Yet, all of this was disrupted by one individual. He still could not fathom why Karkaroff, that fool, had summoned him. Moreover, the infernal old bee had seemingly disappeared, leaving Snape without anyone to consult. His expression darkened, he donned his cloak with impatience and made his way to Nocturne Alley. Upon arriving, Snape found his misfortune compounded. The last time he visited Knockturn Alley, he hadn't encountered such a multitude of imbeciles. After repelling his followers for the third time, Snape could no longer restrain himself and retaliated with greater severity. The fool who dared to ambush him was left unconscious on the ground, courtesy of Snape's spell. Snape scoffed. I hope he possesses enough luck. Otherwise, whether he survives to leave Knockturn Alley is uncertain. Ignoring the sprawled wizard, Snape proceeded to his rendezvous point. Upon reaching the designated alley, he concealed himself silently in a corner, awaiting Karkaroff's arrival. However, Karkaroff never appeared. Snape's patience wore thin with the interminable wait. Is Karkaroff's brain being fed to trolls? He mused. If he did not arrive soon, Snape could not guarantee he wouldn't resort to lethal measures. During this period of waiting, footsteps approached from behind. Another presumptuous fool. Snape raised an eyebrow, his annoyance palpable as he awaited the owner of the footsteps to draw near. The footsteps soon reached him. In that instant, Snape withdrew his wand. Sectum Sempra. Professor? The shout collided with the incantation. The sight of the familiar figure caused Snape's pupils to constrict sharply. Damn it, it was Aces. Yet it was too late. The spell had already been cast. And there was no retracting it. The distance between them was not great, and Aces could not evade Snape's curse in time, forcing him to twist his body in a futile attempt to avoid the fatal strike. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed starkly in the alley. Aces let out a muffled groan as he collapsed at the alley's entrance. Seeing the shock in Ace's eyes tighten Snape's chest, he bit his lip, on the verge of rushing forward to counter the spell when Karkaroff's voice rang out. Snape? My apologies for being late. Snape's movement to dispel the curse halted abruptly. Damn Karkaroff. Why could he not have arrived earlier or later, but instead at this critical moment? Snape felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate Karkaroff right then and there. Clenching his wand, he swiftly prepared to save Aces and then deal with Karkaroff. Sensing Snape's hesitation, coupled with Karkaroff's arrival, Aces quickly gathered his wits. He could not allow the professor to save him here. Considering Snape's identity, Aces thought grimly. He bit his lip, pressing down on the wound that continued to bleed profusely, and awkwardly grasped the portkey on him. In the next moment, the portkey activated. Snape could only watch helplessly as Aces vanished from sight. In that final instant, Snape dared not meet Ace's gaze. He could not bear to contemplate how Aces felt being transported away. Was he disappointed in him? A professor who injured his own student and failed to rescue him? Even if it was merely a moment of hesitation. Snape stared at the bloodstains on the ground, enveloped in a profound silence. Karkaroff, perplexed, approached Snape and, observing his fixation on the blood, scoffed. Which fool was it this time? The number of oblivious individuals in Knockturn Alley is truly increasing. Startled by Karkaroff's words, Snape concealed his expression, turning to regard Karkaroff with icy detachment. I fail to comprehend. Karkaroff. What compels a headmaster of Durmstrang to seek out a professor from Hogwarts? Karkaroff paid no heed to Snape's tone, fully aware of his temperament. He rolled up his sleeve, revealing the dark mark on his arm. I do not believe you were unaware that my dark mark has become significantly more pronounced recently. Snape interrupted impatiently. If your purpose for seeking me is solely this, we have nothing further to discuss. He was averse to wasting more time with this fool. He was well aware of his own spell. If Aces had not countered it, he would bleed to death. Sensing Snape's impatience, Karkaroff felt puzzled, but was intimidated enough by Snape to refrain from speaking further. Summoning his resolve, Snape hastily concluded his meeting with Karkaroff. He then exited Knockturn Alley, intent on locating Aces. However, unaware of Ace's portkey destination, he could only hope for fortune at the safe house. As Snape made his way to the safe house, his mind remained in disarray, so much so that he involuntarily resorted to mental occlusion. He had no idea how Aces would perceive him, but he knew he must save Aces. He could not bear to watch someone so reminiscent of himself, someone who trusted him, perish by his own hand. Snape's gaze was hollow as he lowered his eyes to his hands. He could not perish at their hands. Within the safe house lay the unbreakable vow, and Snape mentally prepared himself for the possibility of being turned away. However, upon arriving at the safe house, he discovered that his access had not yet been revoked, allowing him to enter without hindrance. Inside, he searched for any sign of Aces but found none. He departed the safe house, heading in a specific direction. If Aces was not within the safe house, then he must be at Cavendish Manor. Yet, as the one who had harmed him, would Ace's parents allow him to pass unscathed? Snape berated himself, but he did not halt his advance. Ultimately, he had injured Aces, and it was only natural for the parents to be furious. Regardless, Ace's well-being was paramount. Chapter 62, The Counter Curse. Snape's hesitation and concern were unbeknownst to Aces. When he was transported home by the door key, he collapsed helplessly onto the living room floor. The house elves, bustling about, gasped in unison and rushed to his side. Upon witnessing Ace's ghastly state, they hesitated to approach him. "Young master, what has happened? So much blood. What shall we do? The master and mistress are away. It is all Nina's fault. I couldn't save the young master." The chaotic voices somewhat restored Ace's muddled sense of reason. He struggled to lift his hand to prop himself up, leaning against the wall as he addressed the little elves. "Silence. Take me back to my bedroom. Clean up the blood. And do not inform anyone." With that, Ace's hand fell weakly to his side. The elves, weeping, hurriedly escorted him back to his bedroom before returning to tidy the mess in the living room. Once in his bedroom, Ace's first request was for Nina to fetch him the Thunderstrike Elder Wand. Nina, sniffling, handed the wand to Aces. He took it and cast several healing spells on his wounds. But the results were disheartening. Furrowing his brow, he realized the spell was particularly severe. Closing his eyes to suppress the dizziness from excessive blood loss, Aces recalled the flow of magic when Snape had cast the curse. After several attempts, he managed to partially break the counter curse. With a flick of his wand, the blood from his wounds was staunched. However, the counter curse was incomplete. Although the bleeding had ceased, the wounds and pain continued to intensify. After exhausting the counter curse, Aces could no longer bear it. He leaned against the bedside, the wand slipping from his grasp as excruciating pain overtook him. "Young master, young master." A faint voice seemed to emanate from afar, like a beam of light piercing through the darkness. Aces hazily opened his eyes. It was Nina. "What is it?" His hoarse voice startled her, and tears welled in her eyes once more. After gathering herself, she managed to say, "Young master, Professor Snape is looking for you." Upon hearing Snape's name, Aces mustered the strength to prop himself up. "Take me to the living room, then please invite the professor in." Nina nodded eagerly, supporting Aces as she helped him to the sofa in the living room. The sofa was soft, making it difficult to find purchase, and Aces slumped against it, his body trembling uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth, attempting to suppress the shivers racking his form. Snape entered the living room following Nina, and immediately spotted Aces, who was in a disheveled state on the sofa. His pupils quivered as he quickly approached to help Aces sit upright, scrutinizing his condition. His gaze swept over Ace's pallid face, momentarily pausing before shifting to his waist. The wound was no longer bleeding, yet it remained deep enough to expose bone, a gruesome sight. "Your wound?" Snape furrowed his brow as he regarded Aces, certain he had never taught him the counter curse. "If the professor does not cast the counter curse soon, I might genuinely perish from the pain," Aces quipped lightly, suppressing his agony. He could not blame the professor this time. It was his own reckless behavior that led to this predicament. Observing Snape's countenance upon entering, he recognized that the man was likely chastising himself, hence his facade of indifference. Yet, Ace's pale complexion and uncontrollable shivers betrayed how close he was to his breaking point. Even though the bleeding had ceased, the wounds and pain continued to escalate, and he was now at his limit. Snape sensed the subtle tremors coursing through Ace's body. Aces was in considerable pain. This realization nearly shattered Snape's facade of calm. Aces weakly raised his hand, releasing the spells he had cast. In an instant, the blood that had been staunched now soaked the sofa. Crimson fluid streamed from Ace's abdomen, staining the pristine fabric, a stark and perilous contrast of white and red. The sight of the vivid crimson pierced Snape's eyes, compelling him to avert his gaze. Yet he forced himself to look back at Aces. Aces had surpassed the peak of his agony. Now, despite the pain, he had the strength to observe Snape. The professor's brow was furrowed, his lips pressed tightly together, devoid of color. Sighing internally, Aces reflected, why did this man, who was not the one injured, appear even more haggard than himself? Snape leaned closer to Aces, drawing his wand from his sleeve and pointing it at Ace's waist. Aces remained still against the sofa, allowing Snape to act. Heal swiftly, heal quickly. The gruesome wound began to mend at Snape's incantation, and soon the bloodstains disappeared from the sofa. Feeling the improvement in his wound, Aces adjusted his disheveled robe and sat up straight. At this moment, Snape was quite near him due to the spellcasting, and as Aces straightened, he caught a whiff of the bitter scent of potions emanating from Snape. Snape's posture had not shifted since his entrance. He sat rigidly upon the sofa. Sensing the tension radiating from Snape, Aces felt a pang of helplessness and spoke. "Professor, this time it was my recklessness. Do not dwell upon it." At his words, Snape instinctively sought to retort, but Ace's expression reminded him that it was he who had harmed this boy. He thought of apologizing. Yet years of detachment from others left him at a loss for words. He had always excelled at creating messes, and after a prolonged silence, he finally managed to utter, I hope Mr. Cavendish remembers this lesson. Once the words escaped him, Snape felt a twinge of regret. He need not consider that such admonition from the person who had inflicted the harm would sound deeply ironic. However, Aces did not dwell on it. He acknowledged his own fault in the matter, and the professor's words were not without merit. I understand, Professor. His gentle and obedient response allowed Snape to exhale in relief. Yet he could not help but turn to regard Aces once more. Ace's gaze was clear, devoid of any resentment, quietly observing him like a moon suspended in the night sky, gentle and forgiving. He truly bore no anger, and Snape realized this truth. Gazing into Ace's crystalline eyes, Snape found himself perplexed. How could this giant be so innocent, so foolishly kind? Such qualities ought not to belong to an heir. Snape closed his eyes and averted his gaze. Ace's sincere expression, for reasons unknown, made him wish to flee, a notion that was utterly bewildering to him. Yet it was a reality. Ace's radiant disposition only served to magnify Snape's own wretchedness. He was harsh, selfish, and indifferent, almost entirely devoid of any connection to beauty. Despite having inadvertently injured Aces, he could not even muster an apology, and he found himself requiring a child to console him. Truly he was detestable, was he not? As his thoughts swirled, Snape's gaze became vacant, and he instinctively shifted away, increasing the distance between himself and Aces. Chapter 63, The Library. Aces could not comprehend why Snape's gaze upon him was so peculiar, nor why he had suddenly recoiled. However, he could surmise that Snape was troubled by something. He regarded Snape earnestly. Professor, although I do not understand why you hesitated at that moment. However, I suppose you have your reasons, and besides, are you not here to rescue me now? Aces spoke with a casual tone, as if it were not he who had just narrowly escaped death. Detecting the indifference in Aces' voice, Snape cast him a dark glare. If you hold no regard for your own life, then I might as well watch you bleed to death next time. Snape's tone was imbued with an unspoken chill. Yet Aces remained largely unfazed. Fully aware that Snape would not allow such a fate to befall him, Aces deliberately jested to alleviate Snape's guilt. I refused to believe the professor. He would never stand by and let me perish. Aces spoke with conviction, as if he had already foreseen Snape's choice. Snape couldn't help but want to mock him further. How could a foolish giant trust someone so easily, especially someone like him? Yet. He then pondered what right he had to interfere with the heir of such a prominent family. Thus he lapsed into silence. His silence, however, appeared to Aces as a manifestation of lingering guilt. Aces reflected on how responsible the professor was, blaming himself for everything, when in truth, this incident was entirely his fault. To prevent Snape from spiraling into further thoughts, Aces casually tossed out a bait to shift the topic. Speaking of which, has the professor never visited my home? The Cavendish Manor boasts a dedicated library, larger than the Hogwarts library. Would you care to see it? A library? Snape couldn't help but glance at Aces, his eyebrows slightly raised. Noticing Snape's apparent interest, Aces pressed on. I recall there are several rare and out-of-print advanced potion texts within. No sooner had he spoken than Snape's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Seizing the moment, Aces invited Snape to the library. Having nearly regained his strength, he stood up and led the professor to the library himself. Unable to resist the allure of the rare potion books, Snape ultimately decided to follow. At the library's entrance, Aces produced his wand and tapped it lightly at the door, casting a peculiar spell that Snape had never encountered before, though he chose not to question it. Instead, standing quietly behind Aces, the grand doors of the library swung open, and Aces stepped inside first, with Snape closely trailing behind. As soon as they entered, Snape couldn't help but survey the surroundings. Indeed, as Aces had claimed, the library was far more expansive than that of Hogwarts. His eyes were immediately drawn to the countless shelves brimming with books, capturing Snape's attention entirely. He longed to delve into the tomes, yet hesitated. Could he truly peruse them? Snape cast a hesitant glance at Aces. A family library was not a place for an outsider like him. Unperturbed by Snape's reservations, Aces guided him to the search magic array, and taught him how to utilize their family's retrieval enchantment. Snape, with his extensive knowledge, quickly grasped the workings of the array, mastering it almost instantly under Aces' instruction. Once Snape had learned the spell, Aces took a couple of steps back, gesturing for him to explore freely, and settled down in a nearby spot where he could observe Snape. Snape, however, was oblivious to Aces' presence, entirely engrossed in the vast array of books. He attempted to employ the retrieval magic and successfully located a complex potion text he had long sought but never found. Upon securing the book, Snape could not resist the urge to flip through its pages. Behind him, Aces unabashedly admired the captivated Snape. Snape's eyes were striking. something Aces had inadvertently noticed during the earlier treatment. However, the beauty of those eyes paled in comparison to the brilliance radiating from them now. The deep, mysterious eyes sparkled with a vibrant glow upon encountering a cherished object, reminiscent of the magical beams that had once left a profound impression on him. Equally dazzling, equally captivating. Aces' gaze followed Snape's silhouette. Snape sensed the attention but assumed Aces was merely observing him in a supervisory capacity, thus paid it no mind. Yet, the intensity of Aces' gaze made him somewhat uneasy. Furrowing his brow, he hesitated, slightly turning his body. This way, Aces could see the book in his hands without causing him too much discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, Aces was fixated on his eyes, and his shift in position only served to facilitate Aces' scrutiny. Aces adjusted his stance, continuing to gaze into Snape's eyes. Time passed in this peculiar dynamic, one engrossed in reading while the other absorbed in observing those eyes. Aces. A voice suddenly rang out from the doorway. Snape stiffened, feeling a pang of guilt for having injured another son, turning to look at Aces, who offered him a reassuring smile. "Mother, I'm here." Anna entered in response. "What brings you to the library today, Mr. Snape?" Anna paused, her gaze shifting in surprise to the man leaning against the bookshelf. Aces' voice chimed in at the opportune moment. "I happened to run into the professor while I was out today, so I invited him to our home as a guest." Snape, feeling somewhat taken aback, wore a cold expression and looked up at Anna. Anna regarded Aces with suspicion. Aces maintained an impassive demeanor, allowing Anna to scrutinize him. Unable to discern any deceit in Aces, Anna turned her attention back to Snape. "Merlin, a professor." She struggled to muster a stiff smile. "Mr. Snape, welcome. I have something to attend to, so please let Aces take good care of you." With that, she turned and exited the library without awaiting Snape's response. Anna's evasive demeanor left Snape perplexed, prompting him to glance at Aces. Aces offered a resigned explanation. "My mother was rather mischievous in her youth, which makes her, well, reluctant to encounter individuals of the professorial ilk, especially given how you were just frowning. You bear an uncanny resemblance to a professor she once dreaded." Thus, Aces hesitated slightly, noticing Snape's displeasure, and added a clarification. "Of course, I do not mean to imply that you are overly stern, merely that my mother refers to this as a professor's aftereffect. You needn't take offense. It's not personal to you but rather a sentiment directed towards all professors." Snape found himself at a loss for words, having never encountered such an unusual parent before. Aces, evidently accustomed to Anna's eccentricities, appeared entirely unfazed, even inquiring about Snape's reading. "Have you finished? If not, you may take it home with you." "On second thought, that seems too troublesome. I'll simply gift it to you." Snape furrowed his brow, regarding the nonchalant Aces lounging on the sofa, reminding him, "This book is already out of print." Aces pointed to a nearby shelf and replied carelessly, "There are reprints available." Snape hesitated, ultimately reluctant to part with the original book. He set it down and instead picked up a reprint. "The reprint will suffice." Aces nodded with a smile, indicating that it mattered little whether it was the original or a copy. After acquiring the book, Snape followed Aces out of the library. Chapter 64, Snape's Apology. Having completed their purchases for school supplies, Carter and Elise entered the living room, laden with a multitude of items, only to collide with Snape as he exited. "Headmaster?" Their immediate reaction was to doubt their own location, as if they had stumbled into a dream. How could they possibly encounter their headmaster? Both Elise and Carter shut their eyes in disbelief, reopening them to confirm the reality. "Why is the headmaster still here?" Snape, standing before them, frowned at the two bewildered students. "Professor, how come you are here?" Aces' voice rang out, and he stepped out from behind Snape. The appearance of Aces finally made the two realize that they were not mistaken nor dreaming. The headmaster was indeed real. "Good day, headmaster." The two stood awkwardly, unsure where to place their hands, and greeted him with a dazed salutation. Merlin, how could they possibly encounter their headmaster during the holidays? Merlin, have they just hung the headmaster out to dry? The two internally lamented. Upon noticing that Carter and Elise had finally reacted and greeted them, Snape nodded in acknowledgement before turning his gaze towards Aces with curiosity. "Since when does Mr. Cavendish have a habit of bringing people home?" While others feared Snape's icy demeanor, like Carter and Elise, who dared not meet his gaze, Aces remained unfazed, looking at Snape with a hint of amusement. "Doesn't that mean the professor counts as someone I brought home?" Snape was momentarily speechless, at a loss for a retort, and shot a displeased glance at Aces. Realizing he had pushed his luck, Aces refrained from further provoking the potion's master. "Hand the things to Nina. You may leave now," Aces directed at Elise, who stepped forward to accept the books from her hands, effectively dismissing the two. He then accompanied Snape to the door, maintaining silence throughout their walk. Snape walked beside Assis, clutching the book in his hand, his brow furrowed in contemplation, lost in thought. Despite Assis attempting to engage him in conversation several times, he failed to capture Snape's attention. Curiosity piqued. Assis raised his elegant brows, intrigued by what could be occupying Snape's mind so intensely. Thus, they traversed the vibrant garden in silence, meandering past the ornate and exquisite fountain, until they reached the grand entrance of the estate. "Professor, would you like me to have Nina escort you to Diagon Alley?" Assis inquired, noticing Snape had not made any move to depart. Due to recent security measures, the Cavendish estate had sealed its fireplace, leaving him no choice but to enlist the help of the house elf. Snape, snapping back to reality upon hearing Assis's question, looked down at him. "No," he replied curtly, his thoughts unreadable. "Professor? Is something the matter?" Assis asked, noting Snape's intense stare and silence. "Why conceal this matter?" Snape suddenly posed, his voice cutting through the air. "Huh? Why is the professor asking about this all of a sudden?" Assis straightened his posture, seriousness etched on his face as he replied, "First of all, it's not a significant issue. I see no reason to worry my family. Secondly, it wasn't intentional on your part, so there's no need to dwell on it. Lastly, Professor, I believed we had reached an understanding that this matter was in the past." Snape interrupted, clearly not fully satisfied with Assis's response. His inquiry delved deeper. Why do you trust me so implicitly, believing I would not abandon you?" This question had occupied his thoughts throughout their walk. Although Snape refrained from articulating it directly, Assis understood the underlying sentiment. With a gentle smile, Assis tilted his head and met Snape's gaze earnestly. "Because, Professor, you are worthy. You are deserving of trust." This unexpected answer caught Snape off guard, leaving him momentarily bewildered as he instinctively glanced down at his hands. "Worthy? No, I am not. My hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. I am incapable of saving anyone." Seeing Snape's downcast expression and evident disbelief, Assis felt a pang of helplessness. He regarded Snape with unwavering sincerity. "Professor, I have never deceived you. Not once." His words rang true. He genuinely believed in Snape's worthiness. Snape remained silent, unsure how to counter. Assuming Snape was still preoccupied with the incident from earlier, Assis ventured, "If the professor is still troubled by today's events, how about I make a request as compensation?" "Fine." Snape relaxed slightly, looking at Assis. Given his cautious nature, he should not have acquiesced to such an ambiguous request, but he did so nonetheless. "Let it be a form of recompense." Assis's eyes sparkled with mischief as he examined Snape's expression. "Professor, may I ask you to call me Assis from now on?" Framed as a request, it was more of a plea. Snape glared at the foolish giant with disdain, pondering whether he understood the rarity of a favor from a master of potions, and the implications it could entail. As he prepared to remind Assis of this, the latter preemptively interrupted. "It was you who said anything goes. This is my sole desire." Recognizing the sincerity in Assis's tone, Snape fell into a prolonged silence before finally conceding with a stoic expression. Rarely did Assis witness the potion's master in such a weakened state, prompting him to test the waters. "Professor, do you want to call me that now?" Snape pursed his lips, having anticipated this insatiable giant's audacity. Assis noted Snape's continued silence and, sensing the need to divert the conversation, was about to change the subject when he heard Snape's deep voice, almost a whisper against his ear. "I apologize for this matter, Assis." Without warning, Snape offered an apology, leaving Assis astonished. The professor had truly called his name? No. More importantly, he was apologizing to him? Merlin. The professor is apologizing. Assis's shocked expression was unmistakable, prompting Snape to avert his gaze in embarrassment. Sensing Snape's disdain, Assis quickly reined in his overt emotions. "Very well, Professor. Though I still do not believe it was your fault." Snape shot Assis a sidelong glance, remaining silent. What a silver-tongued giant, he thought, wishing to end the conversation. He turned sharply, striding out of the estate. Assis leaned against the doorframe, refraining from pursuing him, and called out to the departing Snape, "See you at school, Professor." Snape paused momentarily before vanishing with a flicker of apparition. As Assis watched where he had vanished, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He understood how Dumbledore managed to extract so much from Snape, compelling him to serve as a spy in what was nearly a one-way mission. A profound sense of responsibility and an inexplicable self-denial were all exploitable traits, strikingly predictable. Assis couldn't help but smirk with a hint of mockery. Dumbledore truly knows how to manipulate people. Chapter 65. The Mysterious Professor. After standing at the estate's entrance for a while, Assis turned to head back. As he entered the sitting room, Anna unexpectedly emerged, glaring at him. "Did you speak ill of me?" Assis shrugged, imitating Carter's demeanor. "If you consider the fact that the professor is a bad thing." Anna widened her eyes, suddenly realizing that it was better for Assis to remain at Hogwarts. That child has gone astray. He can be given away, she thought irritably. Yet, Assis sensed that Anna was not truly angry. In fact, he found her particularly mischievous today. After Snape, she had become the next victim. Curiosity piqued, he asked Mom. "I'm quite curious about what that professor did to make you remember him for so many years. Even now, seeing him makes you uncomfortable." Assis was genuinely intrigued. Throughout his life, Anna had never disclosed the reason, always insisting he was too young. Initially, he had assumed that the professor had committed some heinous act, but later, Anna's demeanor suggested she was not frightened of him, more like a mouse before a cat, timid. This only fueled Assis's curiosity about what could have made the usually bold Anna so meek. Anna froze, seemingly recalling some unpleasant memory, her brow furrowing in distress, her expression one of dismay. She shot Assis an annoyed glance. "You can ask your father about that." "More about Dad?" Assis's curiosity deepened. Later that evening, after dinner, Assis eagerly awaited the Duke's arrival in the study. When the Duke entered, he found Assis inside, looking perplexed but still took a seat. "Assis, is there something you need from me?" he inquired, looking at the inquisitively eager expression on Assis's face. Assis deliberated momentarily before tentatively speaking. "My mother instructed me to inquire about you, which is why I am here." "Ask away." At this juncture, the Duke remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Casually, he picked up a cup of tea from the table, intending to engage in a rare heart-to-heart with his son. What exactly had that professor, whom his mother feared so deeply, done to warrant such lingering memories over the years? The Duke nearly choked on the tea that had just entered his mouth, forcing himself to maintain composure as he swallowed. "What did you say?" "What professor?" Assis, bewildered, replied. "You don't know? Mother said I could ask you." The Duke cleared his throat, averting Assis's expectant gaze. "It's nothing of particular significance. Just some trivial matters." He attempted to brush it off. Observing the Duke's reaction, Assis narrowed his eyes slightly. What could possibly be so significant that both the Duke and Anna chose to remain silent? Unable to extract any further information from the Duke, Assis performed a courteous bow and departed. On his way back to his bedroom, he was tormented by the weight of this secret. Upon returning, he noticed the stationery on his desk and recalled something, summoning his house elf. "Nina, please fetch an owl for me." Nina acted swiftly, and in no time, a white owl appeared before Assis. After offering it a few treats to calm its nerves, he settled down at his desk to compose a letter. He meticulously penned a lengthy missive filled with pleasantries, interspersed with a couple of requests for a meeting. Perfect. Finally, addressing the recipient, Gellert Grindelwald. Folding the completed letter, he placed it on the owl's talons. Opening the window, the owl spread its wings and took flight. Gazing at the pitch-black night sky, Assis silently prayed that Grindelwald would not linger too long with Dumbledore, or else his chances of meeting Grindelwald would significantly diminish. At Nurmengard, the two old men were engaged in their usual intense tug-of-war. Suddenly, Grindelwald sensed something and ceased his attempts to retain Dumbledore, saying, "Very well, until next time, Albus. I shall miss you." Dumbledore's expression was inscrutable, yet his mind was preoccupied with the message he had just received from Snape. Without lingering, he summoned a phoenix and departed. Only after Dumbledore had left did Grindelwald approach the window. The owl, clever enough to perch on the windowsill without being detected by Dumbledore, descended when Grindelwald appeared, revealing the letter it carried. Grindelwald retrieved the letter and opened it. After reading, he set it down with displeasure, troubled by how to distract Dumbledore. "My owl is far too astute to be easily deceived," Grindelwald thought, both proud and vexed. The next day, before Grindelwald could devise a plan, he received a message from Dumbledore informing him that he would be unable to visit due to pressing matters. Holding the letter, Grindelwald pondered when he had ever possessed the capability to achieve what he desired. Meanwhile, Dumbledore faced the scowling potions master and chose to capitulate. "Severus, I assure you I won't vanish for such an extended period again. Look, my dental elixir?" Dumbledore smiled at the potions master. Snape remained expressionless and unresponsive. "Impossible. The dental elixir for this month has been depleted." Dumbledore's face fell, lamenting his teeth. Observing the potions master's resolute refusal to provide him with the potion, Dumbledore resignedly slumped in the headmaster's office. Snape, unable to tolerate Dumbledore's dejection, decided to mock him. "What? Can an old bee not survive without dessert?" Dumbledore took Snape's barbed words in stride. Severus, don't be like that. I remember you also enjoyed syrup tarts. Snape's eyes momentarily lost their focus, and he replied in a flat tone, you are mistaken. I no longer enjoy them. Dumbledore scrutinized his expression and sighed. Are you still unable to move beyond this, Severus? Snape remained silent, unwilling to address the question. Seeing this, Dumbledore refrained from pressing further, and shifted the conversation to the news brought by Karkaroff. Severus. Did you have any premonitions prior? Snape rolled up his sleeve, revealing the black mark. It has been steadily becoming clearer. So I had not paid much attention to it before, and I am unsure if it became significantly clearer recently. Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and leaned in to observe the mark on Snape's arm closely. His power is recovering. Snape impatiently interrupted him. I am not so foolish as to be unaware of his restoration of power. What I wish to know is how much time we have left. Dumbledore understood Snape's anxiety, and hastily reassured the potion's master. Do not worry, Severus. Based on my observations, he will require a considerable amount of time to regain his strength. Hearing Dumbledore's reassurances, Snape felt slightly more at ease, yet still bore a grim expression. Dumbledore stroked his beard and suddenly inquired, Severus, how is that child, Cavendish? Upon hearing this, Snape scrutinized Dumbledore with a neutral expression, speculating on his intent. Not much. As foolish and naive as ever. Dumbledore's crescent-shaped glasses fixed intently on Snape, not missing any nuance in his demeanor. Why do you say that? Snape scoffed. He believes I am trustworthy. Is that not a form of naivety? The inflection of his voice was laden with derision. Dumbledore regarded Snape for a moment before responding slowly. Is that not a wonderful trait? The willingness to trust others is a beautiful quality. Moreover, Severus, you are indeed worthy of trust. Snape snorted in disdain, filled with scorn. What a beautiful quality that is. It's merely foolishness. Dumbledore evidently cherished such naïve children, as he merely smiled good-naturedly at Snape's disdain. I have a premonition that the future holds boundless potential for that child. Snape remained silent for a moment, acutely aware of the child's brilliance. Perhaps even more so than Dumbledore. The curse of the killing curse, even if not a complete counter-curse, was not easily unraveled. Especially considering he had been losing blood at the time, with his mind far from its usual clarity. What we ought to focus on now is not that behemoth. Snape snapped back to reality, casting a cold glance at Dumbledore, who was attempting to change the subject. Dumbledore, troubled, noted that Severus was becoming increasingly difficult to deceive. Rest assured, Severus, I will keep a close eye on Voldemort's situation. The child of the Potter family will be safe. Dumbledore understood what Snape sought, yet he could not provide such assurances. He dared not guarantee anyone's safety. Snape glared at Dumbledore, fully aware of the assurances he desired. Dumbledore's expression darkened, and he suddenly sighed wearily. He was growing old, and recently, Grindelwald had indeed diverted too much of his attention. Observing the aging man before him, Snape chose not to pursue his inquiries further, nor did he mock him again. Instead, he turned and left the headmaster's office, his dark robes gradually vanishing at the door. Dumbledore watched Snape's departure, feeling a slight sense of relief. The act of feigned weakness had proven effective. However, he pondered whether Severus had become a bit too agreeable lately. At Nurmengard, Grindelwald awaited Assie's arrival, passing the time from morning till noon, then into the afternoon, growing increasingly agitated. That little rascal. Does he not realize how much the elderly value punctuality? Could he not specify an exact time? He leaned back on the sofa, listlessly fiddling with the lemon sherbet brought by Dumbledore. The lemon sherbet swayed in front of him. After much hesitation, he finally daringly took a taste. As the flavor of lemon sherbet burst in his mouth, Grindelwald's pupils dilated. Merlin's false teeth. How tart. How sweet. Grindelwald's face contorted into a grimace, twisted and grotesque. Upon entering the room, Aces was momentarily halted by this unsettling sight. With caution, he regarded the anguished visage of Grindelwald. Drawing forth his wand, his gaze scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Gellert? What has transpired? Is there an enemy lurking? He inquired in a trio of urgent questions. Stricken with discomfort, Grindelwald could only gesture weakly at Aces, his face a mask of anguish. Understanding his unspoken plea, Aces lowered his wand and approached. It was only upon noticing the lemon sorbet on the table that realization dawned upon him. You indulged? I have heard the headmaster has a rather strong palate. It seems to be true, he remarked, a hint of schadenfreude dancing in his eyes as he observed Grindelwald's slow recovery. Enough of the pleasantries. What brings you here? Grindelwald lamented. Because of you, I have been deprived of meeting Albus today. With the topic shifting to serious matters, Aces wiped the amusement from his expression and produced a device he had meticulously crafted. Grindelwald regarded the apparatus with confusion. I am not particularly adept at alchemy. If this is why you sought me, you have come to the wrong person. Aces shot a disgruntled glare at Grindelwald. When have I ever consulted you regarding alchemical matters? This device is designed to locate Voldemort's soul. I aimed to find him before he could strike, but I have failed. Grindelwald looked puzzled. What purpose do you have in seeking Voldemort? Aces responded matter-of-factly. Isn't the best way to avert risk to eliminate it? Though it seemed reasonable, Grindelwald sensed an underlying flaw in this logic. Wait. I nearly fell into your trap, he suddenly realized. Are you implying that Albus is destined to perish at Voldemort's hands? And you plan to eliminate Voldemort first to ensure Albus's safety? Aces nodded. Is there something amiss with that? Grindelwald cradled his head in despair. Of course there is. Thankfully. You still had the sense to seek me out. Taking a moment, Grindelwald began to elucidate why this plan was flawed. What I witnessed in the prophecy did not unfold in such a manner. Although I cannot recall the specifics of how you saved Albus, it certainly does not involve preemptively slaying Voldemort. I saw Voldemort in the latter part of the prophecy. Aces, fate is not so easily defied. I have glimpsed many endings involving Albus and myself, each one adversarial. I have made countless attempts, including those you propose, yet invariably, my actions only drive Albus further from me. As he spoke, a profound sorrow clouded Grindelwald's expression, one that Aces found inscrutable. What then should I do to save him? Aces asked, perplexed. Grindelwald pondered, then replied enigmatically, you need do nothing. In due time, you shall understand. Aces, half comprehending, gazed down at the device in his hands, his fingers absently tracing its contours. You mentioned attempting various methods to alter your fates, seeking to defy destiny? Indeed. In my former arrogance, I scorned all, even fate itself. Yet it is evident that I have failed, Grindelwald admitted, unflinchingly acknowledging his defeat. Are you aware of the price of defying fate? Aces suddenly inquired. His gaze fixed upon Grindelwald, confusion etched in his eyes. Grindelwald silently observed the youth before him, seeing in him a reflection of his former self, equally brilliant, equally proud and unyielding. Aces, no one truly knows the cost of defying fate, but it is wise to refrain from such actions. This was Grindelwald's hard-won wisdom, as one who had traversed that path. There remained an unspoken sentiment lingering in Grindelwald's heart, an unvoiced guilt that flickered in his eyes as he regarded Aces. The boy's mind drifted to the words of an elderly man who had once bid him farewell. Isn't destiny not immutable? He mumbled in confusion. Then why did Grindelwald fail to alter his outcome with Dumbledore? What? Grindelwald strained to catch Ace's words. Aces, regaining his focus, continued, but someone once told me that destiny is not fixed. Indeed, destiny is not static. One could argue it is in a constant state of flux. But how can you ascertain that its changes are not simply part of its unchanging nature? Grindelwald countered, leaving Aces bewildered. As this seemingly contradictory assertion deepened Ace's confusion, Grindelwald sighed deeply. Do not dwell on it too much. Allow things to unfold naturally. And do not emulate my path. His gaze shifted pointedly towards Ace's heart. A subtle admonition. Emulate you? What do you mean by that? Aces was perplexed by Grindelwald's cryptic remarks. Grindelwald scrutinized Ace's expression for a prolonged moment before averting his gaze. It is nothing, it is best left unsaid. Aces, laden with questions, observed Grindelwald's unusual demeanor. What is amiss with you today? Grindelwald chose not to respond, instead urging Aces to depart. Go on, go. I cannot assist you further. I can only impart these words. Remember what I said today. Do not follow my path. Depart now. I will ensure Albus is kept occupied. In an uncharacteristic manner, Grindelwald urged Aces to leave. Aces, filled with queries, departed the Tower of Nurmengard, returning with a mind brimming with uncertainty, feeling utterly speechless. Had he not come seeking answers? Why did he leave with an abundance of questions? Confounded. He was gently nudged out of the tower by Grindelwald. Outside, Ace's silhouette grew faint beneath the tower's shadow. Within, Grindelwald watched from the window, his eyes betraying a profound guilt as he gazed upon Ace's retreating figure. Aces, no one knows the cost of defying fate. Just as no one knows you will fall in love with someone destined to perish. This was the sentiment he had left unvoiced moments before. Initially, when he had drawn Aces into this vortex, he had felt no trepidation. They had merely been strangers. Yet as their connection deepened, so too did his remorse. In this child, he perceived the reflection of his former self, once toyed with by destiny, and this child was not meant to endure such trials. Was his course of action truly justifiable? Grindelwald stood, transfixed, watching Ace's retreating form until it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Aces, on his way home, remained blissfully unaware of Grindelwald's rare and poignant turmoil. He was instead preoccupied, frowning at the platinum-haired bundle blocking his path, uncertain of how to proceed. Scanning the area, he noted the absence of Mr. and Mrs. Malfoy, leaving him puzzled as to how this little one had arrived alone. Draco, dissatisfied, regarded Aces with a scrutinizing gaze, mistaking his wandering attention for an intention to leave. Thus he clutched Ace's garment tightly. "You promised me you'd come during the holiday to share stories about Hogwarts." Aces rummaged through his memories, finally recalling his prior promise made to Draco at the banquet. "Merlin, that was merely a polite gesture. How could I forget that this little one does not grasp such nuances?" He affectionately tousled Draco's neatly styled hair, causing it to become disheveled. Draco instantly bristled. "That was my mother's handiwork." He then inquired eagerly, "Do you still wish to hear a story?" Aces, amused, responded, "If you wish to hear a tale, you must first tell me why you are alone in Diagon Alley." I came with my mother," Draco stammered. "And where is Mrs. Malfoy?" Aces pressed. "At home." The once-spirited Draco now appeared subdued, his head drooping as he dared not meet Ace's gaze, yet still keenly observed his expression. Noticing Draco's bashful demeanor and his furtive glances, Aces nearly succumbed to laughter. How does the Malfoy family raise such innocent and playful children? As Aces stifled a chuckle and adopted a serious demeanor, he remarked, "Madame Malfoy would be concerned. I shall escort you home. As for the story." Pausing, he noticed Draco's crestfallen expression and continued, "I will arrange a meeting with Mr. Malfoy tomorrow regarding the story." At present, Draco was quite easy to appease. A mere word of comfort from Aces prompted the little one to obediently agree. "Let us be off," Aces declared, turning towards Malfoy Manor, with the petite platinum-haired child trotting behind him on short legs. Upon arriving at the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Aces bent down to inform Draco to summon their house elf Dobby. "Dobby," Draco called out. A ragged little elf appeared promptly. Having recognized his young master, Dobby exclaimed, "What does young master require?" "Dobby shall fulfill young master's wishes." The house elf's incessant chatter was interrupted by Draco's impatient interruption. "Enough of the prattle. Open the door. I want to go home," the little impudently declared to the elf. Aces watched with amusement at the child's haughty demeanor. As Dobby opened the grand door, Draco shooed him away. Upon turning back, he noticed Ace's expression and felt compelled to explain his actions. "They always talk over each other. It's quite tedious. That's why I made him leave." Aces nodded in agreement. "Indeed you are right." For reasons unknown, Draco felt a surge of irritation despite Ace's apparent agreement. Not one to be easily cowed, he turned away in a huff, ignoring Aces. Aces was on the verge of being utterly amused by this foolish little platinum-haired child. "Merlin, how does the Malfoy family raise such delightful children?" He mused for the second time that day. Perhaps he was in need of a younger brother? Or perhaps a sister? Aces stroked his chin, contemplating the possibility of persuading his mother to bear him a sibling. Meanwhile, Draco noticed Aces was not paying attention to him and sulked back. "Aces," he called out. Aces turned to face Draco. "What is it, Draco?" he inquired. "Would you like to meet my mother?" Aces face-bombed. The child, having come this far, should have at least offered a greeting. Realizing he had spoken out of turn, Draco pouted, feeling embarrassed that he always seemed to lose face in front of Aces. "That's not what I meant. I meant can you?" Before he could finish, Aces suddenly turned to the side, performing a courteous greeting. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Malfoy." Hearing Ace's words, Draco froze in place. "Merlin, I haven't even prepared Aces for this." Feeling guilty, he turned to greet Narcissa. "Mother, good afternoon." Chapter 68, Yearning for a Sibling. Narcissa cast a sidelong glance at her silly son, remaining silent, but nodded at Aces, her hand falling to her side. "Good day, Mr. Cavendish." Noticing Narcissa's gesture, Aces stepped forward, gently lifting her fingertip and bowing to kiss it. Narcissa scrutinized the child holding her fingertip, recognizing him as the heir of the Cavendish family, composed, observant, and well-mannered. Perhaps Lucius was right. This was indeed an exceptional heir. For little Draco's sake, the Malfoy family ought to cultivate a friendship with this boy. Draco, watching the interaction with wide eyes, seized the opportunity to cast frantic glances at Aces when Narcissa was not looking. After Aces completed his greeting, he took a step back, ignoring Draco's pleading gaze, and intended to leave. Narcissa recalled Lucius' previous words and, seeing her son's innocent demeanor, chose to extend an invitation. "Mr. Cavendish, your first visit to Malfoy Manor has not been properly attended to. May I have the honor of inviting you in for a cup of tea? Moreover, Draco seems quite eager for your company." Narcissa's words were meticulously crafted, and she subtly pushed Draco forward, who nodded earnestly, indicating his genuine anticipation for Ace's stay. Aces lowered his gaze, a polite yet distant smile adorning his lips. It would be remiss of me to intrude uninvited. How could it be that Madame Malfoy has not extended proper hospitality? I shall not inconvenience you today. I will arrange to visit Draco at a designated time tomorrow. With that, Aces elegantly placed a hand on his chest, nodded, and upon seeing Narcissa's lack of refusal, turned to depart. Draco watched Ace's retreating figure with longing, too apprehensive to turn back. Draco, I believe you owe me an explanation as to why you were not at home and were instead returned by someone else, Narcissa inquired. Her tone devoid of anger, merely curious. Yet Draco trembled at her words. I just wanted to go out and see, he mumbled, his voice dwindling to a whisper. Narcissa crouched down to meet Draco's gaze. If you wish to go out, you must inform either your father or me. You cannot simply run off. We would worry. Seeing the concern etched on Narcissa's face, Draco promptly embraced her, promising that he would never sneak out again. Observing her soft-hearted son, Narcissa couldn't help but ruffle Draco's hair. She felt a twinge of uncertainty. Was their protection of Draco truly beneficial? Previously, she had not considered it, but after encountering the Cavendish child, doubts crept in. If Draco were to find himself at odds with that boy, she feared he might be easily manipulated, and he would remain blissfully unaware. Draco, oblivious to his mother's worries, noticed her apparent calm and beamed at her. Silly boy. Watching her son grin foolishly, Narcissa couldn't resist giving his hair another tug. Draco obediently accepted her playful gesture. And seeing him so endearing made it hard for Narcissa to remain resolute. Perhaps I shall discuss this with Lucius later tonight, she sighed, rising to take Draco's hand as they made their way home. After all, Draco still had their protection. Once Aces left Malfoy Manor, he felt his body relax slightly. Holding his wand, he recalled Narcissa's seemingly gentle yet shrewd words and marveled at the Malfoy family's cleverness, aside from Draco. Yet, he pondered whether their protection of him was perhaps a touch excessive. Reflecting on Draco's character, Aces concluded that he indeed wanted a younger sibling. On his way home, he could not shake the thought. Therefore, upon returning and seeing Anna, he could not refrain from inquiring. To spare Anna any awkwardness, he delicately approached the subject. Mother, is there a possibility I could have a younger brother or sister? Anna's eyes widened in curiosity and shock as she gazed at Aces. What do you want a sibling for? What for? Aces echoed her surprise. What would they even do? Realizing her question was misplaced, Anna felt a bit embarrassed. I mean, why the sudden desire for a sibling? Aces recalled the endearing little platinum-haired child, and spoke with a hint of longing. The Malfoy child is particularly amusing. Anna instantly understood. It seemed he wanted a sibling of his own to dote upon. Ah, my child, just like you, she thought. Observing her son's earnest demeanor, Anna suddenly felt that perhaps having another silly child wouldn't be so bad after all. After all, Aces wasn't he exactly the most entertaining. After all, having a younger sibling would undoubtedly be delightful. The mother and son exchanged glances, reaching a silent consensus. At the dining table that evening, the group dined gracefully in silence. Suddenly, Aces recalled his intention to visit the Malfoy residence. He glanced at Carter and Elise, pondering whether to bring them along. After dinner, Aces found himself once again in the Duke's study. The Duke immediately stiffened, as if facing an imminent threat, straightening his posture from the relaxed slouch he had adopted in his chair. Aces, what brings you here again? Do not inquire about the professor. I shall not divulge anything. Associating with him would not benefit you. At least not at this moment. His gaze is too terrifying. Aces stood opposite the Duke, astonished as the Duke inadvertently revealed his vulnerabilities. A male professor? His eyes. Aces silently eliminated candidates from consideration. It was only when the Duke attempted to dismiss him that he finally spoke at a leisurely pace. Father, it is not about that. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, the Duke exhaled, abandoning his earlier intent to expel Aces, and reclined comfortably in his chair. Aces got straight to the point, and recounted the day's events. The Duke promptly grasped the crux of the matter. It seems the Malfoy family wishes to forge an alliance with us. He raised his gaze to Aces, proud of his son. What do you wish to do, Aces? We shall support you. Aces shook his head, responding with a hint of indifference. I have no particular thoughts on the Malfoy family. My attendance at Hogwarts is solely to fulfill my agreement with Grindelwald. Moreover, they are Death Eaters. Should I confront Voldemort, their proximity would not bode well for me. The Duke remarked meaningfully. The Malfoy family can be likened to a fair-weather friend. Besides, their creed is family above all. If I recall correctly, Their child and that savior should be entering Hogwarts in the same year. Draco. Understanding the Duke's implication, Ausace narrowed his eyes. A glimmer of calculation evident. The Malfoy family's attitude towards Draco certainly exemplified their principle of prioritizing family. If it were for him, the Malfoy family might indeed turn against Voldemort. Nonetheless, such exploitation would be unfair to the boy. Ausace reminisced about the innocent child who pursued him for stories. His silly laughter lingering in his memory, ultimately deciding against manipulating him. Furthermore, he did not believe the Malfoy family could offer him substantial assistance. As long as Voldemort possessed any sense, he would not place his trust in such a family. Yet, did he truly possess sense? Ausace suddenly recalled how Voldemort had used himself as a Horcrux, casting doubt. Clearing his throat, he realized it was not the time to ponder Voldemort's intellect. Bringing his thoughts back, Ausace opposed this strategy. Forget it. That child is too naive. I do not wish to exploit his parents' love for him. The Duke observed his soft-hearted son with a sigh. His child was admirable in many ways but lacked the ruthlessness required. If it were him, he would not rest until he had fully utilized the Malfoys. The Duke thought grimly. Yet, despite his inner musings, his face radiated pride, reflecting his contentment. His child was pure-hearted and untainted. Who could rival that? Do as you wish. Whether or not they join us is inconsequential. Our family is strong enough to protect you. No, father, I hope you will refrain from becoming involved in this matter. Ausace shook his head, rejecting the Duke's good intentions. The Duke furrowed his brows but inquired patiently. Why? Ausace, we are family, we should stand together. Ausace averted his gaze from the Duke, speaking in a hushed tone. This matter is too perilous. And it is my agreement with Grindelwald. The Duke regarded Ausace with a serious expression. I previously mentioned that the Malfoy family's creed is family above all. In truth, our family shares the same sentiment. For us, family is more important than profit. Moreover, you are the only child of Anna and me, the sole heir of the Cavendish lineage. Faced with the Duke's earnest demeanor, Ausace fell silent. It was precisely because he was the heir that he wished to spare his family from becoming entangled in this turmoil. The Duke perceived his son's thoughts with clarity, shooting him an exasperated glare. My father once told me that from the moment I became the heir to the Cavendish family, regardless of the decisions I made, provided they were not foolish, our family would stand with me. I impart this wisdom to you. Since the day you became the heir, our entire family stands behind you. Regardless of the outcome, we shall support you, so do not worry. The Duke stepped forward, affectionately ruffling Ausace's hair before embracing him. During your return these past few days, we have noticed that you have been too hard on yourself. These words were initially meant to be conveyed by your mother. But since the topic arose tonight, I shall share them with you. Whatever you wish to pursue, your only task now is to enjoy your school life. Do not push yourself too harshly. Remember, we will always have your back, so there is no need for concern. Ausace returned the embrace, a rare sense of ease gracing his features after many days. I understand, father. I am truly sorry for causing you and mother worry. The Duke released him, affectionately patting Ausace's head, teasing, your mother mentioned you desire a younger brother or sister. Ausace's cheeks flushed in embarrassment, as it felt as though he were pressuring his parents to procreate. Yet at that moment, a sister seemed paramount. A brother would suffice as well. He boldly lifted his gaze to the Duke. Yes, indeed, I do wish for a younger sibling. So, do you and mother have any plans to grant me a brother or sister? The Duke chuckled at his son's earnestness. Previously, your grandparents urged Anna and me to have you. And now you are urging us to produce a sister for you. You truly are persistent. Unfazed, Ausace envisioned a sweet, gentle sister who would obediently follow him, eliciting joy at the thought. Father, imagine a soft, adorable daughter who would be our Cavendish family's most resplendent princess. He quickly added, of course, a brother would also be delightful, perhaps akin to the son of the Malfoys. Ausace's wistful expression and fervent words stirred the Duke's imagination of a soft, charming daughter, captivating him. The Duke, swayed, readily acquiesced to Ausace's rare request. I believe you indeed require a sister to accompany you as you grow. The Duke almost voiced his own thoughts but managed to catch himself in time. Satisfied with the response, Ausace left the study with a sense of fulfillment. Before departing, he reminded the Duke of his visit to the Malfoy Manor the following day, requesting assistance in scheduling a time. Having been reassured, Ausace appeared more relaxed than usual, and the Duke naturally did not refuse his small request. After Ausace's departure, he retrieved stationery and penned a letter to Lucius to arrange a meeting. The owl gradually soared away, delivering the message to its intended recipient. At Malfoy Manor, Lucius held the Duke's letter in hand, his face alight with delight. Regarding Ausace's request to visit his foolish son, Lucius felt an overwhelming desire to send his son over immediately. Thus, upon receiving the letter, Lucius promptly began to compose a response. He unfurled exquisite stationery and elegantly penned flowing lines of prose, expressing his agreement to Ausace's visit, and extending a warm invitation for him to come at any time. In closing, he enthusiastically mentioned that upon Ausace's arrival, he could summon their house elf, Dobby, to escort him inside. After much contemplation, and only when he felt assured that nothing was amiss, did Lucius meticulously fold the parchment and place it within the envelope. He then retrieved a wax seal from the side, carefully dripping it onto the envelope before pressing the family crest into the warm wax. Holding the impeccably sealed envelope, Lucius rose and approached the owl, entrusting it with the letter. The owl tilted its head, shook its body and spread its wings, soaring out of the window. As he watched the owl disappear into the distance, Lucius recalled the conversation he had with Narcissa earlier that day. The child from the Cavendish family was growing increasingly remarkable. Perhaps, it was time to reconsider Draco's educational approach. Stroking his chin, Lucius made a decision regarding Draco that could hardly be deemed friendly. Chapter 70. 1 against 2. The next morning, Ausace and Carter, along with others, were having breakfast, planning to engage in some morning exercises before visiting the Malfoy residence with Carter. Indeed, Ausace intended to bring them along. He had suddenly realized that since the Malfoy household was affiliated with the Death Eaters, there might be clues regarding Horcruxes hidden within their abode. To uncover such clues, he would need someone to divert attention. It was still too early for Elise to appear before the aristocracy, leaving Carter as the only suitable candidate. At the dining table, Carter grimly consumed his breakfast, finding it difficult to accept Ausace's request to entertain children. By Merlin's foul socks, he detested children, particularly those from pureblood families. Being a pureblood himself, he was acutely aware of their arrogance and disdain, especially that of the Malfoys. The mere thought of it rendered his breakfast flavorless, akin to chewing on wax. Thus, the meal was endured amidst Ausace's delight and Carter's anguish. Once the meal concluded, Ausace was the first to rise, looking down at Carter and Elise at the table. "Stop sulking. Let's see what progress you've made during this time." Upon hearing Ausace's words, the pair instinctively reached for their wands, glancing at Ausace with eagerness. They then rose successively, following Ausace to the training grounds. In the training arena, the three stood facing each other. 1 against 2. "Any objections?" Ausace inquired, removing his coat and hanging it up, loosening the sleeves to ensure no hindrance to his movements, before drawing his wand towards the two. Carter and Elise exchanged glances, each producing their wands in response to Ausace. "No objections." No sooner had the words left his mouth than Ausace swiftly cast a spell at Carter, sending him sprawling to the ground. The incantation was quick and silent. It was only when the spell was nearly upon him that Carter realized it. "Damn it, there's no time." He watched the spell approach, feeling a twinge of reluctance. "Pure water." A crisp voice rang out from the side as Elise reacted swiftly, casting a spell toward Carter. The jet of water from her wand knocked Carter off balance, enabling him to evade Ausace's spell. Ausace's eyes lit up at the quick response and adaptability. However, it was still insufficient. He waved his wand again, unleashing a series of silent spells aimed at the newly steadied Carter and the poised Elise. "Elise, do not merely defend, and cast aside any hesitations. You are facing an opponent," Ausace admonished, directing his words at the hesitant Elise. Upon hearing this, Elise, who had previously felt restrained, hesitated for a moment before. Relying on her keen instincts, she dodged the incoming spells. Though she had yet to master silent incantations, her training had enabled her to cast spells with impressive speed. A binding spell shot swiftly toward Ausace, who sidestepped as the spell zipped past him. Meanwhile, Carter's counterattack followed suit, casting the same sleeping charm as Ausace. Unfortunately, Ausace countered it with a shield charm. Thus, after several exchanges, Ausace remained effortlessly in control, while Carter and Elise found their magical reserves dwindling. They collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. "I can't go on. Are you really a first-year wizard?" Carter lamented desperately, sprawled on the ground as he wailed at Ausace. Ausace stood beside them, observing the two in their undignified state, with a sense of amusement. "Quite the specimen indeed. You truly are a prodigy." "Thank you for the compliment," Ausace replied, graciously accepting it, even managing to kick him twice playfully. "Get up. Let us discuss your shortcomings." Elise, ever obedient to Ausace, was already on her feet before he finished speaking. Ausace conjured himself a chair and sat comfortably. Noticing that Elise was still standing firm, she lowered her wand hand. Carter was slower to rise, wobbling as if he might topple over at any moment. Ausace shot him a disdainful glance, noting that he was less stable than Elise. With a flick of his wand, he conjured 2 chairs behind them. Once they were seated, Aces began at a leisurely pace. Elise, you performed commendably this time. Your initial responses were timely and appropriate. Your counterattack speed and spellcasting were also noteworthy. However, Aces paused, gazing sternly at Elise. You made a grave mistake by showing leniency at the outset. If you seek vengeance, then discard your so-called weakness. The adversaries you will face are not me. They will show you no mercy. Aces' expression was serious, and his words were stern. Elise, chastised, could not raise her head. Her fists clenched tightly as she promised Aces. I understand, sir. I won't do it again. Seeing this, Aces felt a flicker of satisfaction, and turned his attention to Carter, who was now gazing eagerly at Aces. Aces averted his gaze, unwilling to witness Carter's embarrassing demeanor, and began with criticism. Stop looking. Your initial reaction was already too slow. After being struck by Elise's spell, you couldn't even steady yourself, and your counterattack was lacking in speed. What? Should I step in to assist you? Aces spared no words in his thorough critique of Carter, finally locking eyes with him and stating meaningfully, You must understand, if you masquerade as a fool for too long, what difference is there between you and a pig? He snorted dismissively before continuing, Next time, do not let me catch you pretending in my presence. This is your one and only warning. Similarly chastised, Carter lowered his head, and when he finally lifted it again, the nonchalance in his eyes had been replaced with seriousness. I understand. Seeing the initial glimmers of potential in the two, Aces finally felt satisfied. Very well, Elise will continue training. Carter, you will accompany me. This time, Carter had no complaints and promptly rose to retrieve Aces' coat. Aces naturally accepted the coat offered by Carter, draping it over his shoulders as he turned to leave the training arena, with Carter following closely behind. After Aces and Carter departed, Elise lingered in the vast training ground, lost in thought for a considerable time, her expression shifting from confusion to determination. Gripping her wand tightly, she resumed her practice. Outside the training ground stretched a long corridor, leading directly to the main building. The sound of footsteps echoed within as 2 figures traversed the hall. Aces led Carter to the main building, where they parted ways to change clothes. Both had been raised under the tutelage of aristocratic education, ensuring that their attire remained impeccable. After donning their garments, they reconvened at the entrance and set off towards Malfoy Manor. Chapter 71, Malfoy Manor, Part 1. At the entrance of Malfoy Manor, Aces and Carter came to a halt. Following Lucius' instructions, they summoned Dobby, who appeared promptly, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm as he looked at Aces, muttering incantations under his breath. This is the guest from yesterday. Oh, the master had instructed that if this particular guest arrives, he may be ushered in directly. Dobby yearned for freedom but knew he could not defy his master. The little elf's words were hurried and muddled, prompting Asher to furrow his brow in inquiry. What are you saying? Can you lead us inside? Dobby, as if awakening from a dream, confirmed, Yes, we must bring the guests in, lest the master become displeased. With that, he hurriedly opened the grand door to welcome Asher and Carter. Welcome, young Master Cavendish and young Master Carter, to Malfoy Manor. Master Draco awaits you in the drawing room. As Dobby spoke, he guided them forward. The 2 boys followed Dobby at a leisurely pace, traversing through the vibrant garden adorned with exquisite fountains. Swarms of butterflies danced gracefully in the air, flitting amongst the rare blooms. Many of the butterflies were unfamiliar to Carter, and the materials used for the fountains and gardens were evidently of great value. Asher had already witnessed the opulence of the Malfoy estate yesterday, and given that his own family was not impoverished, he felt little astonishment. However, Carter's reaction was markedly different. He surveyed the estate with a quiet awe, internally marveling at the splendor befitting the Malfoy lineage. This estate was rivaled only by Asher's own, yet Cavendish Manor lacked such ostentation, possessing instead a more dignified and ancient charm. By the time they encountered the White Peacock, Carter had become somewhat desensitized. The path was lined with countless rare potion ingredients and floral arrangements, not to mention the decorative pieces along the way. The presence of a white peacock only served to reinforce Carter's thoughts on the Malfoys' wealth. Asher, however, was unperturbed, for he had already spotted Draco's figure. Draco, initially waiting in the sitting room, could hardly contain his excitement. He had yet to visit friends who were already attending Hogwarts, and Asher promised to bring him the latest model of a flying broomstick. With this in mind, Draco dashed out to greet Asher. The small boy shot towards him like a cannonball, and Asher, without hesitation, sidestepped to avoid him. Draco's eyes widened in surprise as he attempted to halt his momentum, only to find himself soaring past Asher. Carter, who was trailing behind, was caught squarely in Draco's path. Gravity took hold, and both boys tumbled to the ground. Carter, grimacing from the impact, thought to himself, "Indeed, I most detest children, especially those like Draco, who lack any sense of boundaries." Dazed, Draco scrambled to his feet and turned to Asher. His voice laced with indignation. "Why did you dodge me?" Asher glanced at Carter, his gaze conveying unspoken understanding. Draco's expression oscillated between anger and confusion. "Even so, you shouldn't evade me." The little boy looked at Asher with a sense of grievance, but Asher remained unfazed and simply offered a brief explanation. "I prefer not to be too close to others." Asher had assumed this explanation would suffice to placate Draco, yet the boy still wore a look of hurt. "I'm not just anyone." For the first time, Asher found himself at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing in silence. What could he possibly say? To assert that they were not particularly familiar, and that he was indeed just anyone? He was certain that such a statement would incite a tantrum from the child, so he opted for silence instead. Seeing Asher's reticence, Draco took it as an admission of guilt and, mimicking Lucius, clapped his hands and declared, "It's good that you recognize your mistake. Just don't let it happen again." Asher felt no ripple of emotion, and a small smile threatened to escape. Carter, observing the exchange, was taken aback. "Merlin, I can assure you, this is undoubtedly the most speechless moment of Asher's life." Amused by his own thoughts, Carter covered his mouth to stifle his laughter, fearing Asher might hear. Asher cast a blank glance in his direction. "If you wish to laugh, do so. I shall not be held accountable for your suffocation." At that moment, Carter became particularly obedient, and nearly as soon as the words left Asher's mouth, his laughter erupted. "Ha ha 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 ha." Draco gazed at Carter, bewildered. "Is this person a fool? What is he laughing at?" Upon witnessing Draco's perplexed expression, Carter's laughter only grew louder. He retracted his previous thoughts. This child, so amusing, was hardly deserving of disdain. Even Asher, who had been stoic moments before, found himself unable to contain a smile at Draco's expression. As Draco's face flushed crimson from their mirth, Asher finally managed to placate him with a simple reassurance. "It's nothing, Draco. He simply enjoys laughing." After much effort, their laughter subsided, and Draco, realizing they were mocking him, turned away, refusing to acknowledge them. Carter approached, attempting to pat Draco's head, but was swiftly swatted away. "Who permitted you to touch my head?" "I shall inform my father." Draco was incensed, resolutely refusing to engage with the two who had laughed at him. With his back turned, the little boy radiated defiance. Asher felt another chuckle bubbling within him. However, he knew better than to provoke Draco further. Doing so would jeopardize the day's plans. He suppressed his amusement and shot a warning glare at Carter, who only quieted upon promising to keep his laughter at bay. After a moment's contemplation, Asher retrieved a small prop he had crafted earlier. This trinket bore little utility. It was an imitation of the golden snitch, resembling it closely, yet lacking its swiftness. He waved the small golden object in front of Draco. As anticipated, Draco's curiosity was piqued, and he momentarily withheld his composure before succumbing to temptation. Leaning in with a serious expression, without any intention of prolonging the suspense, Asher explained the prop to him. Upon learning it was a replica of the golden snitch, Draco's eyes widened with excitement. At his tender age, he was too young to play Quidditch, with only a child-sized broom to his name, let alone a golden snitch. His earlier discontent forgotten, Draco gazed eagerly at Asher. "Is this for me?" Asher nodded, extending the small golden snitch toward him. Draco accepted it with delight, marveling at the trinket in his hands. Seeing Draco so captivated, Asher felt a sense of relief. He truly lacked skill in entertaining children. Once Draco was in high spirits. He readily agreed when Asher suggested a tour of his own home. Just as they were about to begin their exploration, Draco suddenly recalled something his father had instructed him to convey. He hurriedly explained to Asher why his parents were unable to host them. "My father had business at the Ministry of Magic today, and could not entertain you. My mother is out having tea with other noblewomen, so she also lacks the time to host you." After finishing his explanation, Draco maintained a serious expression, earnestly apologizing for his parents' oversight. Asher narrowed his eyes slightly, pondering the coincidence. Yet, observing Draco's cheerful demeanor, he ultimately refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply assuring Draco that he bore no offense. With the small golden snitch in hand, Draco merrily led the way, with Asher and Carter walking side by side behind him. Asher exchanged a knowing glance with Carter, who understood and initiated a conversation about Quidditch with Draco. Meanwhile, Asher subtly felt his pocket, activating the alchemical device within that could detect dark magic. If it was impossible to detect Horcruxes, surely he could identify dark magic. Asher quietly contemplated this while casually wandering, the two boys engrossed in their conversation. oblivious to his actions. However, he was acutely aware that as long as he remained within the manor, his every movement was likely under scrutiny. After a considerable tour of the estate, Draco began to feel fatigued, pausing his discussion with Carter to glance back at Asher. "I'm tired. Shall we take a break?" As Asace offered no objections, the group returned to the sitting room. There, the house elf poured them tea while Draco continued to prattle on about Quidditch. "Draco, does your family have anything entertaining?" Carter suddenly inquired. Draco, momentarily stammering as he gazed at Carter with wide eyes, eventually replied in a dazed manner, "I have a Quidditch pitch at home. Does that count?" This left Carter momentarily speechless. A Quidditch pitch at home? Observing the bewildered innocence reflected in Draco's eyes, Carter found himself at a loss for words, realizing perhaps it was he who lacked experience. Just as the group exchanged glances, footsteps echoed from the entrance. Asace looked up to see a man of refined attire entering, bearing an uncanny resemblance to Draco. It was Lucius. Asace was the first to react, rising to his feet and offering a slight nod in greeting. "Mr. Malfoy, I apologize for the intrusion today, and thank you for your hospitality." Carter quickly followed suit, standing and bowing to Lucius. Lucius entered the sitting room, his gaze sweeping over the two, pausing momentarily on Asace with a penetrating look. He then returned the greetings to both Asace and Carter. "Welcome to you both. I hope today will not disappoint. You are too considerate, Mr. Malfoy." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lucius departed the sitting room, leaving the space to the young ones. Once Lucius had completely left, Asace turned to Carter, who, understanding the cue, led Draco towards the Quidditch pitch. Asace remained still, waiting until they had distanced themselves before he rose to follow in the direction Lucius had taken. Arriving at the study, he found the door slightly ajar, as if anticipating the arrival of guests. Asace paused at the threshold, adjusted his attire to ensure no impropriety, and then raised his hand to knock. "Kumain." The voice from within beckoned, and Asace pushed the door open, entering with an air of calm. His fingers discreetly brushed against his pocket, disabling the device meant to detect dark magic. "Merlin, how many dark artifacts does Lucius keep in his study?" The heat from them was almost unbearable. Lucius was seated on the sofa, observing Asace as he entered leisurely, nodding to himself in approval. "Mr. Malfoy." Asace placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly, then straightened, fixing his gaze intently on Lucius. What matter could possibly warrant the esteemed presence of the Malfoy patriarch, seeking a humble individual like myself? The intonation, reminiscent of Severus Snape, momentarily startled Lucius. He regarded Asace with curiosity, but refrained from immediate explanation, instead gesturing for him to sit and converse. After a moment's hesitation, Asace seated himself on the opposite sofa, silently awaiting Lucius's elucidation. "This is merely a father's love for his child. I believe Duke Cavendish can relate." Lucius understood that this child was not easily deceived. Rather than obfuscate the truth, he chose to be forthright. Observing the warmth in Lucius's eyes, which seemed genuine, Asace pondered thoughtfully. His gaze instinctively wandered around the study until it landed on the bookshelf by the fireplace, where a flash of fragmented memories crossed his mind. What's this?" Asace discreetly averted his eyes, lowering his lashes to conceal any signs of his intrigue. Lucius continued to explain that he harbored no ill intentions, merely acting in Draco's best interests. Asace did not interrupt but patiently allowed Lucius to finish his lengthy exposition of feelings. At last, after expressing his sentiments, Lucius took a subtle breath, glancing across at Asace, searching for some sign of impact on his face. However, Asace maintained a serene smile, revealing nothing of his thoughts. Lucius felt a twinge of disappointment. His rare heartfelt words seemed to go unappreciated. Once Lucius had finished his scrutiny, Asace curiously pointed at the books on the shelf. "Mr. Malfoy, I see a book on your shelf that I have been searching for quite some time. May I take a look?" Lucius's eyes brightened at this, thrilled at the prospect of deepening their connection. Without hesitation, he granted permission. Rising, Asace approached the bookshelf and withdrew a book. He was truthful. It indeed contained a subject he had long sought, pertaining to curses. Asace leafed through a few pages, mentally noting the contents while engaging Lucius in conversation. Lucius, eager to share his knowledge, answered Asace's inquiries with unreserved candor. As they conversed, Asace deftly steered the topic towards a particular book on the shelf. "Mr. Malfoy, what is this?" Asace inquired, pointing to a yellowed notebook. Lucius's voice faltered abruptly, plunging the room into silence. With his back to Lucius, Asace could not discern his expression. However, Lucius's sudden quietude indicated that he was aware of the notebook's significance. Recalling the notebook that had caused a stir at Hogwarts, Asace silently scoffed. How selfish of the Malfoys to introduce such a dark artifact into Hogwarts. It was unfathomable. Aces composed his expression and turned back to inquire further about the notebook's origins. Mr. Malfoy, is this your notebook from school? May I take a look? Lucius's lips moved as he hesitated, contemplating, before eventually acquiescing to Aces' request. Aces grasped the notebook, and before even opening it, he could sense the essence of a Horcrux emanating from it. Chapter 73, Malfoy Manor continued. I found you, Tom Riddle. A smile crept across Aces' face as he gazed at the notebook. Upon opening it, he was astonished to discover that it was not merely a notebook but a diary. This revelation piqued Aces' interest even further. It was unexpected for someone like Voldemort to keep a diary. However, now was not the time for a detailed examination. Aces closed the diary and turned to Lucius, saying, Mr. Malfoy, I apologize for the boldness of my request. But some notes in this diary would be immensely valuable to me. Would it be possible for me to purchase this diary from you? Taken aback by Aces' proposal, Lucius regarded the notebook in Aces' hands with a perplexed expression. He remained silent for a considerable time, so long that Aces was prepared to ask again. Ha ha ha, Mr. Cavendish. Just call me Lucius. If you like it, feel free to take it. There's no need for formality between us. Lucius suddenly burst into laughter, addressing Aces warmly. Aces narrowed his eyes and returned the smile. You are too kind, Lucius. We are all friends here. In that case, please call me Aces to avoid any awkwardness. The two reached an agreement, sharing a satisfied smile, the atmosphere in the study thick with intrigue. With the purpose of his visit fulfilled, Aces tucked the diary away and stood to take his leave. Mr. Malfoy, I must excuse myself for now. Draco is still awaiting my return. However, Lucius's demeanor shifted, displaying a hint of reluctance as he smiled less warmly at Aces' intent to seek Draco. Observing this, Aces smiled and patted the container holding the diary. Lucius followed his gaze to the container, and his smile deepened as he ultimately consented to Aces' request. Then I wish you a delightful time, Aces. Aces smiled but said nothing, turning to exit the study. Just as he was about to leave, a flicker of fire from the fireplace illuminated the room, and a shadowy figure emerged from the flames. Aces halted, turning to see Severus Snape stepping forth from the fireplace. Professor? Snape, slightly taken aback, looked up at Aces, his brow instinctively furrowing. Mr. Aces, I believe you owe me an explanation as to your presence here. Upon hearing Snape address Aces in such a manner and pose his inquiry, Lucius raised an eyebrow, curiously scrutinizing both Aces and Snape in turn. Though Snape's question bordered on the inappropriate, Aces appeared unfazed, solemnly providing an explanation. Professor, yesterday I encountered Draco in Diagon Alley, and thus I escorted him back to Malfoy Manor. On our return journey, he reminded me of a promise I made to see him. Hence I am here today to fulfill my commitment to Draco. His account was thorough and devoid of any concealment. Lucius, now even more intrigued, recalled that during their earlier conversation, Aces had revealed little, and had even attempted to pry information from him. Why then, was he now so candid with Snape? Snape appraised Aces with a discerning gaze, and Aces met his scrutiny with composure. After what seemed a moment of confirmation, Snape nodded, signaling for Aces to exit. Aces complied without hesitation and turned to leave the study. In the study, Lucius continued to regard Snape, his gaze traveling up and down, left and right, with an air of curiosity. Unable to contain his irritation at being observed, Snape finally spoke with a hint of derision. If your brain has not been eroded by beauty potions, I would advise you to temper that peculiar expression. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee you will continue to appear so radiant before me. Snape was well aware of how to strike at Lucius's vulnerabilities. The next moment, Lucius's gaze shifted away from Snape, but moments later, curiosity compelled him to inquire. Are you quite familiar with Aces? Snape cast a blank look at the gossiping white peacock, before allowing a smirk to emerge. Indeed, it appears that excessive use of beauty potions may lead to diminished intellect. Mr. Aces is a student of Slytherin, and I am the head of Slytherin House. Lucius, undeterred, pressed on under Snape's piercing gaze. But you call him Aces. You call him Aces as well, Snape replied impatiently. That is not the same. I have never seen you address any student by their first name. Moreover, the query posed earlier was quite overstepping for a family heir. I cannot believe you were unaware of this. Even more outrageous was the fact that Aces had answered him. Merlin, he had not been so accommodating moments ago. Despite being a mere child, he spoke with remarkable composure and unwavering resolve. Driven by his insatiable curiosity, Lucius recklessly continued to press for information, while also voicing his grievances. Under the relentless interrogation, Snape's expression darkened, exuding an aura that could intimidate several lions. Enough. If you do not wish to discuss pertinent matters, I see no reason to squander my time here with you. Realizing Snape's patience had reached its limit, Lucius prudently fell silent and shifted the conversation to matters of substance. Meanwhile, Asses had not ventured far. He paused at the corner, casting multiple spells of magical isolation upon the container he held. Only when he was certain of its safety did he place the container into his alchemical ring. He never underestimated any adversary, particularly one as cunning as Voldemort, who possessed a mind before fragmenting his soul. After completing his preparations, Asses summoned a house elf from the Malfoy estate, though he was not particularly fond of the elf named Dobby. Following the elf, he strolled toward the Quidditch pitch. The Quidditch field was abuzz with fervor. As Asses stepped onto the pitch, a small golden snitch hurtled towards him, accompanied by 2 startled exclamations. Maintaining his composure, Asses extended his hand just before the snitch collided with his face, capturing it deftly. Chapter 74. The End of the Holiday. Be cautious while playing, will you? Asses remarked, shaking his head in exasperation as he released the golden snitch. The snitch promptly zipped away, fleeing from the formidable figure, and darting back toward Draco and Carter. From a distance, Carter watched the snitch approach as though in a panic, his lips twitching in a struggle between laughter and restraint. Merlin. I truly chose the right day to visit Malfoy Manor. How else could I witness so many amusing events? Carter, in his lifetime, witnessed sheer panic embodied in a small golden snitch, and he could hardly contain his mirth. Nearby, Draco regarded Carter with an expression akin to that reserved for the foolish. Although this elder brother was entertaining, one had to wonder if he was a touch dim, given his incessant chuckling. Asses regarded Carter's contorted expression with bemusement. What has you so spirited today? Carter suppressed his laughter and replied, perhaps it's simply because I am happy today? Happy? I trust you will still find cause to smile in the near future. Asses raised an eyebrow, a teasing glint in his eye. Shall I share something that might bring you even greater joy? Intrigued by Asses's hint, Carter eagerly pressed for details. What joyous news do you have? Asses's lips curled into a sly smile. I just spotted our headmaster. He has recently arrived at Malfoy Manor. The headmaster? Upon catching the key term, Carter's expression shifted instantly. If I heard correctly, you mean Professor Snape? Asses nodded leisurely, relishing the sight of Carter's delight crumbling, before turning to Draco. Draco, do you know Professor Snape? Draco nodded without hesitation. I know him. He sometimes visits our home. Do you like him? This time, Draco hesitated before eventually nodding, albeit uncertainly. Father wants me to like him. He says Mr. Snape is quite remarkable and that I should heed his words, as well as yours, Asses. Now it was Carter's turn to look at Draco as if he were a simpleton. How could this child be so indiscreet, divulging his father's opinion so freely? Asses cast a downward glance at Draco before leaning closer to pat his head. Next time, refrain from sharing such details. Draco nodded, somewhat understanding the implication. He held Asses in high regard, especially since his father had also praised him. Thus, he felt confident in following Asses's guidance. Seeing Draco acquiesce, Asses checked the time with a wave of his hand. It was growing late, and he and Carter needed to depart. Asses turned to Carter, who wore a wry expression, yet still took Draco's hand. The trio proceeded towards the main house of the manor. Ordinarily, they would need to inform the host of their departure. But as Lucius was entertaining guests, Asses hesitated in the living room, contemplating whether to pay a visit to the study to bid farewell. Before he could reach a conclusion, Lucius descended the stairs, followed closely by the robed figure of Snape. Well, that resolves the dilemma. Asses first looked to Lucius, offering a slight nod. Perfect timing, Lucius. Thank you for your hospitality today, but it is getting late, and I believe we should be on our way. I hope our next meeting will be equally pleasant. Lucius returned the gesture with a smile. Of course, I am confident our next encounter will be a delightful one. At this, Snape cast a contemplative glance at Lucius, pondering whether he truly understood Asses. Asses's lips curled into a knowing smile, though he chose not to elaborate further, instead turning to Snape with a more genuine smile than he had shown Lucius. Professor, it is getting late. Shall we take our leave? Snape regarded him coolly, offering a non-committal grunt in response. Carter, seizing the moment, quickly followed Asses in bidding farewell to Snape. Professor, goodbye. We shall see you at the start of term. Snape, maintaining his inscrutable demeanor, nodded at them. Once they received his tacit approval, they turned and exited Malfoy Manor. After the figures of Asses and Carter vanished completely from sight, Lucius turned to his friend beside him, a teasing glint in his eye, and expressed his astonishment. Who would have thought that you, the head of Slytherin, would command such success, with students so obedient to your every word? Snape cast a sidelong glance at Lucius, displaying a distinct lack of interest in engaging with him. "I shall take my leave as well," he stated coldly, and with that he swept away, his black cloak billowing behind him, leaving Lucius and Draco in a state of silent surprise. On their way back, Carter shed his earlier gloom, buzzing around like a diligent bee, incessantly chattering to Ausace about Draco's intriguing qualities. Ausace, while walking, offered perfunctory responses to Carter's exuberance, occasionally uttering a non-committal HM. Carter's fervor persisted until they returned to Cavendish Manor. The moment they stepped inside, he abandoned his pursuit of Ausace and instead darted off to pester Elise. Ausace observed the carefree figure of Carter and found himself questioning his own judgment for the first time, silently mourning for Elise, who would have to endure this bothersome bee. Shaking his head, he made his way into the manor. Time spent in joy always seems to fly, and the brief holiday soon passed in a blink, ushering in the day of the new term. Ausace, accompanied by Carter and Elise, once again arrived at platform 9 3/4. The platform buzzed with activity, just as it had when they first entered Hogwarts, teeming with newly admitted young wizards, and their parents seeing them off. The trio skillfully navigated through the crowd, making their way to the Slytherin carriage, where they chose a compartment towards the front. Before entering, Ausace habitually cast a confundus charm at the door. Only after casting did he remember that no one would intrude upon their compartment. A mere reflex. With a resigned sigh, Ausace entered the compartment, retrieved a book, and settled into a seat by the window. The other two, understanding his intent, took seats across from him, and likewise pulled out their books to read. During their reading, the train journey remained undisturbed, allowing them to immerse themselves fully in their books. When the train finally came to a halt, the three reluctantly set aside their reading, rising to follow the throng of passengers disembarking. Upon stepping off the train and exiting the platform, they noticed an array of horseless carriages awaiting outside. Carter, now in his 4th year and having ridden in the carriages multiple times, was more familiar with them than Ausace and Elise, and thus he was the first to find an unoccupied carriage, pulling back the curtain and gesturing for Ausace and Elise to board. However, Ausace hesitated, circling to the front of the carriage to inspect something. He sensed a surge of magical energy emanating from the area. "Sir, what are you looking at? Is there something special about this carriage?" Elise asked, perplexed. Hearing her question, Ausace paused, as if struck by a thought, and tentatively extended his hand forward. His fingers did not meet emptiness. Instead, they brushed against coarse fur. It was a thestral. The tactile sensation, combined with Elise's inquiry, swiftly led Ausace to ascertain the identity of the creature before him. "A thestral?" Elise echoed, momentarily dazed, her gaze fixed on the strange horse. After a moment's contemplation, she finally connected the name she had heard with the creature before her. So this was a thestral, she could indeed see it. Ausace and Carter remained silent, watching Elise with quiet interest. Thestrals are visible only to those who have witnessed death firsthand. If their assumptions were accurate, it was her father's passing that enabled Elise to perceive the thestral. Carter opened his mouth, wishing to say something, yet while he could bicker with Elise, he found himself at a loss for words when it came to comforting her. Desperately, he turned to Ausace for help. Ausace, recognizing the unspoken plea in Carter's gaze, felt a sense of helplessness. He too was not skilled in the art of consolation. In a moment of resignation, Carter gritted his teeth and called out, "Elise?" Elise snapped back to reality, looking at both of them with a strained smile, signaling that she was fine. She then ascended into the carriage first, and Ausace and Carter exchanged a glance before following her inside. Once they were all seated, the carriage door closed automatically, and the thestral began its swift journey through the shadowy path toward Hogwarts. The thestral moved swiftly and steadily, and before long, they arrived at the gates of Hogwarts. Ausace was the first to alight, and after a moment's hesitation, Carter extended his hand to Elise. She paused briefly before accepting his hand and stepping down. Ausace raised an eyebrow, casting a knowing look at Carter, who avoided his gaze in embarrassment. Subsequently, the three made their way into the Great Hall, taking their seats at the Slytherin table as they awaited the commencement of the welcome feast. During the wait, Ausace discreetly observed Professor Dumbledore at the staff table. He appeared to be in good spirits, which assuaged Ausace's concerns. Just like the previous year, the new students lined up behind Professor McGonagall, ready to be sorted, as the upperclassmen cast their scrutinizing gazes upon them, causing the newcomers to feel a wave of nervousness. The sorting ceremony commenced swiftly, with Professor McGonagall calling out names and the sorting hat assigning students to their houses. Ausace, while distractedly applauding the new Slytherins, found himself unconsciously glancing at the staff table. The professors seemed to be in high spirits today. What could be the reason for such merriment? His inquisitive gaze caught Snape's attention, who shot Aces a disapproving glare. Noticing Snape's glance, Aces smirked slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. Snape's glare intensified momentarily before he averted his gaze with evident displeasure. What could have irked the formidable potions master? Aces pondered, lowering his head in confusion. This year's cohort of first years was relatively small, leading to a brisk sorting ceremony. Once it concluded, the older students proficiently guided the newcomers toward their respective common rooms. Aces and Elise followed closely behind the first years. Inside the common room, familiar faces awaited them. Snape turned, arms crossed, scrutinizing this year's first years before delivering the customary warnings that marked each new academic year. His stern gaze, dark countenance, and deep voice not only rendered the new Slytherins mute with fear, but even intimidated the seasoned upperclassmen. On the first day of school, who could have possibly angered the head of house so swiftly? The older Slytherins mused in dismay. Amidst the gathering of snakes, Aces leaned back on a sofa, nonchalantly toying with his wand, his eyes half closed as he relished the auditory spectacle provided by the Serpent King. Observing the trembling first years, Snape nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, it was not his own diminishing intimidation that was at fault, but rather the sheer ineptitude of the newcomers. Once he deemed the intimidation sufficient, Snape waved his wand, clearing space for the students vying for the position of prefect. This year's competition was not nearly as fierce as the one in which Aces had participated. Under the scrutinizing gaze of the Serpent King, even the snakes who could manage a spell were considered commendable. However, as Snape witnessed the newcomers' lackluster performances, his expression darkened further. Previously, he had not felt the weight of disappointment, but after witnessing Aces's brilliance, observing these novices who could barely grip a wand was infuriating. Startled by Snape's increasingly ominous demeanor, Aces opened his eyes and surveyed the surrounding scene. Assessing the situation, he stood up unhurriedly. "Professor, I wonder if I might have the honor of seeking your counsel," he remarked, his tone laced with a hint of arrogance and mirth. The younger Slytherins gaped in astonishment, unable to believe someone would dare to challenge the headmaster. Upon recognizing Aces, they suddenly grew eager for the impending duel. Snape raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. As for Aces's prowess, he possessed a modest understanding. It was clear that ordinary adult wizards would rarely pose a challenge to him. However, he was no mere wizard among the crowd. Snape strode into the center of the lounge, brandishing his wand and expanding the surrounding space. Aces approached, raising his wand to clear the debris around him. The older Slytherins instinctively retreated with the younger ones, clearing a space for their duel. It was important to note that the headmaster was engaged in a genuine wizarding duel, not simply a game of make-believe like theirs. A careless misstep could result in a visit to the infirmary for days, or worse, a direct encounter with Merlin himself. Snape and Aces took their positions opposite each other. Aces's brow furrowed in discontent at the stance they had assumed. Both raised their wands and bowed slightly to one another before turning away, and taking a few steps back. Almost simultaneously, they spun around to face each other. Wands at the ready. Without hesitation, Aces cast a protective charm upon himself, successfully blocking Snape's initial assault. Observing the nearly shattered shield, Aces's lips twitched. "Professor, you do strike with remarkable force." Noticing Aces's momentary distraction, Snape raised an eyebrow and intensified his onslaught. Soon enough, Aces found himself too preoccupied to lose focus. He deftly evaded Snape's spells while seizing opportunities to counterattack. Considering the students surrounding them, both combatants refrained from employing any lethal spells. Nevertheless, their creative incantations and inventive countermeasures kept the younger Slytherins enthralled. Sleepyhead, Petrificus Totalis. They nimbly dodged each other's spells. Yet two unfortunate Slytherins were not so fortunate. One collapsed into slumber while the other was rendered immobile. The surrounding students gasped in astonishment, instinctively stepping back. Chapter 76, The Duel and the Injury. As the younger Slytherins stood frozen in shock, the duel continued on the stage, spells ricocheting back and forth. "I'm running low on magic," Aces thought while dodging a spell aimed at him. Assessing the reserves of his own power, glancing up, he observed that Snape's fury had waned considerably. It was time to conclude this. Aces, with decisive clarity, feigned a vulnerability while evading the next spell. In the blink of an eye, Snape's wand deftly sent Aces's wand flying. The force of the impact struck Aces's wrist, dislodging his wand and simultaneously injuring him. A distinct crack resonated through the air. The younger Slytherins clearly heard the sound as Aces's wrist dropped limply. They gazed up at Snape in terror. "Merlin, our headmaster is truly formidable." Carter and Eliza, who had been watching from a distance, exchanged glances that turned icy as they regarded Snape. Snape lowered his wand, frowning as he examined Aces's wrist. Asus himself felt little discomfort, merely giving his injured hand a gentle shake, and concluding that it was likely dislocated. Thank you for your restraint, Professor. It appears my wrist is dislocated, but it should be manageable. To alleviate Snape's potential guilt, Asus spoke first. Snape, furrowing his brow, approached and grasped Asus's hand, scrutinizing it closely. Upon confirming the dislocation, his expression softened slightly. Stowing his wand, Snape gripped Asus's hand and with a forceful twist, realigned the dislocated wrist. Asus maintained his composure, while the surrounding students shuddered in unison. From a distance, they could only hear the same crack as before, signaling that Asus's wrist had been set back in place. Merlin, the most terrifying thing in the world is that after you are injured, your headmaster is also responsible for your treatment. Once his wrist was aligned, Snape summoned Asus's wand and handed it back to him. Thank you, Professor, Asus replied. Snape's expression remained stern, ignoring the gratitude as he turned to announce the conclusion of the day's selection process to the Slytherins. He then cast a dark glance towards Asus. You come with me. Without waiting for Asus's response, Snape strode out of the lounge, leaving the younger Slytherins to exchange sympathetic looks with Asus. That day, every Slytherin left with a clear understanding of their headmaster's formidable nature, especially the newcomers who, on their first day in Slytherin, had engraved a mental note to never cross their headmaster. Observing Snape exit the doorway, Asus hastily followed. As he stepped out of the lounge, he turned back to warn Carter and Eliza with a glance. Satisfied with their nods, he felt reassured as he departed. Snape walked briskly, his black robe swirling as he swept through the corridors of Hogwarts. However, Asus had grown significantly taller since the previous year, and keeping pace with Snape was no longer a struggle. He followed at a leisurely pace, even finding time to rub his wrist. The two weaved through the hallways of Hogwarts until they reached the basement. Snape's footsteps did not falter as he flung open the door to the potions chamber. Miss Medusa, stationed by the door, was momentarily dazed by Snape's abrupt entrance, her vision darkening. Shaking her head to regain her bearings, she glanced at Snape, whose grim visage left her too intimidated to voice any complaints, merely directing a resentful glare at Asus. It was undoubtedly his fault that Snape was in such a foul mood, drawing her ire as collateral damage. Facing Medusa's accusatory gaze, Asus shrugged and returned a look of innocence. What do I need to invite you in, Mr. Asus? The potions master's somber voice echoed from within, prompting Asus to hastily avert his gaze from Medusa and step into the chamber. Inside, the potions master lounged on the couch, his face obscured by shadows, rendering his expression inscrutable. Professor? Asus ventured cautiously, standing before him. Snape lifted his gaze, scoffing lightly, his tone resolute. You were holding back earlier. He then regarded Asus with a mocking expression. It seems I am indeed too weak a professor, otherwise I would not require the esteemed Mr. Asus to temper his abilities. Professor, please do not say that. I was not holding back. My magic was nearly depleted. If you wish to verify, you may. Asus replied, exasperated, having not anticipated that his feigned vulnerability would be misconstrued as deliberate restraint. With your strength, how could you possibly require me to hold back? Perhaps it is you who should be tempering your own expectations. Asus's explanation seemed to miraculously dissipate Snape's ire. He huffed, refraining from rebuttal, studying Asus for a moment before rising to retrieve a vial of potion from the cabinet behind him, tossing it to Asus. I hope Mr. Asus will learn to respect others in the future. Of course, Professor, I will remember. Asus caught the potion and opened it to pour some onto his wrist. Observing Asus's actions, Snape couldn't help but scowl, delivering a sarcastic remark. If you intend to use this to suggest I am unfit to be a professor, I regret to inform you that you have failed. Upon opening a potion, what is the first step? Did I not mention this during class? Asus paused, glancing at the potion in his hand, then reluctantly gave it a shake. Professor, I am fully aware of what this potion is. Humph, it is best that way. Snape crossed his arms dismissively. He then turned away, taking a seat at his desk and observing Asus, who stood like a statue, before coldly urging him to leave. I assume you do not wish to spend your first day of term in detention. Very well, Professor, I shall take my leave. Asus understood implicitly and promptly exited the potions chamber. Clutching the potion, he made his way back to the common room. At that moment in the common lounge, the curious little snakes had dispersed, leaving only a few still engaged in chatter. As Asus entered the lounge, he was met with a handful of inquisitive gazes, yet none of the little snakes approached him to intrude. Scanning the room, Asus spotted Carter and Elise huddled in a corner and walked towards them. Upon Asus's arrival, Carter and Elise promptly stood up. Sir, are you all right? Elise asked, Her eyes filled with concern as she examined Assis's wrist. For a wizard, the wrist is of paramount importance, as it influences the speed and subtlety of their spellcasting. Assis expressionlessly raised his hand and rotated his wrist. The fluid motion brought relief to both of them. Once they had a clear view, Assis withdrew his hand and settled onto the sofa in the lounge. I appreciate your concern, but the challenge was initiated by me, and my injuries are a result of my own inadequacies. Do you understand? Assis fixed his gaze on Carter and Elise, his tone flat yet imbued with an air of undeniable authority. Both lowered their heads, responding in muted agreement. Observing their lingering discontent, Assis sighed. If you were to challenge me and I inadvertently harmed you, would you hold it against me? Of course not. It wasn't intentional. They both exclaimed. Assis chuckled softly. Precisely. If you wouldn't blame me, then I certainly shall not blame the professor. Instantly, the two found themselves at a loss for words. Very well, since you have come to terms with this, you ought to return and rest. The hour grows late, Assis said, smoothing out the creases in his attire as he stood. The two nodded in agreement. Subsequently, the three of them turned and made their way back to their respective dormitories. The following day marked the official commencement of the Hogwarts academic year, which fell on a Friday. That day, the second-year Slytherins were scheduled for their first class of charms. When the little snakes arrived in the charms classroom, Professor Flitwick was already standing on the small pedestal gifted to him by Assis during Christmas, awaiting their arrival. Spotting Assis, Professor Flitwick greeted him with a warm smile. Ah, Mr. Cavendish. How was your holiday? It was delightful, though I must lament its brevity, Assis replied, feigning exasperation as he shrugged his shoulders. Professor Flitwick mimicked Assis's gesture. I have no control over that. Perhaps you should consult with Professor Dumbledore? I dare not, Assis replied, casually finding a seat in the classroom while smiling at Professor Flitwick. The professor chuckled in return, glancing at the time before waving his wand to close the classroom door. All right, I believe it's time for us to commence our lesson. Today, we shall begin by reviewing the dancing spell. With that, Professor Flitwick waved his wand, placing a pineapple in front of each student. This was the content of last semester's examination. Make the pineapple perform a tap dance across your desks. Upon receiving their pineapples, the young wizards instinctively began to employ the dancing spell. Assis raised his wand and made a motion. However, just as the spell was about to be cast, he sensed something amiss. He abruptly severed the flow of his magical energy, interrupting the incantation. The consequence of this action felt as though a boulder had struck his chest, rendering him breathless. Assis gripped his wand tightly, the veins on his hand bulging as he stifled the rising apprehension within. Elise, noticing his distress, looked at him with concern. Sir, are you all right? Assis shook his head, signaling that he was fine. He then lifted his wand again, attempting to cast the spell once more. This time, he proceeded with far greater caution, slowing his pace to feel the flow of magic within him. The energy coursed along the intended path, ultimately reaching the tip of his wand and being released. This time the spell was successfully cast without issue, as if the earlier mishap had merely been a figment of Assis's imagination. Yet, Assis was acutely aware that it was not a mere illusion. There was an underlying problem with his magic. His brow furrowed in confusion as he pondered the cause of this anomaly. The sudden disruption rendered him unable to focus on the lesson, his mind preoccupied as he absently fiddled with his wand while listening to Professor Flitwick. At last, when the class concluded, he was called over by Professor Flitwick. Mr. Cavendish, please wait a moment. Assis halted his departure, nodding to Elise to signal her to leave first. Professor Flitwick did not keep Assis waiting long. He quickly gathered his belongings and approached him. Mr. Cavendish, may we have a word in my office? Assis nodded nonchalantly, his mind still consumed with thoughts of his magical issues, leaving little room for other considerations. Upon entering the office, Professor Flitwick pulled out a chair for Assis to sit. He then tapped the desk, causing a steaming cup of hot cocoa to appear. I believe this hot cocoa will help you to calm down. Assis silently took a sip, the sweetness slightly easing his turmoil. You seem troubled. Would you care to share with me what's on your mind? Professor Flitwick inquired gently. Assis lifted his gaze to meet the professor's, noting the concern etched on his face. After a moment's hesitation, he began to speak. It seems that there is an issue with my magic. Professor Flitwick furrowed his brow. What kind of issue? When I was casting the dancing spell earlier, I noticed that it changed unexpectedly at the last moment. Changed? Professor Flitwick echoed, perplexed. He struggled to grasp Assis's meaning. Assis pondered for a moment. Initially, the magic flowed as I intended, but at the very end, it suddenly became uncontrollable, altering on its own. Upon hearing Assis's explanation, Professor Flitwick's expression shifted to one of seriousness. You mean to say that your magic suddenly became unmanageable? Yes. Professor Flitwick, do you know why this is happening? Acis asked. Bewildered. Instead of answering immediately, Professor Flitwick posed a question of his own. Mr. Cavendish, have you ever completely exhausted your magical energy, thoroughly? Acis paused, then responded, yes, once. He recalled a time last semester when he had faced Voldemort, and all his magical energy was siphoned away by a magical array. Professor Flitwick's countenance darkened. Professor Flitwick? What is wrong with my magic? How does it relate to magical exhaustion? Acis inquired, confusion evident in his gaze. Noticing Acis's growing anxiety, Professor Flitwick softened his expression before explaining. We all know that a young wizard's magical capacity increases with age. During this period, due to their insufficient mastery over spells, young wizards seldom exhaust their magic completely. However, there is something you may not be aware of. Excessive depletion of magical energy can lead to magical surges, characterized by a sudden loss of control over one's magic. Acis's brow knitted tighter at this revelation, as it aligned with his own predicament. Professor Flitwick continued. Magical surges are exceedingly perilous, both for you and for those around you. Therefore, it is imperative that a professor supervises you closely. At this point, Professor Flitwick hesitated, gazing at Acis with a hint of conflict. What is it, Professor Flitwick? Acis pressed. It is manageable during the day, with professors keeping a watchful eye during classes. But at night. Professor Flitwick did not finish his thought, yet Acis understood the implication. Do you mind if I inform your head of house about this matter? Professor Flitwick suddenly inquired. His question stemmed from having witnessed the tense exchanges between Acis and Snape last semester. Acis shook his head, indicating that he had no objections. Professor Flitwick let out a small sigh of relief. Ultimately, Acis is a student of Slytherin, and it is rather inappropriate for him to take matters into his own hands. It would be prudent to discuss with Severus where Acis should be sent. Of course, it would be even better if Severus were willing to supervise him, as having a master of potions nearby would greatly enhance Acis's safety. Given the urgency of the situation, Flitwick decided to excuse Acis from his next class and led him toward the cellar. Upon reaching the door of the cellar, Flitwick raised his hand and knocked. The door was quickly opened, and Flitwick stepped inside. My apologies for the intrusion, Severus, but there is a matter you might need to be informed about. Snape looked up at Flitwick, his gaze pausing momentarily as it swept over Acis. What is it? Has this giant caused him trouble? Flitwick assessed Snape's expression, choosing his words with care, unwilling to see Acis reprimanded. Today in class, I noticed something amiss with Acis. After class, I kept him behind to inquire, and I discovered he might be on the verge of a magical outburst. A magical outburst? Snape's expression darkened abruptly, recalling Acis's explanation from the previous night. Yes, indeed. A magical outburst. I asked him, and he mentioned he had previously experienced a depletion of magical energy. Depletion of magical energy? Snape's face was impassive as he turned to Acis. Come here, extend your hand. Acis obediently approached, while Flitwick opened his mouth, prepared to advise Snape not to be too harsh. Acis stood before Snape, naturally extending his hand. Without hesitation, Snape grasped Acis's hand, channeling magical energy into him. Wait. What are they doing? The magic coursed through Acis's body before being retracted. When did this occur? Snape's demeanor darkened as if he could drip water from it. Understanding the implication, Acis quickly began to explain. It wasn't yesterday, it was last semester. Wait, I misspoke. Acis felt a chill run down his spine. He had narrowly escaped last semester, and now it seemed all was lost. Last semester? Snape's mind immediately recalled the events of Halloween that term. Narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Acis, his voice sharp. On Halloween? Acis nodded helplessly, aware that he could not hide the truth from the professor. Flitwick observed their interaction, slightly perplexed. Who had informed him? Their dynamic was entirely different. However, this was fortuitous. It meant Severus would likely not disregard the welfare of the child. Severus. Flitwick interjected, breaking the tense standoff. I spoke with Mr. Cavendish. While it is manageable during the day, with professors overseeing classes, it is rather perilous to leave him alone in the dormitory at night. Snape's expression soured, his brow furrowing. He understood Flitwick's implication, and recognized the danger of allowing Acis to remain alone in the dormitory. However, the idea of watching over this giant at night? Snape fixed a steady gaze on Acis, his expression inscrutable. He scrutinized him for an extended time, so long that Flitwick contemplated whether he should suggest placing Acis in the infirmary. He will stay in the cellar, Snape suddenly declared, his face pale and his tone icy. Yet the content of his words nearly made Flitwick gasp. Merlin, he had not anticipated this. He had even prepared for the possibility of where to send Assis if Snape were to refuse. That is good, Flitwick replied, relieved. It seems this child has undergone some changes unknown to me. Professor Flitwick did not linger, and after Snape's agreement, he turned to leave the cellar, leaving Assis to face Snape's cold gaze alone. Assis pressed his lips together. I apologize for the trouble, Professor. It seemed he had constantly been a source of inconvenience for the professor. Snape sneered, his eyes fixated on Assis. It appears Mr. Assis remains disinclined to elucidate what transpired during last semester's Halloween, which resulted in his magical energy being depleted to the extent that even a restorative potion would incite a magical outburst. Assis lowered his head, silent. He understood that this was Snape's concern, but he truly did not know what to say or could say. He had vowed not to endanger the professor. Observing Assis's lowered head and his unwavering demeanor, Snape maintained a stern expression, his lips pressed tight. Was this his notion of trust? Very well. He hoped Mr. Cavendish would remain just as obstinate during his magical outburst. With that, he turned to leave. Snape's indifferent tone and shifting address caused Assis to feel a pang of anxiety. He abruptly lifted his gaze to Snape. Professor, I am truly sorry, but this concerns your safety, and I cannot disclose it. Snape halted. His safety? He was bemused, incredulous that he would require a child to concern himself with his well-being. Snape turned back, regarding the flustered Assis with an impassive countenance. I believe I am not so weak as to require a child to worry about my safety. Now tell me what happened. Assis knew that if he remained silent, their relationship would undoubtedly plummet to frigid depths. After a moment's contemplation, he gathered his thoughts and chose his words carefully, revealing only what he could. Professor, I know you are formidable, but even the slightest chance is too great a risk for me to wager with your safety. Thus, I can only inform you that I have a rather troublesome adversary, and I resorted to some measures to deal with him. That is all I can disclose. Please do not be upset, Professor. With that, Assis cautiously raised his eyes to gauge Snape's reaction. Snape's expression remained stern. Yet the slight easing of his brows indicated to Assis that he was not as incensed as before. Assis lowered his gaze, concealing the emotions in his eyes, and silently exhaled in relief. Chapter 79, Moving into the Cellar. In the cellar, Assis sat on the sofa, hesitating as he regarded Snape. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Professor? What is it? Speak, Snape replied, his attention still fixed on his papers, the quill scratching furiously across the page. What drivel is this that dares to be submitted? Where will I be sleeping tonight? Snape paused in his marking, looking up, his gaze sweeping across the cellar before settling on the storage room. The storage room. Clean it yourself. Following his gaze, Assis stared vacantly for a moment. If you find it too austere, our esteemed Mr. Assis might as well try experiencing a magical outburst alone, and waiting for death. The ominous tone of Snape's voice conveyed his irritation. Sensing Snape's impatience, Assis offered a sheepish smile. I did not mean it that way, Professor. It's just that I cannot currently control my magic. Snape paused, suddenly recalling the situation. This troublesome giant. Though irked, he set down his quill and took his wand to the storage room. Professor, I would like to return to the dormitory to retrieve some belongings. Snape nodded impatiently from the storage room. Once granted permission, Assis left the cellar, heading toward his dormitory. Damn. What had he been thinking to allow this giant to reside in the cellar? Snape waved his wand irritably, organizing the cluttered storage room, questioning his past judgment. How could he have permitted an invasion of his private domain? His private domain. The sweeping of his wand grew more vigorous, reflecting the turmoil within him. By the time Assis returned to the cellar, Snape had already tidied the storage room. The repurposed storage room mirrored the cellar's style, simple and cold. He meticulously arranged the items he brought, infusing the frigid bedroom with a semblance of life. After tidying up, Assis ventured out in search of the potion master. After a thorough search, his gaze fell upon the slightly ajar door of the potion room, and his intuition suggested that the potion master was inside. Approaching the threshold, he caught sight through the narrow opening of the potion master diligently brewing potions. With his head bowed, he was engrossed in the task at hand, oblivious to Assis' presence. The cauldron emitted steam, swirling upwards, obscuring the potion master's face in a haze. Beneath the veil of mist, he appeared less austere, his demeanor softened. Recalling the eyes he had seen back home, Assis found himself drawn to them. The rising steam masked the potion master's expression, but could not conceal the brilliance in his eyes, dark orbs shimmering with starlight, captivating and radiant. It seemed that only in the presence of potions did the professor reveal such authenticity and vitality. His passion for potion-making mirrored Ausace's own fervor for alchemy. This realization struck Ausace with sudden clarity. He stood entranced, observing every motion of the potion master, missing not a single detail, until the professor began to conclude his work, jolting Ausace back to awareness of his own impropriety. Flustered, he averted his gaze and turned to depart from the doorway. Snape finished bottling the last potion, surveying his evening's labor with satisfaction, admiring the impeccable quality of his work. Having completed his daily tasks, he proceeded to close the wooden door of the potion room, intending to wash up and retire for the night. As he passed the storage room, a sudden memory of the giant he had brought back struck him. After a brief moment of hesitation, Snape pushed open the door to the storage room. The decor remained as he had left it, with Ausace having made minimal alterations apart from placing his personal items. Snape frowned as he scanned the room, finding no sign of Ausace. Damn that giant. Does it not comprehend its circumstances? How dare it roam about recklessly? Snape's expression darkened as he turned to seek out Ausace. Just as he pivoted, a rustling sound reached his ears, and he instinctively raised his wand, directing it toward the source of the noise, which turned out to be a simple, antiquated trunk. The trunk suddenly popped open, revealing a head peeking out. Ausace. Snape's wand lowered. Professor? What brings you here? Snape regarded Ausace and the trunk on the floor, his voice cold. I assume your giant brain remembers that this is my cellar. Noticing Snape's gaze fixated on his trunk, Ausace began to explain. This is an alchemical trunk enhanced with a concealment expansion charm. It houses my workshop and herb garden. Would you care to take a look, Professor? Ausace invited Snape candidly. Intrigued by the trunk and the herb garden, Snape pressed his lips together and approached. Ausace descended further, making way for Snape. The trunk's interior was spacious, allowing both of them to walk side by side on the staircase without feeling cramped. At the bottom of the stairs, Ausace's private world unfurled for Snape for the very first time. The trunk's interior resembled a miniature estate akin to the Cavendish Manor, albeit lacking its grandeur, featuring only a charming little villa. Surrounding it were several designated areas for the herb garden, flourishing with a variety of herbs, all meticulously tended by Ausace. The assortment included many rare species, and as Snape's gaze swept over them, he spotted numerous materials he needed. Observing Snape's attention linger on the herb garden, Ausace chuckled softly, gesturing towards it. Help yourself to anything you require. It was a gift from home, and I cannot use it all. Noticing Snape's silence, Ausace raised an eyebrow. As a trade, might I receive 1/3 of the potions you prepare, Professor? This is a perfectly reasonable arrangement. The fee for a potion master is indeed quite steep. Snape cast a sidelong glance at Ausace and nodded, tacitly agreeing to the deal. They continued deeper into the trunk, with Ausace providing an overview. The villa's ground floor comprised 3 rooms: the alchemical workshop, the materials storage, and the potion room. The first room was the alchemical workshop, adjacent to which was the materials storage, leading further to the potion room. As they passed the alchemical workshop, the door stood ajar, revealing a chaotic scene within. Papers were strewn across the tables, various alchemical materials scattered about, the entire workshop cluttered with disarray. Ausace's face stiffened. He had just emerged from there, and had not the time to tidy up. Fortunately, Snape appeared disinterested in alchemy, swiftly bypassing the chaos and proceeding to the potion room. Upon entering the potion room, the contrast was stark. It was immaculate and orderly, clearly indicating that the owner did not frequent it often. Ausace felt a twinge of guilt as he glanced at Snape's expression. Chapter 80 Subtle Movements. Snape's countenance revealed nothing. He surveyed the surroundings, suddenly furrowing his brow, seemingly unable to contain his irritation. Snatching his wand, Snape employed a levitation charm to rearrange the items within the room. Bottles and jars danced through the air, settling into new positions. If you devoted half the thought you give to alchemy to potions, you would understand how to arrange these materials without compromising their properties. Ausace hurried to inspect the repositioned bottles and jars, each containing materials that required protection from heat and light. Merlin, this potion room had been arranged by his father, and the materials placed by him as well. Ausace had never noticed these intricacies, having visited infrequently. It was evident that the potion master possessed an astute eye for potions. Very well, Professor, I understand. Fearing Snape might pursue this issue further, Ausace quickly redirected him upstairs. Professor, the upper floor contains copies of the books I brought from home. Would you like to take a look? Snape cast a dispassionate glance at Ausace, his expression indicating agreement. Ausace promptly exited the potion room, leading the way. As they ascended the staircase to the second floor, a grave thought struck Ausace. He had not destroyed the diary of Voldemort's Horcrux upon acquiring it. He needed it to verify something and had stashed it among the books on the second floor. This realization caused his body to tense, though he quickly relaxed. Continuing his ascent without pausing. The Horcrux was bound by numerous protective enchantments, and he had secured it with additional measures. The professor would not discover it. With his back to Snape, he could not see the professor's expression, and merely continued upward. Upon reaching the second floor, Snape's attention was drawn to the collection of books, and he surpassed Aces to approach the bookshelf. Aces' gaze remained anxiously fixed on Snape. Snape paused, casually pulled a book from the shelf, flipped through its pages and returned it. After surveying the surroundings for a brief moment, he turned to descend the stairs, mindful that it was already late at night. Feeling the weight of Snape's gaze lessen, he found himself unable to suppress a slight tightening of his lips. Just as they were about to leave the second floor, Snape suddenly spoke. "Next time, if you wish to avoid revealing yourself, refrain from looking at me with that foolish expression." Upon hearing Snape's words, a cold sweat broke out on Aces' back. Snape halted, pivoting to face Aces. "I am uncertain what you wish to conceal. Yet if you choose to shroud your intentions, it would be prudent to do so with greater finesse, lest you commit an egregious blunder born from foolish trust. Does Mr. Aces truly expect his professor to act as if he were blind, oblivious to all?" In the face of Snape's derision and admonitions, Aces nodded, his expression a blend of confusion and contemplation. Was the professor endeavoring to remind him of his missteps? Was he imparting wisdom? Aces should be grateful that Snape had refrained from employing the soul extraction charm upon him. Had he done so, he would surely have unleashed venomous ire upon learning Aces's thoughts. As a professional spy, he found it intolerable that this foolish giant bore his problems so transparently upon his countenance. This was akin to the saying from the East, "There is no silver here." Despite the 300 tails, and utterly more foolish than the lions. Having departed from the second floor, Aces stifled a yawn, and prepared to guide Snape through other areas. Snape, catching this moment out of the corner of his eye, waved his wand, conjuring the time to hover in midair. "Do I need to remind you of the hour?" Aces, his mind dulled by drowsiness, gazed at the floating time in bewilderment. How late it had grown! It dawned on him that it was indeed the dead of night. He looked up, only to find Snape turning to depart. "Professor," he called. Snape halted, glancing back with curiosity. "Good night, Professor," Aces said, meeting Snape's gaze. Snape merely snorted and shot him a sidelong glance, offering no response before walking away. After Snape's departure, Aces attended to his evening routine, and prepared for bed. Initially, he had anticipated a restless night in an unfamiliar place, yet he found himself drifting off to sleep almost immediately. He enjoyed a peaceful slumber. The following morning, his biological clock forcibly roused him. Upon opening his eyes, the unfamiliar room jolted Aces into full awareness. It took a brief moment for him to recollect that he had taken residence in the professor's cellar. The cellar. Remembering this, Aces quickly retrieved his wand from the bedside and waved it. The time indicated that it was still early. He was not late. With a sigh of relief, Aces descended from his bed, washed up, and prepared for class. Having tidied himself, Aces opened the door to the cellar and stepped out. The cellar was devoid of life, and the door to the potion's master's chamber was firmly shut. He had likely not yet awakened. After a moment's thought, Aces returned to his room and re-emerged with a note in hand that read, "Professor, I have gone to the Great Hall." He placed the note on the table, and then exited the cellar. The hour was still early, and the flow of young witches and wizards was sparse. Those passing by the cellar were even fewer. Aces made his way past the basement, unnoticed as he emerged from the depths. As he passed the common room, he happened upon Ellis emerging through the door. "Sir," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise. "Where were you yesterday? We couldn't find you." Aces gestured for her to join him, and Ellis hurried to match his stride. "I shall be residing in the cellar for the time being, so there is no need to search for me." "The cellar? Sir, you?" Noticing Aces's sidelong glance, Ellis withdrew her unfinished thought. "Very well, I understand, sir. Sir, regarding the little habits you mentioned, I truly cannot seem to rid myself of them." As the two proceeded toward the Great Hall, small snakes occasionally greeted them along the way. Aces nodded in acknowledgement while responding to Ellis's inquiry. "If you find it impossible to abandon your little habits, why not explore whether they might serve a purpose of their own?" Aces paused, seemingly recalling something, and a smile crept across his face. "That day during my duel with Professor Snape, I wonder if you noticed the subtle movements he made while casting spells." "Professor Snape's movements?" Ellis pondered, her brow furrowing in confusion. However, given the circumstances at that moment, one could hardly focus on such minutiae. for the impressive displays from both combatants rendered all else trivial. With no other option, Ellis regarded Acis with a perplexed expression. His wrist, Acis prompted. His wrist? Ellis remained baffled. Observing her confusion, Acis endeavored to clarify. At the moment he casts a spell, his wrist exhibits a slight tremor. Not a shake, but rather a habitual motion. This subtle movement amplifies the potency of his spells, making it challenging for opponents to predict their trajectory. Thus, I found it exceedingly difficult to evade his attacks. On several occasions, I barely managed to avoid them. You must have noticed how I often dodged at the last possible moment, correct? Acis inquired incredulously. Ellis nodded, a hint of embarrassment coloring her response. Very well. I regret to inform you that you could have gleaned much more from that duel. Acis continued. It was not that I was unwilling to evade early, rather, I could not ascertain the direction of Professor Snape's spellwork, and his speed was formidable. I narrowly escaped several curses. Acis added, Professor Snape is truly formidable, I assure you. Should you face him, it would take no more than a single round before you were dispatched. I have yet to mention that, were it not for his ability to sense magical energies, he might not have lasted as long as he did. In the latter part of the duel, he relied almost entirely on the fluctuations of magic to evade attacks. Arriving at the Great Hall, Acis paused his discourse and took a seat at the Slytherin table. Just as the meal concluded, the windows of the hall swung open once more, and owls swooped in, seeking their respective masters. Aurora landed gracefully before Acis. Aurora was the white owl belonging to the Cavendish family, which Acis had claimed, thus bestowing upon it a name befitting its snowy plumage. Aurora shook off the morning dew and, with a delicate gait, revealed the letter clasped in its talons. Acis reached out to take the letter, while Aurora settled nearby to enjoy the remnants of Acis's breakfast. Upon opening the letter, he found only a singular, succinct message. No harm done between the two. After a moment of contemplation, Acis penned a response. Proceed. Once Aurora had satisfied its hunger, Acis entrusted the letter to it. Aurora grasped the correspondence, fluffed its wings, and soared back into the sky. Acis watched the direction in which Aurora departed, concern etched across his features. During the waning days of his vacation, the Duke and Anna had appeared preoccupied, their faces marked by worry, yet they had divulged nothing to him regarding their endeavors. Unable to quell his unease, he had placed a trusted individual near the Duke and Anna before leaving home. This person, whom he had previously implored the Duke to rescue, was bound by an unbreakable oath to obey his commands without question. Rest assured, when it came to the safety of his family, Acis was anything but careless. His sole command to this individual was to report on the Duke's safety, and to do everything within their power to ensure their protection. After Aurora had vanished from sight, Acis rose and, accompanied by Ellis, made his way to the classroom. Before departing, Acis glanced back at the head table, where a scant few professors continued their breakfast. Yet, the figure for whom he sought remained absent. Was he still asleep? Or was he simply foregoing breakfast? Furrowing his brow, Acis exited the Great Hall. The first class for Slytherin that day was Transfiguration with Professor McGonagall. After expounding on the theory, Professor McGonagall presented a beetle before each young witch and wizard. Today's lesson involved transforming the beetle into a button. Professor McGonagall, evidently aware of Acis's situation, cast a worried glance at him as he waved his wand. Acis, however, remained composed, methodically waving his wand to control the flow of his magic, directing it toward the beetle. Under his careful guidance, the beetle gradually morphed from head to toe, inch by inch, into a button. Mr. Cavendish's transfiguration skills have become increasingly remarkable. For his exquisite prowess, Slytherin is awarded 5 points. Professor McGonagall could never have anticipated that, despite the tumultuous surge of magical energy, Acis would still be the first student to complete his transfiguration. She regarded Acis with admiration. However, he remained unfazed by her praise and the additional points. His gaze was solemnly fixed upon his wand. He could distinctly sense his magical power surging uncontrollably, becoming increasingly difficult to manage. Though it was still within his grasp at present, he pondered how long that would last. Having accomplished his task, Acis casually waved his wand, nonchalantly guiding the nearby Elise, while other nearby Slytherins approached him for assistance. Acis did not mind. Teaching one or a group was of little difference to him, so he instructed them collectively. Soon, under his guidance, several Slytherins successfully completed their tasks, earning additional points for Slytherin. The little badgers across the room gazed enviously at the Slytherins receiving assistance. Professor McGonagall observed this scene with a sense of satisfaction, recognizing Mr. Cavendish as a genuinely good child, while Acis did not dwell on it. He couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance when he noticed Professor McGonagall leaving Slytherin's students in his care, while she attended to the Hufflepuff students. Who, after all, was the instructor here? Yet, there was no escaping the fact that Professor McGonagall had evidently entrusted her Slytherin pupils to him. Faced with the eager Slytherins, asses could only concentrate on teaching. As the lesson progressed, an entire class period passed. Everyone was elated, with the exception of Assis. Professor McGonagall had someone to share the teaching load with, the students had guidance, yet Assis remained perpetually occupied. The next lesson would continue with both Slytherins and Badgers attending Professor Snape's potions class. The potions classroom was as cold and forbidding as ever. Upon entering, Assis could clearly see even the Slytherins shudder slightly. He, however, felt little discomfort, as he was accustomed to the chill of the dungeons, far colder than the potions classroom. They arrived just in time. As they settled into their seats, the classroom door was forcefully swung open. Assis found himself wincing as the wooden door rebounded, recalling an incident from his first year when he had nearly been struck by it. Lost in thought, his reverie was abruptly interrupted by a heavy thud as Snape's hand struck the desk, his gaze seething with displeasure directed at the distracted Assis. The audacity of the troll! How dare he be inattentive in Snape's class? The surrounding Slytherins instinctively held their breath, anxiously glancing at Assis. They remembered vividly how their head had once broken Assis's wrist. Surely he would not suffer such a fate again today. The Badgers, confused by the tension, were nonetheless intimidated into silence by the Potions Master's imposing presence. Chapter 82, Potions Class Part 2. Assis snapped back to reality, looking up at the Potions Master with a puzzled expression. Wasn't class supposed to commence? Snape felt a peculiar frustration akin to striking a pillow. He stared impassively at Assis, grappling with the urge to poison him on the spot. The little wizards surrounding Assis felt as if they were being pierced by the deadly glare of the Serpent King. They desperately wished to diminish their presence, yearning to vanish from sight. Ultimately, Snape chose to remain silent. With a grim countenance, he turned and waved his wand, signaling the start of the lesson. Perhaps due to his foul mood, the Potions Master exhibited an even greater impatience than usual. After explaining the potion for the day, an antidote for swelling, he furrowed his brow, indicating that everyone should begin brewing. The Slytherins and Badgers, wary of provoking him, obediently gathered their materials. Assis, however, did not rush to begin. He observed Snape's pale complexion, suspecting he had perhaps come to class without having breakfast. Snape's gaze caught Assis's, and with a scowl he snapped, "What? Do you need me to fetch your materials for you? Perhaps even brew the potion for you, young master?" "Of course not, Professor. I shall attend to it immediately," Assis replied, rising to gather the remaining ingredients. Upon returning to his seat, he ignited the cauldron and proceeded to brew with meticulous order. Once everyone had gathered their materials and prepared to begin, Snape descended from the front. The swish of his black robes sent shivers through the little wizards. And as the fabric brushed past Assis, he noticed the dark circles under Snape's eyes. His stirring paused momentarily before resuming. Hadn't the professor gone to bed at the same time as him the previous night? Why did he appear so haggard? Assis mused while observing Snape's expression. He caught sight of a Slytherin struggling with his task and casually remarked, "You ought to add the powdered mixture now." Indeed, Snape was feeling the effects of fatigue, having discovered some herbs he required in Assis's trunk the previous night. After leaving, he returned to the potions room to begin brewing, intending to prepare ahead of time, before collecting more herbs later. Thus, his actual sleep time was quite limited. Noticing Snape's unmistakable weariness and irritation, Assis furrowed his brow, instinctively accelerating his pace. After completing the low-heat heating process, he waved his wand to seal the potion. With the potion ready, he approached the Potions Master, who was inspecting the classroom. "Professor, I have completed the potion." Snape glared at Assis with displeasure, his tone laced with sarcasm. "I never would have expected Mr. Assis to be so exceptional enough to resort to such a foolish method to garner attention." Ignoring the Potions Master's frosty demeanor, Assis thrust the potion bottle into Snape's hands. "Please inspect this and then take a moment to rest. While I may not compare to your expertise, my skills are sufficient to ensure they do not encounter any issues." Snape's retort faltered momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. "If you wish to perish, as your professor, I can begrudgingly provide you with a vial of poison. There is no need for such roundabout approaches." It was only then that Assis remembered his own turbulent surge of magical energy. He concentrated momentarily, responding to Snape, "No need for concern, Professor. I can still manage it for the time being, especially with your presence here." Snape fell silent for a moment. He truly lacked the patience to oversee these imbeciles wasting materials. Do as you wish, he replied, pocketing the potion and making his way to the front of the classroom. Acis, meanwhile, brandished his wand, winking at the little wizards who had been quietly observing, then gesturing towards their cauldrons, encouraging them to continue. The Slytherins and Badgers, relieved to have a new supervisor, looked at Acis with gratitude, their movements becoming noticeably more fluid. Acis navigated through the students, occasionally correcting their mistakes. From his vantage point, Snape looked on with disdain. What difference was there between this and babysitting? Despite his contempt, Snape opted not to intervene. Having someone assist him in managing these imbeciles felt somewhat gratifying. Acis deftly maneuvered around the classroom when he suddenly caught a whiff of an odd scent. Following the aroma, he was horrified to discover a student in front of him was placing a caterpillar into their cauldron. Wait, that wasn't an ingredient for the antidote for swelling. Unfortunately, by the time he turned to intervene, it was too late. The caterpillar had already been added, and the cauldron began to bubble ominously. Instinctively, Acis waved his wand, but as the spell altered mid-cast, he abruptly severed the flow of magic. The cauldron's bubbling intensified. Ignoring the tightness in his chest, Acis waved his wand once more. This time the spell was successfully cast, and a shielding charm enveloped the cauldron. In the next moment, the cauldron exploded, shards scattering against the shielding charm before falling to the ground. The nearby Slytherin was left in shock, too stunned to react. Acis sighed. Being the potion's master was truly challenging. Had he been a moment slower, this student might now be resting in the infirmary. He suppressed the discomfort in his chest and opened his mouth, preparing to soothe the frightened little snakes around him. Before he could utter a word, a grim voice emerged from behind. How could you be so foolish as to place a caterpillar into the cauldron for the swelling potion? The little snake, guilty of using the wrong ingredient, turned pale, unable to meet Snape's gaze. Snape strode over, his eyes scanning the tightly pursed lips of Acis, who was clearly in distress. Regrettably, due to your foolish actions, you shall be confined to the dungeon for a week. The little snake's complexion grew even more ashen upon hearing this. He dared not defy Snape, yet the prospect of confinement was equally undesirable. Thus, he cast a pleading look toward Acis. Amused by the boy's expression, Acis couldn't help but wonder what made him think he was a soft-hearted individual. Snape also noticed the little snake's subtle gesture, his gaze shifting towards Acis, darkening further. 2 weeks in the dungeon. At this, the little snake became utterly subdued, his head bowed, too timid to look at anyone. Naturally, those around him followed suit, not daring to meet his gaze for fear of being implicated. Thanks to Acis's reaction, Slytherin earned a few points. Snape continued, "This is a blatant display of favoritism." Fortunately, the small badger present held a favorable opinion of Acis, and did not place much importance on the scores. Thus no one found the situation unacceptable. After settling these matters, Snape turned his attention to Acis. Acis smiled faintly and shook his head. "Iem me fine." Snape raised his hand and cast a diagnostic spell, confirming Acis's well-being before returning to the podium. Learning from the previous experience, the little snake and the small badger were exceedingly cautious while handling the materials, fearful that they might be the next ones facing detention. This alleviated Acis's concern significantly, and the remainder of the class concluded without incident. After class, Acis and Elise were preparing to leave the classroom for lunch in the Great Hall, when Snape suddenly called out to Acis. Chapter 83. Coercion to Dine. Acis halted, turning to Elise beside him. "You need not wait for me." Elise nodded and turned to leave. After speaking, Acis approached the expressionless potion's master. "Professor?" Snape raised his eyes, encountering Acis's pale face adorned with a nonchalant smile, which inexplicably irked him. "It seems I have meddled unnecessarily. Mr. Acis appears to be quite well." Before Acis could comprehend, Snape had already turned and departed with last lesson's assignments in hand. Instinctively, Acis followed after him. "Professor? May I assist you with that?" Snape shot him a sidelong glance, tossing the box containing potions to him as he continued walking ahead. Acis fumbled to catch it, the potion bottles clinking together mid-air. Steadying the box, he hurried to match Snape's stride. The two walked side by side down the corridor, while passing young wizards stared, horrified, at this peculiar pair. Instinctively distancing themselves, Acis discreetly observed the potion's master's expression as they entered the dungeon, and in that moment, he suddenly understood the reason behind Snape's dark demeanor. Realizing the cause, Acis couldn't help but sigh internally. Such manner of speaking. How could others discern your concern for them, especially those impetuous young wizards? Fortunately, he was not like those young wizards. Upon entering, he headed straight for the desk, placing down the items in his hands, and looked at Snape with a pitiful expression. Clutching his chest, Professor, I feel quite suffocated. Snape shot him a fierce glare but nonetheless drew his wand, casting several diagnostic spells upon Ausace. He then turned and retrieved a potion bottle from the cabinet. Ausace stepped closer to take the potion, opened it, and took a sip. Ugh. This taste. Could you not improve the flavor, Professor? Ausace found himself struggling to swallow. Yet Snape's gaze fell upon him unexpectedly. It's just a potion, I assentí it? Resolutely. Ausace steeled himself, maintaining a stoic expression as he forced the liquid down. After consuming the potion, a warm sensation gradually spread from his stomach, alleviating the oppressive pain in his chest. Ausace exhaled deeply, releasing his grip from his chest, which had been quite uncomfortable. When he looked up again, Snape had already vanished. Furrowing his brow, Ausace scanned the potion room and noticed the lights were on. Recalling Snape's earlier expression, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in frustration. He truly had no regard for his own health. Ausace walked towards the potion room but paused halfway, lowering his eyelids. He contemplated for a moment before turning back to his room. Upon re-emerging, he held an unfamiliar book in his hands. At the doorway of the potion room, Ausace knocked gently. Snape, irritated, glanced up and waved his hand to open the door. You better truly have something to discuss. Ausace leaned slightly against the doorframe, observing the cauldron before Snape. Professor, I haven't had lunch yet. Does Mr. Ausace not possess legs? I'm not accustomed to dining alone, and the dungeon contains only you. Professor. Snape could hardly believe his ears. Are you suggesting that I accompany you for lunch? Is that unacceptable? Ausace countered with a sense of entitlement. Snape thought summoning this giant beast back was an error. His face hardened as he prepared to dismiss him. However, Ausace seemed to anticipate his intention and preemptively raised the book in his hand, shaking it slightly. Professor, this is a potions notebook I stumbled upon earlier. I found it quite intriguing. Snape regarded him with a dark expression. What do you intend to do? Ausace looked back at him innocently. I merely wish for someone to accompany me for lunch. Snape scrutinized the book in his hand, seemingly in contemplation. Understanding his thoughts, Ausace stood up straight and approached, offering the book. Snape, expressionless, snatched it from him, flipping through a couple of pages before Ausace's hand hovered over the book. Well, Professor, if you join me for lunch, this book is yours. Cornered, Snape gritted his teeth, unable to restrain a low mockery of Ausace. Our precious Mr. Ausace truly is extravagant. The last few words were delivered with a heavy emphasis, dripping with sarcasm. Ausace smirked slightly, unfazed by his derision. But Professor, I truly am extravagant. Recalling everything he had encountered at Cavendish Manor, Snape found it impossible to refute this fact. Let us go, Professor. It's time for lunch. Ausace snatched the book from Snape's hands and placed it on his work desk. Snape pressed his lips together, his gaze sweeping over the notes on the desk, ultimately exiting the potion room with a stoic expression. Ausace leisurely followed behind him, exiting the potion room. Nina. The house elf Nina immediately appeared in the dungeon. Young Master Ausace. You finally summoned Nina. What do you require? Ausace casually listed his desired meal, then glanced at the impassive Snape lounging on the sofa. What would you like to eat? Professor? Surprisingly, I, the one coerced into dining companionship, actually have a choice? Snape's words, laden with sarcasm, struck a nerve in Ausace. He fell silent, lowering his head, his hands gradually clenching, his pale complexion obscured by the flickering light of the dungeon. At this moment, Ausace could not comprehend why those words affected him so deeply. He remained unresponsive, and the dungeon fell into a silence so profound that even breathing was inaudible. Nina glanced between Ausace and Snape, uncertain of how to proceed. Snape, sensing the tension, looked up at Ausace. With his head bowed, Ausace appeared lost in thought. Snape could not see his expression, and Ausace's hands twitched slightly at his sides. Yet he remained silent. Young Master Ausace? Nina cautiously addressed him, attempting to break the suffocating atmosphere. Ausace snapped back to reality, lifting his head. What is it? As he lifted his gaze, a flicker of emotion crossed his face. Snape observed the unacknowledged pain etched upon his features, and lost in thought, pressed his lips together tightly. Nina cautiously interjected. What would Professor Snape like to eat? At her words, Ausace recalled their earlier conversation and turned to Snape. Of course you have the option to choose. Professor, is there anything you would like? This time, Snape refrained from mocking and instead named his dish. Once Snape had finished ordering, Ausace gestured for Nina to prepare the meal. After Nina departed, Ausace hesitated for a moment before taking a seat opposite Snape. Professor, could you refrain from saying such things next time? Everyone has the right to choose, and I have never intended to deprive anyone of that. Does everyone truly have that right? A profound sorrow, heavy and haunting, suddenly glimmered in Snape's eyes, one that Assis dared not meet. I understand. Assis was unaware of the significance of this statement to Snape, yet his intuition warned him that something was amiss with Snape at this moment. He watched Snape, lost in melancholy, opened his mouth to speak, but words eluded him. What brings such an expression to your face? Assis lowered his gaze, no longer wishing to observe Snape's countenance, for he knew that Snape would be reluctant to allow anyone to witness him in such a state. The two remained ensconced in their own thoughts, silence enveloping the cellar, which though still eerily quiet, felt less suffocating than before. Chapter 84. The New Professor. Nina moved swiftly, returning with food in just a few minutes. As she entered, Assis drew his wand, preparing to transfigure a larger table for their meal. However, Snape was quicker. With a flick of his wand, the small table expanded and rose in height. Nina arranged the food on the table, and then bowed respectfully before retreating. Assis composed himself, forcing a smile. Let us dine, Professor. Neither was inclined to engage in conversation during meals, and throughout the dinner, only the clinking of cutlery punctuated the silence. Dining, especially when the food pleases the palate, can be a wonderful balm for the spirit. Assis sensed that as they ate, the atmosphere around Snape gradually relaxed, his movements becoming increasingly casual. After the meal, Assis summoned Nina to clear the remnants, while Snape unhesitatingly returned to the potions classroom. Assis sighed at the closed door. He could use the pretense of dining as an excuse, but he couldn't very well claim he couldn't sleep alone. He imagined the next moment he would be unceremoniously expelled. Let it be, he thought. As long as he is happy. Reflecting on the expression Snape had shown earlier, Assis felt that there was something he could immerse himself in to distract from his thoughts. He returned to his own room to catch up on sleep. In the afternoon, Assis woke on time, changed his clothes, and headed to class. The afternoon lesson was Defense Against the Dark Arts, and this year, they had yet another new professor for the subject. They had not encountered this year's instructor since he had not appeared on the first day of school. However, Assis speculated that this new teacher would likely be of mediocre caliber. He wondered where Dumbledore found such unreliable faculty. Speaking of Dumbledore, Assis suddenly recalled that he had not seen his protected target in quite some time. Apart from a brief appearance on the first day, Dumbledore had vanished entirely. Even Professor Flitwick had been unable to locate him when he sought him out to discuss the magical disturbances, ultimately leaving the decision to Professor McGonagall. As Assis paused in the corridor, gazing out at the distant horizon, he felt for the first time that he needed to warn Grindelwald not to cling too closely. Otherwise, how could he protect a target he could not even see? Having made a mental note of this matter, Assis continued on to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Inside, a throng of young wizards buzzed with chatter about the new professor. Sitting in the front row, Eliza spotted Assis entering and promptly stood to wave at him. Assis sauntered over to the seat she had saved for him. Eliza hesitated, eyeing Assis with concern. What is it? Assis noticed her strange expression. Are you all right, sir? Assis furrowed his brow. Should I be concerned about anything? Eliza looked at him with worry. Sir, is Professor Snape targeting you? Targeting? Assis questioned, doubting his own hearing, or perhaps that he had not fully awakened before leaving his room. Why do you say that? He inquired, perplexed. Eliza glanced at Assis's expression and whispered, It's not just me. Rumors are circulating in Slytherin that you've offended Professor Snape, and he has been targeting you ever since. Assis was at a loss for words regarding such an absurd notion. Scanning the classroom, he indeed spotted several of his former students watching him with concern. He lowered his head, contemplating whether to clarify the situation. Just then, the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor entered. This year's instructor was Galatea Merithot, about whom Assis had no prior knowledge. Upon entering, she cleared her throat, and the chatter among the young wizards subsided as all eyes turned toward her. Merithot, clad in a wizard's robe, appeared somewhat awkward as she surveyed the students below. Assis narrowed his eyes, noticing her hands were clenched in a loose grip. Hello everyone, I am your new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. You may call me Professor Merithot. A smattering of applause followed, and Merithot offered a somewhat awkward smile before commencing her lecture. Surprisingly, Professor Merithot's teaching was quite commendable. Although she followed the textbook, her examples were engaging enough. The students had not held high expectations for the professor, so her class received unanimous praise. After the lesson, the young wizards seemed reluctant to leave. As they flowed out of the classroom, Assis and Eliza walked together when Merithot suddenly called out to Assis, Mr. Cavendish. Assis halted, turning to regard Merithot, forcing a disingenuous smile. What is it, Professor Merithot? Is there something you need? Merithot took a deep breath. Mr. Cavendish. I would like to inquire if you have any issues with me. Acis widened his eyes, feigning confusion as he retorted. Why would you say that, Professor Marathought? She gestured subtly toward Acis's hands. I noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed on my face, yet your eyes were on my hands. Did you notice something, Mr. Cavendish? Such a foolish attempt at probing, Acis coldly assessed inwardly. He smirked slightly, about to respond when a dark voice interrupted from behind him. Let us see who this is. Upon hearing Snape's voice, Acis concealed his indifference, stepping back to observe Marathought with a measured calm. The mocking tone followed swiftly. Ah, it is Professor Marathought. It seems you plan to resign on your very first day. Or else you wouldn't be foolish enough to accost the sole heir of the Cavendish family here at school. Snape positioned himself between them, casting a derisive glance at the flustered Marathought. Clearly, she was reluctant to engage further with Snape, and hastily offered her farewell before departing. Snape and Acis stood side by side, watching Marathought's retreating figure with mirrored expressions of scrutiny and coldness. Eliza silently observed the scene. Suddenly realizing how absurd the rumors had been, she no longer needed to question Acis. Their unspoken understanding had already conveyed the answer. Acis watched Marathought disappear, feeling utterly perplexed. He recognized him, of that he was certain. Yet, Acis was equally convinced that he did not know this person. So, was it Cavendish that he recognized? Or was it Acis himself? Chapter 85, The Living Map. Do you know him? Snape suddenly inquired, his gaze still fixed on the direction Mellis had departed. His eyes shrouded in ambiguity. This new professor was indeed peculiar. Acis tilted his head to regard him, sharing the sentiment of oddity. No, Professor, I do not know him. However, it appears he knows me. Upon hearing this, Snape withdrew his gaze and scoffed. I trust you are aware of your own identity? Acis comprehended Snape's implication, and could not help but jest. Yet, my identity is of little consequence in your presence, is it not? You should be grateful that you are not solely defined by your identity. Sensing the deeper meaning in Snape's words, Acis was about to respond when a voice suddenly interrupted their exchange. Sir? Eliza interjected. What is it? Acis paused and turned to inquire. Sir, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. For reasons unknown, she felt as though she ought not to be there, prompting her to make her exit. Very well, do as you please. After Acis spoke, he turned back to Snape. Professor, do you have a moment? Snape slightly lowered his head. If Mr. Acis could rouse the intellect ensnared by magical obstruction, he would realize that I am not merely a mindless giant. Could you employ a different descriptor, Professor? I bear no resemblance to a giant whatsoever. I trust Mr. Acis understands that you share a similar level of trouble as the giant. Snape slowly articulated his final word before turning away. Acis was momentarily taken aback, unable to respond before witnessing the billowing black robe vanish at the corridor's end. Trouble? Him. Acis could hardly equate that term with himself, for throughout his life, the greatest praise he had received was the notion of being worry-free. Yet, upon reflecting on the events since his acquaintance with Snape, perhaps he indeed posed a bit of trouble for the professor? Acis turned, pondering this question as he made his way towards the Forbidden Forest. As he rounded a corner, a sudden intensity gripped his gaze. He sidestepped an incoming hand, his wand slipping into his palm, quickly raised to point at the intruder. Fred? George? Acis barely managed to halt his retaliatory motion. The Weasley twins stared wide-eyed, taken aback by Acis's fluidity of movement. Fred. George. They abruptly exchanged glances. I can't be mistaken. Their eyes sparkled as they leaped up, high-fiving each other, exclaiming in unison, this is so cool. Acis sheathed his wand, standing silently as he observed their exuberant celebration. He waited, but the twins showed no signs of ceasing their peculiar dance. Ultimately, he could not refrain from interrupting them. May I suggest that your jubilation comes to an end? The red-haired twins halted their movements, suddenly realizing Acis's presence, as if they had momentarily forgotten he was there. The overlooked Acis took a deep breath, internally reminding himself to maintain his noble composure. What brings you to me? After a brief pause, he regained his composure, feigning a smile as he inquired about their intentions. Fred and George exchanged glances, their eyes locked in a silent battle for some time. Ultimately, George emerged victorious, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he leaned closer to Acis, lowering his voice conspiratorially. Acis, we've discovered a treasure. Acis was puzzled by their odd behavior, but played along. What treasure? The twins glanced furtively around, ensuring they were unobserved, before Fred produced a piece of parchment from his robe and presented it to Acis. Acis raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Given his alchemical expertise, he could discern that the parchment Fred held was no ordinary piece, but rather an alchemical product. Where did you acquire this? Ausace inquired as he accepted the parchment. We borrowed it from Filch. Upon recalling Filch's exasperated visage, the twins burst into laughter. We discovered that it is a map encompassing all of Hogwarts, along with everyone within it. Hearing their words, Ausace scrutinized the parchment intently. His examination lingered, prompting George to subtly poke Fred, exchanging knowing glances. You might be losing this bet. I told you Ausace wouldn't he figure it out. Fred, slightly disappointed, retaliated without yielding, jabbing George hard enough to nearly elicit a yelp. Hey, that hurt. George glared at Fred, who swiftly dodged his retaliatory hand. After a brief scuffle, they remembered Ausace's presence. Fred looked up, preparing to share their discovery with him, only to be taken aback as he saw Ausace raising his wand, poised to tap the parchment. Merlin's trousers. Ausace isn't planning to destroy the map out of frustration for being unable to unlock its secrets, is he? Before Fred could intervene, he witnessed Ausace's wand touch the parchment, gradually revealing the map of Hogwarts, names shifting across its surface. Merlin's knickers. Fred gaped, nudging George, gesturing for him to observe Ausace. Following Fred's direction, George also beheld the emerging map. No, this cannot be. George dramatically shook his head, his voice laced with disbelief. Fred chimed in, it is indeed astonishing. After examining the map, Ausace lifted his gaze, bemused by their reactions. He shook the map slightly, watching as its traces faded, reverting to an unremarkable piece of parchment. Could you possibly behave a tad more normally? Ausace paused, opting for a more tactful phrase. The twins exchanged glances, giggling and shaking their heads. How did you achieve that? George could not restrain his curiosity. Fred's expression mirrored his anticipation as he looked at Ausace. Ausace waggled the parchment in his hand. You mean how I transformed it into a map? Fred and George nodded in affirmation. The method we discovered to unlock it is not like this. Ausace passed the parchment to them, gesturing for them to demonstrate. Fred took the map, adopting a serious tone. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. As Fred completed his declaration, the map gradually revealed itself. Once the map was fully visible, Fred added, the prank is over. As before, the traces of the map began to fade until they were entirely gone. That is how it is done. Fred returned the map to Ausace. How did you accomplish that? George inquired again. Ausace picked up the map, ready to elucidate. This map, in essence, does not qualify as a true alchemical product. The creator employed a shortcut. After some consideration, Ausace deemed shortcut an appropriate term, for in his view, it indeed qualified as one. A shortcut? What does that entail? The twins remained perplexed, pressing for further clarification. Chapter 86. With the unicorn. Ausace found himself obliged to articulate his explanation more clearly. Genuine alchemical products are inscribed with magical runes, enabling them to function with the same efficacy as spells, or even more potent. This map possesses only a few runes. The majority of its function derives from spells. If this were a true alchemical product, the runes would interlink seamlessly, creating an intricate network, thus making it exceedingly difficult to utilize without a predefined activation method. However, this map is different. Its runes intermingle with spells, presenting considerable gaps, allowing me to easily harness magical energy to activate and control it. As Aceston cleared his throat, he continued, even a mere gentle prod of magic at its weak points could lead to its utter destruction. Fred and George exchanged glances, their expressions a blend of understanding and confusion. The creator's concept was indeed clever, yet a shortcut remained a shortcut. Aceston shook his head, feeling a twinge of regret. Fred and George, however, were indifferent to the notion of shortcuts. For them, functionality was paramount. Lowering his gaze to the map in his hands, Aceston turned to Fred and George, speaking earnestly. George, may I borrow this map from you? Although the map's creator may not rival him in alchemical skills, it was undeniably well conceived and would prove quite useful. Yes, he intended to craft a truly authentic alchemical map. Without hesitation, Fred and George acquiesced to Aceston's request. The map had initially been intended as a gift for him, and now it was merely a temporary loan. Once in possession of the map, Aceston could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his work. Sensing his urgency, Fred and George bid him farewell. After parting from the duo, Aceston did not immediately return to the cellar, but instead pressed onward to the Forbidden Forest. If he was to create, it must be the best. And the finest material for crafting a map was none other than unicorn hair. If his memory served him right, it was currently the shedding season for Estrella, the young unicorn he had encountered in the forest. Aceston's gaze softened at the thought. He took his time casting a disillusionment charm upon himself. Feeling his magic more difficult to control than before, which led him to worry about the safety of the cellar. Perhaps he should create a protective alchemical item for it? Aceston mused silently about his resources. Upon reaching the edge of the forbidden forest, he navigated a familiar narrow path, one he had stumbled upon during his previous excursions. Overgrown with weeds, it remained exceptionally concealed. Arriving at the spot where he had previously encountered the unicorn, Aceston produced a small, finely crafted whistle and brought it to his lips, letting out a piercing yet melodious sound. After finishing, he settled beneath the shade of a tree and waited in quiet anticipation. Twirling the ring on his finger, he pondered how to protect the chilly cellar and its potions amidst his surging magic. A gentle breeze rustled the treetops, momentarily scattering his thoughts. When the wind subsided, the sound of leaves brushing against one another continued, drawing Aceston's attention to the underbrush beside a great tree, where he noticed his wand had appeared in his hand unbeknownst to him. Under his watchful gaze, a head shimmering with gold and silver cautiously emerged. Aceston lowered his wand. The moment little Estrella spotted him, her eyes sparkled with delight. She excitedly called out and galloped towards him. Aceston opened his arms wide, and as she dashed into them, he burst into a joyful laugh. Behind Estrella, Clorius and Antonio ambled over at a leisurely pace, stopping beside Aceston. Clorius lowered his head, gently nuzzling Aceston's cheek with his nose, his gaze tender. With one hand free, Aceston wrapped it around Clorius's neck. "I have missed you too." Little Estrella, sensing Aceston's distraction, nudged him with a hint of displeasure, and then called out to his wand. Aceston understood that she longed for her guardian spirit, the little white tiger. But he knew that it was not prudent to cast spells recklessly at this moment. He retracted his wand and gently patted Estrella's head. "I am sorry, but you may not see the little white tiger today." Estrella comprehended his words and lowered her head with a hint of sadness. Clorius and Antonio seemed to sense something amiss, quickly surrounding him, their eyes filled with concern. Initially, Aceston thought there might be something approaching, but upon careful sensing, he discerned no other magical creatures nearby. Puzzled, he looked at the two unicorns, only to understand their meaning upon seeing their worried expressions. Aceston offered a gentle smile, reassuring them, "I am fine, merely facing a minor issue. There is no need to worry about me." Feeling the shift in atmosphere, the little unicorns lifted their heads to gaze at Aceston. Moved by the three pairs of anxious eyes, Aceston fondly patted each of their heads, promising, "I will be all right. You need not fret." After a considerable amount of comforting, the three unicorns finally felt at ease. Aceston retrieved some prepared fruits and herbs from his alchemical ring. Little Estrella joyfully munched on the fruits, allowing Aceston to collect the hair that fell from her, even shaking her body playfully to dislodge more as she indulged. Amidst the golden glow, Aceston gathered a sufficient quantity of hair, contentedly tying up a bag filled with it. Clorius shook his head in confusion upon seeing him secure the bag, while Antonio restlessly stomped his hooves. Aceston, engrossed in his task, failed to notice their behavior, focusing solely on placing the bag into his alchemical ring. Clorius and Antonio, unsure why Aceston hadn't requested hair directly from them, assumed he believed they were unwilling to part with it. Thus, they hurried to his side, nudging him with their noses to convey that he could indeed ask them for hair. Aceston stumbled slightly as he was bumped by the two larger unicorns, turning back in bewilderment. He was taken aback by their enthusiastic demeanor. They gently swayed their bodies, causing their silvery hair to cascade down as they directed their magic to float towards Aceston. Bewildered, he accepted a large tuft of silver hair, gazing at the two unicorns in confusion. Antonio let out a loud snort, stamping his hoof and pointing his horn at the bundle of hair in Aceston's hands. Clorius, in contrast, was much gentler. It lowered its head cautiously, pushing the tuft of hair in Aceston's hand with its nose to avoid any accidental jostling. Aceston glanced between Antonio and Clorius, finally grasping their intent. "I did not mean to imply that I did not need your help. I simply do not require so much hair this time. Nevertheless, I am grateful to you both. It brings me joy." He tucked the tuft of hair away and sincerely thanked them. Only then did Antonio and Clorius retreat, satisfied. Aceston reclined on the grass, occasionally stroking Estrella's head, his eyes narrowing in contentment as he relaxed. The remaining sunlight cast a gentle glow over him and Estrella, creating an ethereal radiance from a distance. The two larger unicorns stood nearby, quietly and tenderly observing Aceston and Estrella basking in the sunlight. As if recalling something, they exchanged glances, engaging in a conversation in a language Aceston could not comprehend. After a brief discussion, they reached a decision. Clorius approached Aceston, gently nudging him with its nose. Aceston opened his half-closed eyes and chuckled at Clorius, usually gentle, now displaying a childlike playfulness similar to little Estrella. "What is it?" Aceston brushed off the grass from his clothes and stood up, following Clorius's gentle nudging. Upon seeing him rise, Clorius lowered its head to nudge his hand. Using its horn, it carefully made contact, ensuring Aceston felt no pain. Although puzzled by its intentions, Aceston complied, placing his hand upon Clorius's horn. Upon contact, silvery magic coalesced, forming a crescent-shaped emblem that merged into Aceston's hand. Aceston withdrew his hand, inspecting the emblem on the back of it. Clorius continued its actions, raising its head toward the sky and emitting a melodious, ethereal call, "Oh oh," though unicorns are not deer. The line "the deer call" in the distance from an ancient Eastern poem immediately resonated in Aceston's mind. Upon witnessing her mother's actions, Estrella rose to her feet, alongside Antonio, casting their gazes towards Clorius, both emitting ethereal calls. Subsequently, a chorus of resonant cries reverberated throughout the forbidden forest. Responding to the sounds, Antonio approached Ausace, crouching low to indicate that he should mount. Trusting the creature, Ausace did not hesitate to climb aboard. Once certain that Ausace was securely seated, Antonio lifted his head and galloped forth with wild abandon. The silvery figure darted through the foreboding woods like a shooting star, trailed by two smaller streaks of light. They moved with grace, rapidly shedding shadows as they weaved through thicket after thicket. Time became a blur. Ausace had lost count of how many patches of grass they had traversed. Upon passing through yet another cluster of foliage, a brilliant white light suddenly emerged. Startled by the unexpected radiance, Ausace instinctively closed his eyes, only to be captivated by the stunning scene before him when he opened them again. A gentle stream meandered through the eerie forest, encircling a verdant valley, serving as a dividing line between the night sky and the dawn. Within the valley, translucent mist hung in the air, and dozens of unicorns radiated a soft silver glow, some reclining, some standing, their luminescence creating a dreamlike tableau of beauty. Antonio's call shattered the serene picture, drawing the unicorn's attention to the newcomers. Ausace dismounted from Antonio, standing still, his hand instinctively tightening around his wand hidden within his sleeve. The unicorns surrounding him rose and approached cautiously, regarding him with vigilance. A few young unicorns peered curiously at Ausace. Spotting her companions, Estrella joyfully bounded towards them. Clorius affectionately nudged Ausace before moving towards a unicorn that appeared to be the leader, engaging in a dialogue. Antonio, meanwhile, stood guard before Ausace, glancing back at him now and then, as if to reassure him. Soon, Clorius concluded his exchange with the leader, who then paced forward towards Ausace. It halted a few steps away, scrutinizing him with its pure, clear eyes. The atmosphere became palpable, and Ausace held his breath. At this proximity, should the unicorn choose to attack, escape would be futile. After a moment, the liquid eyes blinked, and then the creature nodded lightly. With this gesture, the surrounding tension dissipated, and the unicorns gradually dispersed, averting their gazes. The unicorn leader acknowledged Ausace with a nod before turning to depart. Confused by its intentions, Ausace remained cautiously in place, while Clorius followed closely, gently nudging him to indicate he should follow. Ausace ran his fingers over his wand, ultimately choosing to trust Clorius. The unicorn leader led Clorius and Ausace to the stream's end, where it paused and emitted a soft call. Ausace discerned that its call differed from Clorius's earlier sounds, yet he still could not comprehend it. The call gradually faded into silence, and with its cessation, crystal-clear spring water gushed forth from the stream's end. The unicorn leader approached the water, lowering its head to touch the surface with its horn. It then turned and approached Ausace, placing the water-laden tip of its horn upon his hand. This was the very spot marked earlier, and Ausace keenly sensed the significance. The leader's actions continued, and suddenly, a warm current flowed from the unicorn's horn into Ausace's hand, then up his arm, enveloping his body, and finally encompassing him entirely. Wrapped in this warmth, Ausace instinctively closed his eyes. In the absence of sight, he could distinctly feel his previously tumultuous and restless magical energy gradually calming under the soothing influence of this warmth, no longer resisting his control. When the warmth subsided, Ausace reopened his eyes. "Are you all right?" A wave of concern washed over him. Gazing at Clorius before him and sensing the emotion in his mind, Ausace's eyes widened in astonishment. "What is happening? Clorius? Can I understand your speech now?" Before Clorius could respond, the unicorn leader interjected. "Human, you should first examine the back of your hand." Upon hearing this, Ausace instinctively raised his hand to inspect it. There, a delicate pattern had emerged upon the back of his hand. This design, also crescent-shaped, was far more intricate and beautiful than the simple crescent mark from before. "What is this?" Ausace questioned, gazing at the pattern in confusion. The unicorn leader, with a proud tilt of its head, responded, This is a blessing from our kind. A blessing? Yes, a blessing. With this blessing, you become a cherished guest of our kin. Ase struggled to grasp the unfolding events. Why am I worthy of this blessing? Because you are special, and thus have earned our recognition. Still perplexed, Ase pressed for clarification about his uniqueness. Yet neither the unicorn leader nor Clorius could articulate it, only expressing that they felt he was indeed special. Chapter 88. Blessings and Companions. After repeated inquiries yielded no further clarity, Ase reluctantly shifted his focus to why he could now understand their language. Because of the blessing, the unicorn leader stated matter-of-factly, appearing bemused at Ase's astonishment. That does seem reasonable, Ase mused, suddenly feeling somewhat foolish for his earlier surprise. Abruptly, the unicorn leader exhaled forcefully, fixing its gaze upon Ase. The blessing has many effects. You may explore them for yourself. However, there is one matter I must caution you about. What is it? You must choose your companion wisely. The unicorn leader's seemingly unrelated statement momentarily left Ase bewildered, prompting him to ask, what does my companion have to do with the blessing? The unicorn leader regarded Ase with a serious expression. Because this blessing is, in fact, a dual gift, you may choose to bestow it upon another. Your future companion will be the one closest to you, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the recipient of your other blessing will be your future partner. However, once the blessing is given, it cannot be altered, so you must choose your companion with care. The unicorn leader's gaze bore into Ase, the gravity of its emotions intensifying. This blessing is vital to us, even tied to the safety of our kin. Since you have gained our trust, I believe you will not betray it. Ase sensed the unicorn leader's sincerity and the concern emanating from Clorius beside him. He gently caressed the pattern on his hand, his tone resolute. I appreciate your trust. I will demonstrate through my actions that I will not betray your faith. The unicorn leader and Ase locked eyes for a moment before the leader relaxed its stance. I will tentatively accept your words. By the way, the transfer of the blessing requires us to willingly offer our horn. So remember to bring your companion to us when the time comes. Ase raised an eyebrow, curious. Must the blessing be transferred to a companion? The unicorn leader cast him a puzzled glance. Certainly not. It can also be given to parents or friends, as long as you have sufficient trust in that person. I see, then perhaps my mother would appreciate this gift. In considering the destination of the blessing, Ase immediately thought of Anna, as she had always cherished pure creatures like unicorns. By the way, human, it is advisable to choose a companion for the blessing transfer, as the blessing is akin to a thread that binds you closely together. The unicorn leader suddenly recalled this detail and quickly warned Ase. Ase unconsciously touched the pattern, inquiring in astonishment, what does that mean? The unicorn leader and Clorius exchanged glances before shaking their heads. We are uncertain ourselves. We rarely bestow blessings. When you find your designated companion, you may seek the answer yourself. After listening to the words of the unicorn leader, Ase quietly abandoned his original thoughts. He remained indifferent, yet he suspected his father might not be as agreeable. Once the unicorn leader had imparted the necessary admonitions, it nudged Ase out. Go on, go on. Do not linger here and disturb me. Ase was compelled to leave, making his way alongside Clorius away from the stream's end. Clorius walked quietly beside Ase, and the pair returned to the valley. Antonio and Estrella, who had been eagerly waiting in the valley, rushed to greet them upon their return. Ase, Chatter de Estrella. Bouncing up to Ase, repeatedly calling his name. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ase smiled as he wrapped an arm around her. You are calling my name. Aren't you? The little unicorn's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she spun in joyous circles. Wow, Ase understands me. Antonio joined in. Ase, thank you for giving me a name. I truly love it. Ase gently patted her cheek. It is my honor. After a brief hesitation, he inquired, may I ask why you suddenly wish to bless me? Clorius and Antonio stood beside him, their gazes tender yet filled with concern. Because we sense a tempestuous magic within you. Ase is our friend, and this is the only way we can assist you. Faced with the unicorn's earnest stares, Ase felt a twinge of shame and lowered his head. Initially, he had only sought to exchange harmless materials with them, never anticipating that the unicorns would go to such lengths for him. Reflecting on the past years spent with the unicorn family, and the blessings they had bestowed upon him, Ase enveloped the trio in an embrace, silently vowing that he would save Estrella, no matter the cost. Ase, we still have not resolved your issue, Clorius suddenly spoke up. At this, Ase closed his eyes and sensed the magic within him. He realized that the magic was merely temporarily subdued, forming a semblance of balance. Yet it continued to shift. Clorius added, "You must learn to control your emotions. Excessive emotional fluctuations, particularly negative ones, can disrupt the balance within you. Should that balance be shattered, you might at this point." It fell silent, casting a worried glance at Ausace. Ausace smiled reassuringly at them, taking over the conversation. "I am aware of the potential for magical upheaval. Worry not, I will be fine. I still need to bring Estrella some treats, right Estrella?" Upon hearing her name, Estrella excitedly nodded, stamping her hooves in place. Yes, yes, yes. The trio of Ausace and the two unicorns were soon engulfed in laughter, the atmosphere of worry dissipating, leaving only mirth. After some playful antics with Estrella, Ausace noticed the night had fallen and rose to bid them farewell. The surrounding unicorns, having grown more casual and affectionate after Ausace received their blessings, nodded their goodbyes as he prepared to leave. Antonio, anxious about Ausace departing alone, insisted on accompanying him. "Come. I shall escort you back." He bent down addressing Ausace. Ausace accepted the gesture of kindness without objection, climbing onto Antonio's back. With a swift gallop through the forbidden forest, avoiding the protruding branches, Antonio carried Ausace along the same path they had come. He did not set Ausace down until they had reached the route he had initially taken. "Return safely, Ausace. Do remember to visit Estrella often. She adores you." Ausace nodded, waving his wand to cast a shield charm upon Antonio, then turned to leave under the unicorn's watchful gaze. It was only when his figure had entirely vanished from the edge of the forbidden forest that Antonio finally turned away. Chapter 89. A late return. In the potion chamber of the cellar, Snape completed his tasks, waving his wand to check the time, only to realize it was already evening. Recalling Ausace's words, he hesitated momentarily, his gaze inadvertently landing on a potion notebook. Ultimately, he decided to leave the potion room. Strangely, the cellar was devoid of the presence of the ogre. Snape furrowed his brow, remembering that Ausace had asked him in the afternoon if he was free. Where could he have gone? Snape pondered. He glanced at the wooden door of the potion room, then at the cellar door. "Oh well, let us wait a bit." He then approached the bookshelf, pulled out a book, and settled onto the sofa to read. After a while, Nina suddenly entered the cellar. Snape lifted his gaze from the book. "What is it?" Nina whispered. "Young Master Ausace asked me to come to the cellar to prepare the dishes at this hour." Snape recalled indeed such a request, pursing his lips before replying. "Prepare as you did last time. Ausace has yet to return." "Understood, Professor Snape." Upon receiving the order, Nina promptly left. Snape resumed his reading. Time trickled by, and after growing weary of the book, Snape raised his head and waved his wand again. More than 2 hours had elapsed. Snape's expression darkened. That damned ogre. Did he not realize the precariousness of his situation? Daring to roam about? He set the book aside, waiting sternly on the sofa for Ausace's return. When Ausace finally returned to the cellar, the sky was dark, adorned with a myriad of stars. He traversed the corridor of the basement and, as he reached for the cellar door, he was startled by the imposing figure of the Master of Potions. In the dimly lit cellar, the Master of Potions sat on the sofa directly facing the door, arms crossed, his face ominously severe, and his eyes fixed intently on the entrance, seemingly awaiting him. Awaiting him? Impossible. He must be mistaken. Without hesitation, Ausace retreated from the cellar, ignoring Miss Medusa's smirking gaze upon the door. He shut it, and then pushed it open once more. The scene inside remained unchanged, and upon witnessing Ausace's actions, the dark-faced Master of Potions appeared even more displeased, his gaze upon him akin to a death sentence. "Professor? Are you waiting for me?" Fearing he might be misinterpreting the situation, Ausace initiated the conversation, subsequently closing the cellar door, and approaching the Master of Potions. Snape did not immediately respond to the question. Instead he observed Ausace, his lips curling into a sardonic smile. If Mr. Ausace is so confident, then he should refrain from wasting the precious time of his busy potions professor. The fury in Snape's eyes was unmistakable, every word laced with palpable emotion. The unexpected wrath of the Master of Potions startled Ausace, compounded by his inability to explain the blessing from the unicorns. He could only stand frozen in place, a conflicted expression on his face as he looked at Snape. Noticing Ausace's silence and his troubled gaze, the atmosphere of the cellar was ignited by Snape's almost tangible fury. "Professor Snape, may I serve the dishes now?" "Ah, young Master Ausace, you have returned." Just as they were at an impasse, Nina, clad in an apron, appeared, her cheerful voice shattering the tension in the cellar. Before Ausace could exhale a sigh of relief, he heard Nina continue. "Professor Snape has been waiting for you to dine for quite some time." Nina spoke too quickly, and before anyone could intervene, The Master of Potions' expression froze momentarily. The professor has been waiting for me to dine? Aces instinctively repeated, only to realize belatedly that the professor had indeed been awaiting his meal. Snape turned to Nina, his face devoid of expression. There is no need to serve it. Understood. Professor Snape. With that, Nina prepared to leave. Wait, Nina. Could you please bring the meal in 10 minutes? Aces quickly called out to stop her from departing, issuing the command. Of course, young Master Aces. Nina glanced back and forth at the two, unhesitatingly choosing to heed Aces's words. With a snap of her fingers, she departed from the cellar. After her exit, Snape rose with a stoic expression and swept towards the potion room. Professor. Aces hurried after him, blocking Snape's path and extending his hand. I apologize for my tardiness. I find myself at a loss for explanation at this moment, but the professor can ascertain the truth himself. With that, he gestured for Snape to examine the situation. Snape's countenance darkened, yet he grasped Aces's wrist, adeptly using his magical prowess to assess his condition. The results left Snape in disbelief. He looked up in astonishment, gazing incredulously at Aces. What is the meaning of this? Aces composed his thoughts and recounted the events of the afternoon to Snape, omitting any mention of the blessing, merely stating that he had fortuitously received assistance from a unicorn. A unicorn? Snape maintained an outwardly impassive demeanor, but internally he had come to accept Aces's account. Few wizards could comprehend the wonders of such a mythical creature. Yet as a master of potion-making, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of unicorns. Aces continued to elucidate. I truly did not intend to return late. I simply lost track of time. I assure you, there shall be no recurrence. Snape let out a cold huff, neither affirming nor denying his words. Yet he ceased his advance towards the potion room. Professor, I am rather famished. Might I implore you to join me for dinner? Observing Snape's softened demeanor, Aces quickly seized the opportunity. Professor? I am quite hungry. Aces feigned a pitiful expression. At this, Snape cast a frosty glance in his direction, and turned to take a seat on the sofa. At the doorway, Miss Medusa stood agape, bewildered by the interaction between the two, pondering whether their headmaster truly possessed such a lenient disposition. Once Snape settled, Aces summoned Nina to bring forth their meal. After dining, Aces intended to return to the alchemical box to investigate the crescent-shaped pattern left by the unicorn leader and its potential applications. While en route to the laboratory, Aces suddenly recalled that Snape had yet to gather herbs from outside the villa. Without hesitation, Aces turned back towards the potion room. Upon reaching the door he paused, gently knocking before entering upon receiving permission from the Master of Potions. Professor, do you require any herbs? I can fetch them for you. Snape glanced at the cauldron on the workbench and listed several herbs. Aces diligently took note of his requests and turned to procure them from the alchemical box. However, before he could exit the room, the Master of Potions called out to him. Wait, do you have something planned for later? Aces halted, his mouth outrunning his thoughts, replying almost instinctively, nothing at all. Chapter 90, No Other Choice. Upon hearing his response, Snape nodded in satisfaction, then pointed to the scroll of parchment rolled up on the workbench. This is the potion list sent by the school nurse, you shall brew it. Aces approached, taking the list from the table, only for it to unfurl and cascade to the floor, its length reaching the ground. Gazing at the lengthy document, Aces couldn't suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was it too late to claim he had other matters to attend to? As a consequence for your tardiness, Snape added, as if anticipating Aces's protest. Aces found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter the Master of Potions, and thus resigned himself to stay and brew. Observing Aces dutifully remaining to concoct potions, Snape returned to his own station, continuing his work. In the potion room, Snape leisurely crafted his own brews while observing Aces, who was bustling back and forth with two cauldrons. Feeling Snape's gaze upon him, Aces felt a sense of resignation, yet he dared not slacken his efforts. Nevertheless, he was still far from matching the Master's skill. His dual cauldron operation was a struggle, nearly chaotic as he endeavored to produce the potions required by the school nurse. Once Snape completed his potion, he folded his arms and observed Aces's frantic efforts, occasionally offering guidance, if one could call his remarks guidance. Snape was not intentionally seeking to retaliate against Aces. He merely found it intolerable to witness Aces squander his talent. After finishing the last vial of potion, Aces placed all his concoctions into a box and presented it to Snape for inspection. Snape accepted the box, first removing several vials that Aces had brewed at the outset, subsequently sifting through to discard several others. Aces stood nearby, watching in dismay as Snape extracted his painstakingly crafted potions, one after another. By the time the box returned to Aces, its contents had diminished significantly. Upon inspection, it became evident that apart from the potions of perfect quality, all others had been cast aside by Snape. Professor? Snape raised an eyebrow, glancing at him. You will brew them again. Is there a problem? None at all. Aces forced a smile, aware of the futility of dissent. Since there are no issues, continue. With a resigned acknowledgement, Aces returned to the workbench to resume his potion making. Time slipped away, and Aces felt that he could brew the potions on the school nurses list even with his eyes closed. Observing Aces's increasingly proficient technique and orderly process, Snape finally felt a sense of satisfaction and ceased his critiques, showing an unexpected leniency. Aces completed the last vial of perfect quality potion and presented it to the Master of Potions. Upon receiving a nod of approval, he couldn't help but exhale deeply in relief. The Master's exacting standards had truly opened his eyes. Merlin. Those were all potions of perfect quality. Even his own potions were not all of such caliber, let alone those of other wizards. The young witches and wizards of Hogwarts ought to be more appreciative of their fortune. Unable to contain his thoughts any longer, Aces remarked to Snape, who was still engrossed in potion making, Professor, Hogwarts is fortunate to have you. Snape paused in his stirring, lifting his gaze to Aces, perplexed by the peculiar statement. Aces smiled, his eyes glinting with inscrutable meaning. What I mean is, why would a master of your caliber choose to teach at Hogwarts? A potion master like you would surely be in high demand anywhere, even amongst the Cavendish family. Snape regarded Aces with a penetrating gaze, his deep eyes seemingly discerning all of his thoughts. I care not how you came by this knowledge, but it is of no concern to you. Indeed, it was of no concern to him. Aces understood that Snape grasped his implication, yet he had declined it. Such a refusal was not unexpected. Aces had never anticipated agreement. Very well, Professor, shall I fetch those herbs for you? Without waiting for Snape's reply, Aces turned and exited the potion room. After Aces departed, Snape returned to scrutinize the cauldron, his thoughts momentarily adrift. He certainly understood Aces's implication. He simply had no choice. This was his penance. Hurrying back to his room, Aces closed the door, leaning against the wall, lifting a hand to shield his eyes in an attempt to mask his discomposure. He ought to respect the professor, Aces reflected. After a brief respite in his room, Aces ventured into the alchemical box to gather the herbs requested by Snape. Upon returning to the potion room, neither spoke, and Aces hastily set down the herbs before exiting. In the days that followed, they maintained a harmonious and tacit understanding. Aces would assist Snape with the assignments of the younger students, potion materials, and the list from the school nurse during his spare time. Snape would arrive punctually during his meals, and also offer guidance while brewing potions. That particular issue was no longer mentioned. A month later, Ace's magical power began to spiral out of control once more, albeit to a much lesser extent than before. Upon noticing this change, Aces resumed his study of the protective plan for the cellar. Once the plan was prepared, he took advantage of Snape's presence in the potion room to begin his arrangements. Aces had not brought any large protective alchemical tools to the school, so he had to rely on sheer numbers. Fortunately, he had brought an ample supply of disposable alchemical tools. After placing the last tool, Aces surveyed his creation with satisfaction. Suddenly, the door to the potion room swung open, revealing a displeased Snape. What are you doing? I'm setting up some protections. Did I disturb you, Professor? Snape frowned, his impatience palpable as he retorted. What do you think? Well, I apologize, Professor. I was merely concerned that a magical surge might damage the cellar and the potions inside. Snape's gaze swept across the cellar, pausing momentarily on the alchemical tools in front of the potion cabinet. He pressed his lips together, glanced at Aces, and said nothing further before turning back into the potion room. Aces could not shake the feeling that he had glimpsed a hint of embarrassment on the face of the potion's master. Did the professor feel that he had misjudged him, leading to his discomfort? One had to admit, this side of the professor seemed somewhat endearing. Aces chuckled softly at the closed wooden door, suppressing his laughter for fear of provoking the potion's master's wrath. After arranging the cellar, Aces felt a slight sense of relief, no longer burdened by the constant anxiety over the cellar's safety, or the risk of angering the potion's master. Chapter 91. The Magical Surge, Part 1. On a crisp morning, Eliza arrived early at the Great Hall, as was her custom, to await Aces. She sat at the Slytherin table, her fingers absent-mindedly tapping the surface. Her gaze drifted across the empty seats beside her, her thoughts wandering to the yet-to-arrive Aces. Since he had taken residence in the cellar, Their lunches and dinners had gradually ceased to be shared within the Great Hall. Now they could only catch glimpses of one another during classes. Her intuition hinted that something was changing, though she could not quite discern what it was. What change? Ace's voice came from behind her, causing Eliza to realize she had spoken her thoughts aloud. What change? Aces settled into the seat beside her, tilting his head to inquire further. Eliza nodded respectfully toward Aces. Good day, sir. Aces gestured for her to address his earlier question. Eliza opened her mouth, hesitating on how to articulate her thoughts. Aces remained silent, patiently waiting. Honestly, I'm not sure, sir. I just sense that something is amiss. Aces raised an eyebrow. A sense? As a descendant of elves, Eliza possessed a powerful intuition, a gift typical of her lineage, making her instincts largely reliable. Your sense pertains to whom? To you and Professor Snape. Is that so? It must pertain to that incident when he attempted to intervene recently. Aces lowered his eyelids, his long lashes obscuring the tumult of emotions swirling within. When he raised his gaze again, his expression revealed no trace of what had transpired. If you cannot discern it, then let it be. How is your practice with the Patronus charm progressing? Upon hearing Aces inquire about the Patronus charm, Eliza tightened her grip on her wand, responding in a hushed tone. Not well, sir. I still cannot summon my Patronus. Do not fret, this charm is not easily mastered. Did not Carter fail to learn it as well? Eliza's spirit sank further at Aces' words. Sir Carter successfully summoned his Patronus. Really? When did this happen? How was I not informed? Aces' expression shifted to one of surprise as he looked at Eliza. You would not know, for I have not seen you in ages. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind them, followed by Carter's melancholic voice. Unlike Eliza, who could still see Aces during classes, Carter, being in a different year, could only find Aces during breakfast. Aces turned, feeling a twinge of guilt at the forlorn expression on Carter's face. I've been preoccupied lately, it will pass in due time. He chuckled lightly, offering a nonchalant dismissal to Eliza and Carter. Both of them clearly doubted his insouciance, but chose not to press him further. Carter took a seat beside Aces and quietly reported his observations from Slytherin over the past few weeks. Indeed, observations. Aces had assigned Carter a task at the start of the term, to discreetly identify families and students within Slytherin who displayed both talent and potential for allegiance. As a member of a pureblood family, Carter was familiar with his fellow aristocrats, and his observations had yielded fruitful results. After listening to Carter's report, Aces offered no comments, merely instructing him to continue his observations. Carter found Aces' behavior somewhat perplexing, but acquiesced nonetheless. Aces noticed the curiosity etched on Carter's face, understanding what he pondered, yet offering no explanations. He had no intention of acting just yet. Observation was merely preparation for the future. Once their conversation concluded, the trio partook of their breakfast. Afterward, Aces furrowed his brow as he glanced up at the skylight, where no familiar owl had appeared. A wave of anxiety washed over him, causing him to press his lips together tightly, his gaze fixed on the skylight, his fists clenching involuntarily. What is happening? I distinctly instructed them to report daily. Frowning as he waited, Aces remained until the hall was devoid of young witches and wizards before departing with Eliza for class. In the herbology classroom, Aces found himself lost in thought, gazing at the sky. Professor Sprout noticed his distraction and approached him gently. Mr. Cavendish, you ought to cover it with soil. Aces snapped back to reality, looking down at the herb in his hands. My apologies, Professor Sprout. I shall do it immediately. Professor Sprout, a kind and gentle witch, paid no mind to Aces' distraction, nodding amiably before moving on. During the remainder of the herbology lesson, Aces struggled to maintain his focus, his thoughts consumed by worries for Anna and the Duke's safety. At long last, when the morning classes concluded, Aces made his way alone to the Ollery, dispatching the letters he had prepared. Standing by the window, Aces watched the owl fade into the distance, his heart heavy with concern. After the owl vanished, he lingered at the window, allowing the breeze to settle his nerves before turning back toward the cellar. As he stepped through the door into the cellar, Aces surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of the person he sought. He adeptly approached the potion room door, raising his hand to call for the potion's master to join him for a meal. Just then, the sound of flapping wings reached his ears. Aces spun around, and a familiar owl flew toward him. Inside the potion room, Snape was still finishing up his potion work. Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic slammed against the potion room door, causing the potion in the cauldron to be swept away and ruined. With no time to worry about the destroyed potion, Snape grabbed his wand and rushed outside. Upon exiting the potion room, Snape immediately spotted Aces in a state of turmoil. He knelt on the ground, head bowed, his expression hidden, and his hand clutched tightly around a letter. From Ace's center, a formidable magical force swirled through the cellar like a tornado, activating and destroying the alchemical tools arranged within. The cellar descended into chaos. Snape found himself thwarted by the overwhelming force, the fierce magic indiscriminately sweeping over his exposed skin, gradually soaking his black robes. After waiting for a while, and seeing that Ace's showed no sign of regaining his senses, Snape could only grit his teeth and raise his wand to cast a shield charm upon himself before approaching the epicenter of the magical upheaval. The ferocious magical energy swirled around Snape, ravaging his protective charm, which soon faltered and dissipated. Reluctantly, Snape raised his hand once more to cast another shield charm. Yet due to the rampant magic surrounding him, this attempt was far from successful. However, unexpectedly, the magical turbulence seemed to weaken considerably around him. Or perhaps it was merely circumventing him. As Snape observed the destruction of the alchemical tools and reached this conclusion, seizing the opportunity presented by the diminishing magic, Snape quickened his pace and arrived beside Ace's. Standing before the nearly unconscious Ace's, Snape bowed his head, surveying the scene before him, feeling somewhat at a loss. He was uncertain what had triggered Ace's loss of control, nor did he know how to restore his rationality. However, the surrounding magic was undeniable. After a brief hesitation, Snape crouched down and softly called out Ace's name by his ear. Noticing the furrow of Ace's brow, as if he were struggling, Snape decided to place his hand gently on Ace's head, unable to resist the urge to caress the soft hair. Chapter 92, The Magical Turmoil, Part 2. Ace's felt as though he were wandering alone in a realm of darkness, devoid of any escape. Surrounded by a stifling despair and obscurity, he could not discern how long he had been lost. The darkness gradually consumed him. He fell helplessly into the void, his consciousness beginning to fade. Ace's, awaken. A familiar voice echoed from afar, each call slowly pulling Ace's back from the brink of oblivion. He blinked in confusion, striving to locate the source of the voice amidst the darkness. The voice continued to resonate, yet Ace's could not pinpoint its origin. Frustrated, he closed his eyes. Just as he contemplated surrendering to the void, a warm sensation pierced through the darkness, the familiar bittersweet scent of potion wafting through like a ray of light, breaking the gloom. It was the professor. Ace's muddled mind registered this realization, and he gritted his teeth, struggling to rise, step by step, towards the source of that light. Within the cellar, the rampant magical energy began to settle as its master regained consciousness. Observing this, Snape let out a sigh of relief. He stood up, watching Ace's, who still hung his head, quietly awaiting his complete awakening. The fingers that hung limply at his side twitched, capturing Snape's attention. Under his gaze, Ace's slowly lifted his head, his expression blank. He had not fully returned to reality, dazedly scanning his surroundings until his gaze finally settled on Snape. Professor? Yes, it is I. Snape responded in a low voice. Did I lose control? Professor, are you hurt? Ace's rationality gradually returned, and upon seeing the chaos surrounding him, he quickly realized the gravity of his actions, anxiously looking up at Snape. By the time Ace's awakened, Snape had discreetly concealed his wounds beneath his dark cloak. However, Ace's was no fool. The scent of blood in the air had already revealed the truth. Ignoring his own condition, Ace's hastily stood up and pulled aside Snape's cloak. The blood loss had rendered Snape's thought sluggish, and he was momentarily unable to evade Ace's movements. Beneath the cloak lay a dark undergarment, which also concealed Snape's injuries. Yet the torn fabric and the dampness of the material made it abundantly clear to Ace's that Snape was indeed wounded. Ace's grasped Snape's hand, now cold, his complexion pale. He had caused the professor to be hurt once again. Snape looked down at Ace's, observing his dazed state and furrowed brow. He spoke with a hint of admonition. If Mr. Ace's wishes to harm his potion's professor, he need not go to such lengths. Ace's face turned even paler. Upon seeing his ashen countenance, Snape realized that Ace's was blaming himself, recalling his own words. Damn it, what a troublesome giant, he thought. If you are concerned for me, then do not stand there like a giant in a stupor. Now go fetch me some potions. Hearing Snape's command, Ace's instinctively turned to the potions room to retrieve the supplies. When he emerged, the cellar had been restored to its original state. Thanks to Ace's generous nature, Snape's potions had suffered little loss. Snape reclined on the sofa with his eyes half closed, awaiting Ace's return. As he appeared, Snape naturally extended his hand, indicating for him to administer the potion. However, Ace's ignored this gesture, silently placing the potion on the table, then lowered his gaze to the vial. Snape frowned. perplexed by Assis's sudden mood. Unbeknownst to him, Assis was not angry with Snape, but with himself. "Professor, remove your clothing." "No need, I can manage myself." Snape firmly rejected Assis's request without hesitation. This time was different from the last. This time his injuries nearly encompassed his entire upper body, and he could not allow Assis to tend to him. "Professor, I no need to say anything. Return to your room, or I shall tend to my wounds myself." Snape did not grant Assis the opportunity to continue speaking, feigning to rise and depart. Concerned that he might inadvertently exacerbate Snape's injuries, Assis had no choice but to relent. "I'll be right there. Professor, if you need anything, call for me, all right?" Assis gestured towards the nearby desk. Snape glanced in the direction Assis indicated. Ensuring that from that angle he would remain unseen, paused for a moment, and ultimately acquiesced. Assis, seeing his consent, walked to the desk, standing with his back to Snape, not bothering to sit down. At this moment, Assis finally had the opportunity to organize his chaotic thoughts. He raised his hand, glancing at the letter he held, which contained the root cause of his magical upheaval. The pristine white paper bore only a hastily scrawled message: "The lady is missing. The Duke has gone to seek her after exterminating the remaining factions, and there has been no news of either." Assis's grip tightened around the letter uncontrollably, crumpling it in his hand. "Is this the reason for your loss of control?" Snape had approached Assis from behind without his notice. Assis nodded, turning to pass the letter to Snape. Snape took it and cast a quick glance. "Those individuals from last time?" "Yes." Snape observed the disheartened Assis, so unlike his usual self, and fell silent for a moment before speaking in a dry tone. "The situation remains unclear. Do not dwell on it too much." Assis looked up in surprise, meeting Snape's gaze. Snape slightly turned his head, ensuring his expression remained hidden from Assis. "I understand. Thank you, Professor." A faint smile broke on Assis's lips. It was peculiar. He understood this reasoning well enough, yet he found himself unable to control his emotions. Yet a simple sentence from Snape soothed his heart. "Professor, your wounds." "I am fine." Snape interrupted him succinctly. "Your hand." Assis understood and extended his hand for Snape's examination. The magic coursed through Assis's body, and he withdrew his hand. "That's sufficient. Your magic has stabilized after this surge." Assis nodded nonchalantly. He was well aware of his own condition. Although the process of the magical upheaval had been tumultuous, the outcome was favorable. His magic had seen a significant boost, and his reserves now exceeded those of an average adult wizard. After Snape completed his examination, he seemed poised to say something, but Assis, noticing Snape's troubled expression, interrupted him. "Professor, you should rest. We can discuss matters further upon your awakening." Snape frowned, displeased that Assis had interrupted him, but upon seeing the concern in Assis's eyes, he held his tongue, silently turning and returning to his own room. Assis watched him quietly from behind until the door closed, gazing at the firmly shut door. Assis's heart was beset with a multitude of emotions. He was undoubtedly aware of what the professor had intended to convey moments ago. The issue had been resolved, and they could return. However, he could not leave just yet. At the very least, he would remain in the cellar until the professor's injuries had healed. Chapter 93. Substituting Class. As Aces stood in place for a while, waiting for complete silence from within, he finally turned and returned to the room. A few minutes later, he emerged carrying a box, which he placed upon the desk and opened. Inside the box were bottles upon bottles of potions, along with various potion ingredients. Following the layout of the cellar etched in his memory, he began to retrieve the lost potions and ingredients, arranging them meticulously. Midway through his task, Ace's gaze drifted to the door of the potion room, and he suddenly paused. Surely, a master potion maker like the professor would not resort to using potions crafted by others? After a moment's hesitation, he altered the direction of his arrangement, retracting the potions he had just set out. He then converted all the lost potions into their equivalent ingredients, placing them on the table, which also contained a fair share of personal items. In the afternoon, Aces meticulously counted the minutes and knocked on Snape's door. After waiting for a while with no response, Aces, displaying remarkable patience, raised his hand to knock once more. Moments later, the door swung open with a heavy emotion, revealing the irate professor. "What are you doing? Don't tell me, Mr. Aces, that you've become so idle that you can only disturb your injured professor's rest." Venomous words were hurled at Aces. Snape, weary and leaning against the doorframe, glared at the culprit who had roused him from slumber, the dark circles under his eyes betraying his fatigue. "Professor, you have a class this afternoon," Aces stated helplessly, holding up his schedule while anxiously observing Snape's pallid complexion. If given the choice, He would prefer not to disturb the professor's rest. Snape cast an impatient glance at Ace's schedule, noting the presence of his own class. And his expression darkened. Damn it, I forgot I have to face that group of trolls. Professor? Perhaps I could keep an eye on the class for you after you finish, or I could teach. Aces suggested tentatively. It didn't seem like an impossible arrangement. Snape pondered this possibility seriously. In the potion classroom, the small snakes and badgers were pleasantly surprised to see Snape seated beside the podium, while Aces took his place at the front. Merlin, did they see that correctly? They certainly did not misinterpret. Aces, standing at the podium with an air of composure, waited until Snape was settled before he officially commenced the lesson. Compared to Snape's concise teaching style, Ace's approach was far more detailed, as he meticulously broke down crucial points and considerations for the young wizards. The young wizards, diligently taking notes, secretly hoped that future potion classes would be taught by Aces. Merlin, he has truly a good soul. It was indeed a splendid day, and it would have been even more perfect if Snape's gaze didn't drift their way. The young wizards whispered to each other, a sense of quiet elation enveloping them. Snape, expressionless, observed the delighted faces of the young wizards, and it was evident what they were thinking. Unfortunately for you, your potion professor remains me. Thanks to that old bee. You may have to endure my insufferable presence for the next few years, he mused with a hint of malice. Although Aces was teaching, half of his attention remained on Snape, and he soon noticed a particular scene that displeased him. Frowning slightly, he rapped his knuckles against the blackboard in irritation, hastening the pace of his lecture. Once the theoretical segment concluded, the young wizards eagerly rushed to gather their materials. Aces promptly made his way to Snape's side. Professor, are you all right? Snape regarded him as though he were foolish. Mr. Aces, I am merely injured, not on the brink of death. I assumed you could distinguish between the two conditions. Aces was momentarily at a loss for words. That was not what he intended to ask. Snape shot him a sidelong glance, comprehending his thoughts, and scoffed. What makes you think I care about the opinions of those trolls? I simply believe the professor is remarkable. His teaching is excellent, and he deserves not to be regarded in such a manner, Aces replied, his voice gradually lowering and his demeanor growing more disheartened. What's with those trolls today? Did their brains malfunction along with their magic? Snape raised an eyebrow, observing Ace's increasing despondency. Aces himself was unsure of his own feelings, though he maintained a semblance of control. However, it wasn't long before he regained his composure. Professor, I'll go check on their potion brewing. Snape casually nodded. With his approval, Aces turned and walked toward the young wizards. By the time they conversed, the young wizards had gathered their materials and were eagerly awaiting instructions. We can begin, Aces announced from the podium, addressing the small snakes and badgers below. Upon receiving the signal, they immediately commenced their potion making. Aces moved among them, occasionally casting protective spells to clean and restore their workspaces. The grateful young wizards looked up at Aces, yet his mood remained dismal. What he was doing was no different from what the professor did. Both were guiding them, both were ensuring their safety while they brewed potions. Yet, the results and attitudes they received were starkly different. It was utterly absurd. This thought only served to heighten his agitation, though he maintained a calm facade. If Anna were present, she would undoubtedly advise everyone not to provoke Aces at this moment. The cold-faced Aces might not be genuinely angry, but his tranquil demeanor indicated that he was indeed at a boiling point. Unfortunately, Anna was not there, and no one was aware that Aces was on the verge of an eruption. Only Snape sensed something amiss. He frowned as he watched Aces patrol among the young wizards. When Aces once again used a spell to save a young wizard, Snape approached him directly. I fail to understand what could compel you to make such a foolish mistake, he said, glaring at the errant young wizard. The young wizard's face turned pale, trembling as he bowed his head, unable to meet Snape's gaze. Observing Snape's anger, Ace's internal frustration dissipated suddenly, and a smile crept onto his face as he watched Snape unleash his ire. Snape was preoccupied with reprimanding the young wizard, and did not notice Ace's expression. However, the observant Elise did. She looked at Aces in astonishment, then at Snape, her gaze oscillating between the two, her thoughts a jumbled mess. Could it be as she suspected? Surely not. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Elise dared not dwell on the thought and quickly averted her gaze. Yet Aces remained oblivious, still focused on Snape's scolding. After Elise shifted her gaze away, she found herself unable to resist looking back. Noticing that Aces was entirely unaware of her scrutiny, her heart gradually sank. Reflecting on the earlier scenes and her feelings, the least likely conclusion began to form in her mind. Chapter 94, Staying Again. Once Snape had finished his reprimand, Aces interrupted with a smile. Professor, don't be angry. Take care of your health. The moment those words escaped his lips, the young wizards present were taken aback, turning to stare at Aces in shock. Merlin? What did they just hear? What has happened to Aces? Only the chastised young wizard expressed gratitude toward Aces. Seeing the young wizard's expression, the others gradually understood. It was all for their sake. Truly, they felt overwhelmed. Aces was incredibly kind. Amidst the wave of emotion, only Elise felt out of place. She observed the expressions of everyone present, feeling an indescribable sense of absurdity. Was there a possibility that he wasn't doing it for them at all? Interrupted by Aces, Snape paused momentarily before resuming his tirade, cursing for a final time before ceasing his verbal onslaught. You should return to rest, Professor, Aces suggested, observing Snape's face, now tinged with anger. Snape cast a fierce glance at the young wizards, satisfied as they averted their gazes in fear, before sweeping back to his position with a flourish of his dark robes. One must admit, Snape's method of instilling fear was indeed effective. The subsequent class proceeded with remarkable smoothness, as the young wizards exercised exceptional caution while brewing potions. After class, Aces collected the students' assignments one by one at the podium, while Snape impatiently watched the lagging students. Under Snape's piercing gaze, Aces hastily gathered the final students' work. After a brief organization, Aces lifted the box containing the potions and addressed Snape. Very well, let us depart, Professor. Snape rose, leading the way out of the classroom. Aces, clutching the potion assignments, followed closely, his gaze level with Snape's shoulder. The hem of Snape's robes billowed like a gust of wind, brushing against Aces's calves, the soft fabric eliciting a subtle tickle. Aces momentarily halted, instinctively stepping back. Snape, noticing his movement, slowed his pace and turned slightly to regard him, his expression one of curiosity. Meeting Snape's gaze, Aces quickened his steps to match Snape's side. With Aces in tow, Snape resumed his purposeful stride. Upon reaching the dungeon, Aces naturally approached the desk, placing down the assignments and picking up the papers to grade. Snape furrowed his brow at Aces's fluid motions, but before he could voice a remark, Aces nudged him back into the room. Professor, you should rest, I can handle the grading. With that, without allowing Snape a moment to respond, he closed the door from the outside. Waiting by the door for a moment, Aces sighed in relief when Snape did not emerge. Returning to the desk, he resumed grading the papers he had set aside earlier. After completing the grading, the still closed door remained silent. Aces rolled up his sleeves and began preparing the potion ingredients needed for the next day's class. Later that night, in the pitch-black, silent room, Snape awoke abruptly from a chaotic dream, his mind clouded and weary from emotional turmoil. Staring blankly at the ceiling, his gaze vacant. The tumultuous dreams left him in a state of disarray. Even though he was awake, he remained motionless, reluctant to move, simply wishing to sink quietly into the darkness. A solitary descent into silence. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted Snape from his spiraling thoughts. Gradually, he recalled the presence of that bothersome giant within his dungeon. Annoyed, he turned over, wishing to ignore the irritating interruption. Yet the knocking persisted, accompanied by Aces's voice. Professor? Are you awake? Professor, it's time to get up and eat. Professor? Unable to endure any longer, Snape flung aside the covers and angrily opened the door. Have you not made enough noise? Aces paused momentarily, then spoke with a hint of apology. Professor, I did not intend to disturb your rest, but you skipped lunch, and if you don't eat dinner, your health will suffer. Snape's ire began to dissipate with Aces's explanation, but he was determined not to let this bothersome giant dictate his actions. I am not hungry. Just as the words left his lips, Snape's stomach let out a loud growl, echoing in the quiet dungeon. An instant of silence enveloped the room. A flush of crimson crept across Snape's face. Damn it, he knew he shouldn't have wasted breath on this giant. Casting him out would have been the wisest choice. Aces remained unperturbed, seemingly oblivious to the sudden noise. He looked up at Snape earnestly, seamlessly shifting the topic. Shall we eat first, Professor? There are some matters I wish to discuss with you afterward. Although Snape would have preferred to eject him, he begrudgingly agreed, recognizing Aces's perceptiveness. At the dining table, Aces and Snape sat across from each other, silently partaking in their belated dinner. Aces pondered what he intended to say, while Snape was still grappling with his earlier lapse. After the meal, Nina tidied the table, and Aces and Snape moved to the desk. Snape casually flipped through the graded papers Aces had completed, randomly selecting a few to scrutinize, subsequently lowering their scores. Aces watched in silence, observing Snape's actions. What is it that you wish to convey? I am not you. I do not have the luxury to indulge you in idle daydreams. If you wish to daydream, return to your own room. After grading a few more papers, Snape impatiently glanced at Ausace, who was staring blankly at him. Ausace seized upon Snape's mention of room. His eyes flickered. Was the professor implying he did not intend for him to leave, or had he simply forgotten? Regardless of the answer, he felt compelled to express his thoughts. Professor, I wish to remain in the dungeon for a while longer. Snape furrowed his brow. Reason? Ausace's gaze fell upon Snape's injured form. Professor, your injury was a consequence of my actions. Out of both obligation and reason, I cannot simply walk away. I do not require your presence, Snape retorted sharply. Ausace sighed inwardly, anticipating this outcome. Then allow me to rephrase. I need you, Professor. Ausace decisively altered his approach, lowering his gaze and adopting a subdued tone. I apologize. But I am currently unable to concentrate. I require the distraction of work to keep my mind from wandering. Instinctively, Snape opened his mouth to retort. But upon meeting Ausace's sorrowful gaze, he refrained. His fingers tapped restlessly on the desk, mirroring Ausace's anxious heartbeat. Damn it, he should never have taken on this burden. Recalling the moment when Ausace had lost control due to his parents' disappearance, Snape ultimately relented. You may stay, but do not meddle in my affairs. Under any circumstances. With that, Snape rose with a stern expression and strode briskly into the potion room, slamming the door behind him with a resounding thud. Chapter 95, Compensation. Ausace sighed on the sofa. Why did it seem that recently, the frequency of Snape's door slamming had increased? Surely it was not his fault, Ausace pondered uncertainly. He then stood, moving to the flickering fireplace, extracting a letter from his pocket and tossing it into the flames. Instantly, the letter was consumed by the crimson tongues of fire, leaving only a few remnants. On the remaining fragments, one could vaguely discern the words. The two have returned unharmed. I apologize, Professor. While I did not deceive you, I did not speak the whole truth. Ausace gazed at the dancing flames, his eyes flickering with unspoken emotions, feeling an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Only once he confirmed the letter was completely incinerated did Ausace turn away and retreat to his room. In his chamber, freshly washed, Ausace approached his desk, producing a piece of parchment and, under the dim candlelight, began to write a letter. Father, Mother, I deeply regret having Vincent inform me of your journey, but my concern for your safety was overwhelming. I do not wish to be left in ignorance, even unaware of your potential misfortunes. I apologize for this. Yet I harbor no regrets. I love you both, and thus I cannot help but worry for your well-being. Mom and Dad. Although I have received word from Vincent that you have returned safely, I still hope you might reply with details regarding your situation. Additionally, I must mention that my magical abilities were unstable for a period. Upon learning of your disappearance, my powers surged uncontrollably. Fortunately, Professor Snape managed to restore my composure, preventing me from harm. However, in doing so, Professor Snape sustained injuries. I feel a profound sense of guilt. He is a remarkably responsible instructor. I wish to make amends. And I trust you understand. Mother and Father, do not worry about me. I am thriving now, my magical prowess has grown even stronger. Lastly, if possible, I would like to request your assistance in securing a position on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. With concern for you, Ausace. After finishing the letter, Ausace reconsidered and made some revisions before changing his attire and retiring to bed. The next day, Ausace rose early and summoned Nina from the cellar to prepare breakfast. While waiting for Nina to prepare the meal, Ausace cast a warming charm on the table, ensuring that the food would remain warm when Snape awoke. Soon, breakfast was brought forth by Nina, and Ausace carefully arranged it on the table. Once everything was in place, Ausace took the letter he had written the previous night and exited the cellar. Passing by the cellar door, he remembered to greet Miss Medusa. Good morning, Miss Medusa. After exchanging pleasantries, he thoughtfully cast a sound-dampening charm before heading towards the Owlery. The hour was early, and the Owlery was eerily quiet. With only a handful of owls on duty, Ausace selected an owl that appeared amiable, fed it, and then entrusted it with his letter. Watching it take flight, Ausace turned back to the cellar to delve into his self-study of the upcoming potions lessons, preparing for his atonement. Although he initially hesitated to allow the giant to remain, the eventual outcome pleased Snape. Each morning, a steaming breakfast awaited him on the table, varied daily and consisting solely of his preferred dishes. He pondered how this giant seemed to intuit his tastes as he savored his meal. After breakfast, if he had classes while Ausace did not, most of the lessons would be taken over by him. Except for 5th year and 7th year classes, it was mostly Ausace attending the rest. Snape was perplexed by Ausace's rapid advancement in potions. If Ausace had classes, he would prepare all the necessary potion ingredients in advance, leaving Snape to simply attend the lessons. Following the morning classes, lunch was also prearranged by Ausace, allowing him to return to the cellar and dine without concern for the chaotic assignments. As Ausace took charge of the essays, now responsible not only for the lower year papers, but also for those of the upper years, Ausace would mark the errors in 5th and 7th year essays, leaving the rest for him to grade. He could spend an entire afternoon in the potions room, experimenting with whatever piqued his interest. Regardless of how late he emerged in the evening, he would find a meal that had been kept warm on the table. As he had said, Ausace did not meddle in Snape's affairs. All decisions were left to him. He could forego breakfast in the morning and head straight to the potions room, only to find lunch in place of breakfast upon his return. This manner of operation afforded Snape considerable ease. Most comforting for Snape was that any missing potion ingredients would be organized and placed on his workbench, readily accessible. He needed only to immerse himself in the art of potion making. This routine persisted for a week, during which Snape remained in an unusually sprightly disposition, even managing to refrain from irritation when confronted with the foolish Gryffindors in class. However, the capitalistic Snape failed to notice the increasingly peculiar glances from both professors and students alike. To the professors and students, it appeared that Ausace was spinning like a top, assisting in various classes across different year groups. The essays handed to students bore neither the familiar handwriting nor the usual tone, clearly indicating that they too had been revised by Ausace. Students found it difficult to critique the professor's actions, while the professors were equally hesitant to intervene in the affairs of Slytherin. Thus, both students and professors could only exchange knowing glances, caught between words left unspoken. Particularly Professor McGonagall, whose disapproving gaze toward Snape was matched by an increasingly sympathetic and satisfied look directed at Ausace. Finally, unable to endure any longer, Professor McGonagall chose to inform Dumbledore. Consequently, the matter reached the ears of the headmaster, far away in Nurmengard. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore and Snape faced each other across the desk, the atmosphere taut with tension. "Am I oppressing him?" Snape questioned incredulously. Dumbledore across the table nodded gravely, his expression laden with concern. "Severus, I am aware that you are under considerable pressure, but that does not justify how you treat Mr. Cavendish. If your stress is indeed overwhelming, I can assist. Please do not act in this manner." Snape could hardly believe his ears. "I am not," he retorted darkly. Unfortunately, Dumbledore clearly did not believe his protests, gazing at him with a mixture of guilt and an unsettling expression. Under such scrutiny, Snape felt the urge to draw his wand. "I have said it, I am not. Do not make unfounded assumptions with that sugar-coated brain of yours. Indeed, I believe you. You have not oppressed him. All of this is Mr. Cavendish's choice. Do not be alarmed," Dumbledore assured him, though his eyes betrayed a different narrative. Chapter 96. More than guilt. Curse that old bee. Curse that giant. If not for the multitude of secrets surrounding that giant, he would have dragged him before Dumbledore to clarify whether he had indeed pressured him. "I truly have not. Cease with your strange gaze." Dumbledore half-heartedly nodded, then continued to gently persuade him. "Severus, Mr. Cavendish's parents have just joined the Hogwarts Board of Governors, and Hogwarts cannot afford to lose you." The implication was clear. Do not excessively pressure their son, lest his parents seek your dismissal. Snape impatiently nodded, continuing to refute Dumbledore's claims. "I have not." His words trailed off as his piercing gaze fixed on Dumbledore. "Wait, you mean his parents have joined the board? When did this happen?" "I was unaware." Dumbledore, feeling cornered, stroked his beard, realizing he had neglected to mention it. "Just a few days ago. It was not particularly significant, so I did not bring it up." He attempted to chuckle, hoping to brush it off. Snape's eyes narrowed dangerously. "A few days ago?" He was incredulous. "Very well. This giant dares to deceive me, claiming he has never lied to me. How amusing." Angered, Snape's gaze bore down on Dumbledore, who, sensing his ire, fell silent. The potions master glared at Dumbledore, issuing a warning. He hoped the headmaster remembered his position. If he recalled correctly, students had only seen their headmaster once since the school year began, and that was at the opening feast. With that parting remark, Snape rose, brimming with fury, to confront the giant who dared to deceive him. Behind him, Dumbledore, who moments ago had been too intimidated to speak, lifted his gaze, watching with a smile as the potions master departed. It seemed someone was about to face misfortune. He then rubbed his beard in concern. However, he realized he needed to spend more time at Hogwarts, lest the irate potions master cut off his supply of delectable treats. Alas, he could not bear to part with his desserts. Thinking of sweets, Dumbledore soon found himself cheerful once more, producing a lemon sherbet from who knows where and leisurely indulging in his sweet time. The potions master, filled with wrath, navigated the corridors of Hogwarts. Young witches and wizards scurried aside, silently praying for their classmate facing the wrath of the Serpent King. They hoped he would survive to see them again. The wooden door of the cellar was flung open once more by the potions master. Miss Medusa at the door had just been slumbering, unprepared for the abrupt entrance, and was consequently left in a daze. Startled by the sound of the door, Ausace, who was diligently grading papers at his desk, looked up in astonishment. "Professor? What troubles you?" Snape, undeterred, strode directly to the desk, leaning forward with his hands planted on its edge, his dark eyes fixated on Ausace, brimming with unmasked fury. "I have just received some news, Mr. Ausace. Care to guess its nature?" Confounded, Ausace gazed into Snape's eyes and cautiously inquired, "What news? Regarding what?" Snape slowly unfurled a cold smile. "Mr. Cavendish certainly wields considerable influence, doesn't he? The parents of the board? A position recently acquired?" Understanding dawned on Ausace, and he pursed his lips as he regarded Snape. Upon witnessing his expression, Snape instantly recognized that Ausace was already aware. "Very well, you, Ausace." Discerning that Snape's forthcoming words were unlikely to be what he wished to hear, preemptively interrupted, urgently explaining, "Professor, I did not deceive you. I was genuinely distressed due to your injury." Reminded by Ausace's words, Snape recalled that Ausace had indeed not mentioned his parents. He had jumped to conclusions, assuming that Ausace's sorrow stemmed from them. As this realization settled in, Snape's countenance darkened, an unsettling tension coiling in his chest. "It was my fault. I apologize, Professor." Snape, still scowling, remained incensed. "A foolish play on words." "It is quite foolish, and I sincerely apologize, Professor." Ausace offered a self-deprecating remark, continuing to express his regret, his head lowering unbeknownst to him. This self-mockery roused Snape from his ire. Observing the bowed head of Ausace, he found himself at a loss for words. This period had been among the most indulgent and comfortable of his time at Hogwarts. An inexhaustible supply of potion ingredients and no trivial teaching concerns to fret over. Only now did Snape realize that this young man before him had endeavored to meet his demands in the face of his own scrutiny and adversity, despite having no obligation to do so, given that Snape had willingly intervened to save him. The anger born from deception dissipated, replaced by a sense of helplessness. Ultimately, Ausace was also worried about him. Had he been too harsh? In the quiet confines of the dungeon, Ausace kept his head bowed, bracing himself for the next wave of venom. Snape pressed his lips together, finally exhaling, "Let this be the last time." Ausace abruptly raised his gaze, locking eyes with Snape. Snape continued, "You need not feel guilty. As the head of Slytherin, it is my duty to protect you." "That is not the case." Ausace gazed earnestly at Snape. "It is not merely guilt, Professor." His eyes bore into Snape, emotions swirling within them, prompting Snape to avert his gaze. "It has always been more than guilt. You are the most significant person in my life at Hogwarts. Therefore, I worry about your injuries and care for your well-being. I understand you may perceive my concern as intrusive, but Professor, you may choose to disregard or deny it, yet I cannot refrain from acting on it. Of course, should you wish for me to adjust my approach, please inform me, and I shall do so without causing you distress." Ausace's unrelenting honesty took Snape aback. He found himself at a loss for how to respond to such unvarnished concern. Managing only a low Ausace understood that Snape was not adept at expressing emotions, and he was content with this response. "My injury has healed, and your parents are also well, so you should return." With his anger spent and uncertain of how to face Ausace, Snape began to dismiss him without ceremony. Ausace picked up his quill and replied leisurely, "Of course. I assure you I will vacate the dungeon by the end of the day. However, Professor, revising papers serves as a form of practice for me. If you do not mind, may I continue?" Snape hesitated for a moment, torn between facing Ausace and the chaotic pile of papers. "Very well." Chapter 97. A Conversation in the Headmaster's Office, Part 1. Ausace took his time finishing the last paper before tidying the desk and stepping into the room to gather his belongings. In truth, there was little to pack. He had anticipated this day and had already stored his items in the alchemical box. As he exited the room with the box in hand, Ausace did not leave immediately. Instead, he retrieved the potion ingredients he had prepared earlier to replenish the master potion maker's stock. With the potion master ensconced in the potion room, Ausace found it considerably easier to proceed with his tasks. Once the ingredients were meticulously organized and checked for completeness, Ausace departed the dungeon, carrying the box. At the dungeon door, Miss Medusa flicked her tongue. "You truly intend to leave?" Ausace politely set down the box, regarding Miss Medusa as he replied, "Indeed, Miss Medusa. That is splendid. Without you, the headmaster will cease slamming doors all day." Miss Medusa hissed, twisting her body and gliding away. That may not be the case. Aces raised an eyebrow, non-committally, as he picked up the box and exited the dungeon. After more than a month, Aces stepped once more through the entrance of the Slytherin common room, taken aback by what he beheld, observing the little snakes populating the lounge. He first handed his box to Carter in a leisurely manner before crossing his arms and inquiring at his leisure, "Have you all been waiting for me?" Numerous little snakes nodded in unison, glancing towards Carter. Caught under their gaze, Carter could only helplessly explain, "They came to express their concern for you, sir." I tried to dissuade them, but to no avail. He shrugged, resigned. "Concern?" Aces looked at Carter, casting a questioning glance. Carter cleared his throat softly, leaning closer to Aces to whisper, "It pertains to how you were pressured by the headmaster." This matter had evidently stirred the professors, and even Headmaster Dumbledore. Aces paused, his gaze sweeping over the little snakes present. It seemed he understood why the professors had become aware of his parents' appointment to the board. Though feeling somewhat vexed, Aces cleared his throat, preparing to address the situation. Suddenly, there was a knock at the common room door. Carter turned to open it, revealing a throng of young wizards peeking in. Among the many heads, the most prominent were the two red-haired ones at the forefront. "Hey Aces, we are here to guard you," Fred and George exclaimed excitedly. For the first time, Aces felt he might have chosen his friendships unwisely. His gaze shifted to the throng of familiar and unfamiliar young wizards peering at him with concern. Most were students he had tutored, while a few were classmates from his year. Resigned, Aces raised his hand to gesture for Carter to fully open the door, then stepped outside. As the young wizards watched him approach, seemingly ready to speak, they fell silent. "First, I thank you all for your concern, but there is something I must clarify. Regarding my recent tutoring of Professor Snape, it was entirely voluntary, and both tutoring and revising papers have significantly aided my progress in potion making." This was an arrangement agreed upon by Aces and Snape, concealing the incident of the magical disturbance, while publicly stating that Aces was merely seeking to enhance his potion skills. Aces' calm gaze swept over the gathered young wizards, and the conviction in his words made them aware that he was sincere. The young wizards exchanged glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness as they began to question if they had misjudged Professor Snape. In the midst of this uncomfortable silence, Aces suddenly smiled, lightening the mood. "I share these words simply to ensure that no one misunderstands my headmaster because of me. Although our paths may not cross in the classroom henceforth, I warmly welcome any inquiries you may have. I trust that after a week of our encounters, you have gleaned some insight into my potion-making prowess." Ace's teasing remarks alleviated the palpable tension in the air. The young wizards chimed in enthusiastically, with Fred and George exchanging mischievous glances and playfully inquiring, "Is anything permissible?" Aces feigned ferocity as he pushed their heads away, sternly cautioning them, "Only for educational purposes, particularly you two." Amidst the twins' playful antics, the atmosphere became increasingly harmonious. The eager gazes of the young wizards upon Aces were fervent enough to render him somewhat flustered, especially from the prideful lions led by Fred and George. Although he merely stood in for a few classes, they treated him as if they were long-standing friends. Is this how lions behave? Aces couldn't help but muse. Fortunately, Duke and Anna had provided him with specialized training in this regard, so while it was somewhat challenging, he managed to maintain his composure. At that moment, Aces noticed a small lion struggling to push forward amidst the excited throng. His attire was disheveled from being jostled by the other exuberant young lions. Aces promptly interrupted the fervor, instructing Carter to bring the small lion forth. "What brings you to me?" The little lion, breathless, stammered, "Professor Dumbledore is looking for you. The password is Lemon Snowball." Aces was not surprised by this revelation. He expressed gratitude to the messenger, and encouraged the surrounding young wizards to disperse. It was only after the last young wizard had departed that Aces turned to proceed toward the headmaster's office. At the entrance, he addressed the two rather enigmatic Bowtruckle guardians with the password, Lemon Snowball. The doors swung open in response, and Aces strode confidently into the headmaster's office, nodding in respect to the portraits of former headmasters that adorned the walls. Some regarded him with indifference, while others returned his gesture politely. Unfazed, Aces focused on the cheerful figure of Dumbledore seated behind the desk. He reciprocated the smile, approaching the desk to greet the headmaster. "Good day, Professor Dumbledore." Dumbledore, resembling a kindly elder, gestured for Aces to sit and converse. Aces, the obedient junior, complied, curiously surveying his surroundings. Dumbledore did not rush him, instead observing Ace's movements with quiet interest. Yet, a fleeting glimmer of insight flickered behind Dumbledore's half-moon spectacles. In turn, Ace's vigilant gaze betrayed a subtle wariness. After thoroughly surveying the headmaster's office, Aces redirected his attention to Dumbledore, who was appraising him in return. As their eyes met, Dumbledore cleared his throat and nudged the lemon snowball on the table toward Aces. I believe the lemon snowball would be delighted to have our esteemed Mr. Cavendish sample its delights. Aces held no particular interest in the confection, but recalling Grindelwald's earlier expression, he found himself curious about the weight of Dumbledore's taste. Thus, he naturally reached for the lemon snowball and tentatively took a bite. The flavor was indeed robust, though not as potent as the potions taught by the professor. Aces concluded calmly. Across from him, Dumbledore remained acutely attuned to Aces' expression, and upon discerning his tranquility, felt a twinge of disappointment.